Chapter 1. Respect for the fate of the bloodsucker. That's my biological mother. I cannot abandon her. In a daze, Song Yutong heard someone shouting angrily at her. As she puzzled over the situation, a torrent of unfamiliar memories surged through her mind. She had transmigrated into a novel titled Striving in 1980. From the original owner's memories, Song Yutong discovered that she had been drained dry by her in-laws, her own family, and even the children she had raised. She was nothing but a pure victim, a veritable blood bank. Consequently, though the original owner was merely 31, she had already become hunchbacked, her hair graying, her eyes devoid of luster. Life had worn her down, robbing her of all vitality, leaving her to resemble a 50-year-old crone. Song Yutong's fists clenched. Meanwhile, her adopted son, Song Jing, expressed his anger and disbelief. "Mom, can you not make a scene? That's my real mother. Although she treated me poorly in the past, she had no choice when we were poor. Now she is ill and needs my care. She gave me life, how can I stand idly by? My mom is right. Just because I'm not your biological child, you won't let me have contact with them. How can you be so cruel? Cruel." Song Yutong couldn't help but laugh in anger. Song Jing was the son of her second uncle, the second of 3 children. When Song Jing was abandoned to her care as a sickly infant, she had tirelessly nursed him back to health for a month, saving his life. Over the years, she had been wholeheartedly kind to him, even leveraging her own life-saving grace to secure him a job at the steel factory. Song Jing earned 46 a month, giving 40 to his birth family, 2 to Song Yutong, and keeping 4 for himself. Under the pretense of handing over his monthly salary, he shamelessly asked her for more money. He was nothing but an ungrateful wretch. If she could not nurture him, why should she continue to care for him? Standing before Song Yutong, Song Jing towered over her, and his heart quivered. He looked at her, confirming that she had not spoken. Yet, he heard her voice. Instinctively feeling a twinge of guilt, he swallowed hard. "Mom, please don't scare me. If you don't want me to go, go." Song Yutong raised her arm and flashed a benevolent smile at Song Jing. "Song Jing, you are correct that is your biological mother, and you cannot neglect her. I respect your decision." Song Jing's heart trembled. He understood he had heard Song Yutong's inner thoughts. He could hear her spoken words, and her thoughts as well. Such an absurd phenomenon must not be revealed to anyone. If discovered, it could be deadly. He steadied himself, his resolute face reflecting seriousness. "Mom, please don't misunderstand. My mother is ill, bedridden, and unable to move. I'm merely going to care for her. She truly regrets her past actions. She has said she loves me." Song Yutong smiled with a veneer of kindness. "You are right. How could there be lingering enmity between a mother and child? Perhaps I have been overly dramatic. Last time, your mother ruined your marriage, but it was unintentional. She has been remorseful ever since. As her child, you should empathize and forgive her." "Huh, you fool. Why did your mother ruin your marriage? Was it not out of fear that you might marry and subsequently hand your wages over to a wife to raise children? How else would she continue to siphon off your earnings and keep you tied to her? Do you think your mother feigns illness to miss you? She is merely pretending to be sick to manipulate you. On your way home, your brother will ambush you, pushing a large rock down the mountain, breaking your leg and causing it to be amputated. Then your job will be available for him to take. Your mother will sob and coax you, promising to care for you for life, insisting that you give your job to your brother. Just as your brother seizes your job, you will be cast aside like trash, left to fend for yourself." Song Jing's tall frame shuddered, his dark, resolute face paling. What had he heard? His mother was pretending to be sick to harm him. His brother would ambush him on his way home, break his leg, steal his job, and then discard him like a useless burden? A sudden tightness gripped Song Jing's chest. Fear and disbelief flickered in his eyes as his lips trembled slightly. But then he considered, Song Yutong had always perceived his family with the utmost malice. Her inner thoughts were merely her own fabrications. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Song Yutong with an awkward expression. "Mom, my salary has not yet been paid. Could you lend me some money for now?" Song Yutong's hands clenched into fists, barely restraining herself from slapping Song Jing. How dare he ask her for money, based on the meager $2 he contributed each month? With a smile, she nodded repeatedly, striving to make her expression warm and loving. "Sure, but I don't have any on hand right now. Once I retrieve the money, I will give it to you. Please return home to see your parents. I will have it ready when you come back. Huh? Asking me for money? You have nothing. Song Jing's expression darkened. Mom thought if she wouldn't give him money, would she offer it to that detestable person instead? His biological mother was indeed correct. Song Yutong's affection for him was nothing but a fraud. What hypocrisy! He glared at Song Yutong. Mom, you promised to give me money. When I return, I expect it. She had no choice but to comply. Song Yutong was too weary to argue with Song Jing, directly shoving the bundle she had prepared onto him. All right, I understand. Hurry back, it's getting dark, and the roads will be treacherous. Want money? Let's see if you live to return. You are rushing towards your own demise, and I shall not intervene. After nurturing you for so long, I have failed to tame you. You deserve whatever fate awaits. Chapter 1. Respect for the fate of the blood bag that is my biological mother. I cannot abandon her. In a haze, Song Yutong heard someone shouting angrily at her. As she pondered the situation, a torrent of memories that did not belong to her surged forth from her mind. She had transmigrated into a novel entitled Striving in 1980. From the original owner's memories, Song Yutong discovered that she had been drained by her in-laws, exploited by her own family, and even bled dry by the children she had nurtured. She was, without a doubt, a tragic victim of circumstance. As a result, despite being only 31, the original owner had become stooped, her hair graying, her eyes devoid of luster. Life had ground her down to the point where she resembled a 58-year-old matron. Song Yutong's fists clenched in determination. Meanwhile, the indignant voice of her adopted son, Song Jing, echoed in her ears. Mom, can you please stop? That is my biological mother. Although she treated me poorly in the past, we were impoverished, and she had no choice. Now that she is ill, she requires my care. She brought me into this world. How can I stand idly by? My mother is right. Just because I'm not your biological child, you deny me the right to connect with them. How can you be so malicious? Malicious? Song Yutong found herself amused. Song Jing was the son of her second uncle, and he was the second of 3 children. When he was abandoned to Song Yutong's care, he was gravely ill, and it was her tireless efforts over a month that saved his life. Over the years, she had treated him with sincere affection, even leveraging her own life-saving grace to secure him a job at the steel mill. Song Jing earned a meager salary of 46 yuan a month, of which he sent 40 to his biological family and allocated a mere 2 to Song Yutong, keeping 4 for himself. Under the pretense of giving her his monthly wages, he shamelessly demanded money from her. He was nothing short of an ungrateful wretch. Since nurturing him bore no fruit, why bother raising him at all? A blood bag raising a little blood bag. Isn't that simply a case of inheriting the family business? Standing before Song Yutong, Song Jing, who towered over her, felt a tremor of apprehension. He observed her, confirming that she had not yet spoken. Yet, he distinctly heard her voice. Instinctively feeling guilty, he swallowed hard. Mom, please don't frighten me. If you don't want me to go, then I want tea. Song Yutong raised her arm and called out with a benevolent smile. Song Jing, you are right. That is your biological mother, and you cannot neglect her. I respect your choice. Respect your fate. I shall not interfere. Song Jing's heart quaked with fear. He realized he had heard Song Yutong's innermost thoughts. He could hear her spoken words, but he could also perceive the unspoken ones. Such an unfathomable phenomenon must remain a secret. If anyone found out, it could be fatal. He steadied his resolve, his serious expression betraying no hint of uncertainty. Mom, please don't overthink this. My mother is ill, bedridden, and unable to move. I am merely going to care for her. She truly understands her mistakes. She has confessed that she loves me. Song Yutong smiled with a fa-ade of warmth. You are correct. How could there be enduring enmity between a mother and her biological child? Am I being overly dramatic? Last time, your mother inadvertently ruined your marriage. It was not her intention. She has been regretting it ever since. As her child, you should empathize with her and forgive her. You fool. Why did your mother ruin your marriage? Is it not because she fears that once you settle down, your salary will be handed over to your wife for raising children? How will she continue to drain you, ensnaring your wages in her grasp? Do you think your mother feigns illness out of concern for you? She is merely pretending to be ill to harm you. On your way home, your brother will ambush you. He will push a large rock down from the mountain, breaking your leg and forcing it to be amputated. Then your job will be left vacant, and your mother will weep, promising to care for you for a lifetime, urging you to pass your job to your brother. While your brother takes your job, you, rendered useless, will be cast out like garbage, left to fend for yourself. Song Jing's tall figure trembled, his dark and resolute face paling. What had he just heard? His mother was scheming against him? His brother was lying in wait on his way home, breaking his leg, stealing his job, ultimately discarding him as worthless? A sudden constriction gripped Song Jing's chest. Fear and disbelief flickered in his eyes, and his lips quivered slightly. However, upon reflection, he realized that Song Yutong had always interpreted his family's actions with the utmost malice. Her words were mere fabrications of her imagination. Taking a deep breath, Song Jing looked at Song Yutong, revealing an expression of embarrassment. "Mom, my salary hasn't been disbursed yet. Could you lend me some money?" Song Yutong's hands clenched into fists, and she struggled to restrain herself from slapping Song Jing. How dare he ask for money? Just for the meager $2 he contributed each month? Song Yutong forced a smile and nodded repeatedly, striving to present a loving demeanor. "Certainly, but I currently have no cash on hand. Once I retrieve my money, I will give it to you. For now, return home to see your parents, and when you come back, I will have it ready for you." "Ah, asking me for money? You have nothing." Song Jing's expression turned grim. "Mom, if you won't give me your money, will you hand it over to some other annoyance instead?" What my mother said was indeed true. Song Yutong's affection for me is entirely feigned. How hypocritical. He glared at Song Yutong. "Mom, you promised to give me money. When I return, I will expect it. You must provide it." Song Yutong, weary of arguing, directly shoved the bundle she had prepared onto Song Jing's chest. All right, I understand. Hurry back. It will be difficult to walk once night falls. Want money? Let us see if you even make it back alive. You seek your own demise. I want to stop you. After raising you for so many years without success, it's only fitting that you, foolish one, face the consequences. Chapter 2. Finding Work. 200 yuan. Song Yutong sat on a stool, gazing into the mirror at her reflection. Aged, with a sullen complexion, haggard and lined with wrinkles. Her eyes, worn and dulled by the passage of time, lacked any glimmer of vitality. Her shoulder-length hair was disheveled, dry, split, and as brittle as straw. Her body, bowed from years of labor, bore the weight of her toil. At merely 31 years old, the prime of life, she had been squandered and reduced to a mere shadow of her former self. Song Yutong is the daughter of a capitalist. After her mother's death, she returned to the countryside with her father, a man of humble origins. Due to her unfavorable background, she faced humiliation and hardship in the rural setting. Her childhood friend, Shun Minglang, steadfastly supported her and married her without regard for her lineage. On their wedding night, before they could consummate their union, Shun Minglang was urgently summoned back to the military, and shortly thereafter, news of his death during a mission reached her. The Shun family blamed her, calling her a harbinger of doom who had caused Shun Minglang's demise. They demanded that she atone by raising the children of Shun's second brother and younger sister. Unwilling to let his daughter-in-law bear the burden alone, Song Yutong's father also entrusted her with the care of his brother's son and sister's daughter. At merely 18, she bore the heavy responsibility of 4 children. Rising before dawn and toiling into the late hours, she aged prematurely by the age of 31. Her visage appeared that of a 58-year-old, with graying hair and a worn countenance. Even the children referred to her as grandmother. All her suffering stemmed from Shun Minglang's supposed death. However, the truth was that he had faked his demise, aware that her grandfather provided her with monthly funds. He sought to use her money to support his new family. He had married his superior's daughter in the military, started a family, and lived extravagantly, leaving her to endure more than a decade of torment. A scoundrel, a beast. Now that I have assumed your identity, I shall seek vengeance on those who have bullied and exploited you, ensuring that each pays their due. Simultaneously, I will live a life unlike yours. Song Yutong's rough hands caressed her aged face as she closed her eyes, summoning her spatial marketplace. In the next moment, her consciousness appeared within the marketplace. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. The good news, was that she had brought the spatial marketplace with her into this world. The bad news was that all her accumulated points had been reset to 0, leaving her with only a single initial point, enough to exchange for just one egg. She could achieve nothing with this. She needed to devise a plan to earn points, restore her appearance, and heal her body. Without hesitation, she set out to earn those points. As she wandered, she stumbled upon a small shop and faintly heard a woman weeping. Yutong still cannot eat. It has been a month. The doctor said if this continues, he won tea last another month. If anything happens to Yutong, I do not wish to live either. He is my only child. The woman spoke through her tears, her sorrow palpable. Song Yutong felt a surge of empathy and approached to see a graceful yet haggard woman on the phone, her eyes swollen like walnuts. The woman's attire and demeanor were markedly unusual. A spark of inspiration ignited within Song Yutong. She saw an opportunity. After a while, the woman ended her call, wiped her tears, and stepped outside, with Song Yutong following closely behind. Upon reaching a secluded corner, she politely stepped forward to obstruct the woman's path. "Hello," Li Kaiying said, gazing at the obstructing Song Yutong with a look of confusion. Song Yutong, with an apologetic tone, replied, "I'm sorry," while passing by the convenience store earlier. "I overheard your phone conversation. I believe I heard you mention that someone in your family is unwilling to eat, which troubles you greatly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am an exceptional cook and can surely entice your family to eat." Li Kaiying frowned. "No need." Her voice was icy. Her son, Gu Yunjin, was not merely suffering from a lack of appetite. He had been poisoned during a mission, and his condition was severely deteriorated. Eating alone would not remedy his plight. Seeing Li Kaiying attempt to leave, Song Yutong quickly interjected, "I truly mean it. You can give me a chance. I can prepare something right now. And if he refuses to eat, you can dismiss me without hesitation." As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with unwavering confidence and exuberance, a radiance uncommon for someone of her age. It was this very brilliance that rendered Li Kaiying unable to voice her objections. Ultimately, she reasoned that the situation could hardly worsen. Why not allow Song Yutong a chance? "All right, you may try. However, let me be clear, if it doesn't work, I won't hire you." Song Yutong smiled and patted her chest. "Rest assured, I will surely meet your expectations." Li Kaiying led her to a 2-story house within the compound. Song Yutong discerned that her initial assessment was correct. The residents of this estate were either affluent or powerful. Certainly, the compensation would be substantial. Upon entering, Li Kaiying directed, "There are ingredients in the kitchen. Feel free to create something. As long as you can get my son to eat, money is no object." With utmost confidence, Song Yutong declared, "Leave it to me," and promptly immersed herself in the kitchen. Instead of utilizing the ingredients available in Li Kaiying's home, she exchanged a single point for an egg from her space and prepared a bowl of steamed egg custard. Once completed, Song Yutong emerged with a steaming bowl of custard. Almost instantaneously, as the dish was presented, Li Kaiying caught a whiff of its sweet and rich aroma. In an unexpected moment, she swallowed hard. The penetrating scent ignited a flicker of anticipation within her. "Follow me." Her voice trembled with excitement. Li Kaiying ascended the stairs with Song Yutong, leading her to a sunlit room. Gently pushing the door open, they entered a space adorned in hues of gray and white, exuding a minimalist elegance. On the expansive bed lay a gaunt figure, his cheeks sunken and his eye sockets appearing hollow. Despite his emaciated state, hints of a once handsome, resolute face could still be discerned. Gu Yunjin lay unconscious upon the bed, his complexion pale as parchment, his breathing faint. At a glance, one might assume he was on the brink of death. Song Yutong handed the bowl of custard to Li Kaiying, who accepted it and, with a small spoon, carefully placed a portion of the custard to Gu Yunjin's lips, softly coaxing him. "Yunjing, please eat something." Li Kaiying harbored little hope, as Gu Yunjin had been lying there for over a month, scarcely consuming sustenance. Whenever he attempted to eat, he would merely vomit, surviving solely on intravenous fluids. At that moment, a miracle transpired. Gu Yunjin slowly opened his mouth and consumed a spoonful of egg custard. Li Kaiying, overwhelmed with excitement, covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with astonishment. She fed him spoonful by spoonful, and he ate diligently, finishing the entire bowl of custard. Afterwards, Gu Yunjin sank into a deep slumber. Yet this time, the furrow in his brow had noticeably relaxed, as if the agony had diminished. Elated, Li Kaiying turned to Song Yutong and exclaimed, "I'm immensely grateful to you. From now on, you shall be responsible for cooking for Yunjin. I will pay you 200 a month." 200. Song Yutong's eyes sparkled. In this era, the average salary hovered around 40 to 50, so receiving 200 was an extraordinary boon. Excellent. Li Kaiying's perception of Song Yutong improved significantly. "What do you prefer to be called?" "I am surnamed Song." "Song Auntie, I entrust Yunjin's meals to you." Song Yutong instinctively touched her face. Being in her 30s and addressed as Auntie by Li Kaiying, who was in her 50s, felt peculiar. Yet, she thought to herself, as long as there was money involved, it was acceptable. "Madam, I will prepare meals for the young master, and I would like to select the ingredients myself. May I request an advance on my salary?" Salary is merely points. Although this request seemed rather unreasonable, Song Yutong's presence was a timely relief for Li Kaiying. Just a modest advance. She acquiesced. Soon, Song Yutong departed the courtyard, clutching 20 banknotes, her demeanor triumphant. Meanwhile, 200 points were credited to her account in the shopping mall. She could utilize the system's marketplace to procure spiritual food to rejuvenate her health and restore her beauty. Chapter 3. Song Jing's heart-wrenching plea for forgiveness. Song Jing trudged home, his breath held tight. Residing in the city now, his roots lay in the countryside, and despite his brisk pace, it would take him half an hour to reach home. Throughout his journey, he felt increasingly anxious, particularly upon approaching a small hillock at his doorstep. Song Yutong's inner voice echoed in his mind, warning him that a large stone might tumble down this slope and shatter his leg. Perhaps it was merely psychological, but as he neared the hill, he instinctively slowed his pace, his gaze warily scanning the slope. In the next instant, his entire being trembled. Where once the hill had been barren, a sizable, rounded stone now loomed, standing taller than a person. Its sudden appearance was anything but coincidental. In a heartbeat, he sensed his blood run cold. Could his parents and siblings truly wish him harm? Suddenly, the large stone shifted momentarily before it rolled down the slope at an alarming speed, barreling straight towards Song Jing. His mind blanked, and a primal instinct for survival compelled him to leap aside desperately. Fortunately, his position was not directly in the stone's path, allowing him to narrowly evade disaster. The massive rock grazed the edge of his clothing, sending a cloud of dust swirling around him, causing him to cough violently. As the dust settled, he found himself despondently seated on the ground, his legs weak, his gaze vacant, while his heart continued to race violently. Nearby, workers in the fields, alerted by the commotion, hastily approached. A farm woman remarked, "Young man, you are indeed fortunate. Had that stone struck you, you would have met a grim fate or been left crippled. But tell me, how did such a massive stone come to be here?" Song Jing felt the blood in his veins freeze. He understood that this was no mere accident. Had not been compelled to slow his pace due to the resonating thoughts of Song Yutong, he would have been unable to evade the colossal stone. The outcome would have been dire. As he dodged the stone, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure on the hillside. His younger brother, Song Lei. Song Yutong's intuition had proven correct. His brother was indeed lying in ambush for him. The thought of losing his job and being crippled, as foretold by Song Yutong's voice, rendered his face pale. He hastily pushed aside those who had come to his aid and, in a state of panic, ran homeward, crying out, "Mother, save me." Onlookers were struck by his frantic demeanor, murmuring amongst themselves, "This child is clearly traumatized." After all, he nearly met his end beneath that stone. Who wouldn't be terrified? Meanwhile, Song Yutong, having earned 200 points, delightedly prepared herself a meal. She exchanged 5 points for a pound of meat, 5 points for a pound of rice, 1 point for an egg, and 1 point for a tomato. She cooked a delightful stir-fried pork dish, accompanied by a tomato and egg dish, and simmered the rice. As she savored her meal, she felt rejuvenated. The food from the spatial marketplace was imbued with vitality, capable of nourishing and mending one's body. This was especially true for those who were injured or gravely ill. They had no resistance to the food found within the spatial marketplace. just like Gu Yunjin, who, despite being deeply unconscious, stirred at the scent of steamed egg custard, instinctively drawn to its restorative properties. Similarly, Song Yutong, whose body was in a state of disrepair, felt the nourishment flow through her as she consumed her meal. The vitality of the food made her blood and meridians surge with newfound energy, lightening her frame considerably. After her meal, she exchanged 2 points for an apple and relished its crispness. Gazing into the mirror as she bit into the apple, she noticed her once loose skin beginning to tighten. Patience, she thought. First, I must restore my health, at the very least to the vitality of my 18-year-old self. Once I have accumulated 10,000 points, I will access the spiritual spring space and use its waters to rejuvenate my body, restoring myself to my most beautiful form. As she enjoyed her apple, a sudden commotion erupted at the door. Mother! Mother! The call made Song Yutong pause. Had she just heard Song Jing's thoughts? How could that be? He should be suffering grievously, perhaps with broken legs. How could she possibly hear his voice? Dismissing the notion as mere fantasy, she continued to relish her apple. In the very next moment, the door of the house was pushed open. Song Jing, pale as a ghost, stood at the threshold, and then suddenly collapsed at Song Yutong's feet, clinging to her leg. Mom! Mom! Song Jing's voice was hoarse, rising in pitch with each utterance, filled with profound despair. His heart trembled with fear. Throughout the journey home, Song Jing had contemplated many things. In truth, he understood a great deal. He knew his parents did not love him and that they had abandoned him to be raised by Song Yutong, signifying their rejection. Yet he could not resign himself to this fate. Why should his elder brother and younger brother bask in parental affection while he was cast aside? Eventually, he secured a position as a formal employee at the steel factory, while his elder brother toiled in the fields and his younger brother idled about aimlessly. The one they had forsaken turned out to be the most successful among them. Subsequently, his parents frequently sought him out, expressing remorse and displaying a markedly different attitude towards him. This greatly satisfied his vanity. He relished witnessing their regret. He wanted them to see how glorious and capable he had become after being discarded. However, after this incident, he realized a painful truth. Lack of love is devoid of justification. Not only were they indifferent, but they also sought to harm him. The only person in this world who truly loved him and treated him well was Song Yutong. Song Yutong's heart quivered. Instinctively, she lifted her foot to kick Song Jing away. Yet he clung to her leg like a stubborn adhesive. Let go. Release me. What is this? How is he not affected? Oh my, is he back to torment me? No way. I refuse to take on this ingrate. Clinging to Song Yutong's leg, he wept, snot and tears streaming down his face. Mom, please don't abandon me. I know I've erred. You're the only one who truly cares for me. I promise to obey you from now on. Please save me. Song Yutong felt a shiver run down her spine. What does this mean? This ingrate still wishes to cling to me? Not a chance. First, I'll stabilize him, then send him back to his biological parents, and let them mistreat him as they please. It's none of my concern. Thus, she smiled gently at Song Jing. Song Jing, what troubles you? Has something happened? Speak to Mom, and I will advocate for you. Looking at Song Yutong's face, which radiated warmth and affection, Song Jing felt a chill in his heart. In the past, her smile had been fueled by love, but now it seemed to herald a desire to dispatch him to his doom. The stark contrast was unbearable. He clung tighter to Song Yutong's leg, pleading, Mom, I acknowledge my mistakes. I will change. Please don't abandon me. I truly will change. Song Yutong frowned, irritated by the sight of a towering man, nearly 6 feet tall, weeping and clinging to her pant leg in a cacophony of sobs. Be silent. What kind of grown man cries like a child? No wonder your parents discarded you. You'll live a life of misery and disability. Song Jing, Chapter 4. Mom, from now on, all my earnings will be for you. Song Jing could no longer weep, for Song Yutong's harsh words had struck too deeply, causing his heart to ache painfully. He could hardly bear the fact that Song Yutong, who had showered him with affection since childhood, was now hurling such harsh words at him in her heart, even wishing for his demise. The tender expression on Song Yutong's face faltered, replaced by irritation as she rubbed her temples. I could just kick you away. All you do is cry. You've drained my good fortune with your tears. She thought, all I desire now is to regain my youthful beauty. I have no wish to be angry with you. She regarded Song Jing coldly and inquired, what happened? Speak up. Crying is of no use. I too am curious as to how you managed to return unscathed, not even a broken leg, after nearly being struck by a rock. Is heaven blind, or has it failed to collect this ingrate? Song Jing pouted, on the verge of tears once more. However, when he encountered Song Yutong's piercing gaze, he abruptly halted. With a stammer, he said, Mom, on my way home, I almost got hit by a stone. I saw it. It was my brother who pushed it down the slope. He wanted to kill me. He intends to harm me. Song Yutong thought. Is Song Lei truly so foolish as to let Song Jing witness that? He is indeed a liability rather than an asset. Observing Song Jing's current demeanor, it was evident that he had developed fear and wariness towards his biological family. To prevent this ungrateful child from rejecting his original family and clinging to me, I must stabilize him. With heartfelt sincerity, Song Yutong urged, what are you imagining? Surely, in a moment of danger, you mistook your perception. That is your own brother. How could he possibly wish you harm? Your own brother is indeed the one causing you trouble. He is envious of you, and Fong Tingting, the one previously betrothed to you, is his beloved. Could he bear to see his beloved marry you? Thus, he leaves no stone unturned in sabotaging your engagement and securing your job, all to pair up with his own beloved. Only a fool like you would believe that the family who abandoned you truly cared for you. Genuine concern for your life. How could that not be considered sincere? Song Jing's heart felt as if it were freezing. The roles between him and Song Yutong had suddenly reversed. In the past, she had earnestly advised him to live well, to sever ties with the family that had forsaken him, warning that they harbored ill intentions. He would respond with hysteria, claiming that she was not his biological mother, that she feared being left without support in old age, hence her insistence on severing his ties with his original family. He accused her of being malicious and selfish. Deep down, he knew that his resentment was directed at himself, not her. Some truths he did not fail to understand. Rather, he chose to feign ignorance. For all the years Song Yutong had nurtured him, she had never sought anything in return, offering her unconditional love. In contrast, his parents, while sweet in words, had shown no genuine actions. Yet, people often find themselves ensnared by what they cannot attain throughout their lives. Because Song Yutong's love was so easily obtained, he took it for granted. On the other hand, his biological family withheld their affection, prompting him to desperately strive for their approval. Now, with his original family turning against him and Song Yutong seemingly abandoning him, he was gripped by a profound sense of panic. In this world, only Song Yutong truly cares for him. If even she were unwilling to have him, the last vestige of warmth in his life would vanish. He clung to the hem of Song Yutong's pants, weeping like a child, despite being a man of 6 feet tall. Mother, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I beg for your forgiveness. Grant me a chance for redemption. Song Yutong gently helped him to his feet. I am your mother. I will never blame you. Consider this. If a foster mother can be so forgiving, how much more so a biological one? Trust me, your real mother loves you sincerely. You must cherish and honor her. She endured so much in her youth. What is up with Song Jing's attitude? Is he harboring shadows and grievances towards his biological family? This cannot be allowed. I must earnestly counsel him, preventing any prejudice against his origins. Let this ingrate rely on his biological family and refrain from troubling me. How tiresome. At this moment, Song Jing could no longer contain himself, bursting into heart-wrenching sobs. Mother, I was wrong, truly wrong. Please do not treat me this way. Although Song Yutong spoke the softest words to him, her heart contemplated abandoning him. With a torrent of tears and snot, he lamented, Mother, from now on, you shall be my sole mother. All my earnings will go to you. I shall never ask you for money again. I implore you, do not forsake me. Song Yutong continued to feign tenderness, instinctively echoing his words. Mother does not want your money. Yet, her voice faltered. Money. Her system's points were equivalent to money. Any funds acquired legally counted as points. Earnings from her work counted, as did gifts from others. In this era, making money was exceedingly difficult, while spending points was all too effortless. Why venture out to earn money instead of asking her 4 children, whom she raised? Because each child was more unreliable than the last, behaving like ingrates. Asking them for money was less efficient than earning it herself. But now, Song Jing asserted he would give her money. Though he earned only 40-some yuan a month, if he truly contributed at all, it would be better than nothing. Upon sensing Song Yutong's hesitation, Song Jing instantly grasped the crux of the matter. His previously cold heart surged with warmth, akin to water reaching a boil. His eyes sparkled as he gazed at Song Yutong. "Mother, my salary is due in 5 days. I have 46 yuan, all for you. Oh wait, I also receive an 8 yuan bonus each month, totaling 54 yuan, all for you. I will dedicate all my future earnings to you. Why refuse? After all, I have raised you for so many years. Is it not only right to take a little from you? In 5 days, we shall see if he delivers. If he does not, it will not be too late to return him to his biological family. For the sake of money, I can endure this ungrateful child a while longer." Song Yutong immediately donned a benevolent smile, this time imbued with a hint of sincerity. She spoke gently, "Song Jing, rest assured, the money you give to mother will be saved for you, to aid you when you marry. In any case, you shall never have the opportunity to wed. Your parents will not spare you, their golden goose. They will not allow you to marry and start a family until they have drained every last drop of blood from you. Before you are completely exhausted by them, I intend to seize any opportunity that presents itself." A pang shot through Song Jing's heart, a painful throb. At the same time, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was fully aware of his family's coldness and ill intentions. It was his own ridiculous sense of pride that had led to this predicament. "Song Jing! Song Jing!" Suddenly, urgent voices called from the doorway. Song Jing's brow furrowed, and he felt as though he had been struck by lightning. In her heart, Song Yutong wondered, who is it? Why is Song Jing so frightened? Slowly, Song Jing opened his mouth. It is my mother's voice. Chapter 5. 3,000 can take away Song Jing and Chun Fong? Song Yutong cast a glance at Song Jing's stiff, pale face. "Why are you so scared? Your mother is here." Previously, upon seeing her, you would have been as excited as a mouse encountering rice. Why this unusual reaction today? Song Jing smiled wryly within. He thought his emotional distance was merely a familial issue. Little did he expect that his family would conspire against him, wishing to bring about his demise. What enmity or grudge could provoke such cruelty? Now, Song Jing completely believed Song Yutong's sentiments. Given the malice of his family, how could he not feel apprehensive? Observing his pitiful state, Song Yutong couldn't help but internally scoff. "Look at you, lacking even a shred of masculine spirit at such an age. Foolish as a pig. No wonder you have fallen prey to the schemes of your treacherous family. Were it not for the allure of money, I would scarcely bother with you." In his mind, Song Jing knelt before Song Yutong, pleading, "Mother, please stop scolding me. It is too harsh. I truly cannot bear it." As the footsteps outside grew ever closer, Song Yutong urged Song Jing, "Quickly stand up. Do not let your mother mock you." Only then did Song Jing realize he had been clinging to Song Yutong's leg. Weeping as he knelt, he hastily got to his feet, feeling a bit numb in his legs. Meanwhile, Chun Fong was already rushing over, wailing and shouting, "Song Jing! Song Jing!" Upon reaching him, she grasped his arm, her face streaked with tears and snot. "Song Jing, I heard you nearly got struck by falling rocks. Are you all right? Your mother has been so worried about you." Chun Fong's tears flowed freely, instantly covering her face. Song Jing's body stiffened. He attempted several times to break free from Chun Fong's grasp, but to no avail. Song Yutong, leisurely munching on an apple, scrutinized Chun Fong from head to toe. Dressed simply and a bit plump, with dark skin and hands that were swollen and rough, she was the epitome of a housewife. Her triangular eyes glinted with malice and calculation. Song Yutong remarked coolly, "Did Aunt not claim to be bedridden and unable to move? How is it that you arrived here with such agility?" Chun Fong's body stiffened. Following her words, Song Jing cast a skeptical glance at Chun Fong. "Mother, you told Song Lei that you were too ill to get out of bed, and I thought it was quite serious. But you seem to be perfectly fine. Are you deceiving me, or is it Song Chung who is misleading me?" Chun Fong's complexion turned pale, and she quickly feigned nonchalance. "Oh, it's just that mother misses you dearly and wishes for your return. It was your brother who misunderstood the message. After all, we are family. Why should we be so concerned?" She then cast a pointed glance at Song Yutong. "Song Jing, I am your biological mother. Blood ties are unbreakable. You must not allow a few misleading words from outsiders to tarnish our mother-son bond." The term outsider was clear to all present. Song Yutong sneered at, "Let us speak with integrity. When you entrusted the gravely ill Song Jing to me years ago, you did not express such sentiments. You declared that he was my child. And from that moment, his life and death were no longer your concern. During those challenging years when Song Jing was the most difficult to care for, I did not see a single penny from you. Now that he has grown and begun to earn, you come knocking, demanding your son back, even claiming a portion of his wages. There is no logic in such thievery in this world." Chen Fang's face shifted between shades of green and white. She immediately retorted, "Do not attempt to sow discord between us as mother and son." Then, she turned to Song Jing with a conciliatory tone. "What she says is not true. When the family faced hardships and you fell ill, your mother had no means to provide for your treatment. She is a capitalist's daughter with wealth of her own. Entrusting you to her was a decision made for your survival. You must understand my maternal intentions. The very reason you live today is due to the decision I made back then. Your life is a gift from me." With a righteous stance, she stood before Song Jing, addressing Song Yutong with conviction. "Song Yutong, it was out of necessity that Song Jing was given to you. Now that he has matured, I wish to reclaim him. Do not think to obstruct our reunion." Song Yutong scoffed inwardly. "If you wish to take this ingrate back, go ahead. I have no desire for him. If not for the money he owes, I wouldn't even cast him a glance." "Useless? He's not useless," Song Jing exclaimed. Song Yutong rose gracefully, her previously hunched posture and scattered gaze replaced by a poised demeanor, her eyes glinting with cold mockery, emanating an air of authority that unsettled Chen Fang. Goodness, when did this girl transform so dramatically? Song Yutong gazed down at Chen Fang. "If you wish to reclaim Song Jing, then so be it." Upon hearing this, Song Jing panicked. "Mother, wasn't it agreed that you wanted his money? Now you no longer want the money or him?" Despair washed over him. Chen Fang's expression brightened. She immediately grasped Song Jing's arm, intent on leaving. However, Song Yutong's voice floated down from above. "Aunt, are you leaving just like that?" Confused by Song Yutong's demeanor, Chen Fang frowned and inquired, "What do you mean?" Song Yutong extended her hand toward Chen Fang. "Hand it over." Chen Fang was bewildered. "What?" With a light laugh, Song Yutong replied, "What else?" "The money. For all these years, I have raised Song Jing. The expenses incurred during his illnesses are countless, not to mention the food and support he has received from me. He secured his job through my efforts. Surely, Aunt, you do not believe you can simply take him back without compensation? I shall not take advantage of you. The price is set at 3,000. Give me 3,000, and you can take Song Jing away. I will not obstruct you. If Song Jing could fetch 3,000, it would be worth my effort to raise him. As long as Chen Fang pays, she can take him away. I have no desire for this ingrate." Song Jing's heart was a tumult of bitterness and solace. The bitterness stemmed from the realization that Song Yutong genuinely detested him from the depths of her heart. The solace arose from the understanding that not only could Chen Fang not muster 3,000, but even if she could, she would never spend such an amount to obtain him. In her eyes, he was nothing more than a discarded pawn, long forsaken 2 decades ago. The stingy and miserly Chen Fang would never part with such a sum for someone deemed worthless. Chen Fang's complexion turned a deep shade of crimson, for she could not produce the 3,000. Even if she could, she would refuse to do so. Hence, she resorted to tantrums and unreasonable demands. "You wretched creature, you are clearly blinded by money. Truly, the daughter of a capitalist, your eyes are filled with greed. I have every right to reclaim my son. How dare you stop me? If you dare to obstruct me, I will fight you with all my might." A glimmer of mockery flashed in Song Yutong's eyes. "Your life holds no value. Mine is precious. Do you truly believe you are worthy of a struggle against me?" She regarded Chen Fang with a languid demeanor. "You refuse to part with any money. Is that it? Very well. I secured Song Jing's job through connections, and should he return with you, I will reclaim that position. Buying Song Jing's job could easily yield 1,000. He is worth far less than that. Chapter 6. The quota for enlistment. Song Jing's heart had already been ravaged by the harshness of reality. He silently pleaded, "Mother, please stop scolding me. I'm acutely aware of how much you disdain me. I will change. I truly will." On the other side, upon hearing that Song Yutong intended to take away Song Jing's job, Chen Fong immediately became agitated. On what grounds? That job rightfully belongs to Song Jing. You cannot take it away. I have worked tirelessly to reclaim him precisely because of that job. Otherwise, who would care for him? Chen Fong, lacking in intellect, unwittingly revealed her true feelings after being slightly provoked by Song Yutong. Only after speaking did she realize her blunder and hurriedly cover her mouth. Yet it was too late. Song Jing gazed at her with pained eyes. "Mother, I once believed you felt guilt towards me. I never imagined you value me solely for my job. All your words were mere deceptions. You have deeply wounded me. From now on, let's part ways. Do not disturb me again." Chen Fong panicked instantly. Their family was thriving only due to the 40 yuan Song Jing provided. If she fell out with him, their lives would become unbearable. She quickly grasped Song Jing's sleeve. Lamenting, "Song Jing, you have misunderstood your mother. I did not speak from the heart. What mother does not love her child? I truly love you. I was merely angered by that little vixen, Song Yutong." Song Yutong scoffed. "They say drunken words are sincere. You have inadvertently spoken your true thoughts, have you not? Song Jing, think carefully about when your mother began to treat you well. Was it not after you secured a job? Her interest in you is purely utilitarian. I have my own motives as well. I too desire your money. However, your mother did remind me that your employment was granted by me. I could simply approach the factory manager to sell your position, thus resolving everything in one fell swoop. What purpose did I have in enduring all this turmoil? Indeed, let's proceed with that." In that moment, Song Jing felt as though he had shattered into 1,000 pieces. Now, both mothers were gone, and he had lost his job, the very source of his pride. The admiration and respect he received from others were solely due to his respectable occupation. With his shoulders slumped in despair, he let out a bitter smile, recognizing that it was his own doing. Song Yutong suddenly fell into deep contemplation. "I must conserve my strength here for the time being and avoid offending too many people. Since Song Jing claims he will hand over his salary to me, I shall support him for now. Let us see whether this fool will indeed pay up. If not, I shall sell his position." Song Jing's eyes suddenly sparkled with determination. Payment. Fool indeed. He was no fool. He would ensure payment. He immediately turned to Song Yutong and said, "Mother, it has not been easy for you to support me all these years. I understand the effort and money you have invested in me, and I shall repay you. From now on, my salary will be yours." Song Yutong nodded approvingly. A promising child indeed. Upon hearing Song Jing's declaration of handing over his future earnings to Song Yutong, Chen Fong grew anxious. She understood what truly mattered to Song Jing and directly warned, "Song Jing, do not be deceived by her. She does not genuinely care for you. If she truly cared, she would have granted you the opportunity to enlist rather than giving it to Shen Ling. She merely wishes for Shen Ling to soar while you remain by her side to support her. Her true affections lie with Shen Ling." Song Jing's tall form stiffened at this revelation. The matter of enlisting had long been a thorn in his heart. 6 years prior, Song Yutong had obtained a slot for a child to enlist due to her mother's circumstances. Initially, she intended to grant it to him, but ultimately gave it to her other adopted son, Shen Ling. It is well known that enlisting is a lifelong dream for many men. Song Jing's desire to reconnect with his biological family and his resentment towards Song Yutong stemmed from this very incident, which had remained a festering wound in his heart. As Song Yutong recalled her other adopted son, Shen Ling, a cold smirk appeared at the corners of her mouth. "Huh, is it a good thing for Shen Ling to enlist? Just wait. It won't be long before he is framed and executed as a traitor." If Song Jing truly wished for his execution, he should have been sent to enlist in the first place. The sooner, the better. It would save me from this frustration. Song Jing's powerful frame trembled with shock. Shen Ling would end up executed for enlisting. Oh, The pent-up anger that had resided in his heart for so many years suddenly dissipated. With newfound vigor, Song Jing stood boldly before Song Yutong, his imposing figure radiating strength. He addressed Chun Fong with a stoic expression. My mother did not give birth to me, yet she raised me and has enabled my success. She is remarkable, and I shall honor her. As for the enlistment opportunity, it was hers to bestow upon whomever she pleased. I respect her choice and do not require your unsolicited opinions. Chen Fong looked at Song Jing in disbelief. It is vital to note that the enlistment matter was not merely a thorn in Song Jing's side. It was also a thorn in hers. If Song Jing enlisted in the military and served for 6 years, he would now be at least 70 or 80 years old. Comparing that to the 40 years Song Jing has given her, it is a complete doubling. This fills her with resentment. Yet, while she remains aggrieved, Song Jing seems to have let it all go. He even stands side by side with Song Yutong. Chun Fong is infuriated. Hello, Song Jing. Since you are so inclined towards her, from now on, you shall no longer have me as your mother. Do not return to seek me out. Chun Fong employs her ultimate weapon. In the past, whenever she threatened to bar him from returning home, Song Jing would eagerly appease her. However, now, he merely gazes at her calmly. All right, I won't return. Chun Fong feels as though a lump of old blood is lodged in her throat, caught in a state of indecision. Dizziness overwhelms her with anger. Ultimately, realizing that Song Jing appears earnest, her fury intensifies. Pointing an accusatory finger at him, she berates, I should have drowned you at birth. You ungrateful wretch. It would have been better to have given birth to a piece of roasted pork. Then, turning her ire towards Song Yutong, she hisses, Song Yutong, you wretched woman, you are sowing discord between my son and me. I will not let this go unpunished. With that, Chun Fong storms out in a fit of rage, leaving the room in an instant of tranquility. Song Yutong observes Song Jing's reaction, surprised to find him so composed, even refraining from chasing after Chun Fong. What has gotten into Song Jing today? Could it be that seeing Song Lei push stones down the slope has awakened something in him? Song Jing turns his head, guilt-ridden, gazing at Song Yutong with reddened eyes, tightly clenching his fists and bowing his head low. Mother, I am sorry. In the past, I was willful and often caused you distress. From now on, I will obediently listen to you and will no longer interact with my biological parents. Song Yutong thinks, wait, why do I have the illusion of a white-eyed wolf returning? No, if he is a white-eyed wolf, how could he possibly return? Song Jing must be feigning weakness, only to propose an unreasonable demand to ensnare me. Yes, that must be it. Fortunately, my mind is clear now, and I will not be easily deceived by appearances. A white-eyed wolf is not deserving of forgiveness. Song Jing offers a bitter smile. He realizes that he has indeed been quite the ungrateful child in the past. He vows to change, to demonstrate to Song Yutong that he sincerely repents. He hopes she will not lose faith in him, for apart from Song Yutong, no one else in this world will care for him. Chapter 7. Selling off work that night. As Song Yutong prepared for bed, she exchanged 10 points for bath pedals in the system's marketplace. Her body had endured too much hardship, accumulating numerous ailments that needed to be gradually alleviated to restore her youthful beauty. According to the memories of the original owner, she had suffered from aches all over her body due to excessive fatigue and could hardly find comfort at night. However, after indulging in the system's food and a soothing bath, she enjoyed a restful sleep. She awoke early the next morning, pulling open her room's door, only to find that the door next to hers had also opened. It was Song Jing stepping out. Mother, I will prepare breakfast for you. Please wait. Song Jing exclaimed eagerly. No need. Song Yutong declined. You should hurry to work. I can manage on my own. Didn't he even sleep at the factory last night? How could I have let him stay? Cook for me? Can I even trust his cooking? I certainly don't want to be poisoned. As Song Jing listened to the malicious speculations of Song Yutong regarding him, he felt an overwhelming urge to shed silent tears. He was acutely aware that it was his past shortcomings that had led Song Yutong to harbor such thoughts about him. Indeed, he had to go to work after all. His salary needed to be handed over. Mom, I shall head to work now. Rest assured, I will deliver my entire paycheck to you. Song Yutong waved her hand dismissively. Go on, go on. Hurry up. Don't hinder me from preparing my special dish. Song Jing's body stiffened, and the resolute expression on his face morphed into one of despair. In the past, Song Yutong had never indulged in making special dishes. She would always prioritize him. Clearly, he had been excessively unkind in the past, wounding her heart, and now she was cautious around him. Yet, he remained undeterred. He would strive to perform well and surely alter her impression of him for the better. He understood that Song Yutong had a soft heart. "Mom, I'll take my leave now. If you need anything, come find me at the factory. Don't bear it alone." Song Jing was eager to depart, wishing not to impede Song Yutong in her culinary endeavors, lest she berate him in her thoughts. His fragile psyche could not endure such chastisement. No sooner had Song Jing left than Song Yutong began to showcase her culinary prowess. She exchanged 20 points for a nourishing dish of party ginseng and lotus seed porridge. This delicacy was quite costly in the marketplace, yet her body necessitated the finest nourishment. Furthermore, she had discerned the previous day that Li Kaiying was not short of funds. Once her son's health improved, her salary would surely increase. After all, they could prepare this dish together without much hassle, maximizing their earnings. After simmering for over an hour, the party ginseng and lotus seed porridge emerged soft and creamy, with a tantalizing aroma wafting through the air. The mere scent made her mouth water. Song Yutong ladled herself a bowl and took a gentle sip. Her eyes sparkled. The porridge melted in her mouth, its sweet flavor unfurling within her, warming her entire being. This tastes delightful. As she neared the end of her bowl, a sudden knock at the door interrupted her reverie. "Who is it?" "It's me, Dongmei." Hastily, Song Yutong approached the door and opened it to find Wang Dongmei, her neighbor, standing at the threshold. "Sister Tong, what are you up to at home?" "I was passing by on my way to work, and the aroma was irresistible. So I couldn't help but come over and invite you to go to work together." Wang Dongmei was 5 years younger than Song Yutong, yet affectionately referred to her as Sister Tong, for Song Yutong appeared much older. Wang Dongmei was a kind soul, often providing assistance in both daily life and work, and Song Yutong held her in high regard. "Dongmei, you were right all along. I have been so focused on the children that I neglected myself. Now that the children have secured jobs and stability, it is time for me to properly indulge myself. I prepared some delicious food to satisfy my cravings." A look of satisfaction spread across Wang Dongmei's face. She had witnessed how Song Yutong had devoted herself to her children over the years. Although she wanted to call her big sister, the sight of her weary face made it difficult to do so. She feared being perceived as older herself. "It's good that you can think this way." The children in Song Yutong's household were indeed a challenge to assess. She swiftly changed the subject. "Come on, let us head to work together." Song Yutong suddenly had a thought and said to Wang Dongmei, "Dongmei, I recall you mentioned that your niece is seeking employment. Could you possibly facilitate a connection and sell my job to her?" Wang Dongmei was taken aback. "You wish to sell your job? Why?" A bittersweet smile appeared on Song Yutong's face as she spread her hands. "What other reason could there be? My body can no longer endure it." The original owner of the job worked on an assembly line in a garment factory, a position devoid of technical skill, exhausting both the body and the eyes, and demanding long hours. If she were younger and in better health, she might have managed it. But the reality was that her body was that of a woman in her 50s, unable to withstand the workload. It would be wiser to sell the position for some money. Upon hearing her explanation, Wang Dongmei instantly comprehended the predicament, feeling a simultaneous sense of joy. "Are you truly going to sell your job? You must know that jobs are scarce these days. My brother's daughter has caught the eye of a promising suitor, who has promised that as long as she has a job, the marriage can proceed. Everything is in place. We just need that final piece. If you truly intend to sell your job, it would be a fortuitous blessing." Song Yutong nodded earnestly. "I genuinely intend to sell. Then I shall buy it," Wang Dongmei declared resolutely, before asking, "How much do you intend to sell it for?" Song Yutong replied, "Not long ago, Sister Zhang sold her job, which is identical to mine, for 800. Since we have been neighbors for so many years, I will sell it to your niece for 750. In truth, the market value of her position was around 1,000, perhaps even more. Sister Zhang sold her job to her own sister, hence the lower price." Song Yutong's offer was even more generous, demonstrating her sincerity. "Wang Dongmei s'était interjected. No, no, no. You are a person of dignity, and I am well aware of the market rate for this job. Let us do this. I will give you 900. Fearing that she might change her mind, Wang Dongmei hastily added, I will inform my niece right away. You can both head to the factory to complete the paperwork. Payment in exchange for the position. Song Yutong nodded in agreement. All right, you go fetch your niece, and I shall deliver something. We will meet at the factory entrance shortly. Very well. With that, Wang Dongmei left in high spirits. Acquiring Song Yutong's job for 900 yuan not only profited them, but also ensured her niece's marriage could proceed. This matter could not afford any delays. Meanwhile, Song Yutong returned home and poured the still warm angelica and lotus seed porridge into a thermos to take to the courtyard. Upon arriving at Li Kaiying's home, she found Li Kaiying sitting at the door, waiting. In truth, she had regretted giving Song Yutong the money yesterday. She only knew that Song Yutong's surname was Song and was oblivious to her living situation. Had Song Yutong not come, she would have had no idea where to find her. It was only because she observed Gu Yunjin's willingness to eat that she impulsively handed over the money. Once she realized how rash her decision had been, she could only pray that Song Yutong would indeed show up today. Thus, she paced anxiously in front of the door from early morning. When she finally spotted Song Yutong's figure approaching, her heart finally settled. Aunt Song, you've come. Chapter 8. The protagonist of this book, the saintly Song Sheng Sheng. Song Yutong smiled. I simmered the porridge a bit longer this morning. I hope you haven't waited too long. Here you go. Song Yutong chose to disregard the expression of fear on Li Kaiying's face, an expression that conveyed both anxiety about her departure and concern about her arrival. She would undoubtedly come, until she discovered a more lucrative means of earning. Li Kaiying's place remained the quickest source of income for her. Moreover, preparing 3 meals a day was hardly a burden. She needed to eat herself, after all. Li Kaiying cautiously accepted the thermos from Song Yutong and led her upstairs. Cradling the thermos in her arms, she could already detect the enticing aroma wafting from within, which awakened her appetite. The scent was so alluring that it stirred an impulse within her to disregard her son's well-being just to save her taste. Yet, her reason prevailed. Gu Yunjin had been relying on intravenous fluids for almost 2 months now, scarcely consuming any food. However, yesterday, he had willingly opened his mouth for the egg custard prepared by Song Yutong. Wasn't that a miracle? Today, she noted with relief that Gu Yunjin's complexion had greatly improved. Upon reaching the upper floor, she found Gu Yunjin still lying on the hospital bed, eyes closed, his chiseled features strikingly handsome yet cold. Song Yutong had not taken a thorough look yesterday, but today she scrutinized him closely, mentally praising his exquisite bone structure and superb physique. If he were to gain some muscle, complemented by a set of defined abs and a pair of deep-set eyes, he would undoubtedly be the most perfect creation of Enhua. Li Kaiying settled beside Gu Yunjin and opened the thermos. Instantly, a fragrant aroma mingled with a subtle hint of medicinal herbs pervaded the air. At that moment, both the indifferent Song Yutong and the food-focused Li Kaiying failed to notice the man on the bed swallow hard. Li Kaiying gently scooped a spoonful of porridge and brought it to Gu Yunjin's lips. Miraculously, he opened his mouth, swallowing bite after bite. At that moment, Gu Yunjin's consciousness was quite weak, making the act of feeding him quite laborious. It took Li Kaiying over half an hour to feed him an entire bowl of porridge. With a long sigh of relief, she was not exhausted but rather gratified. Turning to smile kindly at Song Yutong, she remarked, Aunt Song, the ginseng you added to the porridge must be quite valuable, no? Li Kaiying, with her striking beauty and dignified features, exuded an air of elegance and sophistication. She was well acquainted with the world and knew the worth of things. The ginseng Song Yutong had included in the medicinal ingredients was not less than several decades old. A rare find indeed. Song Yutong smiled and explained, we had some excess at home, so I used it to make the porridge. A product of the system is bound to be of exceptional quality. What may appear to be ordinary ingredients are, in fact, extraordinary. Li Kaiying nodded in appreciation and then accompanied Song Yutong downstairs. Aunt Song, please wait for me. She went to her room and soon returned with an envelope. Handing it to Song Yutong. Aunt Song, the old mountain ginseng is rare. I remember all that you have done for my son. This is a token of my gratitude. I cannot let you suffer a loss, so please accept it. Song Yutong did not decline. After all, she needed the money for her points. Upon receiving the envelope, she noticed that her points in the system store had increased by 200, indicating that it contained 200 yuan. Li Kaiying suddenly found herself feeling quite at ease with Song Yutong. Thus she took her hand and began to chat, although her words lacked substance. One piece of information struck a chord with Song Yutong. Li Kaiying mentioned that her son was a soldier who had faced danger while on a mission, which had led to his current state. A soldier. Song Yutong held an innate reverence for this profession, which further fueled her speculations about Gu Yunjin's identity. After all, even in his repose, he exuded an aura of righteousness and steadfastness. Such qualities were characteristic of soldiers alone, who possessed an indomitable spirit and presence. Moreover, the courtyard was home to individuals of remarkable standing. Thus, Gu Yunjin being a soldier came as no surprise. Motivated by her inherent admiration and aspiration for this vocation, she resolved to exchange for something of greater value. If she could save a soldier, it would be an act of merit. Besides, Li Kaiying was generous. After agreeing to return at noon to deliver a meal, she departed and headed straight to the garment factory. Wang Dongmei and her niece, Wang Min, have been waiting for quite some time, even growing apprehensive about her arrival. Upon catching sight of Song Yutong, both breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Dongmei hurried forward, exclaiming, "Sister Song, why have you come so late?" Song Yutong replied apologetically, "I'm sorry. I was delayed by some matters." "Gulme, let us proceed inside to complete the necessary formalities." "All right, let us go." The process of selling work was remarkably straightforward. They simply needed to visit the deputy factory manager for registration, after which the work would be sold. Wang Min would be able to commence her job that very afternoon, and she would also reimburse Song Yutong for this month's wages, which were not due for another week. Once the handover was complete, a total of 940 was at hand. Gazing at her space mall, where her points had accumulated to nearly 1,300, Song Yutong exhaled deeply. This sum was sufficient for her to indulge in restoring her appearance to that of her true age and optimal condition. As for future aspirations of enhanced beauty and youthfulness, she would need to amass a total of 10,000 points to unlock the spiritual spring space. There was no rush. This was merely a commendable beginning, and she would take her time. She hummed a cheerful tune on her way home. Arriving before 10 o'clock, she found herself unoccupied and free from the responsibilities of childcare. Thus, she settled cross-legged on the floor, commencing deep breathing exercises, practicing meditation, and engaging in yoga. She aimed to elevate her physical condition swiftly, allowing her body to become more supple, with her curves attaining greater elegance. As a woman with a refined appreciation for beauty, she was resolute in preventing any deterioration of her figure or skeletal structure. Suddenly, the sound of an infant's cries pierced the air from the doorway. In a flurry, Song Shengsheng, the protagonist of Struggle in 1980, rushed in, cradling a child. Upon entering, she thrust the swaddled infant into Song Yutong's arms, exclaiming, "Mom, help me please." Before Song Yutong could respond, Song Shengsheng began recounting the events. "Mom, this child was abandoned at my doorstep, and I lack the means to care for her. Please assist me." Song Yutong, gazing at the wailing baby in her arms and her adopted daughter, felt a throbbing in her head and a surge in her blood pressure. In an instant, she returned the infant to Song Shengsheng. "If you cannot care for her, take her to an orphanage. Do not leave her with me. I will not raise her." Song Yutong's chest ached with frustration. Song Shengsheng stumbled upon a forlorn child and felt compelled to adopt. However, her approach was rather peculiar. She wished to adopt, yet lacked the time to care for the child. Her primary concern was to earn a living to support her husband and his family. Thus, the responsibility fell upon Song Yutong to care for the child. Was this child merely a burden thrust upon Song Yutong? The infant, scarcely a month old, was tiny and had a face flushed with cries. Caring for such a small child was no small feat, especially in an era devoid of formula. Raising the child would demand the vigor of someone twice her age. Such a thankless task was certainly not one Song Yutong would undertake. In Chapter 9, the protagonist found herself ensnared in a scheme to raise the illegitimate child of a scoundrel. "Mother, how could you be so heartless?" Song Shengsheng gazed incredulously at Song Yutong, unable to fathom her mother's cold response. Song Yutong scrutinized her daughter. Indeed, she was beautiful, with bright eyes and an oval face, possessing a resilient spirit. However, her compassion was futile without the means to support it, and thus, the burden of her benevolence fell squarely on Song Yutong's shoulders. At present, Song Shengsheng insisted on adopting this unknown child, but, lacking the time to nurture, sought to hand the infant over to Song Yutong. Was she viewing Song Yutong merely as a scapegoat? Mother, look at how adorable this child is. She was abandoned and is utterly pitiable. You raised us. Why can't you care for her? Just think of her plight, Song Shengsheng implored. Stepping back, Song Yutong maintained her distance, her expression one of indifference. Whether this child is pitiable or not is beyond my knowledge, but I am acutely aware that caring for her would render me quite miserable. The incredulity on Song Shengsheng's face was palpable. She could hardly believe that her once tender-hearted mother could now be so unfeeling. Mother, how have you become so callous? This is a life. With a sardonic laugh, Song Yutong retorted, callous? After all these years of raising you, what have I received in return? You, for the sake of some so-called love, have reduced me to a free caretaker for your husband's family. Is this your repayment? If you wish to raise the child, do so on your own. Do not attempt to morally bind me. Song Shengsheng's face flushed crimson, tears welling in her eyes. Mother, how can you say such things? I promise I will repay you. Repay? I have no interest in that, Song Yutong scoffed. By the time you repay me, the grass on my grave will be 3 meters high. You are so lost in your romantic notions, fixated solely on your scoundrel of a husband, that you fail to see the toil and sacrifice involved. Caring for you has only nurtured a thankless child, and aiding you is akin to aiding a leech. A tremor ran through Song Shengsheng at her mother's vehement words. She had not anticipated such a torrent from Song Yutong. It was as if she had caught a glimpse of her mother's innermost thoughts. With resignation, Song Shengsheng declared, Mother, I won't burden you with the child indefinitely. Once I've settled my affairs, I shall seek the child as biological parents and return her to them. Song Yutong pointed toward the door. You ought to do so now. I refuse to care for her. Huh? Seek the child as parents? You are but a fool, ensnared by your scoundrel husband, who has left this child, the biological daughter of him and his beloved, at your doorstep. This is but a ruse for him to have you raise his offspring, allowing the child to bask in his affection. What? This child belongs to Shun Yuan Zhou and his paramour? A tremor coursed through Song Shengsheng, her gaze instinctively drawn to the infant in her arms. Indeed, there was a resemblance to Shun Yuan Zhou. Could it be that this child truly was? In an instant, the color drained from Song Shengsheng's beautiful face. Tears began to cascade down her cheeks without warning. She could scarcely believe that her devoted husband had fathered a child with another woman, betraying her trust. Song Yutong observed Song Shengsheng's sorrowful visage, her heart unmoved. Is this how easily you weep? You are premature in your lamentations. You toiled for 18 years, pouring your heart and soul into raising a child, only to be betrayed by the very child you nurtured, who usurped your company, leaving you destitute while they live in harmony. This is a viper. If you wish to nurture it, do so at your own peril. Song Shengsheng felt tears clinging to her eyelashes, poised to fall, a sight most pitiable. She found herself at a loss, unable to fathom why she could hear Song Yutong's inner thoughts, which were profoundly bewildering. If Song Yutong's musings were true, it implied she possessed prophetic abilities. Yet, Song Shengsheng instinctively dismissed the notion that they could be false, for it served no purpose. She endeavored to compose herself, gazing tearfully at Song Yutong. Mother, what am I to do now? Song Yutong scoffed. What is there to ponder? If you lack the means to care for the child, simply send her away. You are a fool, ensnared by love, your naive heart leading you to a tragic fate of your own choosing. I respect your destiny. If you wish to court disaster, that is your affair. I shall not accompany you nor clean up your mess. Do not involve me. Song Shengsheng bit her lip, her eyes brimming with tears, her lovely face a portrait of helplessness. The child in her arms cried out loudly, yet she had no heart to soothe it. She remained uncertain whether Song Yutong's thoughts held any truth. Was the child truly the offspring of Shun Yuanzhou and another woman? She could not withstand such a blow. Ah, why is there a child crying? Upon hearing the commotion, Aunt Zhu from next door, curious, peered over. To her surprise, she found Song Shengsheng cradling a child. Shengsheng, whose child is this? This child. Song Yutong interjected swiftly. Aunt Zhu, this child was found by Shengsheng, left at her doorstep. With a kind heart, she wished to adopt her, but alas, she lacks the time to care for the child and has brought her to me. However, as you know, I am advanced in age and unable to manage. Aunt Zhu's eyes lit up with excitement, eagerly asking, is it a boy or a girl? A girl, Song Yutong replied. Aunt Zhu was filled with joy. A girl is splendid. This child is exquisitely beautiful. I simply adore her. Since you cannot care for her, why not let me adopt her? Upon hearing Aunt Zhu's intention to adopt the child, Song Shengsheng's expression shifted to one of shock, prompting an instinctive rejection. Aunt Zhu had a mentally challenged son who was unable to find a wife. In recent years, she had been inquiring about families with undesirable children, intending to adopt one as a child bride for her son. If this child were to be taken in by Aunt Zhu, her life would be irrevocably ruined. Song Yutong abruptly snatched the child from Song Shengsheng's grasp and shot her a fierce glare. You have no time to care for this child. Look at me. I'm already of advanced age and cannot manage either. Do you wish to burden this child? Song Shengsheng, considering how many years I have cared for you, I urge you to think. This child is the biological daughter of Shun Yuanzhou, who is secretly observing from outside. If he discovers that his daughter is being adopted by Aunt Zhu, he will undoubtedly intervene. It depends on whether you can discern the underlying implications. I have been exceedingly benevolent towards you. Whether you awaken to this reality is contingent upon your fate. Song Shengsheng's action of reclaiming the child abruptly halted. Shun Yuanzhou was outside. Hadn't he stated that he had business at the factory today and would not return? Taking a deep breath, she too was eager to ascertain if Song Yutong's sentiments held any truth. Was this child truly Shun Yuanzhou's? Chapter 10. Aiding Song Shengsheng, unmasking the scoundrel with a smile. Song Yutong placed the child into Aunt Zhu's hands. Aunt Zhu, it seems you share a special bond with this child. We truly lack the capacity to raise her, and finding a good family like yours is indeed her fortune. Aunt Zhu joyfully accepted the child. Rest assured, we will raise her well. Oh dear, what a lovely little treasure. Aunt Zhu cooed at the child, her delight genuine. At last, she had found a bride for her son. How could she not be overjoyed? Feigning affection, Aunt Zhu played with the child in front of Song Yutong and Song Shengsheng. This child is crying quite fiercely. She must be hungry. I shall take her home to feed her. We cannot let her go hungry. Song Yutong nodded with a smile. Yes, go quickly. Do not let the child suffer from hunger. With a heart full of joy, Aunt Zhu cradled the child and stepped outside. But scarcely had she taken a few paces when a tall figure rushed towards her from a distance. He's here. Song Shengsheng's heart raced as she craned her neck towards the entrance. Shun Yuanzhou darted like lightning to Aunt Zhu's side, snatching the child from her arms, his eyes wide with fury. Where do you think you're taking the child? Aunt Zhu, having lost the child, felt displeased. Recognizing Shun Yuanzhou as Song Shengsheng's husband, she maintained her composure and explained, Yuanzhou, this child is to be raised by your mother-in-law and wife. She was crying terribly, so I intended to take her home to feed her. Veins bulged on Shun Yuanzhou's forehead. Raise her? You mean to rear her as a potential bride for your son? To bear children, don't you? You have no right to care for her. A frown immediately marred Aunt Zhu's countenance. There are certain matters that everyone is aware of, yet voicing them would be impolite, especially since Aunt Zhu is known to harbor grudges and be rather difficult. She is simultaneously astute and adept at stirring trouble. With a sardonic laugh, she remarked, for the past 2 years, I have yearned to adopt a girl, leveraging numerous connections and exploring various avenues, yet to no avail. How fortuitous it is that a child has been abandoned right at your doorstep. Surely, someone must be intent on having Shengsheng raise the child under her very nose. Ugh, such malice. One may appear to be human, yet behave like a beast. At that moment, Song Yutong had already taken Song Shengsheng by the hand and stepped out. Aunt Zhu, casting a scrutinizing look at Sheng Sheng, said with a forced smile, Sheng Sheng, Aunt Zhu has watched you grow up, so let me offer you a word of caution. Some people, while their faces may be familiar, harbor hearts of darkness. It's utterly appalling. After cursing under her breath, Aunt Zhu stormed off. Let us applaud Aunt Zhu. Although her character may be lacking, her perceptiveness is commendable. After all, having consumed so much salt in her lifetime, she could easily deduce the truth upon witnessing Shan Yinzhou's agitated demeanor and the coincidental appearance of the child at Shengsheng's doorstep. Song Yutong cast a pitying glance at Song Shengsheng. In this vast world, only Song Shengsheng appears truly Navi. Shengsheng remarked. Shen Yuanzhou seems a bit sheepish after Aunt Zhu's words. His eyes darting, he clutched the child in feigned composure, saying, I merely found this child pitiable and could not allow her to fall into the hands of someone like Aunt Zhu. Shengsheng, you are the kindest. You wouldn't want this child's life to be ruined, would you? Shengsheng regarded Shen Yuanzhou with an impassive expression. Did you not say you were on a business trip today? How is it that you returned so suddenly? Shen Yuanzhou awkwardly rubbed his nose, his voice tinged with guilt as he replied, It was canceled at the last minute. So I returned. I heard from a neighbor that you had found a child and sent her to your mother's house. So I came to take a look. Ah, you were the one who placed the child at your doorstep. Such a private matter, and you chose to do it when others were around? You deliberately waited for the busy farming season when no one was about, fearing being seen. Oh, Shengsheng, should you fail to discern the numerous holes in his story and the agitation in his demeanor, then you truly deserve your fate. A chill gripped Shengsheng's heart. She had initially found Song Yutong's sentiments unbelievable, reluctant to accept the truth. Yet now, observing Shan Yuanzhou's demeanor and his flimsy excuses, what more was there to comprehend? This child truly belonged to Shan Yuanzhou. A wave of dizziness overcame her. Unwilling to believe that her gentle, doting husband, with whom she shared a harmonious existence, had fathered an illegitimate child, she gazed at Shen Yuanzhou with trembling eyes. Whose child is it? Shen Yuanzhou fell silent, his head bowed. Song Yutong scoffed. This despicable man is likely concocting a lie. I can guess he is preparing to shift the blame onto his distant cousin, Tang Yuan, as a prearranged excuse with his beloved should the truth come to light. Of course, Tang Yuan must also be in on it. A tightening sensation gripped Shengsheng's heart. She clenched her fists, her spirit plummeting to the depths of despair. Yet she still clung to a final flicker of hope, yearning to hear Shen Yuanzhou's explanation. Shen Yuanzhou, with his delicate features and cultured demeanor, was the embodiment of a refined scholar, possessing a pair of soulful, enchanting eyes. He lifted his gaze to meet Song Shengsheng's, remorse evident in his voice as he said, Shengsheng, I am truly sorry. I deceived you, but this child is not mine. It belongs to my cousin, Tang Yuan. She was misled by a man and bore this child. You are aware of her circumstances. She cannot care for it. I thought of bringing the child back for you to raise. As expected, Song Shengsheng's heart, once suspended in uncertainty, fell into desolation. What more was there to comprehend? Song Yutong's heartfelt words rang true. This child was indeed Shen Yuanzhou's. The revelation cleaved her heart in two, leaving it shattered and fragmented. She had grown up alongside Shen Yuanzhou, their bond innocent and untainted. Throughout her life, she had never felt the warmth of affection from anyone else, only from him. Shen Yuanzhou had vowed to her a lifetime of devotion, and she had believed him. Yet now, after 2 years of marriage, he had fathered a child with an unknown woman? How absurd! Huh! How laughable! As laughter turned to tears, she found herself weeping uncontrollably, collapsing onto the table in despair. This scene left both Song Yutong and Shen Yuanzhou in shock. Shen Yuanzhou, cradling the child, stood helplessly to the side, worry and urgency etched across his face. Meanwhile, Song Yutong remained composed beside Song Shengsheng. What has happened to Song Shengsheng? Has she lost her mind in joy? Does she truly believe Shen Yuanzhou's words? Surely she cannot be that foolish. If so, she deserves to be the protagonist of a tragic tale. Suddenly, Song Shengsheng lifted her head, wiped away her tears, and looked firmly at Shen Yuanzhou. Return this child to Tang Yuan. I cannot raise it. Shun Yuanzhou's complexion turned a deep shade of crimson. Yet he still attempted to reason with her. Sheng, look at how adorable this child is. We have no children of our own. We could easily care for it. Song Sheng retorted sharply. If you wish to raise it, then you take on the responsibility of all its needs. Do not expect me to extend a hand. Chapter 11. Divorce. Slapping the face of a scoundrel, a look of distress crossed Shun Yuanzhou's face. As a man, how could I possibly care for a child? Song Yutong scoffed. The Shun family's ethos indeed thrives on stepping on women to ascend. Shun Minglang benefited by trampling me and has raised Shun Yuanzhou, a bane who has climbed over Song Shengsheng. Song Shengsheng possesses remarkable business acumen, earning substantial sums each month. Shun Yuanzhou's father feigned being a gambler, claiming to be burdened by massive debts, while Song Shengsheng toiled endlessly to repay the Shun family's obligations. In truth, his father had never gambled. He merely sought to siphon all of Song Shengsheng's earnings into the Shun family's coffers. Of course, a significant portion was clandestinely appropriated by Shun Yuanzhou, who squandered it lavishly on his own beloved. Meanwhile, Song Shengsheng was compelled to live frugally. It was pitiful to see Song Shengsheng laboring tirelessly, only for her earnings to be squandered by Shun Yuanzhou's family, leaving her with nothing. Love-struck and utterly oblivious to her plight, Song Shengsheng rose from her seat, her delicate face etched with disbelief and fury. The sound of her palms striking the table echoed loudly in the room. To both Song Yutong and Shun Yuanzhou, she had always been gentle and considerate. Why had she become so irate? Her piercing gaze fixed upon Shun Yuanzhou, and she suddenly felt as though the face she believed she could cherish for a lifetime had transformed beyond recognition. His father's gambling addiction, the enormous debts looming over their household. It had all been a deception, all to swindle her out of her money. Not only that, but he had squandered her funds on extravagant expenditures for other women. Trembling with rage, her complexion contorted with anguish, she startled Shun Yuanzhou, who hurriedly attempted to console her. Sheng, please calm down. Let us discuss this rationally. Discuss what? Song Shengsheng retorted coldly. You expect me to take care of the child simply because you bring him back? A flicker of guilt crossed Shun Yuanzhou's face. What can you do? Just endure a bit. If it's too much, let your mother help. She has experience raising 4 children. Without hesitation, Song Yutong shot back. Shun Yuanzhou, your calculations are painfully clear. I managed to raise 4 children, and your mother also raised you and your 2 brothers. Why don't you let her take care of the child? Oh, I see. Your own mother's feelings matter, but another S is merely a slave to your whims? Shun Yuanzhou's expression shifted from pale to flushed, nearly reaching the breaking point. Over the years, Song Yutong had always treated him with kindness, never once raising her voice. Today, however, she spared him no mercy and unleashed her wrath. He turned back to Song Shengsheng. Shengsheng, the child is already in our arms. Can't you just bear with it a little? Unable to restrain herself, Song Shengsheng stepped forward and slapped Shun Yuanzhou with a resounding crack that reverberated through the room. Alongside it came her desperate roar. Shun Yuanzhou, do you even have a heart? I have to work to pay off your father's debts and prepare for the college entrance examination. And now you want me to take care of a child? Do you believe I possess 3 heads and 6 arms to manage all this? Song Yutong cast a sympathetic glance at Song Shengsheng. Is she still thinking about the college entrance examination? You think the year the examination was opened, you didn't get accepted? In truth, you did. But your admission letter was given to Shun Yuanzhou's White Moonlight. The following year, when you were set to take the exam, an incident occurred with Shun Yuanzhou, and you went looking for her, missing your chance. The year after that, your mother-in-law, believing she was helping you, unwittingly slipped sleeping pills into your drink so you could rest well before the exam. They would never allow you to succeed, for your academic status was overshadowed by Shun Yuanzhou's White Moonlight. He would do everything in his power to prevent you from sitting for the exam. In the original plan, Shun Yuanzhou was to hand the child over to you. During the examination period, the child fell ill and lost consciousness, and the entire Shun family vanished, leaving you alone to care for the child and ultimately missing the exam. Song Shengsheng clutched her chest, her face as pale as a ghost. So this was the truth. She had indeed been accepted on her first attempt at the college entrance examination. It was Shun Yuanzhou who had stolen her admission letter. In the following years, Shun Yuanzhou was acutely aware of the significance of the college entrance examination for her. He understood her fervent dedication to this endeavor, as well as her deep desire to pursue higher education. Shun Yuanzhou had consistently provided her with gentle support and encouragement. How could he be so cruel? Watching her ignite hope time and again, only to shatter it at the last moment. And yet, he could audaciously proclaim his love. Is this love? It is not. It is utterly repugnant. Song Shengsheng felt a wave of nausea wash over her, a sweet metallic taste rising in her throat, which she struggled to suppress. Shun Yuanzhou, if you dare to mistreat me in this manner, I will ensure you face the consequences. Shengsheng, do not speak recklessly. Shun Yuanzhou glanced nervously at Song Yutong when Song Shengsheng mentioned repaying his father's debts. The truth about his father's gambling addiction and the considerable debts was a deception aimed at Song Shengsheng, known only to his family and her. No one else must find out. It would lead to a scandal and tarnish their reputation. Song Shengsheng sneered. What am I saying recklessly? Your father does not owe money? I do not need to prepare for the college entrance examination. Song Yutong immediately fixed her angry gaze upon Shun Yuanzhou, demanding, what does this mean? Your father has debts from gambling? You are the one repaying them? I was wondering how your small business, seemingly thriving, could be so financially strained that I had to provide support. Now it all makes sense. Song Yutong confronted Shun Yuanzhou when my daughter married you. You vowed to love and cherish her for life. Now, you permit her to toil endlessly to repay your debts? What does your father's financial burden have to do with my daughter? Ah, Song Shengsheng, it appears you are beginning to awaken. Allow me to assist you. If I can extricate you from the confines of the Shun family, it would be a great relief. However, should you choose to wallow in this mire, I shall respect your fate and refrain from interfering. Song Shengsheng was perceptive enough to embrace Song Yutong tightly, starting to wail, Mother, I am suffering so greatly. I feel I have wronged you. I know it has not been easy for you to raise me. I wish to earn money and honor you properly. But Yuanzhou's father is a bottomless pit. All my earnings are consumed by his gambling, leaving me unable to sustain myself. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Shun Yuanzhou's handsome face morphed through a myriad of expressions, oscillating between anger and embarrassment. He bellowed at Song Shengsheng. Song Shengsheng, are you out of your mind? Do you not understand the concept of family disgrace? Do you no longer wish to be with me? If you believe my father is a burden, then let us divorce. Let's divorce, shouted Song Shengsheng. Let us divorce, echoed Song Yutong. Song Yutong was known for her fiery temper, and she swiftly delivered a resounding slap across Shun Yuanzhou's face. You scoundrel, keeping everything from Shengsheng just to bully her. Is that your intent? Let me tell you, you a so-called phoenix man living off her will not continue to be with my daughter. Divorce. Immediately. Chapter 12. Breaking free from the scoundrel. Never looking back, Shun Yuanzhou felt his ears ringing from the slap. After all, he was the male lead and, at a young age, the sole accountant at the food factory. He was set to be promoted to deputy factory manager in the coming months. Moreover, the world we inhabit now resembles a book, with Shun Yuanzhou as its male protagonist. He is filled with pride. To be scolded and struck by Song Yutong and Song Shengsheng leaves him feeling deeply humiliated. In his eyes, Song Yutong and Song Shengsheng are mere tools. They dare to accuse him of living off others. How could he, as the male lead, endure such indignities? He slammed the table and declared, let's divorce. Right now. Song Shengsheng, equally resolute, responded, let's go. Thus, they rose together, heading towards divorce. As Song Shengsheng prepared to leave, a thought suddenly struck her. She took hold of Song Yutong's hand. Mom, will you come with me? Of course. Song Yutong replied without hesitation. I certainly want to accompany you, to see if this love-struck female lead truly intends to go through with it. If you regret your decision upon reaching the divorce venue, I will have seen your true colors and will hasten to distance myself from you. After all, you are the heroine of a tragic tale. Being with Shun Yuanzhou will only bring you sorrow, and conversely, being with you will also lead to misfortune for me. If you are destined for unhappiness, I must keep my distance. After all, I am not you, and I shall not bear your burdens. Song Shengsheng felt a deep sense of sorrow, not for Song Yutong, but for Shun Yuanzhou. After years of companionship and a childhood spent together, she had believed in true love and happiness. Yet, it had all been a facade of betrayal. Her life had become a cruel joke. She must divorce such a scoundrel as Shun Yuanzhou. It could be said that the child in Shun Yuanzhou's arms also wished for him to divorce Song Shengsheng, so she could be with her biological mother. Initially, the child would cry profusely, but since being cradled by Shun Yuanzhou, she had ceased to weep. At an age where even the urge to relieve oneself is uncontrollable, she managed to suppress her instincts. Though Shun Yuanzhou projected strength, it did not endure long. Upon arriving at the divorce venue, he faltered, yet he maintained his lofty demeanor, speaking in a condescending tone. Song Shengsheng, I know you love me. If you agree to raise this child, I will not divorce you. Song Yutong interjected, Oh, even at this stage, you still pretend? It is you who cannot bear to part ways, unwilling to relinquish Shengsheng's earning potential. I assent it. However, he possesses a certain pride. After all, it is Song Shengsheng's love that has allowed him to cover himself in filth, and he truly believes himself to be that worthless. At this, Song Shengsheng could not restrain her laughter upon hearing Song Yutong's inner thoughts. Shun Yuanzhou misinterpreted her laughter as mockery, his expression darkening. What are you laughing at? Song Shengsheng replied with a smile. Shun Yuanzhou, is it that you do not wish to divorce me? Very well, in light of your pitiable state. If you kneel and say you do not wish to part ways, and send this child away, I shall refrain from divorcing you. Song Yutong was taken aback. This does not sound like something Song Shengsheng would say. Is she employing a tactic to provoke him? Does Song Shengsheng truly wish to divorce? If she genuinely understands Shun Yuanzhou, she knows precisely what to say to compel him to agree to the divorce. Has Song Shengsheng undergone a transformation? Indeed, Shun Yuanzhou was provoked by Song Shengsheng's words, causing his mind to become heated and the veins on his forehead throbbed. Divorce it is then. Just don't come crying to me later. Thus, the protagonists of the book striving in the 1980s parted ways. This occurred in the early chapters of the narrative. Song Yutong gazed in astonishment at the divorce certificate in Song Shengsheng's hand. Is it really over? How unbelievable. To be honest, I have little faith in Song Shengsheng. Song Shengsheng smiled wryly. Song Yutong's inner voice spoke the truth. She indeed had been consumed by romantic notions, always placing Shun Yuanzhou above all else. This is why she had suffered so greatly at his hands over the years. When reflecting on Shun Yuanzhou's actions, they truly could not withstand scrutiny. She had been blinded by her affections. Honestly, holding that divorce certificate in her hands brought her immense relief, as if the burdens she carried had been entirely lifted. The exorbitant gambling debts of Shun Yuanzhou's father suffocated her with pressure, and the debt collectors frequently harassed her at her stall. Each day brought anxiety, as her stall had to remain open. Otherwise, how could she repay her debts? Yet, operating her stall filled her with dread of disturbances, creating a vicious cycle. Shun Yuanzhou had clearly witnessed her suffering and anguish regarding this matter. His response was merely to hold her as she wept, offering comfort and assuring her of his everlasting companionship, much like the rigor of college entrance examinations. He understood her fervor for the exams and her deep desire to attend university. Yet, he stood idly by as she expended every ounce of effort, only to have her hopes dashed at the final moment. Shun Yuanzhou was no benevolent soul. Rather, he was a demon. Song Yutong observed the two of them. With the divorce certificate in hand, Song Shengsheng appeared significantly lighter, while Shun Yuanzhou, cradling the child, bore a weightier demeanor. It was only upon seeing the divorce certificate that Shun Yuanzhou belatedly realized his recklessness. All the substantial household expenses stemmed from Song Shengsheng's earnings. His white moonlight lived on a meager monthly allowance of 300 yuan. His own household also indulged in lavish expenditures, with monthly costs reaching at least 80 yuan, if not 100. Furthermore, his brother was soon to marry, which would entail a hefty dowry and the 3 major gifts. Additionally, he was set to be promoted to factory manager later that year, which would require various gifts further straining his finances. Where'd he find the means to cover such expenses? With his current meager salary of 80 yuan a month as an accountant, it was untenable. Shen Yuanzhou bit his lip in frustration. Sheng, if you truly do not wish to raise this child, I shall return her. Our relationship is so harmonious. Divorce is unnecessary. Song Sheng placed the divorce certificate into her pocket and smiled at Shen Yuanzhou. Yuanzhou, this child is a life. You ought to care for her well. I truly lack the capacity to look after her, hence my decision to divorce. Lastly, I wish you happiness. With that, she took Song Yutong's hand and departed, leaving Shen Yuanzhou rooted in shock. Once Song Yutong and Song Sheng had walked away, the faint sound of the child's cries echoed from behind. However, this was no longer a concern for Song Yutong and Song Sheng. What is Song Sheng's current situation? Has she truly divorced Shen Yuanzhou? Surely she must be crying inside, right? Song Sheng took a deep breath, smiling at Song Yutong. Mother, you need not worry about me. In truth, divorcing Shen Yuanzhou has brought me a sense of relief. Instantly, Song Yutong felt a pang of heartache. Sheng, you are not at fault. Do not fall into self-doubt or internal conflict. You are a wonderful woman, beautiful, gentle, and positively spirited. The one at fault is Shen Yuanzhou, a heartless individual. Wherever you stand, you will shine. Losing you is his loss. Yet he has lost you and will never find better in this lifetime. As long as you do not look back, ensure his life is one of poverty and chaos. Song Sheng silently vowed, I shall never look back. Chapter 13. Dr. Lin Yu after the divorce. Song Sheng mentioned her intention to return home to tidy up her belongings, while Song Yutong planned to prepare a meal. Among the 4 children she raised, only Song Sheng was manageable. Song Sheng, often lost in the throes of love, had always placed Shen Yuanzhou at the forefront of her thoughts. Despite being mistreated by him and his family, she secretly sent money to Song Yutong after earning, insisting that she not disclose this to anyone. A mere $50 a month. Compared to the other 3 ungrateful children, Song Sheng had done remarkably well. She was genuinely filial towards Song Yutong, sincerely treating her like a mother. Perhaps Song Yutong was her sole pillar of emotional support. Thus, in times of distress, she would seek help from her. Those who suffer often turn to another in suffering. What a calamity! The protagonist, Song Sheng, is indeed perfect, beautiful, intelligent, determined, and capable. Yet the author, in their portrayal of her perfection, bestowed upon her a mind clouded by love. How absurd! At noon, Song Yutong needed to cook. She could manage a light breakfast of porridge, but she abstained from liquid meals at lunch and dinner. However, due to Gu Yunjin's unique situation, she could only prepare soup and porridge for him. Considering he was in a comatose state, any intake of liquid food was a blessing. Song Yutong prepared herself a lavish meal of pork ribs and brewed a chicken soup. This meal was quite extravagant, as 1 chicken cost 30 points. After finishing, she looked at her dwindling points and realized she could not afford to be overly extravagant. Nonetheless, she reassured herself that frugality had never been her principle. She indulged in her meal, savoring every bite. Given the high point cost of the chicken soup, she reserved a small portion to take along with the porridge in a thermos for Gu Yunjin, hoping for his swift recovery. Once she had satisfied her hunger, she carried the thermos to the courtyard. Upon seeing her arrive with the thermos, Li Kaiying's smile seemed to radiate. Aunt Song, please come in. Song Yutong handed her the thermos. I prepared porridge and chicken soup. He is more inclined to eat now, and liquid foods are easier to digest. Li Kaiying nodded. Aunt Song, you are thoughtful. Li Kaiying led Song Yutong upstairs. As they opened the thermos, the rich aroma filled the room, a scent Li Kaiying had grown accustomed to. Gu Yunjin, lying in bed, began to eat slowly but steadily. Compared to the morning meal, he swallowed with noticeably improved skill and speed. A bowl of porridge and a bowl of chicken soup were fed for half an hour. Gu Yunjin's complexion visibly improved, his once gaunt features no longer so pronounced, and his handsome contours began to emerge. Li Kaiying, having fed him with great care, wore a look of contentment on her face. Just then, a knock resonated at the door. Song Yutong turned her gaze towards it, where a young male doctor-clad in a white coat stood at the threshold. He was quite youthful, exuding a cool demeanor, and his gold-rimmed glasses lent him an air of aloofness. Song Yutong raised an eyebrow, appreciating his austere elegance. Lin Yu, without sparing a glance at Song Yutong, made his way directly to Li Kaiying's side. "Aunt, I have come to assess Yunjing's condition." Li Kaiying had just vacated her position. "Ah, it is Lin Yu. Since yesterday, Yunjing has begun to eat, and from my observations, he appears to be recovering quite well. Please, do check if he has regained his strength." Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement. He approached Gu Yunjin, placing his hand on the bedside to take his pulse. Song Yutong stood quietly to the side, intrigued by Lin Yu's method of pulse-taking, which resembled traditional Chinese medicine despite his Western attire. Was it possible that the integration of Eastern and Western practices had commenced so early? As Lin Yu continued his examination, his brow furrowed deeper with each moment. Upon concluding the meticulous pulse-taking, he proceeded to examine Gu Yunjin's eyes. A fleeting glance from Song Yutong stirred an inexplicable sense of unease and palpitations within her. Gu Yunjin's eyes shone dark and bright, as if piercing through her very soul, leaving her with nowhere to retreat. It was utterly daunting. His gaze was acutely penetrating. Gu Yunjin was undoubtedly no ordinary individual. After conducting a thorough examination, Lin Yu turned gravely to Li Kaiying. "Aunt, have you consulted anyone else for Yunjing's treatment in the past few days?" Gu Yunjin was Li Kaiying's only son, her very lifeline. She had sought out various individuals through myriad means to assist him. Li Kaiying shook her head. "No. What has happened to Yunjing? That is quite peculiar." Lin Yu replied assuredly. "In taking his pulse, I discovered that his body is miraculously self-recovering, in stark contrast to his previous deteriorating state. His condition is indeed improving. If this continues, he may awaken in 3 to 5 months." Really? Upon hearing that Gu Yunjin had a chance of awakening, Li Kaiying was overwhelmed with joy, tears of elation streaming down her face. Lin Yu then inquired casually, "Aunt, you mentioned Yunjing has started eating. When did this begin? Wasn't he unable to eat before?" Gu Yunjin's condition was complicated. The toxins within him were nearly insurmountable. He had been considered beyond hope. The daily 4 drips were merely prolonging his life, allowing him a bit more time with his parents. In truth, salvation seemed almost impossible. Eating was entirely out of the question. Yet, Li Kaiying claimed he had begun to eat. Without hesitation, Li Kaiying grasped Song Yutong's hand, bringing her into Lin Yu's line of sight. "It was Aunt Song. She prepared an egg custard yesterday, and I attempted to feed it to Yunjing, and he truly opened his mouth to eat. This morning and noon, Aunt Song prepared a large bowl of congee, which Yunjing devoured. As she spoke, she presented the empty bowl to Lin Yu. I just finished eating before you arrived. A bowl of congee and a bowl of chicken soup." Lin Yu took the bowl, bringing it to his nose for a sniff. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to Song Yutong. "Are you knowledgeable in pharmacology? There is a distinct herbal scent in both the congee and the chicken soup." As a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, Lin Yu could discern the presence of medicinal ingredients with merely a whiff. "It smells delightful." Song Yutong remained composed, unfazed. She had no apprehension about being caught, as the items provided by the system posed no threat. It's not so much pharmacology. Rather, it's merely some ancestral methods of making congee. Lin Yu scrutinized Song Yutong. She appeared to be an ordinary rural woman, clad in tattered, simple clothing. Her face bore the marks of age, slightly hunched in posture, with hair graying, a visage that spoke of life's trials. She seemed unremarkable at first glance, yet there was something extraordinary about her. Despite her eyes being dull and murky, Lin Yu sensed a fierce light within them, yearning to break free from the darkness. His gaze settled calmly upon Song Yutong, exuding an air of profundity. "Will you be cooking again tonight?" Song Yutong nodded. "Yes, I've been paid for it. May I observe you while you cook?" Song Yutong agreed. "Certainly. Once I return to gather the ingredients, I will bring them over to prepare." Given Gu Yunjing's exceptional circumstances, any improvement in his condition would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Trusting the items from the system's marketplace, Song Yutong remained forthright, believing that concealment would only breed further doubt. As Song Yutong departed, she felt a sharp gaze following her. Chapter 14. The malicious mother-in-law and the disturbance of the in-laws just after Song Yutong left, Li Kaiying observed Lin Yu's probing gaze, her heart sinking. Lin Yu, do you suspect Aunt Song? The implications were clear to Lin Yu, given their shared community. He shook his head. I cannot make any definitive claims. However, Yunjing's condition is not something that can be remedied or alleviated with just 1 or 2 meals. Otherwise, what would be the value of our years of medical training? But her sudden appearance and the fact that she prepared food that Yunjing could consume. Aunt, we must exercise caution. It would be prudent to investigate her further for peace of mind. Li Kaiying found Lin Yu's reasoning sound, for Gu Yunjing's situation was far from ordinary. He had been poisoned, and despite consulting numerous renowned doctors, no solutions had emerged. It was undeniable that his improvement had commenced with the egg custard provided yesterday. She had allowed her joy over his appetite to cloud her vigilance. In any case, one must always guard against potential threats. Li Kaiying instructed her 2 guards to follow Song Yutong and investigate her circumstances. On her way home, Song Yutong sensed that she was being followed, a development she had anticipated. Under Lin Yu's calm, yet suspicious gaze, she recognized the inevitability of this situation. She was indifferent to it, unafraid. The products emerging from the system are all of exquisite quality, and even if they were subjected to research and experimentation, it would be impossible to extract data that differentiates them from ordinary ingredients. She is unperturbed. Even if Lin Yu and Li Kaiying were to discover that her creations produced distinct effects, what of it? For Gu Yunjin's sake, they would not retaliate against her. As for Gu Yunjin's eventual recovery, she harbors no concerns. Her face has aged significantly, and her visage has already ingrained itself within this place. If she were to gradually regain her beauty and youthful radiance, it would undoubtedly invite an endless stream of troubles. Thus, this phase is merely a transitional one for her, perhaps 3 months, perhaps half a year. In any case, it shall not be long. She will assume a new identity and depart from here. Therefore, let those who wish to follow do so. She strides forward with confidence. However, as she approaches her doorstep, she spots 2 figures standing at a distance. They have also seen her and charge towards her with an aggressive demeanor. Zhang Suaping, her mother-in-law, approaches with a contorted face, hurling accusations. You harbinger of misfortune, not only did you bring about my son's demise, but now you are also causing your daughter to divorce Yuan Zhou. You are truly a bane to others. Just wait until I deal with you today. Zhang Suaping rushes towards Song Yutong, raising her hand to strike. Swiftly, Song Yutong seizes her wrist and with a fierce push, sends the malicious old woman sprawling to the ground. With such a foul mouth, perhaps you should wash it out with some water before embarrassing yourself further. Zhang Suaping, having long wielded her authority over Song Yutong, had always vented her frustrations upon her without reprisal. Thus, she was completely unprepared for the push that sent her tumbling. The crucial point was that she landed on something sharp, eliciting a pain scream. Ouch! This is unbearable. Someone come quick. My daughter-in-law is trying to kill her mother-in-law. Yang Shufan, accompanying Zhang Suaping, was aghast to witness the usually meek Song Yutong push Zhang Suaping down. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? That is your mother-in-law. Song Yutong coldly scoffed. What mother-in-law? Who would want such a foul-mouthed and malevolent woman? I do not acknowledge her. As Zhang Suaping was helped to her feet by Yang Shufan, she overheard Song Yutong's audacious words, and her anger erupted. You, Song Yutong, not only did you cause my son's death, but you also refused to acknowledge it. If it weren't for you, would my son have died? You wretched harbinger of misfortune. Today I shall settle the score with you. Having been accustomed to bullying Song Yutong over the years, Zhang Suaping completely forgot how she had just been taught a lesson. She charged at Song Yutong with her heavy frame. Song Yutong vividly remembers how this old woman had tormented and humiliated the original owner over the years. She could be deemed the principal architect of the original owner's tragic fate, now that she occupies the original owner's body. She must live with dignity and seek justice on behalf of the original owner. As Zhang Suaping rushed forward, she swiftly sidestepped to avoid collision. However, her advanced age rendered her clumsy, and instead of colliding with Song Yutong, she fell to the ground. Observing her impending fall, Song Yutong delivered a kick that sent Zhang Suaping sprawling. This kick was fueled by both new grievances and old resentments. Song Yutong distinctly heard the sound of bones shattering, followed by a piercing cry from Zhang Cuiping. Yao Shufan, startled, shrieked and shoved Song Yutong aside, frantically rushing to assist Zhang Cuiping. "Have you lost your mind, Song Yutong?" As Yao Shufan approached Zhang Cuiping, it became apparent that something was gravely amiss. Zhang lay prostrate on the ground, unable to rise, only able to emit anguished cries. Her bones had broken. At her age, this could very well be a matter of life and death. With bloodshot eyes, Yao Shufan hurled accusations at Song Yutong. "You have truly lost your senses, Song Yutong. First, you incited my son to divorce your daughter, and now you assault your mother-in-law. Help! Come quickly and witness this atrocity. A daughter-in-law striking her mother-in-law? What a misfortune!" Zhang Cuiping joined in the chorus, lamenting her plight. "My life is cursed. My son has been ruined by her, and now she seeks to end my life. I cannot go on." Their theatrical lamentations attracted a crowd, and, as the throng gathered, Song Yutong wore a cryptic smile. Throwing a tantrum? Rolling on the ground? Huh! She was more than capable. She plopped down on the ground and began to wail loudly. "Heavenly Lord, is there no justice left? Yes, I did encourage my daughter to divorce Shun Yuanzhou. It was the Shun family that first acted inhumanely. My son-in-law may appear presentable, but he is engaging in scandalous affairs. Not only that, but he has fathered an illegitimate child and expects my daughter to care for it. My daughter has toiled for years to earn a living at her stall, while the Shun family shows no regard for her. Shun Dashan, that scoundrel, has accrued massive gambling debts, and the creditors come daily to harass my daughter for money. They are driving her to despair. The Shun family is shameless, malicious, thinking we are easy prey. Heavenly Lord, strike them down with a bolt of lightning." As Song Yutong lamented, she exchanged 100 points in the spatial mall for a thunderbolt talisman. A bolt of lightning struck the clear sky, aimed at Zhang Cuiping and Yao Shufan, but narrowly missed, landing between them. We were truly struck by lightning. Shun Dashan entangled in gambling debts? Shun Yuanzhou involved in scandals and fathering a child? How could the Shun family be so shameless, so devoid of dignity? They deserve to be struck by lightning. Chapter 15. Shun Minglang's feigned death. Yao Shufan's complexion turned a ghastly shade of green. The onlookers whispered and pointed at her. Following Song Yutong's uproar, Shun Dashan's reputation lay in tatters, as did Shun Yuanzhou's. With reddened eyes and hoarse voice, she desperately defended herself. "You speak nonsense. You know your daughter earns money. And when you cannot extract funds from her, you incite her to divorce Yuanzhou, all to control her wealth. Your intentions are utterly malicious. My son is a hard-working individual, imbued with a sense of purpose. How could he possibly engage in such disgraceful acts? You slander him. Song Yutong, I shall not relent." The two most significant people in Yang Shufan's life are Shun Dashan and Shun Yuanzhou. She cannot allow Song Yutong to tarnish their names. If she holds her ground firmly, she can certainly summon Song Shengsheng to speak the truth. Given Song Shengsheng's affection for Shun Yuanzhou, she will undoubtedly stand by him. When Song Yutong witnessed Yang Shufan's futile struggle, she let out a cold laugh. True gold fears no fire. How could Yang Shufan twist the deceased into the living? At that moment, Aunt Zhu, who had been watching, stepped forward to speak. "Bah, you Shun family members are truly shameless. What has Shengsheng's mother slandered you with?" Today, Shengsheng returned with a little girl, claiming she was abandoned at her doorstep. She is preparing for her college entrance examination and has no time to care for a child. She entrusted the child to Shengsheng's mother, who is in poor health, and asked me to help feed the child. Just as I took the child outside, Shun Yuanzhou rushed out from the shadows and snatched the child away, glaring at me with a murderous look, demanding that I not touch his child. He himself admitted that the child is his, born of his disgraceful actions. This so-called university student from a working-class background is nothing more than scum. He is unworthy of being an accountant at the food factory. Song Yutong felt compelled to commend Aunt Zhu. Such a blend of truth and falsehood in her accusations would have made her an excellent journalist. Hence, the ancients wisely advised against offending petty individuals, especially the vindictive ones, as they might strike unexpectedly. Yang Shufin's face turned a deep shade of purple, her anger palpable, her eyes bulging as if she wished to devour Aunt Ju whole. You speak nonsense. You are neighbors with Song Yutong. Of course, you would defend her. Aunt Ju scoffed. Your son treasures that child so dearly. Yet Sheng Sheng is not here with the child. It must be hidden in your home, is it not? Just admit it. Do you have a child in your house? Yang Shufin. At that moment, someone from the crowd spoke up. I just returned from Xinjiang today and passed by Shun Dashin's home. I indeed heard a child's cries. So loud that I thought I must have misheard. Moreover, I saw Shun Yuanzhou carrying child home. No wonder Aunt Song, who is usually so good-natured, insists on Sheng Sheng's divorce. The Shun family truly lacks decency. Shun Yuanzhou's infidelity is one thing, but bringing the child home for Sheng Sheng to raise is outright bullying. If my son-in-law treated my daughter this way, I would take a knife to confront them. The onlookers, being neighbors, had witnessed how the Shun family treated Song Yutong. Although Song Yutong's character is somewhat timid, she is a kind and gentle person, driven to desperation by the Shun family's oppression. Even the most honest individuals can be pushed to their limits. The Shun family is indeed detestable. The chorus of accusations from the crowd infuriated Yang Shufin, who was now also troubled by the child. She wished to take care of the child, but certainly not her granddaughter. The sight of that child now filled her with annoyance. Zhang Zuiping cried out in pain, It hurts so much. I think my back is broken. Yang Shufin immediately sprang into action, standing atop the moral high ground to reproach Song Yutong. Song Yutong, have you no humanity left? This is your mother-in-law, and you strike her so ruthlessly, breaking her back. Is it not enough that you caused Shun Minglang's demise? Now you seek to bring ruin upon his mother as well? How can Shun Minglang find peace? At the mention of Shun Minglang, an uncontainable rage surged within Song Yutong. If Shun Yuanzhou was the epitome of a scoundrel, then Shun Minglang was the very embodiment of treachery. These two cousins, one more shameless than the other. Shun Minglang had entangled himself with a lady of noble lineage within the military. Yet, she scorned his humble origins, demanding that if he wished to be with her, he must forego sending any money home. His allowances were to be entirely devoted to her. Caught in a dilemma, Shun Minglang found himself conflicted. His filial piety rendered him uneasy about not sending money back home. Thus, he devised a scheme involving Song Yutong, a woman of dubious background. Knowing she received a substantial monthly allowance, he was aware of her gentle and kind nature. Consequently, he and the Shun family orchestrated a plot against her, instilling guilt and self-reproach within her, ensuring she would toil for the Shun family for a lifetime. She was to financially support the Shun family while also fulfilling her filial duties to Shun Minglang's parents. It must be said, Song Yutong was indeed na-ve and excessively kind-hearted. Over the years, she had worn herself down, her beauty fading and her health deteriorating. She had consistently supported Shun Minglang's parents, enduring their scorn and exploitation, all willingly. How cruel Shun Minglang was. This debt she would demand Shun Minglang settle. It was what he owed her. Rising to her feet, Song Yutong fixed her piercing gaze upon Yang Shufin and Zhang Zuiping. I'm the one who struck her. For all these years, you have accused me of being the cause of Shun Minglang's death. Yet, it was he who was summoned back by the military, sent on a mission that led to his fate. You insist on laying the blame at my door. For years, I have been engulfed in grief over Shun Minglang's death, not out of fear of you, but in my desire to honor his memory. However, Shun Yuanzhou's indiscretions and the oppression I have endured from your family over the years have taught me that I cannot remain silent. If I endure any longer, you will take even more liberties. It is one thing to bully me, but I will not allow you to mistreat my daughter. Your repeated claims that I caused Shun Minglang's death indicate your concern, your discontent with the military's decisions. Tomorrow, I shall confront Shun Minglang's military unit and inquire about the circumstances that led to his demise. He died for the military, yet there is no compensation provided. Let's go. We shall make our voices heard together. Upon hearing Song Yutong's intentions to confront Shun Minglang's military unit, Yang Shufin and Zhang Zuiping turned pale with fear. This could not be allowed. If she truly pursued this course of action, it would imply their discontent with the military's deployment decisions. How could they dare to do such a thing? Moreover, Shen Minglang was very much alive and had even been promoted to commander. His future was bright. Now, Song Yutong was in a state of frenzy. Should she recklessly pursue her confrontation with the military? There was a genuine risk that they would take her seriously and initiate an investigation. Shen Minglang would not emerge unscathed. Zhang Cuiping cast a glance at Yang Shufan and immediately began to wail. Oh, it hurts. It really hurts. The pain was genuine, and her cries were sincere. Her bones had indeed fractured. Yang Shufan quickly understood the gravity of the situation and rushed to support Zhang Cuiping. As they left, she menacingly warned Song Yutong. I'll let you off today, but I'm taking my sister to the hospital. Just wait. Watching their departing figures, Song Yutong couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Did they think this matter could simply be brushed aside? Huh, what fantasy. Chapter 16. A forceful strike against the scoundrel at this moment. The priority was to prepare the ingredients for dinner, as she planned to cook at Li Kaiying's place that evening. Work was paramount. Points were essential. Zhang Cuiping and Yang Shufan could wait. While she was in the kitchen gathering the materials for her meal, Song Shengsheng returned home. Mom. Her voice was laced with concern and urgency. Song Yutong rushed out, asking what's wrong. Upon seeing Song Shengsheng, her expression instantly darkened. A distinct handprint marred Song Shengsheng's delicate face. Moreover, her clothing was disheveled, and faint traces of ambiguous marks could be seen on her neck, along with bruises on her wrist. In that moment, Song Yutong's fury surged uncontrollably. Gritting her teeth, she asked coldly, who did this? With reddened eyes, Song Shengsheng pressed her lips together, remaining silent, her face a mask of stubbornness and anguish. What more could Song Yutong possibly need to comprehend? Was it Xin Yuanzhou? Damn it, I thought I could endure this, but now I realize I cannot tolerate it at all. Beating a woman and resorting to coercion. This scoundrel. And yet he is the male lead? If I don't let him understand why the flowers bloom so beautifully today, I shall not bear the surname Song. Song Yutong fixed a heavy gaze upon Song Shengsheng. I ask you, if Xin Yuanzhou were to kneel before you, incessantly slapping his own face, weeping, filled with remorse and self-loathing, desperately trying to make amends, would you still love him? Song Shengsheng bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. Today marked a seismic shift in her life. The regrets of not passing the college entrance examination and missing 2 subsequent opportunities paled in comparison to the gravity of today's events. She had been deceived in her years of love. Xin Yuanzhou had long since engaged in clandestine affairs with another woman. Marrying her was merely a means to exploit her for financial gain and child-rearing. The notion that a blissful romance existed had become a cruel jest. Today, after the divorce, she felt a surprising sense of relief. She still had many belongings at home, prompting her to retrieve them. Upon witnessing her resolve to leave, Shen Yuanzhou initially sought reconciliation. When he realized she remained unmoved, he resorted to insults and slander. The gentle demeanor he once exhibited vanished in an instant, revealing a loathsome visage. Song Shengsheng merely gritted her teeth and began to gather her things. Eventually, Shen Yuanzhou grew frantic, resorting to violence and coercion. In a moment of desperation, she kicked him in a sensitive area, causing him pain, which allowed her to escape. Throughout her journey home, she wept unabashedly, shedding all the filters and affection she had harbored for Shen Yuanzhou. At this moment, gazing into Song Yutong's deep, dark eyes felt as though she had been bestowed with boundless courage and resolve. She declared, I will not look back. Never. Taking a deep breath, Song Yutong asserted, very well. If that is the case, let's go. We shall confront him. She grasped Song Shengsheng's hand, leading her to seek out Shen Yuanzhou. Today, I shall strip Shen Yuanzhou of his skin. Upon hearing Song Yutong's fervent intent to confront Shen Yuanzhou, Song Shengsheng was utterly astounded. She hurriedly clutched Song Yutong's hand, exclaiming, Mother, do not go. Let it be. I have already divorced him. I no longer love him. From now on, our paths shall diverge. Please, do not seek him out. Song Shengsheng, embodying the spirit of a compassionate protagonist, had always believed that it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. I can endure a little hardship, as long as others do not bring trouble to me. I'm willing to bear it. Yet, Song Yutong was not of such a temperament. Song Yutong had never been one to suffer in silence. The destinies of Song Shengsheng and Song Yutong were, in essence, quite similar. Both had been deceived and exploited by scoundrels. Shun Minglang had now ascended to a lofty position, having married into a family of considerable power, making it difficult for Song Yutong to act against him at this time. However, the present Xin Yuanzhou was still unrefined. How could she not handle him? With a cold smile, Song Yutong retorted, "Not confront him? He struck my daughter, and if I do not seek retribution, will you simply accept this injustice? You may endure it, but I cannot. If you are still foolishly in love with him, then you deserve the blows he inflicts. Not only will I abstain from aiding you, but I shall also lead the applause. However, at this moment, you have awakened. You declare that you no longer love the scoundrel, and thus I must act. Even if you were not my daughter, I would never let such a despicable man go unpunished. Today, I shall fight him with all my might." Song Shengsheng felt a mix of gratitude and pain in her heart as she saw her mother truly intent on confronting Shun Yuanzhou. Frantically, she called out, "Mother, do not go. We are but two vulnerable women. We cannot possibly defeat him. Let go. Let's simply live our lives well." Song Shengsheng was not a coward, yet the reality was stark. She was merely a frail woman, while Song Yutong was an elderly lady in poor health. The determination with which Song Yutong was prepared to fight was admirable, but in a direct confrontation with Shun Yuanzhou, they would be outmatched. Even if they combined their strength, they would still be no match for him. It would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. She did not wish for Song Yutong to be harmed. With a dark smile, Song Yutong replied, "Let it go? Huh. In my dictionary, there is no such entry. If you provoke me, I shall make Shun Yuanzhou understand what it means to kick a brick." Song Shengsheng, this is the first and last lesson I will impart to you. When bullied, do not merely yield and endure. Do you know why they have tormented you for all these years? It is because you are easy to bully. Then, she looked at Song Shengsheng with piercing intensity, as if reflecting the struggles she had endured over the years. Song Shengsheng's heart suddenly halted. The pain she felt when struck by Shun Yuanzhou had never been as profound as this moment. Yet, when it came to Song Yutong, she truly felt an overwhelming ache. What kind of days has Song Yutong endured over the years? Blood-sucking from her maternal family, blood-sucking from her in-laws, and the children showing her little kindness. Song Shengsheng has witnessed her withering away, like a candle gradually consumed by flame. Song Yutong is right. She is indeed weak and timid. Although she feels deep sympathy for her, she finds herself powerless to change the situation. She understands that she cannot assist Song Yutong and can only grieve for her in silence. Beyond her sorrow, there is nothing she can do. Song Shengsheng herself is not faring well either. In her marital home, she possesses love but lacks respect. All the household chores fall upon her, and she tirelessly earns money. With her mother-in-law and father-in-law both ill, and her sister-in-law's living expenses, including everything for Shun Yuanzhou, it is all her responsibility. She had always believed she was enveloped in love, but now she realizes she possesses not even that. Choking back tears, Song Shengsheng calls out, "Mother!" Song Yutong grips her hand, fiercely declaring, "Come on, I will support you." As Song Shengsheng rushes out of the house, she encounters someone from the factory searching for Shun Yuanzhou, stating that there is an urgent matter that requires his return. At this moment, Shun Yuanzhou should be at the food factory. Consequently, Song Yutong takes Song Shengsheng directly to the food factory, knowing precisely where Shun Yuanzhou's office is located. They storm into the office, and with one kick, she flings open the door. Upon seeing Shun Yuanzhou sitting there with a facade of propriety, Song Yutong pulls a firewood stick from her belongings. "Shun Yuanzhou, today I shall let you understand why the flowers bloom so red." Chapter 17. The Scoundrel Must Repay. Today, Shun Yuanzhou is indeed having a very unfortunate day. He cannot comprehend how he ended up divorced from Song Shengsheng. Consequently, he is now summoned back to the factory to audit the accounts, and his mind feels overwhelmed. Presently, the financial statements, which he should easily grasp, are utterly incomprehensible to him. Frustration mounts. Song Shengsheng has always been his tool, and he felt confident in controlling her. Yet now, he senses that he is losing grasp of this tool, which unsettles him greatly. Startled by Song Yutong's loud voice, he looks up and immediately spots the pitiable figure of Song Shengsheng standing at the door. To speak honestly, Song Shengsheng is remarkably beautiful, even in a backward rural setting. She remains like an untouched flower. Moreover, she is gentle, resilient, brave, and intelligent, qualities that make him love her. Previously, his heart was solely occupied by his idealized vision of love. However, after the divorce from Song Shengsheng, thoughts of her now consume his mind. The mere idea of her leaving him instills immense panic and anguish within him. He has come to realize that he does not truly lack love for Song Shengsheng. Rather, he has been pretending not to. In truth, she has always held a place in his heart. Yet, initially, he had bestowed his promises of love upon another woman. Consequently, when Song Shengsheng appeared later, he felt a sense of betrayal. Thus, he resorted to deceiving her and adopting an indifferent demeanor to emphasize his supposed lack of affection. His emotions have consistently belonged to another woman, but now he understands the truth. To fall in love is to fall in love. Why deny it? Moreover, he and his first love are no longer an option. If Song Shengsheng can accompany him for a lifetime, it would indeed be a fortunate affair. With this thought, clarity washed over him. Yes, he wishes to spend his life with Song Shengsheng, to build a family with her. His eyes sparkled as he gazed at her, filled with hope for a beautiful future. Shengsheng, it hurts. In that moment, Shen Yuanzhou's world revolved solely around Song Shengsheng, completely oblivious to Song Yutong wielding a stick. It wasn't until the stick began to rain blows upon him that he felt as if 1,000 needles pierced the struck areas, the pain ripping through him, leaving him howling in agony. Meanwhile, Song Shengsheng stood at the doorway, stunned, watching as Song Yutong mercilessly pounded Shen Yuanzhou. Where did she even get that stick? The stick was a weapon that Song Yutong had summoned from her own space. It was embedded with fine needles and electric currents, sensations only detectable upon physical contact. The unique, excruciating pain was unparalleled. You scoundrel! How dare you toy with my daughter? Watch as I do away with you today. You deceived my daughter in matters of the heart, exploited her labor, and made her raise your illegitimate child. I will end you. Shen Yuanzhou attempted to struggle, yet found himself utterly powerless. With each strike, a surge of electric shock coursed through him, inflating his pain. Just when he began to recover from the agony, the stick would strike again, repeating this cycle until he had lost all will and means to resist. Collapsing to the ground, he curled into a ball, cradling his head as he endured Song Yutong's relentless assault for what felt like an eternity. Finally, when Song Yutong could strike no more, she relinquished her grip. Gasping for breath, Shen Yuanzhou seized the moment to shout, "Help! Someone apprehend this lunatic and put an end to her!" Hearing his cries for help, Song Shengsheng grew fearful and rushed to grasp Song Yutong's hand. "Mother, you've vented your anger. Now let us go. If someone from the factory arrives, things will truly spiral out of control." Shen Yuanzhou was a hypocrite, putting on a show of facade. Moreover, as the factory's accountant, he held considerable influence, ensuring that there would be those willing to defend him. Song Shengsheng was terrified, but Song Yutong was undeterred. She shouted, "Help! Quickly come! Your accountant, Shen Yuanzhou, has been engaging in scandalous affairs and fathered an illegitimate child. I intend to report him for his crimes and send him to prison." Shen Yuanzhou's expression shifted dramatically. He dared not utter another word for help, but instead muttered, "You've lost your mind. That child belongs to Tang Yuan. It is not mine, and I have not committed any crime." Song Yutong sneered. "You claim it belongs to Tang Yuan? Very well. Everyone knows the situation with Tang Yuan over the past 6 months. Can her condition withstand scrutiny? Shen Yuanzhou, I've heard you're soon to be promoted to deputy factory director. Do you believe this scandal will leave you with any chance of that position?" Shen Yuanzhou clenched his teeth, trembling as he rose from the ground, his face contorted with resentment. Just then, a few individuals, having heard the earlier cries, rushed over. "Accountant Shen, what has transpired?" Shen Yuanzhou swiftly concealed the expression of fury etched on his face and addressed the few individuals present, stating, "It's nothing, just family matters." You may leave now. The group exchanged glances, taking in Shan Yuanzhou's disheveled appearance, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, which certainly did not suggest that all was well. However, among them were his mother-in-law and his wife, confirming it was indeed a domestic affair. Despite their curiosity to linger and witness the unfolding drama, they dared not do so, particularly as Shun Yuanzhou was soon to be appointed as the deputy factory director, the youngest in such a position. Offending him was not an option. As they departed, Shun Yuanzhou gritted his teeth, clutching his chest, and glared fiercely at Song Yutong, demanding, "What do you want from me?" Song Yutong, nonchalantly seating herself beside Song Shengsheng, displayed an air of arrogance, crossing her legs. In that moment, Shun Yuanzhou felt an overwhelming sense of oppressive dread emanating from her. He was astounded by his own fear of his mother-in-law, someone he had never held in high regard. Had it not been for the pretense before Song Shengsheng, he would have looked down on Song Yutong with disdain. Yet now, he found himself intimidated. Song Yutong languidly regarded him. "Your daughter has made quite a sum from her stall over the years, hasn't she? The money is in your possession, and now that you are divorced, it is time for you to return it." Shun Yuanzhou's countenance shifted dramatically, his gaze gravitating towards Song Shengsheng. "What do you mean?" Song Yutong pressed a hot poker against Shun Yuanzhou's forehead. "This has nothing to do with Shengsheng. I merely ask you, will you return the money?" With the poker pressed against him, cold sweat beaded on Shun Yuanzhou's forehead, and resentment surged within him. He stubbornly retorted, "I have no money. I've given everything to my father to settle debts. It's all gone." Song Yutong snickered coldly, applying slight pressure with the poker. "I am not negotiating with you, Shun Yuanzhou. The hard-earned money from my daughter's stall cannot be squandered by you. Now that you are divorced, you must repay it. Or do not blame me for ensuring you never attained the position of deputy director." Shun Yuanzhou's face drained of color, fully aware that Song Yutong meant every word. The current Song Yutong instilled fear within him. Gritting his teeth, he contemplated that if he did not repay the money, he would undoubtedly lose his position and face ruin. Yet, if he were to return the money, he relied on Song Shengsheng for assistance. "Shengsheng, you understand?" he implored. However, Song Shengsheng coldly rebuffed him. "I do not know." The indifference reflected in her expression pierced Shun Yuanzhou's heart like 1,000 needles. Ultimately, he sighed deeply, conceding, "I will repay it, but I need some time to gather the funds." Satisfied, Song Yutong withdrew the poker. "Very well, I shall grant you 3 days. If the money is not returned by then, we shall see what transpires." Chapter 18. Gu Yunjin can only consume food prepared by Song Yutong on their way back. Song Shengsheng accompanied Song Yutong, still incredulous that Shun Yuanzhou would actually repay the money. Tentatively, she queried, "Mom, do you really believe he will return it?" Song Yutong's tone was resolute. "He will. Does he dare not repay? He has so many secrets. If I were to disclose even one, it would spell his doom." Song Shengsheng followed closely behind her mother, observing the somewhat haggard figure, along with the aged face that had endured much for the sake of her 4 children. Her impression of her mother was largely unchanged. However, Song Yutong gave her an entirely different sensation. "Mom, you have changed." Song Yutong paused, turned to look at Song Shengsheng, and smiled. "In the past, I was muddled, establishing a notion of complacency and weakness which allowed you to be bullied. Now, I've come to realize that only when I truly stand tall can you rise as well. I am convinced by this profound truth. Song Shengsheng, your character is not lacking, which is why I am willing to lend you a hand. As for your brothers and sister, they are nothing but ingrates, and I shall not bother with them." Song Shengsheng thought of her mother's other foster children. "Mom, I promise to be filial to you. I will set up a stall tomorrow and earn money for you." Song Yutong rolled her eyes. "You need not earn money for me. The most important thing for you right now is to prepare for the college entrance examination in 20 days. Given Song Shengsheng's capabilities, gaining admission to university should not be difficult. She was previously hindered by that scoundrel Shun Yuanzhou. When is there not an opportunity to earn money? You will have a lifetime to do so. A woman must take charge of her own life and live authentically." "Mom," Song Shengsheng felt deeply moved and inspired. "A woman must live authentically. She vowed to do so. In the past, she had failed to gain university admission for various reasons, but this time, she was determined to succeed. Mom, I will definitely get into college. I will make you proud. Song Yutong gave her a light tap on the head. What nonsense are you saying? Remember, whatever you do, it must be for yourself, not for me or anyone else. Prioritize your own feelings, love yourself well, and your life will not be lacking. Song Shengsheng nodded. Mom, I understand. Indeed, in the past, she had always prioritized Xinyuan Zhou, which led to years of deception and regret. She needed to focus on herself. Song Shengsheng's resolve strengthened. Mom, I will prepare diligently for the exam. However, I have a lot of materials left from last time that I need to sell, which will take about 3 days. Don't worry, I won't neglect my studies. Song Yutong nodded in satisfaction. All right, make your arrangements. If you need anything, call for me. I have something to attend to and must step out. Song Yutong went to the kitchen to gather the cooking supplies. Song Shengsheng, watching her come out with the ingredients, curiously asked, Mom, where are you going? Song Yutong smiled gently. I sold my work at the factory and am now cooking for a family. I will return once I finish. Song Shengsheng immediately stepped forward to offer her help. Mom, let me assist you. You should have to work so hard. Now that I have divorced Xinyuan Zhou, you should tire yourself out. I will help you. Song Shengsheng felt guilty. If she hadn't placed Xinyuan Zhou at the forefront of her heart, Song Yutong would not have to cook for others. Song Yutong smiled at her. It's all right. I can't sit idle either. I'll go by myself. Aren't you supposed to clear out your ingredients? Go on, and once I finish cooking, I will come by your stall. Please do not help me. The flavors I create are beyond your reach. Song Shengsheng, am I being dismissed? She no longer dared to approach. Mother, please take care as you leave. You will come to pick me up tonight, and we shall return together. Song Yutong nodded while dashing outside. Upon reaching Li Kaiying's residence, it was already 6 o'clock. Not too early, yet not too late. Li Kaiying and Lin Yu awaited her inside the house. Song Yutong smiled apologetically. My apologies for the delay. I had some matters to attend to at home. Li Kaiying regarded her intently. It's quite all right. You are not late. Song Yutong pretended to be oblivious to Li Kaiying's gaze. I shall head to the kitchen now. Suddenly, Lin Yu rose, his tall figure exuding an air of cool detachment. May I inspect your ingredients? Song Yutong placed the items on the table. Feel free to examine them. All are selections I made, fresh and of excellent quality. Lin Yu meticulously scrutinized the ingredients, and indeed, they were ordinary, yet appeared fresher and more succulent than most. Is everything satisfactory? Shall I proceed to cook? Lin Yu nodded. Go ahead. Song Yutong promptly entered the kitchen to busy herself with her tasks. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and Li Kaiying settled into the chairs in the living room. Observing her industriousness, Li Kaiying remarked to Lin Yu, You are overthinking. She is merely an ordinary woman. Earlier in the afternoon, Li Kaiying had dispatched someone to thoroughly investigate Song Yutong. The information arrived swiftly. To be candid, upon reviewing the documents, Li Kaiying felt a pang of sympathy. As a woman herself, the details weighed heavily on her heart, leaving her breathless. Over a decade ago, her newlywed husband had passed away. Subsequently, she endured oppression and hardship, raising 4 children alone, who remained ungrateful. The words on the pages were suffocating to her. How much more poignant must Song Yutong's lived experience be? Lin Yu remained silent. Indeed, Song Yutong's records appeared unproblematic. Yet, sometimes the absence of issues can be the most significant concern. As a doctor, he understood better than anyone how perilous Gu Yunjin's condition truly was. There was no hope left. It could be said that even the legendary Hua Ta could offer no remedy. However, astonishingly, Gu Yunjin's condition seemed to be improving. Despite his inability to consume food, he had begun to eat. His body, once ravaged by toxins, was showing signs of recovery. This was utterly incredible. Moreover, after Song Yutong's departure, he and Li Kaiying arranged for a bowl of steamed egg custard and other dishes to be brought to Gu Yunjin's lips, yet he refused to eat. They forced a bit of chicken soup into his mouth, but it was all expelled. He would not eat anything, except for the meals prepared by Song Yutong. This was truly peculiar. A tantalizing aroma wafted from a kitchen. Both Lin Yu and Li Kaiying could not help but twitch their noses. The scent was rich and enticing, far surpassing the usual fare overwhelmingly captivating. It was impossible to ignore. Lin Yu rose and made his way to the kitchen, eager to discover the unique techniques Song Yutong employed as she deftly stirred the vegetables in the pan, her movements flowing seamlessly. Lin Yu observed intently, but discerned no peculiarities. The cooking process appeared entirely ordinary. Song Yutong prepared 3 dishes: braised pork ribs, a tofu and vegetable soup, and stir-fried greens. Once the meal was ready and presented on the table, the vibrant colors and enticing aroma filled the air. As Lin Yu gazed at the spread, he reached for his chopsticks, only to be promptly halted by Song Yutong. Wait a moment. Chapter 19. The disruptor Jiang Weiwei. Lin Yu, puzzled, paused his actions and lifted his gaze to Song Yutong. She met his eyes and explained, "Dr. Lin, I clarified with Ms. Li beforehand that due to personal family matters, I would only prepare 1 meal. Today, I made an exception to alleviate your concerns, but this will not be a recurring event." Lin Yu furrowed his brow, seeking clarity in her words. "What are you trying to convey?" Song Yutong smiled, implying that this meal was a one-time offering, should he wish to partake. It would be this solitary occasion. Yet, she was eager to inform him of her culinary prowess, fearing that he might find it unforgettable after tasting her cooking. Lin Yu, taken aback by her assertion, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. "Is that so? Then I must indulge thoroughly." He was curious to discover just how delectable Song Yutong's cooking could be, given her bold claims. The notion of a meal being so memorable seemed far-fetched to him. Lin Yu was not one to indulge excessively in culinary delights, yet the aroma suggested that her dishes were indeed exquisite. However, could they truly be unforgettable? Such exaggeration. He grasped his chopsticks and sampled a piece of the greens, a flicker of astonishment dancing in his eyes. Next, he savored a piece of the braised pork rib, and instantly, a rich, profound flavor enveloped his palate. The meat was tender and juicy, surpassing any rib he had previously tasted. With her arms crossed, Song Yutong observed him with satisfaction. "Well, I didn't deceive you, did I?" Lin Yu remained silent, engrossed in his meal, his chopsticks moving with remarkable speed. Li Kaiying swallowed hard, eager to join in. "Let me try." She took a generous bite of the dish, her eyes widening in delight. "This is absolutely delicious. Aunt Song, your culinary skills are extraordinary." Lin Yu responded without a word, continuing to eat, secretly acknowledging the meal's extraordinary flavors, which were truly beyond expectation, addictively good. Especially the braised pork ribs, which quickly dwindled in quantity. Li Kaiying and Lin Yu found themselves unable to pause, devouring every morsel until the table was completely cleared. "Ah!" Li Kaiying exclaimed suddenly. "We've finished everything. Oh, Yunjing eat." Song Yutong entered the kitchen, quietly bringing forth a serving of tofu soup and a steamed egg custard. Noting her foresight, Li Kaiying and Lin Yu exchanged glances, feeling a tinge of shame. Song Yutong had clearly anticipated their voracious appetites and saved some for later. One could not help but admire her confidence in her culinary abilities, which were indeed well-deserved. It was a meal one could not easily forget. Li Kaiying quietly took the soup while urging Lin Yu to carry the egg custard upstairs. Once upstairs, Li Kaiying fed Gu Yunjing the egg custard. In the afternoon, Lin Yu observed Gu Yunjing, who had previously refused to eat the egg custard, now silently opening his mouth and savoring each bite with evident satisfaction. Lin Yu fell into a contemplative silence, beginning to suspect that Gu Yunjin was indeed a glutton. His prior failure to recover was attributed to a lack of nourishment. And now, having tasted such exquisite food, there was no denying that Song Yutong's culinary skills were exceptional. This meal was one he would remember fondly, perhaps even carry with him into the afterlife. Lin Yu found himself yearning for more, yet a sense of shame washed over him. Thus, he turned to Li Kaiying and said, "Aunt, there are matters to attend to at the hospital. I must take my leave." Song Yutong also bid farewell, stating she had family matters to address. The two departed in succession. Lin Yu watched Song Yutong and called out, "Aunt Song, where are you headed? Allow me to escort you." She shook her head, replying, "No need, it's not on the way." With that, she walked away, seemingly indifferent to Lin Yu's presence. He shook his head in resignation. Song Yutong hadn't even inquired about his destination, yet had dismissed him with the excuse of it not being convenient. It was clear she simply did not wish for him to accompany her. Upon reaching the school entrance, Song Shangsheng had set up a stall. From a distance, Lin Yu could see a throng gathered around her stand. The original Song Yutong was a skilled cook, and among her 4 children, only Song Shangsheng had inherited this talent. Of course, she had also diligently honed her skills. Her culinary prowess made her stall particularly popular, often attracting large crowds. Selling skewers for a dime each and sizable meat pies for 50 cents, her daily profits could reach 30 or 40 yuan. Song Yutong had no intention of assisting, as the sheer volume of people at Song Xingxing's stall made her feel overwhelmed. At her age, she felt it prudent to avoid overexertion. Suddenly, a bright, cheerful laugh rang out behind her. The stall ahead is run by my sister. The food is delightful. Please, indulge yourself. Order whatever you like. No need to hold back. Song Yutong tensed at the sound. Instinctively turning around, she was met with the sight of Jiang Weiwei, impeccably dressed and sporting stylishly curled hair, alongside another young woman. As they approached Song Shengsheng's stall with an air of intimacy, Jiang Weiwei was another of Song Yutong's adopted daughters, with striking features and a commanding presence. She had garnered attention as a salesgirl in a shop due to her remarkable beauty and figure. In the eyes of outsiders, she was a radiant and flamboyant beauty, but within the confines of her home, she was known to be quite the troublemaker, adorned in the latest fashion and elegant footwear, the cost of which exceeded her monthly salary. She often acquired these luxuries through requests made to Song Yutong or Song Shengsheng. Even Song Jing, the ungrateful son, had been persuaded to part with his money for her. Who would dare refuse her? Jiang Weiwei had a small-time thug pursuing her. Fully aware that their relationship would lead nowhere, yet he willingly indulged her whims, acting as her shield. In contrast, Song Jing, Song Shengsheng, and Song Yutong were ordinary folk, unable to oppose her demands, and thus they complied, handing over money without protest. Song Shengsheng's stall was a frequent haunt for Jiang Weiwei, where she often enjoyed food without offering anything in return. She not only indulges herself in free meals, but also brings her friends along to partake in the same. With Jiang Weiwei's arrival, one cannot help but wonder what trouble she might stir up. The hard-earned money that Song Shengsheng has made from her stall is likely to be siphoned off by her. Approaching the stall, Jiang Weiwei boldly declared, "Sister, give me and my friends a few large meat pies and some skewers as well." Upon spotting Jiang Weiwei, a flicker of helplessness crossed Song Shengsheng's eyes. Yet she busied herself nonetheless. After all, her stall was only open for a few more days. Having endured thus far, a little more patience would suffice. Song Yutong approached. "Shengsheng, you seem quite busy here. Do you need your mother's assistance?" Then, feigning surprise upon seeing Jiang Weiwei, she cheerfully stated, "Weiwei, you are here too." Jiang Weiwei's expression changed upon encountering Song Yutong. She disdained her mother and was reluctant to acknowledge her in front of others. Jiang Weiwei's friend inquired, "Weiwei, who is this?" Jiang Weiwei's face stiffened, and with a forced smile, she replied, "This is my aunt." She shot a fierce glare at Song Yutong, warning her not to speak indiscreetly and ruin her plans. Song Yutong smiled knowingly. "Rest assured, I shall not interfere with your affairs, especially since today is the day Sun Yao introduces you to the factory director's son. You may think this is a match made in heaven, but little do you know, it is a veritable pitfall. The director's son is indeed handsome and eloquent. However, he is only courting you as a stand-in for his simple-minded elder brother. Sun Yao is his true girlfriend. These two are conspiring to deceive you emotionally, intending to marry you off to their foolish brother. Once you step through their door, you shall find no solace in the heavens or the earth." Chapter 20. Jiang Weiwei's selfishness. Song Shengsheng could hear Song Yutong's thoughts. As she fumbled with the skewers, they slipped from her grasp. She raised her gaze to Jiang Weiwei. "Weiwei, you." At that moment, Jiang Weiwei was staring down at her bag, seemingly in high spirits. Yet only she knew the tempest brewing within her heart. She had heard Song Yutong's thoughts. Employed at the supply and marketing cooperative, she recognized Sun Yao as a customer who had been frequenting her establishment recently, boosting her sales. Sun Yao often complimented her beauty, frequently inviting her out to dine and gifting her with novel delicacies brought from Yangqing. Their relationship had rapidly blossomed. Sun Yao had remarked on her beauty and grace, claiming such looks and stature were meant for a wealthy wife. The son of the factory director from the neighboring steel plant in Xinjiang, a university student, was handsome and possessed high standards, seeking only the most beautiful. He looked down upon everyone. Sun Yao insisted that Jiang Weiwei's beauty would certainly please him, elevating her in esteem. Despite being a troublemaker, Jiang Weiwei was not particularly astute. Her selfishness was all-consuming. She set her sights high, intent on marrying only the best. The factory director's son, a university student and quite handsome, perfectly met her criteria. She was eager for the encounter. This was indeed the day she was to meet him, a matter that, by all accounts, Song Yutong should not have known. However, at this moment, the heartfelt revelations of Song Yutong were overwhelming. The son of the steel mill was actually in cahoots with Sun Yao to deceive her, intending to marry her off to the foolish heir of the steel factory. Jiang Weiwei's complexion turned ashen, yet she swiftly lowered her head, feigning composure. She began to ponder how she could hear Song Yutong's innermost thoughts. Were these words of Song Yutong true or false? Taking a deep breath, Jiang Weiwei resolved to observe the situation, reminding herself that this was merely a meeting in Xinjiang City, and they could not harm her. With a smile, Song Yutong addressed Sun Yao. Yes, I am her aunt. Order whatever you desire. It's my treat. Eat. After this meal, swiftly send Jiang Weiwei to her doom. This girl is undeniably a homewrecker. With her around, no household can find peace. Even knowing her fate will be tragic. I will not extend a hand to help. She deserves every bit of it. Song Shengsheng, Jiang Weiwei. Song Shengsheng was at a loss for words. In her daily life, Jiang Weiwei was indeed a formidable opponent. However, Song Shengsheng scoffed, feeling that Jiang Weiwei's fate was rather too cruel. Jiang Weiwei, on the other hand, clenched her fists, casting a venomous glare at Song Yutong. She yearned to roar, to scream, to seize Song Yutong by the hair and drag her down with her. After all these years of nurturing, despite their strained relationship, how could Song Yutong watch her plunge into the abyss, even facilitating her descent? Such malice was unforgivable. Indeed, her parents had been correct. Since she was not of their blood, Song Yutong could never harbor genuine affection for her. A surge of indignation welled within Jiang Weiwei. She grasped Sun Yao's hand and exclaimed furiously, "Let us go. I no longer wish to stay." Huh? Sun Yao was puzzled by Jiang Weiwei's sudden change of heart. Then, a thought struck her. Ah, you wish to meet Zhao Qingming quickly, right? All right, I'll take you to him. We can dine together. Song Yutong, with a beaming smile, remarked, Weiwei, have you arranged to dine with a friend? You should hurry along. Go ahead and leap into your own fiery pit. Once you see Zhao Qingming, you'll be utterly captivated. During this time, Sun Yao has already inquired about your preferences. Zhao Qingming will be clad in a pristine white shirt, holding vibrant red roses, adorned with scholarly glasses, exuding a refined charm. He is truly the Prince Charming of your dreams. This fiery pit has been tailor-made for you. Does it surprise you? Logically, even if the factory director's son is a fool, he should still be able to find a wife. Why must you be beautiful? Can a fool really father children? In truth, this is a scheme concocted by Zhao Qingming and Sun Yao to select a stepmother for that director's son. In the end, you'll be ostensibly marrying the foolish elder brother, but in reality, you'll be the little mistress of that lecherous old man. Jiang Weiwei tightened her fists. As a homewrecker, she naturally did not possess a gentle temperament. The contents of Song Yutong's thoughts only fueled her anger. A flicker of murky light passed through her beautiful fox-like eyes as she cast a scrutinizing glance at Sun Yao beside her. She would grant Sun Yao an opportunity. If Song Yutong's heartfelt sentiments were genuine, she would ensure that both Sun Yao and Zhao Qingming pay the price. No one shall toy with her emotions. No one shall scheme against her. Jiang Weiwei is a self-serving individual, willing to betray the world rather than allow the world to betray her. As she watched Jiang Weiwei and Sun Yao depart, Song Yutong stood behind Song Shengsheng, assisting her with the transactions, while Song Shengsheng busied herself with her tasks. She cautiously remarked to Song Yutong, Mother, I believe that girl accompanying Wei Wei is not to be underestimated. It is late, and I fear for Wei Wei's safety. Song Yutong gently patted Song Shengxing's shoulder with a smile, reassuringly replying, "You worry too much. Wei Wei is an adult, and their relationship appears to be quite solid. There is nothing to fret over. Today may be uneventful, but beyond today, that inferno is one Jiang Wei Wei willingly leaps into. She deserves it." Alas, given Song Shengxing's character, she remains somewhat naive. If she were aware of Jiang Wei Wei's plight, she would undoubtedly intervene. In the original course of events, upon learning of Jiang Wei Wei's troubles, Song Shengxing had caused a scene at Zhao Qingming's residence. The unfortunate outcome was that Jiang Wei Wei, feeling wronged and unwilling to accept her fate, sought to drag Song Shengxing down with her, even resorting to drugging her to deliver her to the bed of Jiang Wei Wei's father-in-law. "Oh, Song Shengxing, you have yet to comprehend your own life. Yet you harbor the delusion of altering another's fate. Some individuals are inherently wicked, infuriatingly so." Song Shengxing immediately immersed herself in her work. While on Jiang Wei Wei's side, she contemplated the implications. Surely, if she were to know of Jiang Wei Wei's circumstances, she could not remain uninvolved, but would seek to restore justice for her, even endeavoring to bring Jiang Wei Wei back. Furthermore, considering Jiang Wei Wei's character, yes, Song Yutong's sentiments were indeed valid. Realizing this sent a tremor through her shoulders, a chill coursing from her head to her feet. Song Yutong was correct. Her own life was a chaotic mess. How could she possibly concern herself with Jiang Wei Wei's affairs? Never mind. Let her respect Jiang Wei Wei's fate. Song Shengxing dismissed further thoughts, focusing intently on her tasks, determined to clear the inventory before dedicating herself to her studies. Suddenly, the stall was forcefully kicked. Song Shengxing, pay up. Chapter 21, 5,000. Not a penny less. Upon hearing that bone-chilling voice, Song Shengxing's body stiffened, a shiver coursing through her, her face paling. Before her stood 3 individuals, the idle ne'er-do-wells from Xinjia village. Song Yutong's hand rested on Song Shengxing's shoulder, sensing her trembling. A cold glare flickered in Song Yutong's eyes. These are the very people conspiring with Shun Dashan to defraud Song Shengxing of her money. Watch how I deal with you. Song Yutong coldly addressed them. "Who are you, and why should we pay you?" The leader, a brazen rogue, grinned widely and replied, "Why should we be paid? Because her father-in-law owes us money. It is only right to repay debts." Song Shengxing's hands clenched into fists in indignation. These individuals hail from Xinjia village, and she had previously pondered why those from the same village could act so ruthlessly. It turned out that everything was a premeditated scheme orchestrated by Shin Dashan. "I have divorced Xin Yuanzhou, and I bear no connection to Shin Dashan. If he owes you money, seek him out. Approaching me is futile." Yet, Guzi remained relentless, insisting that regardless of the divorce, we were once a married couple, and thus I bore responsibility for the debts incurred by his father. "If you don't pay today, do not expect to conduct business here." Song Yutong shielded Song Shengxing. "What if we refuse to pay?" she inquired. "Refuse to pay?" Guzi zitit, immediately kicking over a stall by the roadside. Perhaps, in recent years, it had been too easy to extort money from Song Shengxing. With Shun Dashan and Shun Yuanzhou backing him, leading Guzi to act with impunity, he commanded his 2 lackeys, "Smash it." His 2 henchmen began to wreak havoc, shattering tables and chairs, overturning everything in sight, including the ingredients that Song Shengxing had prepared. In a panic, Song Shengxing pleaded, "Stop smashing, please." But Song Yutong held her back. "Let them destroy it." Song Yutong smirked. "This will conveniently save me from setting up a stall for the next 3 days. I intend to reclaim every penny they have extorted over the past 2 years. Song Shengxing gazed at Song Yutong in disbelief. She was unaware of Song Yutong's intentions. However, standing before Song Yutong, facing the issues that had plagued her for the past couple of years and caused her great distress, she felt an unexpected sense of calm because Song Yutong was here. Guzi and his companions had indulged in a bit of alcohol that day, prompting their reckless behavior. Initially, their vandalism seemed aimed at intimidating Song Shengxing and Song Yutong, but it soon devolved into unrestrained venting of their frustrations. Erguzi and his companions had always been regarded as lowly, with others looking upon them with disdain, akin to viewing refuse or detestable individuals. Their existence was a source of shame. Yet now, they relished the opportunity to flaunt their bravado before Song Shengsheng and Song Yutong, deriving immense satisfaction from witnessing the two women huddled together in fear. Thus, their destruction escalated, fueled by a sense of exhilaration, as if demolishing property and observing their terror was a mark of achievement. Until the police arrived. "Halt! What are you doing?" The sudden authoritative shout startled Erguzi and his companions, causing them to freeze. They turned to face the officers, their eyes filled with terror and confusion. The leader, Erguzi, feigned composure, stammering, We are here to collect a debt. They owe us money." The police officer, adopting a serious tone, replied, "Even in debt collection, you cannot engage in wanton destruction. This is illegal." Song Yutong stepped forward, unflustered, stating, "Comrades, they are merely causing a ruckus. My daughter has long divorced the son of the so-called debtor. They have no ties to her. Furthermore, they have consistently employed such tactics to extort money from my daughter. Officer, you must stand up for us." Upon hearing this, the officer furrowed his brows and addressed the trio of Erguzi. "Accompany us to the station for a thorough investigation. If it turns out you are indeed maliciously extorting debts and deliberately vandalizing property, you shall bear the corresponding consequences." The faces of Erguzi and his companions instantly drained of color, their legs trembling in fear. They had not anticipated that Song Yutong would actually report them. In truth, Song Yutong had not contacted the authorities. To be precise, she had not yet had the opportunity to do so. This was due to her citing Lin Yu, who stood nearby alongside a man clad in military attire. When she clashed with Erguzi, Lin Yu observed the altercation, and she adeptly capitalized on his presence. Setting aside the fact that Lin Yu had treated her to a meal earlier, the mere thought that Gu Yunjia could consume her cooking rendered her irreplaceable. If she were to engage in a conflict with Erguzi and sustain injuries, thereby becoming unable to cook, it would drive Gu Yunjia to despair. Thus, it was only natural that Lin Yu would not remain indifferent. As anticipated, they all proceeded to the police station. Inside, Erguzi was already terrified beyond measure. His legs buckled, and he felt his knees, exclaiming, "Officer, we were wrong. We were blinded by greed, thinking she was an easy target, and we attempted to extort money. We are willing to compensate. We will pay the full amount." The other two followed suit, bowing their heads and pleading for mercy. The officer inquired of Song Shengsheng and Song Yutong. "They are willing to compensate. What do you have to say?" Song Yutong nodded. "We accept." The officer further asked, "What amount do you deem appropriate?" Song Yutong raised a hand. Erguzi gritted his teeth. 50 it is. I am willing to pay." Song Yutong scoffed. 50? Are you trying to insult us? Those materials alone are worth more than 50, not to mention the damage to the furniture. Erguzi's eyes widened in disbelief. "I only smashed a few of your belongings, and you expect 500? Why not just rob a bank?" Song Yutong chuckled. "It is not 500. Not 500. Erguzi pondered for a moment, then realized, "Oh, I understand. You want us each to pay 50? He hesitated. "That seems a bit much." Song Yutong promptly retracted her hand, regarding him with a derisive smile. "It is 5,000. 5,000. Erguzi leaped up, his gaunt face turning pale as veins bulged. "This is highway robbery." He quickly turned to the officer, lamenting, "Officer, you heard her. This is extortion. How could her meager possessions possibly be worth 5,000? The officer glanced at Song Shengsheng and Song Yutong, hesitating. They were acting under the directive of their superior to assist in punishing the wrongdoers. However, Song Yutong's demand of 5,000 was utterly outrageous. They dared not intervene, as the amount was simply too substantial. The officer addressed Song Yutong. "Comrade, your price seems rather unreasonable." "Unreasonable? It is exceedingly reasonable," Song Yutong retorted. "Officer, my demand is entirely justified. For nearly 2 years, these individuals have been extorting 200 yuan from my daughter every 10 days. The total amount she has given them far exceeds 5,000. 5,000 is already a concession." "What?" The officer was equally taken aback by the revelations. The police earn a mere 70 to 80 a month. However, these three scoundrels audaciously demanded 200 yuan from Song Shengsheng within a mere 10 days, twice over 2 consecutive years. Officer with a piercing gaze scrutinized Guzi. Is what she claims true? Chapter 22. The secret of Shun-Dashan individuals like Guzi inherently fear law enforcement. Before the police, he shrinks back. Head bowed, eyes filled with trepidation, his body flinching. Stammering, Guzi replied, "My father-in-law owes us money. Isn't it only natural for us to demand repayment?" Before Song Yutong and Song Shengsheng could respond, the officer interjected with urgency. "How much does he owe you?" "Over 2 years, at 600 a month. You've received over 10,000. Yet he still owes you money? Is it not settled?" Guzi, with his neck stiffened, retorted, "How could it be settled? My father-in-law owes me 100,000. 100,000? The officer was taken aback by the figure. "You hardly appear to possess such wealth. Surely your funds are not illicitly acquired? Where did it come from? Speak truthfully." Guzi trembled, hastily waving his hands. "Officer, there's been a misunderstanding. It's not real money. It's gambling. My father-in-law gambled and lost to me. It's a gambling debt." Song Yutong immediately raised her hand. "Officer, I wish to report. He entices others into high-stakes gambling, then resorts to violence for debt collection. He admitted it himself. This pit is one of Guzi's own making. Now, he must either reveal the truth or face dire consequences." Upon hearing this, the officer's expression turned grave. "Guzi, this constitutes a serious violation of the law. Given the significant amount involved, you could face the death penalty." At the mention of execution, Guzi's legs weakened, and he collapsed to his knees. As he knelt on the ground, tears and snot mingled. "Officer, please don't execute me. I was wrong. I realize my mistakes." The officer scoffed. "Now you recognize your errors? Where was this realization before? If this matter proves true, you cannot escape your fate." Fearfully trembling, Guzi, at least Yutong, dared not withhold the truth any longer. "Officer, there was no gambling. Please don't execute me. I am merely a victim in this situation. It was her father-in-law who insisted on causing a ruckus at Song Shengsheng stall every 10 days to demand money. I only need 20 out of the 200. It's their family affair, not mine." The officer furrowed his brow, turning to Song Yutong and Song Shengsheng. "Why would your father-in-law act in such a manner?" Song Yutong clenched her teeth. "Officer, we are equally perplexed by his intentions. He has consistently treated us poorly. Perhaps he seeks to deliberately torment us." Song Shengsheng felt as though struck by lightning, her entire being chilled. She never imagined that the torment she had endured for so long was orchestrated by Shun-Dashan. All her anxiety and hard work over the past 2 years had been rendered a farce. The officer cast a sympathetic glance at the pale-faced Song Shengsheng before turning back to Guzi, sternly demanding, "Are you speaking the truth? If there is even a hint of deceit, your punishment will be even more severe." Guzi nodded fervently. "Absolutely true. If I lie, may the heavens strike me down." He believed the matter concluded there, considering it a family issue of Song Shengsheng's. However, Song Yutong would not let him off so easily. "Officer, we do not accept his claims. He has been violently demanding repayment for the past 2 years. Now, is it simply a gambling debt? Moreover, the money of my daughter was genuinely handed over to him, and he claims it was given to Shun-Dashan. I only know that my money was given to him, and I demand it back. He must return it to me. Claiming it's a gambling debt, a family matter, does it need to drag on with Shun-Dashan? You work for Shun-Dashan. Knowing his misdeeds, of course, seeking you out is the quickest route." Guzi is genuinely terrified of Song Yutong and Song Shengsheng, the mother and daughter. They are intent on leading him to his execution. With a mournful expression, Guzi pleaded, "Comrades of the police, this is their family matter. It truly has nothing to do with me." The police responded, "However, her money was undeniably handed to you, and you concede this point. Who you gave the money to requires acknowledgement from the recipient. It is entirely reasonable for them to demand their money back from you. You must seek repayment from whoever you gave it to. You would do well to prove that this money is not a gambling debt. Otherwise, given such a substantial amount, you will be liable for gambling and violent debt collection, and no one can protect you." Upon hearing this, Urguzi's legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed to the ground. Weeping, "It's not a gambling debt. I swear it's not. I'll bring Shundash in here to confront." Now that matters have escalated to this extent, no one can remain unaffected. The police promptly summoned Shundashin. The Shun family resided in Qingyuan City, quite nearby, and it wasn't long before Shundashin and Yang Shufan arrived together. The ordinary citizens, upon hearing the police summons, were filled with trepidation. Once they reached the police station, Urguzi spotted him and rushed forward. "Uncle Dashin, please tell the police that it was you who instructed me to cause a scene at Song Shangsheng's stall. That it was you who told me to demand money from her. You must tell the police." Shundashin's scalp tightened. His gaze met the cold eyes of Song Yutong and the disappointed look of Song Shangsheng. For a brief moment, his heart seemed to stop. Shun Yuanzhou's divorce from Song Shangsheng had caused his family considerable distress. After all, their entire family relied on Song Shangsheng for a comfortable life. They were hoping for reconciliation between Song Shangsheng and Shun Yuanzhou. Yet, the fact that he had instigated Urguzi to trouble Song Shangsheng was now exposed. Furthermore, the situation had escalated to the police station, and Urguzi had implicated him. How would this end? Shundashin feigned calmness and shot a glare at Urguzi. "What nonsense are you spouting? What did I ever instruct you to demand money? You lost in gambling and want to pin it on me." Urguzi, in a fit of desperation, exclaimed, "Uncle Dashin, you cannot turn a blind eye to your conscience. The police are going to execute me. You must save me." Shundashin understood that he absolutely could not admit to anything. He turned his face away, wearing a grave expression. "No matter what you say, I have no idea what you're talking about." Urguzi, seeing Shundashin's refusal to acknowledge the truth, felt tears welling up in his eyes. At the same time, a wave of seething hatred surged within him. He realized he had been abandoned by Shundashin. He glared at Shundashin with malice. "So you refuse to admit it? Very well. Then let us fight until the bitter end." Urguzi's gaze fell upon Yang Shufan. "Aunt Shufan, there is something I must disclose to you." Shundashin's expression shifted dramatically, cold sweat enveloping him as he hastily covered Urguzi's mouth, urgently warning him in a whisper, "Urguzi, are you out of your mind? Do not speak recklessly." However, Urguzi broke free from Shundashin's grasp, his voice laced with malice. "Shundashin, if you show no compassion, do not expect me to act with loyalty. If I am to be executed, I will drag you down with me." In that moment, Shundashin grasped the true meaning of an ominous fate, realizing that he could not allow Yang Shufan to learn of his affairs. Yet, Urguzi was resolute in his intention to ensnare him. Ultimately, Shundashin, with no other recourse, confessed, "It was I who sent him. It was not for gambling debts. Comrade, please do not execute him." Chapter 23. Caught in Song Yutong's trap. Upon uttering these words, Shundashin dared not meet the eyes of Song Shangsheng and Song Yutong. The prospect of admitting the truth paled in comparison to preventing Yang Shufan from discovering Urguzi's words. Shundashin, mustering his courage, addressed the police. "Comrades, this is a family matter. We can resolve it ourselves, if you would permit us." Song Yutong stepped forward, a cold smile gracing her lips. "Shundashin, my daughter is already divorced from your son. What ties us is family. Furthermore, the money belongs to Urguzi. He claimed to have given it to you. If he demands it from you, we will also demand it from him. The current situation is that we pressure Urguzi, while Urguzi pressures you. You will pay whether you want to or not. Unless, of course, you wish for Yang Shufan to discover that you have another family and an illegitimate child. Given Yang Shufan's temperament, she could very well seek mutual destruction. Beside them, Song Shangsheng felt a tremor in her heart, grateful for keeping her head bowed. Otherwise, her astonishment would have been unmistakable. Shundashin had a family on the outside? An illegitimate child? Song Shangsheng gasped in disbelief. Shundashin had concealed this so thoroughly. After nearly 4 years of marriage to Shun Yuanzhou, living under the same roof, she had been utterly oblivious. Moreover, judging by Yang Shufan's reaction, it seemed she was equally uninformed. Never before had Song Shangsheng felt so profoundly that the Shun family was irreparably corrupt. She rejoiced at having escaped the inferno. Urguzi urged Shundashin, "Quickly, Uncle Dashin, pay the money. Shundashin's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. He shot Urguzi a furious glare, mentally berating the fool. Yet under the threats from both the police and Urguzi, he dared not deny any longer. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out crumpled bills from his pocket, counting them as he inquired, "How much?" 5,000. Shundashin's hand trembled, his face paling instantaneously. Meanwhile, Yang Shufan let out a piercing scream. 5,000? Song Yutong, why don't you just rob us? Song Yutong cast her a cool glance. I'm demanding this from Urguzi, not from you. Why are you so agitated? If you wish to evade payment, it is quite simple. Shundashin merely needs to insist he will not pay. The question is, does Shundashin dare? Yang Shunplitzen Dashan Ase, whispering Dashen. 5,000 is not a trivial amount. Urguzi's life is scarcely worth 5,000. Should he truly face execution, we could compensate his family with a mere 500, and they would undoubtedly acquiesce. Such a substantial sum is unnecessary for us to provide. It is evident that Urguzi's existence holds little value. In the village, he is regarded as a pariah, both by people and dogs alike. His parents and siblings seem indifferent to his fate. If his demise could yield 500, his family would certainly celebrate. It is utterly imprudent to part with 5,000 for Urguzi. Shundashin's countenance darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. He was acutely aware that 5,000 is no trifling amount. The mere thought of relinquishing that sum made his heart ache. Nonetheless, as Urguzi was privy to his situation, he felt compelled to acquiesce. Finally, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Fine." Yang Shufan gazed at Shundashin in disbelief. "Dashin, have you lost your mind? To redeem Urguzi with 5,000? Yang Shufan comprehended that there was undoubtedly some intrigue between Urguzi and Shundashin. Just moments ago, Urguzi had intended to disclose something to her. Shundashin swiftly pulled Yang Shufan aside, reassuring her, "We shall provide the funds. Rest assured. Song Yutong and Song Shangshang will soon reimburse us. Have you forgotten that we possess a trump card?" "What trump card?" Yang Shufan inquired. "Jiang Weiwei," Shundashin responded. A realization dawned upon Yang Shufan's face. Yes, there's also Jiang Weiwei. She is indeed one of the Shun family. Moreover, Yang Shufan was well aware of Jiang Weiwei's penchant for causing trouble and stirring discord. Particularly, Jiang Weiwei was self-serving and avaricious. Should she learn that Song Yutong possessed 5,000, if Song Yutong refused to part with it, her life would undoubtedly become quite unbearable. This predicament would be of her own making. They could very well retrieve the money from Jiang Weiwei, achieving two objectives with one action. Lacking sufficient funds, Shundashin withdrew the necessary amount. Soon, he returned with the 5,000, reluctantly handing it to Urguzi while lowering his voice menacingly. "You'd best keep your mouth shut, or you'll regret it." Urguzi accepted the money, nodding fervently. "Uncle Dashin, rest assured, I shall remain discreet." He then passed the money to Song Yutong and Song Shangshang. Seeing that the financial matter was resolved, the police officer interjected, "Since the issue is settled, you may return." "Wait," Song Yutong interjected. "Officer, this 5,000 is the amount Urguzi extorted from me, but today he vandalized my stall and damaged my property. I am yet to receive compensation for that. It's just 500. Urguzi, flustered, protested. "This is extortion. I've given you 5,000, and now you're demanding another 500. This is deliberate." Song Yutong scoffed at him. "Urguzi, one must speak with evidence. You've taken 2 years' worth of money from my daughter, 600 a month, totaling over 10,000 in 2 years. I'm only asking for 5,000. I am being exceedingly generous. If I demanded 10,000, you would still owe it today. Now, will you compensate me for the 500 loss?" Urguzi was infuriated, practically fuming. The police officer remarked fairly, "Logically, the amount you took from her should be returned in full." The implication was clear. If Song Yutong truly demanded 10,000, he would have no choice but to comply, lest he face dire consequences. Urguzi finally understood that Song Yutong was treating him like a mere dog. Yet, he was powerless. Casting a pleading glance at Uncle Shundashin, Shundashin, in his heart, cursed Song Yutong profusely. Never before today had he anticipated that he would find himself in such a predicament, ensnared by both Song Yutong and Song Shengsheng. Now, in front of the police, he could not afford to erupt in anger. Having already handed over 5,000, he could hardly refuse to part with this additional 500. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved the money from his pocket and forcefully tossed it to Guzi, instructing him to deliver it to her. With a sorrowful expression, Guzi handed the money to Song Yutong, saying, "Auntie, will this suffice?" Song Yutong accepted the cash with satisfaction, deeming it more than adequate. The police officers, witnessing the resolution of the matter, waved them off, signaling their departure. Yang Shufan watched the mother and daughter duo with eyes brimming with resentment and bitterness, silently vowing that they would soon face their comeuppance. Song Yutong flashed her a broad smile, triumphantly raising the substantial sum of money. Wow, so much money, with wealth. All things are possible. How delightful. This provoked a reaction of bitter envy from Yang Shufan, whose face turned ashen. Once their group departed, the farce came to an end. Lin Yu, who had been observing from a distance, was struck by the bold and audacious demeanor of Song Yutong. It was hard to fathom that she had previously endured such mistreatment at the hands of these people. This Song Yutong was indeed quite intriguing. Chapter 24. Jiang Weiwei's counterattack. Meanwhile, Jiang Weiwei accompanied Sun Yao to a restaurant at the entrance of the cinema. Sun Yao cheerfully remarked, "He should be waiting for us." Jiang Weiwei's beautiful visage bore no discernible expression, yet her hands were clenched tightly. Sun Yao, blissfully unaware of Jiang Weiwei's unease, cheerfully walked ahead. Jiang Weiwei could see the back of Sun Yao's head, radiating joy. She squinted her eyes, silently hoping that the situation was not as Song Yutong had perceived it. Otherwise, she would ensure that Sun Yao paid dearly. As Sun Yao ushered Jiang Weiwei into the restaurant, she enthusiastically greeted everyone. Qingming, Jiang Weiwei's heart tightened, and her steps instinctively faltered. Sun Yao had mentioned that her blind date surname was Zhao, but had never disclosed his first name. However, she had overheard from Song Yutong's thoughts that his name was Zhao Qingming. Now, as Sun Yao called out to him, it was confirmed. She looked up, and her breath caught in her throat. Clad in a white shirt, holding a red rose, and sporting scholarly glasses, he epitomized the elegant image of a refined gentleman. Exactly the princely figure Jiang Weiwei had always dreamed of. Had she not heard Song Yutong's thoughts, she would have undoubtedly fallen for Zhao Qingming at first sight. Yet now, a chill coursed up from her soles. Song Yutong's insights were proving true. Noticing Jiang Weiwei standing there, as if in a daze, Sun Yao hurried over to pull her along. "Weiwei, why aren't you moving? Are you so entranced by his good looks that you've become dazed?" Sun Yao teased with a playful smile. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a flicker of resentment in her eyes. Jiang Weiwei lifted her gaze and locked eyes with the refined Zhao Qingming. In Zhao Qingming's gaze, she perceived a hint of astonishment. Jiang Weiwei smiled, her beauty an irresistible allure. At this moment, she was nearly convinced by Song Yutong's sentiments that Sun Yao and Zhao Qingming were conspiring to ensnare her. It was they who were the true pair. Attempting to climb the social ladder on her coattails, seeking to exploit her, these two had certainly underestimated her cunning, since they were so intent on drawing her into their trap. It would be remiss of her not to present them with a grand gesture in return. Thus, Jiang Weiwei playfully tousled her wavy hair, her exquisite beauty and alluring figure captivating all. She confidently approached Zhao Qingming, extending her hand. "Comrade Qingming, greetings, I am Jiang Weiwei." The astonishment in Zhao Qingming's eyes was unmistakable. Truth be told, Sun Yao was already quite beautiful. Yet, her beauty exuded an air of modest charm. In contrast, Jiang Weiwei possessed a mesmerizing allure that was utterly captivating. While men might consider marrying someone like Sun Yao, they would undoubtedly find themselves unable to resist the temptation of a siren like Jiang Weiwei. With her enchanting gaze, she tantalizingly beckoned Zhao Qingming. His composure, not yet developed, was completely shattered, leaving him entranced by the breathtaking Jiang Weiwei. He was momentarily lost in reverie. Observing Zhao Qingming's dazed expression, Sun Yao's countenance darkened, a flicker of envy flashing in her eyes. She quickly stepped forward, tugging at Zhao Qingming's arm. and cheerfully said, "Qingming, please invite Wei Wei to sit." Only then did Zhao Qingming regain his senses, awkwardly inviting Jiang Weiwei to take a seat. With grace, Jiang Weiwei settled down, continuing to weave her charm as she engaged Zhao Qingming in lively conversation. "Comrade Qingming, I've heard you were a university student. You must be quite cultured, right? I have a fondness for those who are well-educated." Accidentally brushing against Zhao Qingming's hand, his face flushed instantly, his gaze growing more fervent. Jiang Weiwei smirked triumphantly. Sun Yao, observing from the side, wore a facade of insincere smiles, though they appeared increasingly strained. Zhao Qingming remarked to Jiang Weiwei, "Weiwei, have you eaten yet? Order whatever you like. It's on me." Jiang Weiwei deliberately leaned closer to Zhao Qingming, playfully responding, "Qingming, how generous of you. I adore that." Zhao Qingming, utterly bewildered by her flirtation, completely forgot about Sun Yao's presence. Meanwhile, Sun Yao's expression grew increasingly sour, her smile faltering. Jiang Weiwei noticed Sun Yao's discomfort and inwardly chuckled. Jiang Weiwei excelled at understanding the hearts of men and was keenly observant of others' expressions. She could not believe that there was nothing between Sun Yao and Zhao Qingming. They had schemed against her, and she would ensure their separation. Jiang Weiwei intentionally sat very close to Zhao Qingming, smiling as she said, "Qingming, you are the first university student I have encountered. I truly admire you. I dream of marrying a university student and bearing him children." When Zhao Qingming arrived, he was informed that Jiang Weiwei was merely a beautiful saleswoman from the countryside. Zhao Qingming, self-proclaimed as a dashing gentleman, believed there was no woman he could not win over, especially not a rural girl. However, upon meeting Jiang Weiwei, he found himself completely captivated by her. She was a woman as enchanting as a fox. A scholar like Zhao Qingming was destined to fall prey to her allure. Instinctively, he reached out to grasp Jiang Weiwei's hand. "Weiwei." Sun Yao suddenly pulled Jiang Weiwei back with considerable force, causing her to stumble and nearly topple from her chair. Jiang Weiwei looked at Sun Yao with a reproachful expression. "Yao Yao, why are you so forceful? You've hurt me." Sun Yao, gazing at Jiang Weiwei's bewitching face, felt a pang of jealousy in her chest. She truly wished she could slap Jiang Weiwei for enticing the man before her. Yet she refrained. With a forced smile, she quietly advised, "Weiwei, be mindful of your influence. This is your first meeting, so please exercise some restraint. Do not flirt with him in front of me. His legitimate girlfriend, I can hardly bear it. But who is Jiang Weiwei?" No one had ever been able to command her actions, and she was the type who would do precisely what others forbade her to do. With her chin held high in defiance, she thought, "So what? I am on a blind date with Qingming, and since we have an instant connection, I must express my affection. Concealing my feelings is not my style." Turning to Zhao Qingming, she smiled alluringly. "Qingming, I'm not a coy girl. I will be honest about my feelings. I'm smitten by you. What about you?" Zhao Qingming's heart raced violently. Having grown up as the son of a factory owner, he had encountered numerous women. Yet, he had never met anyone as radiant, passionate, and straightforward as Jiang Weiwei. It was as if she had cast a stone into his heart, creating ripples that lingered long after. In fact, those ripples seemed to swell into tumultuous waves. Excited, Zhao Qingming stood up, completely oblivious to his girlfriend's son, Yao, sitting beside him. He took Jiang Weiwei's delicate hand in his own, gazing at her with an infatuated expression. "Weiwei, I like you too." Upon witnessing this, Sun Yao's face turned pale instantly. She abruptly stood up and said, "I'm sorry. I'm feeling a bit unwell. I need to leave." Chapter 25. Caught in the act, Jiang Weiwei feigned innocence, saying, "Yao Yao, why are you leaving?" Only then did Zhao Qingming snap back to reality, his eyes betraying a hint of panic. Yet, captivated by the alluring Jiang Weiwei beside him, he made no effort to pursue Sun Yao. Instead, he tightened his grip on Jiang Weiwei's hand. With a smile, Zhao Qingming remarked, "She must be leaving us some private space." Jiang Weiwei chuckled in agreement. How perceptive of her! Was Sun Yao not perceptive as well? Setting aside Zhao Qingming's character, his looks, family background, and education were all remarkable. It was astonishing that Sun Yao had allowed Zhao Qingming to set a trap for Jiang Weiwei, a woman renowned for her beauty. In this era, Jiang Weiwei's success as a saleswoman is not attributed to her family background or to Song Yutong, but rather to her stunning beauty. This clearly illustrates the extent of Jiang Weiwei's allure. For a man, the most challenging obstacle is the beauty of a woman. Throughout history, numerous heroes have succumbed to this very challenge. Can Zhao Qingming surpass it? Sun Yao's confidence in Zhao Qingming is rather misplaced. With a smile, Jiang Weiwei suggested to Zhao Qingming, "Let us dine first, and afterwards we can watch a movie." Zhao Qingming nodded in agreement, his keen gaze fixed on Jiang Weiwei, reluctant to divert his attention from her enchanting presence. Aware of Zhao Qingming's intentions to deceive her, she did not hold back and ordered several of the restaurant's most expensive dishes. She has never been one to compromise her desires, nor is she inclined to be submissive or magnanimous. If Zhao Qingming wishes to deceive her, he must be prepared to invest significantly. After ordering a few dishes, the bill exceeded 20. Zhao Qingming hardly felt the sting of the expense. Jiang Weiwei's beauty is worth every penny. As they dined, Zhao Qingming declared, "Weiwei, I fell for you at first sight. If possible, I wish to settle down with you swiftly." "Certainly," Jiang Weiwei responded with alacrity. "Tomorrow, I shall take you home to meet my mother and discuss matters with her. You need not return tonight. Find a place to stay, and we will meet our families tomorrow." "All right." Zhao Qingming's voice carried a hint of excitement. He perceived Jiang Weiwei's demeanor as remarkably gracious and easy to pursue. With such ease, she should also be easy to handle. Setting aside whether Jiang Weiwei would marry his brother, he believed he could claim her for himself. Undeniably, he found himself irresistibly drawn to her charm. Seeing Zhao Qingming's joyful expression, Jiang Weiwei could not help but smirk internally. After their meal, the pair strolled hand in hand to the cinema, where they enjoyed a romantic film. Upon exiting the theater, the night had deepened. Zhao Qingming led Jiang Weiwei to a guest house, clutching her hand with reluctance. "Weiwei, I have thoroughly enjoyed our time together today. I am loath to part ways." His face was alight with anticipation, his eyes brimming with tender calculation. Jiang Weiwei smiled. "I too am reluctant to say goodbye, but it is quite late, and I must return home to arrange for your visit tomorrow. I must go now to prepare for our meeting." Her words carried an implicit significance. Zhao Qingming felt a restless longing, yet he was willing to wait another day. "Very well, I shall wait here for you. You will come to fetch me tomorrow." Jiang Weiwei playfully scratched his palm with her finger. "You wait for me to come and collect you." They bid each other a reluctant farewell at the entrance of the guest house, watching as Zhao Qingming entered. Once he was inside, she swiftly concealed her smile, replacing it with a look of disdain. She would not permit Zhao Qingming a peaceful night at the guest house. Jiang Weiwei, known for her vengeful spirit, turned to leave, but then suddenly noticed a figure lurking in the shadows. Pretending not to see, she continued on her way. As she disappeared from view, she discreetly glanced back at the wall, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, upon witnessing Sun Yao hastily enter the guest house, a flurry of anxiety enveloped her as she approached Zhao Qingming, who was still in the midst of checking in. Zhao, lost in dreams of tender moments with Jiang Weiwei the following day, was abruptly jolted from his reverie by Sun Yao's voice. "Qingming." His complexion shifted dramatically upon seeing her, and he quickly scanned the surroundings before drawing her into a secluded corner. "What brings you here? What if Jiang Weiwei sees us?" With reddened eyes and a tone laced with grievance, Sun Yao implored, "Qingming, have you developed feelings for Jiang Weiwei?" Furrowing his brow, Zhao Qingming responded with a hint of impatience. "How could I possibly be taken by her? You know full well why we are interested in her. Please, do not complicate matters. I am on the verge of winning her over. If she discovers your presence now, all my prior efforts will be in vain." Biting her lip, tears welled in her eyes as she confessed, "I am merely worried about you. She is so beautiful. I fear you might be enchanted by her. During dinner, your gaze was fixed upon her, and in the cinema, you were holding hands the entire time." At that moment, Zhao Qingming felt an overwhelming annoyance towards Sun Yao, as his thoughts were consumed by Jiang Weiwei, yet he had to placate Sun Yao. Sighing, he softened his tone. "What are you thinking? That was all for Jiang Weiwei's benefit. Would I deliberately feign interest in front of her? Look at how passionately she reacts. It is evident she is straightforward, and I must play along." You should return quickly, lest you arouse her suspicions. Sun Yao bit her lip, a deep-seated unease settling within her. From the outset, Zhao Qingming's interactions with Jiang Weiwei had been laced with ambiguity, designed to charm her. Yet now, as the situation escalated, Sun Yao felt a pang of anguish. Jiang Weiwei was astonishingly beautiful. Few men could resist her allure. Having harbored feelings for Zhao Qingming for years, Sun Yao understood his character well, and she knew he would undoubtedly be drawn to Jiang Weiwei. No, she could not remain passive. Qingming, I worry about you staying alone at the guest house. Let me accompany you. Zhao Qingming replied, I am indeed unfamiliar with Qingyuan City, so your company would be appreciated. Having been in a relationship with Sun Yao for half a year without progressing to the next level, she, being shrewd, understood the importance of keeping a man intrigued. Even when tempted, she had steadfastly maintained her final barrier. However, she now realized the necessity of taking action to secure Zhao Qingming's affections. Faced with the formidable beauty of Jiang Weiwei, she felt profoundly insecure and lacked confidence in Zhao Qingming. Thus, that evening, they formally crossed that threshold. Yet, just as their intimacy deepened, a sudden, forceful banging echoed at the door. Room check. The two, caught in a moment of fervor, were startled into a state of panic by the loud knocks. Zhao Qingming, in particular, felt utterly deflated. Although societal norms had improved compared to previous years, being discovered with Sun Yao could lead to serious complications. In a flurry, the two hastily donned their clothing, their faces pale with fright. At that moment, Zhao Qingming felt a significant amount of frustration towards Sun Yao. On numerous occasions, he had sought to breach their barriers, but Sun Yao had always been reluctant. On this very day, in the city of Qingyuan, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Had it occurred in a neighboring city, he would have felt no fear whatsoever. He discovered that Sun Yao had deceived him, truly a harbinger of misfortune. Chapter 26. A lesson for Zhao Qingming and Sun Yao before the two could properly attire themselves. The door of the guest house was forcefully kicked open. A fearsome man strode in, exuding an aura of menace. Sun Yao, still in disarray, hastily covered herself with the blanket, her once lovely face now pale with fright. Zhao Qingming, though unclothed, maintained a semblance of composure. He assessed the newcomers, recognizing them as individuals he could not afford to cross. Misunderstanding. A misunderstanding, he hastily exclaimed. I was merely seeking some excitement with my wife. Please, let us resolve this amicably. As he spoke, he fumbled in his pocket and retrieved a pack of cigarettes, offering it to the imposing figure known as Deshiong. With a fearsome appearance, adorned with tattoos and a long beard, Deshiong was not a man to be trifled with. In these times, a pack of cigarettes held considerable value, and one might have expected a regular man to be easily swayed. However, Deshiong knocked the cigarettes to the ground, his voice dripping with menace. Spare me your tricks. This woman is my lover. How dare you bed my woman? This matter will not be resolved easily. Zhao Qingming's eyes widened in disbelief. What are you saying? Sun Yao, equally terrified, shook her head vigorously. No, that is not true. He is lying. I don't know him. Qingming, my first time was with you, as you know. Moreover, her first time had just occurred moments ago. In a fit of rage, Deshiong struck Sun Yao across the face. You wretched woman, betraying me. Now that I've caught you, you still pretend not to know him? So, this pretty boy pleases you while I do not. The force of his slap left her cheeks swollen and a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Terrified beyond measure, Sun Yao had never encountered such a man. She trembled uncontrollably, huddled beneath the blanket, weeping softly. Deshiong nonchalantly pulled a chair and sat down, lazily regarding Zhao Qingming. You have slept with my woman. What shall we do now? Panic and fear coursed through Zhao Qingming. The true nature of the situation eluded him. He struggled to believe that Sun Yao had any ties to this man, despite the fact that she had indeed given him her virginity mere moments ago. Feigning calmness, he replied, Brother, I genuinely do not know your connection with her. She seduced me. Now that this has transpired, how about I offer you some money as an apology? With that, he frantically rummaged through his clothes for cash. He pulled out all the money from his pockets, revealing a substantial sum, a testament to his status as the factory director's son, at least 30 or 40 bills in plain view. Xiong seized the cash, weighing it in his hands. Is this all it takes to settle the matter? He sneered. A sense of dread washed over Zhao Qingming. Yet, feeling cornered, he had no choice but to yield. He retrieved a watch and a gold chain from his pocket, presenting them to Xiong. Please accept this, brother. The watch is brand new and belongs to the most popular brand of the moment, valued at over 200 yuan. The gold chain weighs around 50 to 60 grams. Xiong weighed it in his hands, then reached out to pat Zhao Qingming's face, saying, Kid, I'll let you off today. If their essay next time, it wouldn't be so easy. Yes, yes. Zhao Qingming nodded and bowed. Satisfied, Xiong took his men and left. Once Xiong was gone, Zhao Qingming's expression turned icy, his eyes filled with a malevolent glare. Sun Yao, seeing the others had departed, timidly approached him, saying, Qingming, don't listen to him. He just wants money. I truly have nothing to do with him. Get lost. Zhao Qingming shoved Sun Yao away, unleashing a torrent of curses at her. If it weren't for you, would I be so humiliated? Throughout his life, Zhao Qingming had never been so subservient. If it weren't for Sun Yao creating chaos here, fearing her interaction with Jiang Weiwei, he wouldn't have found himself in such a passive and humiliating position tonight. Sun Yao had never witnessed Zhao Qingming's fury and was too frightened to respond. Zhao Qingming glared at her coldly. Aren't you leaving yet? Are you waiting for someone to catch you in the act? In truth, Sun Yao was equally reluctant to remain. Panicking, she hastily dressed and left, glancing back multiple times as she fled. Left behind, Zhao Qingming angrily smashed the water bottle in the guest house. Xiong and his lackeys departed and headed straight to the alley across the street. In the shadows stood Jiang Weiwei with a man. Xiong immediately approached them. Brother Yi, Sister Wei, that kid and that girl were terrified. I didn't expect the kid to be quite wealthy. Xiong handed over everything he had acquired. A smug smile crept across Jiang Weiwei's lips as she took the money, watch, and gold chain from Xiong. Well done. This is your reward. Saying this, she pulled out a substantial bundle of cash, estimating at least 20 notes, and handed it to Xiong. Receiving the money, Xiong beamed. Sister Wei, if there is anything like this in the future, just let me know. From the shadows, Zhou Yi waved his hand at Xiong. Go. Xiong nodded and swiftly departed with his men. Zhou Yi stepped into the moonlight, his features sharp and striking, his tall stature emanating an air of intimidation. He was the local kingpin, infamous for his ruthlessness. The only time he exhibited tenderness was towards Jiang Weiwei, a fact known to all. However, his affection for her was never about possession. It was about allowing her to attain her desires and live freely. He gazed at Jiang Weiwei with admiration, saying, Weiwei, your strategy is truly remarkable. Not only did you embarrass Zhao Qingming and teach Sun Yao a lesson, but you also gained so much. Jiang Weiwei snorted dismissively. Humph. If those two dare to scheme against me, I will make them pay. Zhou Yi inquired, since you know he is not a good person. Why did you bring him back to meet your mother? Jiang Weiwei's gaze flickered uncertainly. Today, she had suddenly heard the heartfelt thoughts of Song Yutong, and the content of those thoughts had all come to fruition. Some matters elude her understanding. Despite being deceived by Zhao Qingming and marrying his foolish elder brother, her disposition would never allow her to remain passive. Her character dictates that she would rather bear the world's disdain than be scorned by it. Even if it meant sacrificing her own life, she would ensure that Zhao Qingming and his family paid dearly. Furthermore, with Zhou Yi by her side, she would not endure such misfortune. In her heart, Song Yutong refuses to accept her fate. Moreover, it seems that she is aware of numerous events yet to unfold. She plans to bring Zhao Qingming back tomorrow to gauge Song Yutong's true sentiments. At the very least, she cannot remain so passive. If death is to be her fate, it must come with clarity. Chapter 27. Sending Jiang Weiwei into the abyss the following day. Song Yutong awoke and immediately began preparing porridge. The enticing aroma roused Song Shengsheng from her slumber. Mom, what are you cooking? It smells wonderful. Song Yutong smiled. I've made porridge. You should rise and have some. Yesterday, the stall was destroyed, but Ergo has compensated you. So focus on your studies and prepare for the college entrance examination. The porridge I prepared is solely for you. The other ungrateful ones can forget about it. Song Shengsheng felt a warmth in her heart, a sense of being favored by Song Yutong. Mom, I promise to study hard and get into college to repay you. Song Yutong playfully tapped her head. Remember, your life is your own. Everything you do is for yourself, not for me. You need not please anyone. Just seek your own happiness and be responsible for yourself. Song Shengsheng gazed at Song Yutong with fervent eyes. Mom, you seem to have changed. Song Yutong chuckled, but said nothing. Of course, I must change. Otherwise, I would be devoured by this group of voracious beasts around me. Song Shengsheng watched as Song Yutong poured the porridge into a thermos. Mom, what are you doing? I'm taking food to my employer. You need to wait for me. I'll be back shortly. Immediately, Song Shengsheng sprang to her feet. Mom, let me deliver it for you. No need. Song Yutong declined. Your primary task is to study for the college entrance examination. With that, Song Yutong departed with the thermos. Left with no other choice, Song Shengsheng sat down to eat. For breakfast, Song Yutong prepared a simple meal, boiling porridge and buying a small serving of buns. She ladled the porridge and picked up a bun. Upon taking a bite, her eyes sparkled with delight. She was well aware of Song Yutong's culinary skills. The success of her street stall was a testament to her delicious cooking. She had completely inherited Song Yutong's talent. However, today, Song Yutong's abilities had reached new heights. With each bite, the exquisite taste nearly brought her to tears. In no time, she finished a bowl of porridge and devoured 2 large buns, feeling immensely satisfied. The deliciousness made her happiness feel multiplied. She stood up to tidy the table when suddenly, the door swung open. She assumed Song Yutong had forgotten something and cheerfully exclaimed, Mom, the porridge and buns you made today are exceptionally delicious. They are so good that I must try some. I haven't eaten yet. Upon hearing the distinctly characteristic voice of Jiang Weiwei, Song Shengsheng froze momentarily. She lifted her gaze to find Jiang Weiwei approaching, directly reaching for a bun on the table and stuffing it into her mouth. With her other hand, she picked up another bun, seemingly to offer it to Zhao Qingming, who had accompanied her. However, after taking a bite of the bun, she was instantly enveloped in a delightful, savory flavor that spread throughout her mouth. It was simply exquisite. Due to her personality and the indulgence of Zhou Yi, Jiang Weiwei had experienced many fine delicacies, yet none had ever astonished her quite like this ordinary bun. It was too delectable. So remarkable was its taste that she decided against passing the other bun to Zhao Qingming, feeling he was unworthy of such a treat. Instead, she devoured the second bun herself, then clapped her hands, dismissing the now salivating Zhao Qingming behind her. Turning to Song Shengsheng, she commanded, clean the table. I have matters to discuss with Mother. These items are in the way. Song Shengsheng felt a profound apprehension towards Jiang Weiwei. There is no denying that Jiang Weiwei's demeanor instilled fear in anyone striving to lead a peaceful life. In this household, who was not inclined to endure Jiang Weiwei's whims or avoid her altogether. Obediently, she tidied up the table and headed to the kitchen, leaving no morsel for the drooling Zhao Qingming. While she harbored no fondness for Jiang Weiwei, her disdain for Zhao Qingming, whom she suspected to be a scoundrel, was equally strong. She surmised his identity from his white shirt, scholarly glasses, and the book he held. Such pretentiousness. As Song Shengsheng busied herself in the kitchen, Jiang Weiwei beckoned Zhao Qingming to take a seat. Zhao Qingming felt a twinge of discomfort. The previous bun had been so enticing. Yet Jiang Weiwei had not offered him a taste. Jiang Weiwei inquired of the bustling Song Shengsheng, Shengsheng, where is Mother? Mother has stepped out. She will return shortly. Song Shengsheng replied, omitting the fact that Song Yutong was at another's home preparing a meal. Jiang Weiwei nodded. Then I shall wait. Emerging from the kitchen, Song Shengsheng glanced at Zhao Qingming. Weiwei, this is my matchmaking partner. I have brought him to meet Mother to discuss our impending engagement. Zhao Qingming immediately stood with gentlemanly grace. Hello. Song Shengsheng's lips twitched slightly. Hello. She then turned to Jiang Weiwei, delicately broaching the subject. Weiwei, you just had a matchmaking meeting yesterday. Is it not a bit hasty to be engaged today? Jiang Weiwei raised an eyebrow. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Song Shengsheng fell silent. Taking a deep breath, she recalled Song Yutong's words. Respect others' destinies and refrain from meddling. When Song Yutong delivered breakfast to the courtyard, Li Kaiying was already waiting. Aunt Song, you've arrived. Song Yutong handed the insulated box to Li Kaiying. I have matters at home, so I must take my leave. In truth, there was little left of Song Yutong's involvement, as feeding was solely Li Kaiying's concern. Li Kaiying nodded. Thank you for your hard work, Aunt Song. Song Yutong waved her hand. It's nothing. I will return to deliver lunch. Aunt Song, take care. Li Kaiying called as Song Yutong turned to leave. Yet on her way back, an inexplicable unease stirred within her, a premonition of impending trouble. This premonition reached its zenith the moment she opened the door to her home and beheld Jiang Weiwei and Zhao Qingming comfortably seated within. Upon spotting her return, Jiang Weiwei sprang to her feet and approached her, affectionately linking arms. Mom, you're back. I've been waiting for you for so long. Song Yutong's lips struggled to form a smile. Goodness, how did this ancestor return? It dawned on her that after losing 5,000 yuan to Shun Dashin yesterday, there was no way Shun would allow that money to find its way into her pocket unchallenged. Hence, Jiang Weiwei, the trump card, had been dispatched. Jiang Weiwei was indeed feeling a twinge of headache, particularly because she was backed by the formidable and cunning Zhou Yi. It's nothing serious. Zhou Yi will soon meet his demise. Jiang Weiwei's protection will soon vanish. Once Zhou Yi is gone, Jiang Weiwei's misfortunes shall commence. Just hold on, let Zhou Yi perish. Jiang Weiwei won't amount to anything. A composed smile graced Song Yutong's face. Weiwei, what brings you back? Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? I could prepare a meal for you. Inside, Jiang Weiwei was in turmoil. Zhou Yi would die. How could Zhou Yi possibly die? In that moment, she felt a sharp pain in her chest, causing her heart to spasm. Yet, she quickly regained her composure and introduced Zhao Qingming beside her. Mom, this is my suitor, Zhao Qingming. His family owns the steel mill next door, and I really like him. I brought him back to discuss our marriage. Song Yutong exclaimed, agreed. I concur. Zhao Qingming is a veritable pit of fire. Jiang Weiwei must be thrust into it. Chapter 28. Jiang Weiwei is highly disliked upon hearing Song Yutong's approval. Zhao Qingming promptly bowed to her. Thank you, Auntie. I will treat Weiwei well. Song Yutong wore a reassuring smile. Excellent, excellent. You clearly seem like a good lad. And he believes in you. Ah, how repugnant. You are nothing but a well-dressed beast. Your entire family is steeped in malice. While you claim to be seeking a bride for your elder brother, it's merely a means to find a new mother for your father. Your father is a lecher, drawn to the young and beautiful. On your wedding night, you intend to drug Jiang Weiwei, allowing your father to take her to his bed, utterly beastly, all for the sake of your inheritance. You, a heartless scoundrel, dare to ask for anyone's trust. However, your marriage to Jiang Weiwei is of no concern to me. You two are both venomous and shameless, a match made in hell. Zhao Qingming, oblivious to Song Yutong's inner curses, assumed her words were genuine approval. His face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Song Yutong cheerfully remarked to Jiang Weiwei, Weiwei, Qingming is a paragon of talent and poise. Encountering him is a stroke of fortune for you. Cherish this opportunity. Jiang Weiwei, do not hold it against me. Typically, I harbor no ill will towards women. But you are the exception. You are acutely aware of your own character. And while I admire your refined self-interest, it is predicated on the suffering of others, thereby infringing upon their well-being. Interactions between individuals should fundamentally be about mutual support. Yet, when you interact with others, it is not a matter of mutual assistance, but rather the creation of numerous adversaries. The glamour of your current existence is solely supported by Zhou Yi. Once he is gone, you will find yourself surrounded by enemies. Those who have suffered at your hands will eagerly cast you into the abyss. Song Shengsheng sighed inwardly. From Song Yutong's heartfelt sentiments, she gleaned the plight of Jiang Weiwei. She felt compassion. She did not wish for Jiang Weiwei to meet such a fate. However, Song Yutong's thoughts were not without merit. Jiang Weiwei's presence was marked by a self-serving happiness, disregarding the turmoil she inflicted upon others. Take her wedding, for instance. She and Xinyuan Zhou were deeply in love, and Song Yutong, being accommodating, cared little for anything other than their happiness. Thus, there was no request for a bride price. Yet, on the day of her wedding, when Xinyuan Zhou arrived to fetch her, Jiang Weiwei obstructed the doorway, demanding 200 yuan. If he did not comply, she would not allow him to take her away. At that time, Shen Yuanzhou's monthly salary was only a few dozen yuan. 200 was an astronomical sum for him, utterly unattainable. Regardless of Shen Yuanzhou's pleas, Song Yutong's attempts at persuasion, or Song Xingxing's tears, Jiang Weiwei remained resolute with a single, unyielding statement: no money, no wedding. The Shen family grew incensed and prepared to forcibly remove the lone Jiang Weiwei. However, Jiang Weiwei, with a fierce demeanor, threatened that should they dare to act, she would bring Zhou Yi to the Shen household and disrupt the wedding festivities. In the end, Song Yutong and the Shen family had no choice but to borrow money from every possible source to resolve the situation. As a result of this incident, Song Xingxing's wedding was marred. She could not hold her head high within the Shen household, spending her wedding night in tears. That 200 yuan went entirely into Jiang Weiwei's pocket, squandered with abandon. Later, when Song Xingxing, unable to tolerate the injustice, sought Jiang Weiwei to reclaim it, she was met with violence. Jiang Weiwei was indeed that selfish and self-serving. She frequently visited their home, demanding money, and should she be denied, she could disturb the entire household. Her character and methods were consistently this way. Thus, when Song Yutong reflected on the possibility of saving Jiang Weiwei from her dire circumstances, only to be harmed by her instead, she genuinely believed it. This was entirely within Jiang Weiwei's capacity for wrongdoing. Song Xingxing rose, unwilling to hear more of Jiang Weiwei's tragic fate through Song Yutong's thoughts, for there was nothing she could do. Listening only caused her distress and heartache. As long as she was not within the same spatial or visual range as Song Yutong, she would not hear her thoughts. Mother, Weiwei, you talk. I shall return to my room to study. With that, Song Xingxing retreated to her room, leaving behind Song Yutong, Jiang Weiwei, and Zhao Qingming. Song Yutong mused inwardly. If only I were not Jiang Weiwei's mother, I could leave. I truly do not wish to be embroiled in her troubles. Jiang Weiwei's hands tightened in a fist upon the table, then relaxed, only to clench again. She harbored resentment within her heart, loathing Song Yutong for knowing her grim fate, yet refusing to extend a helping hand, even desiring to push her into the flames. She truly wished to overturn the table and engage in a fierce confrontation with Song Yutong. However, she restrained herself. How could Zhou Yi possibly be dead? At this moment, she needed to ascertain the truth behind Zhou Yi's demise. Song Yutong must possess the knowledge. She intended to extract the truth from her lips. On the side, Zhao Qingming impatiently interjected, "Since you have agreed to be with Weiwei, let us discuss the wedding dowry. My affection for Weiwei knows no bounds. I shall pay any amount. Name your price." Before Song Yutong could respond, Jiang Weiwei spoke up. "Qingming, she is my foster mother, not my biological mother. I brought you to meet her in hopes of receiving her blessing. For matters concerning marriage, it is necessary to consult my biological parents." Zhao Qingming was taken aback, not anticipating the awkwardness of Jiang Weiwei's situation. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Jiang Weiwei smiled gently at him. "I have two families, and your approval from both is essential. For now, please wait for me at the guest house while I consult my parents. I shall join you shortly." Zhao Qingming complied. "All right, I will wait for you at the guest house." As he prepared to leave, Song Yutong hurriedly stood up. "Weiwei, please see Qingming off." "Oh, ancestors, do hurry and leave. Go with Zhao Qingming. This is your matter to discuss. Please ensure both of you are locked away together. That would be a true merit." Jiang Weiwei replied. "I will not leave. I still have matters to discuss with my mother." Song Yutong thought, "This is a disaster heading my way." Zhao Qingming nodded obediently and departed for the guest house. The room was left with only Song Yutong and Jiang Weiwei. Song Yutong sighed, "Alas, it is likely about that 5,000 yuan." Jiang Weiwei's inquisitive gaze fell upon Song Yutong. "Mother, my uncle mentioned that you took 5,000 yuan from him yesterday. What is the story behind that?" Last night, upon returning to the staff dormitory, Shun Dashin and Yang Shufan had awaited her arrival for quite some time. They informed her about the 5,000 yuan. As for Shun Dashin's intention to reclaim that sum from her, how laughable. In her previous disposition, acquiring that 5,000 yuan would have been imperative. Yet now, her motivation had waned. After all, in comparison to 5,000 yuan, she was far more concerned about her own fate. Without life, what need was there for such wealth? Jiang Weiwei clearly understood this. Chapter 29. The Inevitable Fate of Zhou Yi. Indeed, it was all about the money. Song Yutong regarded her with a gentle expression. That money does not concern you. It is not your place to inquire. Jiang Weiwei was taken aback. In her memory, Song Yutong had always approached her with caution. She indeed acknowledged her own difficult nature, often unreasonable and relentlessly driving others to the brink. She was selfish, caring only for her own well-being, indifferent to the suffering of others. She had never witnessed Song Yutong display such firmness towards her. Looking at Song Yutong, she raised an eyebrow. Does this mean that such a substantial sum is not for me? Song Yutong nodded. Correct, it is not for you. You are indeed difficult. And with Zhou Yi in the background, it is quite the headache. I do not confront you directly, for it is unnecessary to expend energy on someone like you. Zhou Yi is nearing his end, and your backing is on the verge of collapse. Without Zhou Yi, you cannot stir any commotion. I could easily take Song Shengsheng to stay at Li Kaiying's residence for a few days in a military compound. I am quite curious to see what you and Zhou Yi can conjure up. All I need is to lay low for a few days, to concede quietly and patiently await your downfall. Jiang Weiwei, the military compound? When did Song Yutong become associated with the military compound? Jiang Weiwei took a deep breath in her heart. She said, Mother, I have no intention of asking you for money. My uncle has shared a plethora of information with me. I know he is unreliable. If you feel pressured, it must be his fault. I merely came to inquire about the situation. You need not be so guarded against me. Song Yutong looked at Jiang Weiwei with a peculiar expression. Has Jiang Weiwei undergone a transformation? It matters not. I harbor no expectations of her. I shall not bestow her with any funds. Whether she has truly changed or is merely shedding crocodile tears is of no consequence to me. Song Yutong responded coolly. This matter does not concern you. You need not involve yourself. I must involve myself, Jiang Weiwei asserted earnestly. I will not ask you for the money. You should keep it well. I will inform my uncle that the money has reached my hands. They will trouble me, not you, so you need not worry. Song Yutong, Jiang Weiwei, have you taken leave of your senses? Oh, Jiang Weiwei can exhibit understanding at times? A rare occurrence indeed. Jiang Weiwei was disheartened by Song Yutong's inner thoughts. How intolerable must she be for Song Yutong to harbor such disdain? She endured. With a conciliatory smile, she said, Mother, I was once thoughtless, but now that I have matured, I realize my past actions were excessive. I'm soon to be married, and I wish to make amends. We are mother and daughter, and grievances should not linger. Please forgive my previous ignorance. Song Yutong nodded. Indeed, we are mother and daughter. Grievances do not last overnight. How could I possibly hold a grudge against you? What is there to forgive? I do not believe you will truly change. You shall walk your own path, while I shall tread mine. Jiang Weiwei, she must endure. Jiang Weiwei gazed earnestly at Song Yutong and inquired, Mother, what do you think of Zhao Qingming? He is quite commendable, handsome, comes from a good family, and possesses an academic demeanor. Does this not align with your preferences? This is a pit tailor-made for you, surely meeting every criterion. However, Mother, he resides in a neighboring city, and I do not know him well. Why would someone with such commendable attributes travel such a distance to seek me? Surely, there must be some ulterior motive? Song Yutong concealed her amusement, feigning contemplation. I cannot say for certain. Perhaps he simply has his eye on you. Is not fate wondrous in its ways? Upon hearing this, Jiang Weiwei appeared to possess some intellect. She, too, pondered why someone as outstanding as Zhao Qingming would journey so far to find her. Zhan Weiwei, Zhan Weiwei. It seems you also fear falling into a pit. Jiang Weiwei rested her chin on her hand, her face aglow with happiness. Indeed, with my beauty, he shall never encounter another like me in this lifetime. Surely, he must hold a special affection for me. Distance in marriage matters little. With Zhou Yi by my side, Zhao Qingming would dare not bully me. Song Yutong nodded in agreement. Indeed, with Zhou Yi present, no one would dare to harm you. Should you suffer even the slightest injury, Zhou Yi would go to great lengths to ensure the perpetrator pays the price. Yet, alas, Zhou Yi is fated to perish in 10 days. Jiang Weiwei's heart tightened. She sighed, "Mother, I must speak candidly. I have feelings for Zhou Yi. However, I am not fond of his background and family situation. I desire to be a wealthy matron. Yet, at this pivotal moment when marriage looms, I find myself realizing that I no longer wish to be a wealthy matron. I wish to marry Zhou Yi." Song Yutong replied, "You cannot marry Zhou Yi. He is entangled in a gray area and has long been under the scrutiny of the military and public security forces. His fate is sealed. He should have already fallen victim to an ambush, silently nursing his wounds at home. When Zhou Yi dies, you will inevitably be wed to the Zhao family. After all, your parents have long since sold you off. It is undeniable that you possess pride and arrogance, and marrying a fool like Zhao Qingming's father will not sit well with you. However, the Zhao family is ruthless. They will break your legs and confine you to a pigsty, and when you call for help, neither heaven nor earth will respond. You have selfishly harmed those around you, and your plight will elicit no sympathy from them. Those who commit wrongful acts ultimately face their own demise. This is the conclusion you have chosen for yourself." A chill crept from Jiang Weiwei's soles to her heart, drenching her in icy dread. This was the first time in 20 years of her life that she experienced such a heartache and fear. For her, for Zhou Yi was targeted by the military. He could not escape. He would die. And her parents had sold her to the Zhao family. In her past, her brazen arrogance alienated everyone. Even if they recognized her suffering, no one would extend a helping hand. Jiang Weiwei's face drained of color, her lips devoid of blood. Struggling to maintain her composure, she rose unsteadily and forced a smile for Song Yutong. "Mother, I suddenly feel a bit fatigued. I shall return home first." Song Yutong stood to see her off. "Take care, discuss matters with Qing Ming, and I wish you happiness. Hurry along, ancestor. Do not return. You are far too vexatious." As Jiang Weiwei stumbled slightly, almost collapsing, she recalled her past tyranny, bolstered by Zhou Yi's support, dismissing family and friends, betraying all. In this moment, it felt as though a boomerang had returned to strike her. Forsaken by all, Jiang Weiwei left unsteadily, heading straight to find Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi was in his room, tending to his wounds. A sharp gash marred his shoulder. The door was forcefully pushed open, and he sensed a flicker of displeasure cross his sharp features. However, upon seeing Jiang Weiwei enter, he hurriedly attempted to don his shirt. Yet, that vivid crimson was a painful sight for Jiang Weiwei's eyes. "Zhou Yi, you're hurt?" Panic surged within her. Song Yutong's foreboding words echoed once more. Zhou Yi was injured. He had been ambushed. Chapter 30. Tell Zhou Yi. She can hear the heart's voice. Zhou Yi hurriedly covered his wound with his clothing, wishing to shield it from Jiang Weiwei's sight. In his heart, Jiang Weiwei was a beacon of light in his world, even if others regarded her as a source of trouble. To him, she was irreplaceable. Despite his injuries, he did not want her to worry even the slightest. "Weiwei, I'm fine." Jiang Weiwei watched him attempt to conceal the injury, yet the fabric could not mask the considerable discoloration, and tears began to fall unexpectedly. Zhou Yi, witnessing her tears, panicked and hastily reassured her. "Weiwei, it's nothing serious, just a minor injury. You're hurt so badly and still claim you're fine," Jiang Weiwei cried, her voice trembling as she reached out to lift Zhou Yi's shirt to inspect the wound. Unable to resist her, he reluctantly let go. Upon seeing the gruesome injury, Jiang Weiwei recalled Song Yutong's words. Zhou Yi is on the brink of death. Her complexion paled, and her body began to tremble violently. "Zhou Yi, you must run. Leave Qingyuan City. You are being targeted." Zhou Yi's aggressive demeanor darkened suddenly as he grasped Jiang Weiwei's arm, his gaze sharp and dangerous. "Weiwei, why do you say that? Has someone been harassing you? Tell me, and I will deal with them." Having danced with danger since childhood, Zhou Yi possessed a keen awareness of his surroundings. Even though everything seemed unchanged, he sensed subtle differences. This injury was a result of betrayal. There were traitors among him, and someone had orchestrated a trap. Jiang Weiwei understood the questionable nature of his actions, yet the true extent of his endeavors remained unknown to her. The fact that she could utter such words implied that someone had threatened her. He could not allow it. Jiang Weiwei shook her head through her tears. "No, No one has come for me. But Zhou Yi, I know you are in grave danger. Please, you must run. Seeing her in such distress, his heart softened. As long as no one was threatening her, he would be fine. Her tears were likely a reaction to his injury. He lowered his voice gently. Wei Wei, I assure you, I'm truly all right. I've been injured countless times throughout my life. This is nothing to worry about. No, it's not that, Jiang Wei Wei sobbed. She clutched Zhou Ye's arm tightly. Zhou Yi, you have to leave. Do you understand? You must go, you will die. Jiang Wei Wei's strength in life stemmed from Zhou Yi. If he were to perish, she would have nothing left. She recognized her feelings for him. However, Zhou Yi was a reckless wanderer, unable to provide her with a prosperous and fulfilling life. Now, knowing he was in danger of dying, she suddenly felt that she did not desire wealth. She only wished for Zhou Ye's safety. Even if she faced poverty in the future, she wanted him to be well. At that moment, Zhou Yi sensed something was amiss with Jiang Wei Wei. Wei Wei, what is wrong? Please tell me. Through her tears, Jiang Wei Wei spoke. I heard my mother's voice. She said, you are going to die. What? Zhou Yi exclaimed, taken aback. Such an absurd occurrence would undoubtedly lead the average person to believe that Jiang Wei Wei has lost her sanity. However, Zhou Yi places his trust in her. Jiang Wei Wei is a pragmatic individual, even in the face of such an outrageous situation. Zhou Yi's expression turned grave as he assisted her in taking a seat. And with a serious demeanor, he inquired, Wei Wei, what on earth is happening? Please elaborate. Through her sobs, Jiang Wei Wei began recounting her fantastical experience. Yesterday, I suddenly found myself hearing the inner thoughts of Song Yutong when I encountered her. The first revelation concerned Zhao, Qingming, and Sun Yao. As Zhou Yi listened, his countenance darkened further. He had initially believed that Jiang Wei Wei had stumbled upon Zhao Qingming and Sun Yao by chance. But it became evident that she had gleaned this information from Song Yutong's heart. This made perfect sense. Jiang Wei Wei informed Zhou Yi that she had brought Zhao Qingming back today. Following her original plan, she intended to drive Sun Yao away and secure her own ascendance. With her beauty, cunning, and Zhou Yi's support, she felt she could navigate the situation flawlessly. However, the insights she gleaned from Song Yutong's thoughts revealed her naivety. The Zhao family was ruthless, and Zhou Yi's life was at stake. Her strength and cunning would be of no use. It was a veritable pit of fire. After Zhou Yi had absorbed the entirety of her tale, he felt little concern for his own mortality. From the moment he embarked on this path, he had accepted that death was inevitable. Life and death had long ceased to hold significance for him. However, what he could not bear was the thought of Jiang Wei Wei suffering so terribly after his demise. From her words, it was clear that his fate was sealed. He had attracted the attention of the military. This perplexed Zhou Yi, as his actions had been confined to Qingyuan City, making it improbable that the military would be involved, though it was plausible that the police might be. He addressed Jiang Wei Wei, saying, Wei Wei, since you can hear your mother's thoughts, perhaps it signifies that our fates are not yet sealed. Now that you know Zhao Qingming is a perilous choice, do not wed him. You are exceptionally beautiful. Surely, a better suitor will come along. Missing out on him would be your fortune. As for my situation, rest assured, I shall adapt as necessary. Jiang Wei Wei grasped Zhou Yi's hand, shaking her head in tears. Zhou Yi, no, I do not wish to marry a wealthy man. I only want you to be safe. She continued, my mother's thoughts are ominous. She said you cannot escape a fatal outcome. I do not want you to die. Please, leave this place. Jiang Wei Wei refrained from disclosing that her family intended to send her to Zhao Qingming. This was the first time she had withheld information from Zhou Yi regarding a problem. She simply desired for him to survive. Yet, Zhou Yi was perceptive. He understood her deeply. With just a glance or a gesture, he could tell that Jiang Wei Wei was concealing something from him. Narrowing his eyes, he asked, Wei Wei, is there something else you have not told me? A pang of anxiety struck Jiang Wei Wei, and her gaze faltered. And no, there is nothing else. Zhou Yi fixed his gaze intently upon her, his tone leaving no room for argument. Wei Wei, tell me. Jiang Wei Wei bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. Unable to withstand Zhou Yi's gaze any longer, she choked out, I may not escape marrying Zhao Qingming. Zhou Yi felt a heavy pang in his heart. He had not anticipated the situation could be so dire. If you are unwilling, can they truly coerce you? Jiang Weiwei offered a bitter smile. My biological parents are swayed by money. They could send me to my adoptive mother without a second thought, indicating their lack of deep affection for me. If Zhao Qingming offers them benefits, they will undoubtedly press me into marriage. Zhou Yi responded, your adoptive mother is a decent person. If you express your reluctance, she will surely support your wishes. For the first time, regret flickered in Jiang Weiwei's eyes. She gently shook her head no in the past. My actions have already shattered their hearts. They will not come to my aid. At least in this moment, Jiang Weiwei understood clearly. Her past arrogance had become a boomerang that pierced her heart. Abandoned by all. Chapter 31. Jiang Weiwei's transformation. Points earned. Zhou Yi's eyes subtly ignited with fury. You raised her. How could she push you into the abyss? Jiang Weiwei, tears streaming down her face, lamented, I realize my mistakes. But it is too late to speak now. Zhou Yi, please do not concern yourself with me. You must leave quickly. In truth, at this moment, Jiang Weiwei comprehended that the outcome of her abandonment was not unjust. According to Song Yutong's sentiments, she had endured torment at the Zhao family. When Song Shengsheng had come to rescue her, she feared that her actions would incite hatred, dragging Song Shengsheng down with her. She was indeed capable of such treachery. Thus, she finally understood that her fate was a consequence of her own making. When Song Shengsheng had come with good intentions to save her, she had plotted against her instead. She was nothing but a scoundrel, a disgrace. What right did she have to seek forgiveness or assistance from others? All she could think to describe herself was, those who commit wrongful acts shall meet their own demise. She had driven herself to the brink. Zhou Yi took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing his anger. Weiwei, I will not abandon you. Let us devise a plan together. We shall find a solution. He quickly contemplated strategies, recognizing that the key figure in this matter was Song Yutong. Perhaps they could approach her for assistance. Weiwei Yu. Song Yutong had just seen Jiang Weiwei off when she settled down to practice yoga. Meanwhile, Song Shengsheng was upstairs studying. She concentrated on her breath, inhaling, stretching, and expanding. Mom, Mom. Upon hearing Jiang Weiwei's voice, Song Yutong's heart jolted. The door was forcefully pushed open by Jiang Weiwei, who immediately knelt before her. Mom, please save Zhou Yi. Save Zhou Yi. Startled, Song Yutong jumped 3 feet into the air. What is Jiang Weiwei doing? Has she lost her mind? Why is she kneeling? The commotion was so great that even Song Shengsheng, studying upstairs, was disturbed. She opened the door and was taken aback to see Jiang Weiwei kneeling before Song Yutong. Song Yutong shot a glare at Song Shengsheng. Hurry back to your studies. This has nothing to do with you. Oh my goodness, your task is to study. How does this troublemaker, Jiang Weiwei, concern you? Go on, save yourself the distress. Song Shengsheng touched her nose, feeling that Song Yutong's words were indeed correct. There was nothing she could do to change the situation concerning Jiang Weiwei. Therefore, she closed the door and immersed herself in her studies. At this moment, the most important thing for her was her education. Jiang Weiwei's heart was a tumult of emotions. Within Song Yutong's heartfelt sentiments lay nothing but love for Song Shengsheng, while Jiang Weiwei only felt disdain and aversion. Tears welled up in Jiang Weiwei's eyes. She knew all too well that this was a consequence of her own actions, and she had no one to blame but herself. With the metaphorical sword hanging over her head, she felt regret, deep, profound regret. She knelt on the ground, grasping the hem of Song Yutong's garment. Mom, please, save Zhou Yi. Song Yutong felt a shiver run down her spine, desperately trying to free her clothing from Jiang Weiwei's grip. What is with Jiang Weiwei and Song Jing? Why do they both enjoy kneeling and clutching at my clothes? Is the behavior of ungrateful wolves so alike? Of course, they were both equally unable to be shaken off. Since she could not escape, she decided to stop resisting. However, when faced with Jiang Weiwei, she remained reluctant. Weiwei, what happened to Zhou Yi? Why do you want to save him? Jiang Weiwei, in tears, replied. Zhou Yi is injured. He has lost so much blood. Mom, I don't know what to do. Please help me. Song Yutong found herself at a loss for words. If he is injured, take him to the hospital. Pleading with me is futile. She thought, do not assume I can save you. Even if I could, I would choose not to. You're not a good person, and neither is Zhou Yi. Saving you would only allow more people to suffer from your misdeeds. Jiang Weiwei was truly at a loss, her heart heavy with regret. In the past, she had been selfish, caring only for her own well-being while treating others as mere tools. As long as she thrived, everyone else was simply a stepping stone for her ascent. Her existence had indeed been a bane to others. Kneeling on the ground, she wept bitterly. Mom, I realize my mistakes. I truly do. Please, grant me another chance. I want to be a good person. Jiang Weiwei vowed that after this moment, she would strive to be virtuous and would no longer be as selfish as before. She would work diligently and live a stable life. Song Yutong disdainfully shook her leg. I truly do not. Suddenly, a notification resounded. Detection indicates that Jiang Weiwei's remorse is profound. Initiating task. Task 1. Assist Jiang Weiwei in reforming. Aid her in becoming a good person. Reward, 50,000 points. Progress, 0. Song Yutong's consciousness entered her mind, engaging in dialogue with the system. Finally, you have arrived. But is this task a jest? Jiang Weiwei, a scourge, is to be given a chance for redemption? The system frequently assigned her tasks to earn points, yet during her several days in this world, it had remained silent. Now, suddenly, it was active, presenting her with the task of allowing Jiang Weiwei a chance for reform. Can Jiang Weiwei truly be given a second chance? The system replied, Host. This is the original owner's fervent wish. She raised 4 children, cherishing them, in hopes for their redemption. Now, it has been detected that Jiang Weiwei harbors a profound sense of remorse, triggering the system's assistance mechanism. Song Yutong interjected, No. Jiang Weiwei is undoubtedly a villain. She does not deserve a chance. The system operates on principles that dictate that wrongdoers are unworthy of forgiveness. Assisting a villain may ultimately lead to greater harm inflicted upon the innocent. Such assistance is devoid of any significance. The system responded, Jiang Weiwei's selfishness is linked to her financial desires. At this moment, she has yet to commit heinous acts, qualifying her for assistance. Of course, should she genuinely reform, she must engage in virtuous deeds to atone for her previous transgressions. In an instant, Song Yutong felt utterly drained of strength and means. Moreover, she desperately coveted the 50,000 points, for she was, after all, a pauper. As her thoughts returned to reality, she beheld Jiang Weiwei kneeling on the ground, weeping profusely, having cast aside her most cherished image. Jiang Weiwei could perceive her inner turmoil, yet she remained oblivious to the dialogue occurring in Song Yutong's mind with the system. That exchange resided solely in her thoughts, not in her heart. A flicker of conflict crossed Song Yutong's face as she bit her lip. Jiang Weiwei, seeing your genuine desire for repentance, I shall assist you this once. This opportunity is singular. Should you fail to cherish it, do not blame me for casting you into the abyss. Song Yutong declared, Take me to see Zhou Yi. Jiang Weiwei was nearly overwhelmed with joy, never anticipating that Song Yutong would be willing to help her to grant her a chance. The coldness in her heart, which had begun to freeze, was instantly enveloped by an unparalleled warmth. She expressed her gratitude to the heavens and to Song Yutong for bestowing upon her another opportunity. She vowed to reform and to be a better person. Thank you, Mom. I will change. I will strive to be a good person. Song Yutong, however, wore an expression of impatience. Did you not say Zhou Yi was injured? Take me to see him. Chapter 32. The spy Li Song Yutong accompanied Jiang Weiwei to Zhou Yi's residence. Zhou Yi lay upon the bed, a deep knife wound marking his shoulder, a clear indication of a violent confrontation. He lay weakly on the bed, attempting to rise upon seeing Jiang Weiwei and Song Yutong approach. In a frail voice, he murmured, Aunt, you have come. Jiang Weiwei hurried to support him. Zhou Yi, do not move. You are injured. Rest well. Song Yutong observed Zhou Yi in silence. Has Zhou Yi suddenly changed? Why is his demeanor towards me so amiable? He used to act as though he were superior to all. Jiang Weiwei exclaimed, It is all a misunderstanding. It is the fault of ignorance. We will genuinely change from now on. Both Zhou Yi and I will transform. With tear-filled eyes, she gazed at Song Yutong. Mom, Zhou Yi is injured. His wound resulted from a conflict with others, and we dare not take him to the hospital. What shall we do now? Jiang Weiwei glanced at Zhou Ye's injury and sighed. First, you must bandage his wound to prevent infection. Very well, she replied, tearfully attending to Zhou Ye's injury. Song Yutong remarked, allow me to tidy up for you. Zhou Ye has been ensnared. Given his actions, particularly concerning the events in Qingyuan City, he is unlikely to attract military attention. However, his good brother Zhou Xiao deceived him by handing over a confidential military list. He believed it to be an ordinary document, unaware that it was a list of spies. Who among the good could make use of such a list? Ultimately, he was executed by the military. I must locate this list, for even if not for Zhou Yi, delivering it to the military would be a meritorious act. Zhou Yi lay in bed, unwilling to let Song Yutong tidy up for him. Aunt, no need, Jiang Weiwei, attuned to Song Yutong's thoughts, pressed Zhou Ye's hand and shook her head. I will bandage you. Song Yutong truly went out to clean Zhou Ye's room. What appeared to be tidying was, in fact, a search for documents. Zhou Yi sensed something was amiss with Song Yutong and lowered his voice. What is going on? What did she say? Jiang Weiwei's expression grew grave as she leaned closer to Zhou Yi, speaking in hushed tones meant only for them. My mother's thoughts reveal that you have been deceived by Zhou Xiao. Has he given you something recently? That item is a list of spies. It is precisely because of this that the military has its sights set on you. Zhou Ye's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? He held dominion over Qingyuan City. Although not a paragon of virtue, he adhered to certain principles. He only managed his own territory. Others were of no concern to him. If he were indeed a ruthless villain, Zhao Qingming and Sun Yao would not have escaped so easily the day prior. If he were truly so malicious, Zhao Qingming would at least be missing an arm and a leg, while Sun Yao would have been sold into a brothel. Thus, how could he possibly be involved with spies? Such acts were beyond his capacity. Yet, Jiang Weiwei's serious demeanor suggested she was not jesting, and his expression darkened. Zhou Xiao had indeed given him a parcel, claiming it to be his dowry. Zhou Yi had never considered it to be a spy list. After all, he and Zhou Xiao were merely ordinary individuals. How could they be entangled in such matters? It is essential to understand that spy lists are no trifling matter. They could cost one their life. Meanwhile, Song Yutong rummaged through the room, failing to uncover anything suspicious. Where on earth has he hidden it? This item, if left unguarded, could prove fatal. Jiang Weiwei had not anticipated the situation to escalate to such proportions, revealing the existence of a spy list. She realized that her previous arrogance and self-assertion were trivial in comparison. The mere mention of spies sent shivers down her spine. She whispered, trembling, "Where is it? Let me find it for my mother. Give it to her." Zhou Ye's gaze fell beneath his bed. Jiang Weiwei immediately grasped the implication. She kicked Zhou Ye's shoe, sending it beneath the bed. "Ah, Zhou Yi, your shoe has fallen under the bed. I will retrieve it for you." She deliberately raised her voice. Then, reaching beneath the bed, she rummaged for a while until she unearthed a tattered box. Curiously, she asked Zhou Yi, "What is this?" Zhou Yi weakly replied, "It belongs to Zhou Xiao. He claimed it was his dowry." The moment Song Yutong heard Jiang Weiwei mention the space beneath the bed, she had already perked up her ears. Upon hearing the mention of Zhou Zhao's wife's dowry, a realization struck immediately. This is it. That foolish Zhou Yi. This object could very well cost him his life. I must devise a way to ensure Zhou Yi relinquishes it willingly. Jiang Weiwei grimaced. This wretched thing is an eyesore. You should return it to Zhou Xiao. She exchanged knowing glances with Zhou Yi. He felt a pang of anxiety and hastily replied, "All right, I will have someone deliver it to Zhou Xiao right away." The thought of the box hidden beneath the bed darkened his countenance significantly. Inside that box lay a list of spies, which must not be returned to Zhou Xiao. Zhou Yi had already begun to plot his course of action. Song Yutong addressed Zhou Xiao. "Yes, it's best to return what doesn't belong to you." The military had already set its sights on this item. Once he returned it, Zhou Ye's fate would be sealed. He was already entangled with the list, and given his unscrupulous methods, coupled with the fact that Zhou Xiao was his cousin, his chances of escaping unscathed were nearly non-existent. The moment Zhou Yi took possession of that list, he had walked hand in hand with death. Jiang Weiwei's heart tightened. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she realized profoundly that one must refrain from malevolent deeds and cultivate a good reputation. Just as Zhou Ye's unsavory actions had led him to this precarious situation, once associated with the list, he would find it impossible to extricate himself. If only Zhou Yi were a good person, he would surely be afforded the opportunity to explain himself. Zhou Yi assured Song Yutong, "Aunt, I promise I will return to Zhou Shao." Song Yutong nodded. "Your injuries appear to be well bandaged. There's nothing serious. So take care of yourself. I must attend to some matters, so I'll be leaving now. And remember, you must return that item." Zhou Yi nodded solemnly. Song Yutong's gaze fell upon Jiang Weiwei. "Will you accompany me home?" Jiang Weiwei shook her head. "Mother, you go ahead. I need to handle a few things with him." Song Yutong frowned slightly. "Make sure to return quickly. Zhou Yi is on the precipice of danger. Don't linger with him, lest he be dragged down as well." Once Song Yutong departed, Jiang Weiwei turned to Zhou Yi and urged, "Zhou Yi, you must return that list to Zhou Shao, and then you need to flee, leave Qingyuan City." She conveyed the unspoken message that Song Yutong had subtly expressed. Zhou Yi had already become entangled with the list, making it impossible for him to remain unscathed. Zhou Yi narrowed his eyes, gripping Jiang Weiwei's hand with a profound gaze. "Weiwei, I do not believe in fate. I will stake my claim for survival." Chapter 33. A Noble Benefactor. Gu Yunjin upon returning home. It was time for Song Yutong to prepare dinner. She made a bowl of lotus seed soup, accompanied by 2 dishes, and simmered a fish soup. She called for Song Shengsheng to join her for the meal. As they dined, Song Shengsheng could hardly contain her delight at the delicious food. "Mother, your cooking was always delightful, but now it's even more exquisite. How is it that your culinary skills have improved so remarkably?" Were it not for the impending college entrance examination, she would have truly wanted to learn from Song Yutong. But there was no rush. She planned to study with her mother once her exams were completed. Song Yutong placed a piece of braised pork in front of her, saying, "If it tastes good, indulge yourself a little more. You need to nourish yourself for the upcoming exams. Eat up. You're the only one in this household deserving of my cooking. Others, well." Song Shengsheng sensed a profound favoritism, her heart swelling with warmth. However, thoughts of Jiang Weiwei made her hesitant to speak "Mom" about Weiwei. Song Yutong interrupted her. "That is not your concern. Your only focus should be on your college entrance examination. Do not worry about anything else. You are such a saint. You can't even sort out your own life. Why meddle in others' affairs? Can you really handle it?" Song Shengsheng sheepishly touched her nose, recognizing the truth in her mother's words. Indeed, over the years, she had not figured things out for herself, let alone concern herself with others' issues. For now, she should concentrate on her long-anticipated examination. After finishing their meal, Song Shengsheng returned to her studies while Song Yutong headed out to deliver food to Gu Yunjing. Upon arriving at Gu Yunjing's residence, Li Kaiying was already waiting. Song Yutong handed the thermos to her and prepared to leave when suddenly a neighbor hurried over, exclaiming to Li Kaiying, "Kaiying, quickly! The child next door is choking. You must go check." Li Kaiying's expression changed instantly, and she replied, "I'll go with you." She then thrust the thermos back into Song Yutong's hands. "Aunt Song, please feed Yunjing for me. Thank you." And with that, she rushed out in a flurry. "All right," Song Yutong thought, "I'll feed Gu Yunjing then." Ascending the stairs, she found Gu Yunjing lying on the bed, his eyes tightly shut, still in a state of unconsciousness. Beep. Detecting a significant benefactor, the system has issued a task. Task: assist Gu Yunjing in swiftly recovering his health. Points 100. 000. Task progress 15. Song Yutong counted the numbers diligently. 100,000. Wow, this was extraordinary. Her eyes sparkled. Such a bounty of points could fully unlock the spiritual spring space and allow her to exchange for numerous valuable items. Excitedly, she opened the thermos, revealing a meticulously brewed, nourishing soup. She spoke to the system. "Merely consuming food will not expedite his recovery. Please allow me to exchange for the spiritual spring." The functionality of the spiritual spring space had yet to be activated, yet she could exchange for it in advance. To her surprise, the system shop astonishingly made the spiritual spring available. One drop cost 500 points. Unable to contain her frustration, she exclaimed, "Are you extorting me?" To know that once the spiritual spring space is opened, each drop costs only 50 points. Yet, without this feature, you charge 500? This is utterly outrageous. The system offered no explanation in response to her outburst, determined to restore Gu Yunjing's health as quickly as possible. She had no choice but to exchange for the spiritual spring. 500 points equated to 500 yuan. The pain was palpable. One must understand what 500 yuan represented in this era. Were it not for being swindled out of 5,000 by Shun Dashin the previous day, she would have been unable to afford this expense. As she gazed at Gu Yunjin lying on the bed, she gritted her teeth and spent 1,000 points to exchange for 2 drops of the spiritual spring. She dripped them into the fish soup and fed it to Gu Yunjin spoonful by spoonful. As Song Yutong fed him, she murmured, "Gu Yunjin, I've invested a lot. You must recover swiftly." Unbeknownst to her, Gu Yunjin's eyelashes fluttered slightly. After she had fed him a bowl of fish soup, she clearly observed the progress bar rising. Progress. 30. The subsequent number indicated that he needed to absorb the spiritual spring. Once it was fully absorbed by his body, his values would continue to increase. Looking at his resolute face, Song Yutong urged him, "Gu Yunjin, muster your strength and recover quickly." She was reluctant to use the spiritual spring herself, and, at this moment, it was not an option. The spring would aid her in swiftly restoring her health and beauty. Yet any significant change in her appearance at present would incite unnecessary trouble and panic. Once she had nursed her body back to health and completed her tasks, she would depart from this place, ready to reinvent herself and live anew as the original owner. Having tidied up her belongings, Song Yutong left. Just as she reached the entrance of the courtyard, she noticed several individuals hurriedly carrying a small boy outside, followed closely by Li Kaiying and others. Each face bore an expression of gravity and concern, and behind Li Kaiying was a weeping woman, inconsolable in her distress. Song Yutong's keen eyes caught sight of the child's ashen complexion, with one hand pressed against his chest and throat. She immediately comprehended the situation. He was choking, unable to expel the obstruction. Time was of the essence. Song Yutong rushed forward, commanding, "Quick, put the child down." The individuals carrying the child glanced at her. But before they could react, she dashed forward and snatched the child from their grasp. Embracing him, she swiftly performed the Heimlich maneuver, encircling his abdomen and applying forceful upward thrusts. With each attempt, the onlookers held their breath, tension palpable in the air. At last, the child expelled the lodged object and erupted into tears. Witnessing this, the crowd exhaled in relief, some even collapsing weakly to the ground. The weeping woman immediately threw herself beside the child, embracing him while laughing and crying in equal measure. The surrounding spectators sighed deeply, reassured that all was well. Li Kaiying looked at Song Yutong with profound gratitude, exclaiming, "Aunt Song, thanks to you, this child was spared from danger." Song Yutong waved her hand dismissively. It was nothing, just a small act. At that moment, someone in the crowd asked, "Aunt Song, where did you learn that first aid technique?" Song Yutong replied, "My grandfather taught me. He was a barefoot doctor." The crowd nodded in understanding. The child's mother approached, cradling her son, her face a tear-streaked visage. "Thank you. Had it not been for your intervention, little June might have," she sobbed. Song Yutong quickly gestured dismissively. "It's all right. I merely did what I could." Surrounded by so many, Song Yutong felt the weight of their collective gaze weighing down upon her. She said to Li Kaiying, "I have matters at home. I must take my leave. I will return in the evening to bring dinner." Without waiting for Li Kaiying's consent, she swiftly departed. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Yu had hurriedly arrived, observing her adept rescue techniques, which plunged him into contemplation. This Aunt Song was certainly not as simple as a mere village woman. Chapter 34. Jiang Weiwei submits her savings upon returning home. Song Yutong was greeted by Jiang Weiwei's resounding call of "Mom." The sudden sound startled Song Yutong, causing her to jump. After a moment of composure, she managed to regain her calm. "Did not go to work? You little imp, appearing out of nowhere. You frighten me to death. Are you not aware of how much you annoy others? With your face and your personality, your unexpected appearances are bound to startle anyone." Jiang Weiwei replied, "All right. I know my past actions were selfish and garnered much disdain. It was all my fault. I wish to amend my ways. Might you grant me an opportunity to be a better person? Song Yutong forced a smile, her expression unyielding. What are you saying? You are my child. There are no grudges between a mother and daughter that last overnight. I forgive you. Jiang Weiwei was moved to tears. Mom, I doubt you can truly change. If you could, you wouldn't be Jiang Weiwei. Nevertheless, I will let things take their course. Once Song Shengsheng gains admission to university, I shall abandon all of you and soar away with her. Jiang Weiwei felt despair wash over her. Mom, I have truly changed. Please do not run away with Song Shengsheng alone. Take me with you. I have genuinely transformed. Despite her heart feeling cold, she silently vowed to demonstrate her worth, striving to avoid being cast aside by Song Yutong. In an effort to prove herself, Jiang Weiwei retrieved a small pouch from her belongings, extracting a stack of money and placing it into Song Yutong's palm. Mom, this is all my savings. It may not be much, but please accept it without disdain. Song Yutong barely discerned what Jiang Weiwei had given her. Yet based on Jiang Weiwei's reputation, she instinctively felt it was not something commendable. She was about to refuse when a voice echoed in her mind. Points, 892. Song Yutong hesitated in her refusal. Thus, this substantial stack amounted to nearly 900 yuan. Her heart surged with tumultuous waves. It was essential to note that this money was gifted by Jiang Weiwei, not something owed to her. If Jiang Weiwei did not willingly part with it, the points could not be credited to the system store. What is happening? Jiang Weiwei is willingly giving me money? Has she truly changed? She accessed Jiang Weiwei's system page. Progress, 18. Gasping in disbelief, Song Yutong could hardly fathom that Jiang Weiwei was indeed altering her persona. Jiang Weiwei sensed the affirmation in Song Yutong's heart, and a smile involuntarily graced her lips. It seemed that Song Yutong had heard kind words in her voice. Indeed, she had truly reflected on her past actions and made genuine changes. Song Yutong unceremoniously accepted the money. All right, I shall keep it safe for you. Upon seeing Song Yutong accept the money, Jiang Weiwei felt a surge of joy. She promptly linked her arm with Song Yutong's and affectionately nuzzled her shoulder. Mom, you are truly wonderful. Song Yutong could not deny that Jiang Weiwei was remarkably beautiful, embodying the archetype of a captivating vixen. Every smile and frown was truly delightful to behold. If only she did not engage in so many questionable antics. Merely her exquisite visage could attract ample opportunities. She admitted to having no resistance against beauty. Her demeanor towards Jiang Weiwei softened slightly, her expression easing as she said, Weiwei, you must be cautious regarding your marriage to Zhao Qingming. After all, he hails from a neighboring city, which is rather distant, and we remain unaware of his family circumstances. Marriage is a lifelong commitment, so it must be approached with the utmost care. Considering the money, I feel compelled to remind you, Zhao Qingming is indeed not a good man. If you adamantly refuse to marry him, even if Zhou Yi cannot protect you, I will ensure your safety. For the sake of the money, Jiang Weiwei felt her eyes welling with tears. Song Yutong had offered her counsel. She would not simply stand by and watch her suffer. In truth, Song Yutong was an ordinary woman, yet for some reason, her promise of protection instilled in Jiang Weiwei a profound sense of security. Jiang Weiwei nodded. Mom, I understand. I too believe that Zhao Qingming is not a suitable match. I do not intend to marry him. In the future, I wish to marry someone I know well and lead a simple, ordinary life. Song Yutong looked at Jiang Weiwei with confusion. How has she changed so drastically? It seems as if she has matured overnight, expressing a desire for an ordinary life. As long as she sincerely seeks to change, it is never too late. She nodded at Jiang Weiwei. Very well. However, you must understand that the quality of a woman's life is determined by her self-worth, not merely by marriage. Jiang Weiwei earnestly nodded. Mom, I understand. I will heed your advice. After a moment of affectionate closeness, Jiang Weiwei glanced at the time and said, Mom, I took the morning off today. I must head to work now. I will bring you some peach crisps when I return this evening. Song Yutong felt a tightening in her chest. You will be coming back tonight? Jiang Weiwei had always resided in the staff dormitory, which was considerably larger than her own place. It was said that Jiang Weiwei had a dormitory all to herself, far superior to her modest 40-square-meter apartment. Jiang Weiwei nodded. Mom, I want to come back home. Song Yutong sighed in resignation. Wei Wei, our home cannot accommodate you. Sheng Sheng is preparing for the college entrance examination and cannot be disturbed. There are only 2 rooms in the house, one for Song Sheng Sheng and one for me. I do not wish to share a room with you. In their childhood, Song Yutong had shared a room with Song Sheng Sheng and Jiang Wei Wei, while Shun Lin and Song Jing shared another. Later, Shun Lin enlisted in the military, while Song Jing found employment and moved into a dormitory. Jiang Wei Wei also took up residence in a dormitory, and Song Sheng Sheng got married. Only Song Yutong remained at home. Yesterday, Song Jing stayed in his former room, which had since been transformed into Song Sheng Sheng's bedroom to facilitate her studies. Song Yutong was not accustomed to sharing a room with anyone. Jiang Wei Wei sighed inwardly, aware of the family's current tension. Yet she was determined to assert her presence upon her return. Otherwise, Song Yutong might truly forget her. Mom, I will share a room with Sheng Sheng. I'll hang a curtain to ensure privacy. Rest assured, I will not disturb her studies. If I do, I will certainly move out. Song Yutong replied, given Sheng Sheng's nature. Even if you disturb her, she wouldn't voice it. This matter is settled then. I must go to work now, but I will return tonight to move my things back. Even if I have to sleep in the living room, I must return. Song Yutong watched Jiang Wei Wei's retreating figure, feeling overwhelmed. She sensed that her tranquil days were coming to an end. Chapter 35. No one shall disrupt Aunt Song's cooking that evening. Song Yutong prepared a bowl of oatmeal porridge for Gu Yunjin and packaged it to deliver to Li Kaiying. Upon arriving at Li Kaiying's home, she discovered not only Li Kaiying, but also the mother of the child she had rescued earlier that afternoon. Upon seeing her, Qianxi immediately stood up, gripping Song Yutong's hand with palpable excitement. Aunt Song, I cannot thank you enough today. If it weren't for you saving my son, he might. Qianxi's voice faltered as she recounted her son's ordeal, her fear still evident. There's no need to thank me. It was merely a small act of kindness. Song Yutong quickly reassured her. However, Qianxi shook her head, insisting, you must accept my gratitude. She pressed a red envelope into Song Yutong's hand. Aunt Song, this is my heartfelt appreciation. Please accept it. Song Yutong was taken aback. No, I cannot accept this. Please take it back. Seeing Song Yutong's firm refusal, Qianxi's eyes reddened with urgency as she pushed the envelope even harder into Song Yutong's embrace. Aunt Song, please just accept it. This money is modest. Just a token of my gratitude. If you refuse, I will feel deeply unsettled. Song Yutong continued to retreat, shaking her head repeatedly. Really, it's unnecessary. The child is safe, and I truly cannot accept this money. Li Kaiying, observing the exchange, interjected with a smile. Aunt Song, you should accept it. Qianxi is genuinely grateful for your help in saving her son's life. This is her token of appreciation. Qianxi nodded vigorously in agreement. After a moment of hesitation, recognizing the atmosphere had escalated to this point, Song Yutong conceded, very well, I will accept it. Upon seeing Song Yutong accept the envelope, Qianxi's face lit up with a sincere smile. Thank you, Aunt Song. You're welcome. Song Yutong handed the thermal container to Li Kaiying. I have matters to attend to at home, so I shall take my leave now. Li Kaiying nodded. All right, Aunt Song, take care. Song Yutong nodded to Qianxi before turning to depart. As soon as she departed, Qianxi remarked to Li Kaiying, Aunt Song's skill in rescuing my son today is quite remarkable. Li Kaiying chuckled softly. You are overthinking it. She is merely an ordinary farmer. The reason she possesses some unique techniques is due to her family's lineage of barefoot doctors. Qianxi pondered this and agreed. If she truly possessed exceptional abilities, why would she be cooking for Li Kaiying? Qianxi handed Song Yutong 200 yuan. While this sum was not insignificant, it provided her with a sense of relief. Families like theirs preferred not to owe favors to others. She then took her leave. Li Kaiying ascended the stairs to feed Gu Yunjin. Today, Qianxi discovered that Song Yutong was their chef and even contemplated enticing her away to repay her kindness. What ist? Could she truly allow Song Yutong to be swayed by Qianxi? Presently, Gu Yunjin could only consume the meals prepared by Song Yutong. Competing with her for Aunt Song's culinary talents would be a matter of life and death for Li Kaiying, who would fiercely protect her. To put it bluntly, even if Qianxi were to woo her husband, She could not lure away her cooking aid. Li Kaiying opened the lunchbox, and an overwhelming fragrance wafted forth, utterly captivating. It was simply intoxicating. Instinctively, she swallowed hard. Having tasted Song Yutong's cooking once before, the memory lingered delightfully. Were it not for Gu Yunjin's current condition, which required him to eat only Song Yutong's meals, she would have relished indulging herself as well. Alas, she wondered when she might savor Song Yutong's cooking again. Such a cherished thought. When Song Yutong returned from the courtyard, Jiang Weiwei had already finished her work for the day and had moved her belongings back home. Song Shengsheng was also assisting her in tidying up the room. Upon seeing Song Yutong's return, both greeted her sweetly. Mom, you're back." Song Yutong beheld the harmonious sight of Song Shengsheng and Jiang Weiwei standing together, a pleasing visual indeed. Song Shengsheng, the female protagonist of the original story, was gentle and radiant, while Jiang Weiwei exuded an alluring charm. A wave of contentment surged within Song Yutong, a sentiment that belonged to the original character. This was the scene the original protagonist had longed to witness. Harmonious sisterhood and a blissful family. Turning to Song Shengsheng, Song Yutong advised, "Shengsheng, you must prepare for the college entrance examination. If Weiwei disturbs you, feel free to decline her." Could Jiang Weiwei's amicable demeanor towards Song Shengsheng be a result of some coercion? It certainly seemed within Jiang Weiwei's capabilities. Jiang Weiwei exclaimed, "I am at a loss for words. I have truly reformed. I did not threaten Song Shengsheng at all. In fact, I even endeavored to please her. This is the first time in my life I have sought to appease Song Shengsheng. I even returned the 200 yuan she received at her wedding. I have genuinely turned over a new leaf. Must Song Yutong view me through such a biased lens?" Song Shengsheng struggled to contain her laughter. Today, Jiang Weiwei had knocked on her door after work, offering her 200 yuan and apologizing for past grievances, expressing her desire to be good friends moving forward. She intended to stay at home without interfering with Song Shengsheng's studies. Jiang Weiwei's attitude was sincere. Song Shengsheng, being kind-hearted, pondered whether Jiang Weiwei's tragic fate could have been avoided had she lived with them during those tumultuous times. Regardless of Jiang Weiwei's past, Song Shengsheng did not wish for her to meet such a fate. She extracted 200 yuan from her pocket. "Mom, this is what Weiwei returned to me." She acknowledged her past mistakes and apologized, and I have forgiven her. "I have no use for this money now, so I am giving it to you." Song Yutong held the 200 yuan, feeling a tumult of emotions. Song Shengsheng's saintly disposition remains unchanged. Such a waste. After all this teaching, it seems to have gone in one ear and out the other. The moment Jiang Weiwei shows a hint of vulnerability, she capitulates. This infuriates me. Song Shengsheng and Jiang Weiwei both understood the underlying message in Song Yutong's words, which were directed at Jiang Weiwei, the only troublemaker in the household. Song Shengsheng acted as obediently as ever. Song Yutong rubbed her temples and turned to the kitchen. "I will prepare dinner." Both Song Shengsheng and Jiang Weiwei simultaneously exclaimed, "I'll help." Jiang Weiwei quickly urged Song Shengsheng, "Shengsheng, your college entrance examination is more important. You should return to your room and rest. I will assist Mom in cooking." Song Shengsheng acknowledged the truth in Song Yutong's words. Indeed, she had not shed her saintly flaw. Let it be for now. Song Yutong had implicitly stated her desire to give Jiang Weiwei a chance. Thus, Song Shengsheng retreated to her room, while Jiang Weiwei went to help in the kitchen. "Mom, I can't cook, but I can help you wash the vegetables." Song Yutong agreed, handing her the vegetables. Jiang Weiwei carried them outside to wash in the well. Aside from doing chores in her early childhood, Jiang Weiwei had not participated in household work for a long time, as her temperament made others hesitant to assign her tasks. This was her first time engaging in household chores in many years, and it felt quite unique. As she diligently washed the greens, a voice suddenly broke through her concentration. "Weiwei, what are you doing?" Jiang Weiwei looked up to see Sun Yao. Chapter 36. Unmasking Sun Yao's deception. Upon seeing Sun Yao, Jiang Weiwei's joyful expression immediately turned cold. "What brings you here?" Their acquaintance had not been long, and Sun Yao seldom visited Song Yutong's side. It took considerable effort for Sun Yao to find her. "I inquired about you." Sun Yao approached and pulled Jiang Weiwei up from her task. Weiwei, how can you engage in such menial labor? With Zhao Qingming's esteemed background, you are destined to be a young mistress. You need never do such work in your lifetime. A sardonic smile crept onto Jiang Weiwei's lips. I cannot aspire to be a wealthy lady. I shall remain an ordinary person. She resumed, washing the vegetables. Previously, she had deemed such trivial tasks meaningless, always believing that she would eventually become a wealthy matron, unburdened by such menial labor. However, now that she was actually doing it, it felt so ordinary, evoking a sense of simple happiness. Her mood was quite pleasant. Sun Yao cast a resentful glance at Jiang Weiwei, who was squatting on the ground washing vegetables. Last night's encounter and Zhao Qingming's plea for assistance in locating Jiang Weiwei have ignited a sense of resentment within her towards Jiang Weiwei. Taking a deep breath, she reassured herself that enduring Jiang Weiwei for the moment would ultimately lead to her downfall. The more miserable Jiang Weiwei became, the more satisfaction she would derive from it. With this thought, she steadied her emotions and crouched before Jiang Weiwei. Weiwei, Zhao Qingming has fallen for you at first sight. He genuinely wishes to marry you. You mentioned today that you would seek him out, yet you have not. He was so anxious that he came to me for help in finding you. Why have you not reached out to him? Jiang Weiwei scoffed, fully aware of Zhao Qingming's intentions. Was it simply because she had stated yesterday that she would accompany Zhao Qingming to a guest house today? His mind seemed perpetually consumed by trivial thoughts. She couldn't fathom how he managed to pass his university entrance exams. With a cold demeanor, Jiang Weiwei stood up, placing the freshly washed vegetables aside, in a spot beyond her reach. She then twisted her hands, preparing for some preliminary exercises. As she rose, Sun Yao mirrored her actions, saying, Zhao Qingming has invited you to dinner. The restaurant is already booked. I could take you there. As the last syllable of Sun Yao's statement fell, Jiang Weiwei unceremoniously struck her with a resounding slap. Sun Yao, momentarily stunned and seeing stars, felt her cheeks swell rapidly. She covered her face, staring at Jiang Weiwei in disbelief. Why you, Weiwei? Why did you hit me? Initially filled with fiery anger, Sun Yao's expression shifted as she noticed the crowd's attention drawn towards them, forcing her to suppress her emotions and adopt a pitiful facade. Jiang Weiwei, arms crossed, exuded an undeniable beauty, yet her parents had cultivated an impression of her as arrogant and unreasonable over the years. Thus, onlookers inevitably perceived her as the aggressor against Sun Yao. However, Sun Yao's hopes of garnering sympathy or condemnation for her plight from others were destined to fail. After all, they all resided in the same courtyard and were well aware of Jiang Weiwei's circumstances. No one dared provoke her. Even if Jiang Weiwei had struck Sun Yao until she bled, the residents would not dare intervene. They all feared Jiang Weiwei. Meanwhile, Wang Dongmei from the neighboring household rushed to Song Yutong's home. Sister Song, come quickly. Your Weiwei has gotten into a fight. What? Song Yutong, busy in the kitchen, felt a jolt of disbelief. Could it be? Weiwei just said she would change her ways. Has her true nature surfaced so quickly? Yet, upon glancing at the progress of Jiang Weiwei within the system, she noted a rise. Progress, 27. Confounded yet intrigued, she followed Wang Dongmei outside. Witnessing Jiang Weiwei standing with crossed arms, gazing down at Sun Yao with disdain. Sun Yao, do you truly not comprehend why I struck you? You claimed you would introduce me to a suitor, the son of the factory manager next door, asserting that he had fallen for me at first sight. Do you not find that shameless? I have discovered that you and Zhao Qingming are a couple, having been together for a year. You accompanied him to the guest house yesterday. Hitting you was too lenient. What are your true intentions in introducing me to your partner? Sun Yao's complexion turned ashen, her gaze evasive as she feigned composure, saying, You misunderstand. I went to the guest house to discuss matters with him, not in the way you think. Jiang Weiwei let out a cold laugh. Sun Yao, do not presume everyone is a fool. You introduced your partner of a year to me while pretending not to know him. Do not tell me you have no ulterior motives. You might not be aware, but I have a friend from a neighboring city who happens to know the situation regarding Zhao Qingming's family. Is it true that he has a foolish elder brother? At those words, Sun Yao's face drained of color. The others exchanged glances. The neighboring city is not too far, requiring only a 2-hour journey by car. However, the steel factory there maintains a close relationship with the one in Xinjiang City, sharing numerous projects and technologies. Many in this compound work at the steel factory and are aware of the neighboring factory circumstances, including the fact that the factory manager has a foolish son. Chun Jianjun, the husband of Wang Dongmei and an employee at the Xinjiang City Steel Factory, had just returned from a business trip to the neighboring factory and witnessed the scene. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "During my visit to the neighboring factory, I heard the manager mention that he found a bride for his foolish elder son in Xinjiang City, and they are to hold a wedding soon. Jiang Weiwei, you might have been duped into a marriage." If this had been a matter pertaining to Jiang Weiwei's past, Chun Jianjun would have remained silent. However, upon returning home, he had heard Wang Dongmei discuss how Song Yutong had sold her job cheaply to her niece, a stroke of good fortune. Hence, he felt compelled to share this information. As Chun Jianjun's words hung in the air, anger surged among the crowd. Their disdainful glances towards Sun Yao dripped with indignation. "You wretched girl, with your decent appearance. How could you engage in such shameless acts? Is this not a blatant marriage scam? Luring a young woman from Xinjiang City with the factory's unblemished younger son, only to replace him with the foolish elder brother at the wedding. How could one sink to such depths? You and your partner are no better than swine and dogs, conspiring to deceive Wei Wei. Utterly shameless." Sun Yao, overwhelmed by their accusations, turned pale, her eyes darting as she attempted to defend herself. Jiang Weiwei, known for her fiery temper, seized a basin of dirty water used for washing vegetables and drenched Sun Yao, declaring, "Sun Yao, do not push me to slap you. Leave, soaked to the skin." Sun Yao shivered in the evening breeze, which carried a biting chill. The situation was dire, and lingering was unwise. She turned and fled in disgrace. As she ran, the residents of the compound erupted into a chorus of condemnation directed at the neighboring factory manager. Wang Dongmei grasped Song Yutong's hand, her face etched with concern. "What a beast! This is nothing less than leading Wei Wei into a pit of fire." Fortunately, Wei Wei is astute. Otherwise, she might have been swayed by their facade, unaware of the unknown fate that awaited her. Song Yutong regarded Jiang Weiwei with a knowing look, reflecting, "Who would have thought? Jiang Weiwei is quite perceptive," unearthing the true nature of Zhao, Qingming, and Sun Yao. Chapter 37. Gu Yunjin awakens. Jiang Weiwei joyfully approached and took Song Yutong's hand. "Mom, I have already turned down Zhao Qingming. I have come to realize that I was once naive and overly ambitious. From now on, I shall strive to live a grounded life." Not having fallen into the abyss that was Zhao Qingming, Jiang Weiwei felt a sense of rebirth. She understood that it was the resonance with Song Yutong's heartfelt words that transformed everything, sparing her from a fate so dire. Heaven had shown her mercy, granting her a chance for redemption. She vowed to amend her ways and live diligently. Song Yutong nodded, yet inwardly sighed. Things are not as simple as you perceive. However, as long as your remorse is sincere, I shall shield you from all the arrows, both overt and covert. Jiang Weiwei felt warmth envelop her, akin to being cradled in someone's nurturing embrace. Song Yutong reminded her, "What about the vegetables you washed? They're still waiting for you to prepare dinner." "Oh, right, I'll fetch them." Jiang Weiwei dashed off to bring the vegetables over. Wang Dongmei whispered to Song Yutong, "I can't shake the feeling that Weiwei has suddenly changed." Indeed, the former Jiang Weiwei was often scorned by all. Now, Song Yutong smiled. She has matured and become more sensible. She cannot remain a reckless child forever. Wang Dongmei nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the truth in her words. Wang Dongmei then looked at Song Yutong and blinked. "Sister Song, why do I feel like your skin has improved significantly? Your hair appears darker, and you look so much healthier. It's as if you've taken a miraculous elixir." Song Yutong smiled gently. "I used to dwell on my troubles, toiling away for a lifetime for my children. Recently, I have come to terms with it. My children have grown, my duty fulfilled, and I no longer wish to burden myself so severely." Upon hearing Song Yutong's words, Wang Dongmei's face reflected compassion. Everyone was aware of Song Yutong's struggles. It had indeed been arduous. After Shun Minglang's passing, the Shun family unjustly placed the blame on Song Yutong. subjecting her to scorn and even forcing her to care for Shunlin and Jiang Weiwei. To raise two children as a young girl herself was no small feat. To make matters worse, her own family offered no support, and instead cast Song Jing and Song Shengsheng into her care. A beautiful young woman, burdened with 4 children, visibly lost her vitality and spirit. Though younger than her, she appeared far older. Wang Dongmei lamented, "Sister Song, you have endured enough hardship in your life. It is time you prioritize your own well-being. If others neglect their children for their own sake, one might criticize them for irresponsibility. However, if Song Yutong prioritizes herself over her children, I applaud her for it." Song Yutong nodded with a smile. "I understand. Thank you. I shall return home to prepare dinner now. You should do the same." As Song Yutong went inside, Jiang Weiwei returned with the vegetables. She handed them to Song Yutong and said, "Mom, I want to learn to cook from you. Your cooking is absolutely delightful. That porridge this morning was so delicious that it left my tongue in a delightful tangle." Song Yutong replied, "The porridge from this morning?" After I departed, she must have arrived. Song Shengsheng, unaware of how to refuse, allowed her to partake. The porridge in the morning was crafted from unique ingredients, undoubtedly delicious. In your absence, I would have prepared a meal using those exceptional ingredients regardless, but since you are here, it seems unnecessary. Jiang Weiwei inquired, "What unique ingredients? Is it because she is present that you do not require them?" In an instant, Jiang Weiwei comprehended Song Yutong's implication. She was deemed unworthy. A wave of sorrow washed over her. She recognized that the blame lay solely with herself, for she had indeed harbored some unspeakable flaws in the past. Instead of anger, she felt a profound sadness. She resolved to amend her ways, determined to alter Song Yutong's perception of her. She would shower affection upon Song Shengsheng, surpassing her. In the military compound, a shadowy figure took advantage of the night when the guard's vigilance waned and scaled the wall. Upon landing, a muffled groan escaped the intruder's lips. Concealed by the darkness, the figure stealthily made its way toward the Gu residence, crouching low and treading lightly, fearful of producing any sound. Upon reaching the house, he gazed up the second-floor window and, with a nimble leap, grasped the window's frame, effortlessly vaulting into the room above. Once inside, he collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. Upon closer inspection, faint, pain groans could be heard from within. Zhou Yi, enduring his own discomfort, spotted the man lying on the bed with eyes tightly shut. He approached with an iron box in hand. Suddenly, the man on the bed, Gu Yunjin, opened his eyes, swiftly springing up with precision and agility. In a flash, Gu Yunjin charged forward, pinning Zhou Yi to the ground, his gaze icy as he demanded, "Who are you, and what is your purpose here?" Zhou Yi was taken aback. He knew Gu Yunjin's condition. Was he not gravely injured, lying in a comatose state, awaiting death? Why had he awakened so suddenly? Yet, the pressing matter at hand seemed to overshadow this concern. Zhou Yi struggled to speak. "Brother Gu, it's me, Zhou Yi." Gu Yunjin paused, releasing his grip, and queried, "Zhou Yi?" Gu Yunjin scrutinized Zhou Yi, recognizing remnants of a familiar face, yet he did not relinquish him. "What brings you here at such an hour?" Zhou Yi was the younger brother of Gu Yunjin's comrade, Zhou Yao, who had passed away a decade prior. Back then, it was Gu Yunjin who had returned with Zhou Yao's ashes in compensation, delivering them to Zhou Yi, who had been merely a 13-year-old child at the time. Now, after 10 years apart, he had heard rumors of Zhou Ye's decline into a life of petty crime, engaging in unsavory activities. Enduring the pain, Zhou Yi extended the iron box. "Brother Gu, within this lies a list of spies. Someone seeks to use this against me. I have no choice but to leave it with you, in hopes of securing my own survival." Gu Yunjin regarded the iron box for a considerable time before slowly accepting it, his demeanor turning grave. "Are you certain of what you speak?" Zhou Yi forced a bitter smile. "Brother Gu, I am willing to cooperate fully with any investigation you deem necessary." Gu Yunjin gazed at him for a prolonged moment, convinced that he was not uttering falsehoods. At that instant, the door to the room was pushed open, and Li Kaiying hurriedly ascended the stairs, having heard commotion from below. It seemed she had caught wind of sounds resembling a struggle, causing her heart to leap with alarm. Gu Yunjin, now in a state of near demise, had undertaken numerous perilous missions over the years, confronting the most nefarious individuals. Once a formidable warrior, he now lay bedridden, his fate uncertain. And yet many would not relent in their pursuit of him. She feared that enemies might seek vengeance. However, she was unprepared for the shocking sight that greeted her upon opening the door, which soon transformed into immense joy. Yunjung, you are awake. Chapter 38. The mysterious cipher box. Gu Yunjung had no time to reminisce with Li Kaiying. He urgently instructed her, "Mother, please hand me a pair of handcuffs." Despite Zhou Ye's seemingly sincere demeanor, Gu Yunjung remained vigilant. Li Kaiying hesitated momentarily, then swiftly retrieved a pair of handcuffs from a drawer and presented them to Gu Yunjung. He accepted the handcuffs, and Zhou Yi cooperatively extended his hands, allowing Gu Yunjung to secure him. Zhou Yi earnestly declared, "Brother Gu, I genuinely wish to turn over a new leaf." Gu Yunjung merely cast a deep, scrutinizing glance at him, choosing silence. Zhou Yi was the younger brother of Zhou Yao, and Gu Yunjung had returned specifically when Zhou Yi was 18, intending to enlist him in the army. Yet, he discovered Zhou Yi had strayed down a misguided path. Handcuffed to the window, Zhou Yi bitterly began, "Brother Gu, when you came to seek me, I was unaware of your intentions. I only learned later. Brother Gu, I have my reasons for my actions. If it were possible, I would certainly wish to be a good person. However, in his youth, he had lost his parents and relied solely on his brother. Afterward, his brother enlisted and sent home his monthly stipend to their aunt, while he endured a life of dependency under her roof. Although his aunt's family did not treat him particularly well, they refrained from letting him go hungry, primarily due to his brother's generous remittances. Tragically, after his brother's untimely death, Brother Gu returned with compensation money in his brother's name, which he saved for him. As a mere child possessing a substantial sum, he became the target of avarice among his relatives, all vying for his wealth. Each relative devised ways to extract money from him, and if he refused, they resorted to either threats or abuse. Even so, he understood that he could not relinquish the funds. Once they were given away, those relatives would abandon him to his fate. Consequently, he chose to pay the local ruffian for protection. The latter, recognizing Zhou Ye's resilience, eventually took him under his wing, although he engaged in some dubious activities. Yet, he felt he had no choice. His greatest admiration was reserved for his brother, who had served in the military. It was only later that he learned Gu Yunjung had sought him out and witnessed his dismal circumstances, leaving him feeling ashamed to face him. Until this incident transpired, Gu Yunjing's expression hardened as he opened the box Zhou Yi had provided. Inside the iron box lay an exquisite cipher box. As Gu Yunjin beheld the enigmatic cipher box, an aura of intrigue enveloped him. He recognized this box as an artifact of a clandestine organization, secured by a 4-digit code. A mere 3 incorrect attempts would trigger an explosion. It was beneath this very box that Zhou Yao had met his demise. A master of decryption, Zhou Yao could dismantle any secret with remarkable speed. Initially, when the cipher box first emerged, they had presumed it to be an ordinary object. Zhou Yao endeavored to crack it, only to trigger an explosion after 3 attempts, resulting in numerous casualties. The most immediate victim, Zhou Yao, perished on the spot. Over the subsequent decade, this cipher box had resurfaced twice, now stored away in a military secret base, untouched by human hands. After all, without the correct code, no matter how skilled the cryptanalyst, it was unlikely that they would input the right combination within 3 tries. Zhou Yao's death represented a significant loss. Cryptanalysts were a rare breed, and the community could scarcely afford another casualty. Thus, when Zhou Yi asserted that the box contained a list of spies, Gu Yunjin believed him. His dark pupils fixated intently on Zhou Yi. "How did you acquire this? How do you know it holds a list of spies?" Zhou Yi, of course, could not reveal that Jiang Weiwei had gleaned this information from Song Yutong's thoughts. Instead, he said, "It was given to me by my cousin. He claimed it was his life savings and asked me to keep it safe. I was unguarded and simply left it in my home. However, when I sought him out, I witnessed him furtively conversing with someone, mentioning that the list of spies was well concealed. Brother Gu, I was terrified, and I suspect this is the very thing. I understand that I have come into contact with this object and cannot remain unscathed. I only wish to survive. Brother Gu, please grant me a chance. Gu Yunjin fell silent, his gaze piercing as it scrutinized Zhou Yi, who felt a surge of anxiety under the intensity of that stare. Zhou Yi hastily implored, Brother Gu, you can investigate. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. I do not seek out this box willingly. My brother is a soldier, the one I admire most. I have my principles and many things I refuse to engage in. Brother Gu, please trust me. Zhou Yi was, in truth, a conflicted individual. He could only navigate the crooked paths of life, yet he possessed his own boundaries and convictions. There were numerous matters he would not touch. Take, for instance, the incident of catching Sun Yao and Zhao Qingming in a compromising situation. He merely swindled Zhao Qingming out of his money. Had he truly been as malicious as he could have been, neither Sun Yao nor Zhao Qingming would have emerged unscathed, especially Sun Yao. With so many brothers at his side, he could have easily shared the beautiful Sun Yao with them, yet he refrained from such morally bankrupt actions, seemingly always leaving himself an avenue of retreat. Gu Yunjin inhaled deeply and said, Zhou Yi, in consideration of your brother, I shall grant you one opportunity. He then approached Li Kaiying. Mother, please step outside with me. Li Kaiying followed Gu Yunjin, her gaze fixed upon him with unwavering intensity. She grasped his arm, her face alight with excitement. Yunjin, you've awakened. You truly have awakened. Upon closer inspection, her voice trembled with emotion. Gu Yunjin leaned against the wall, his pale complexion betraying the agony etched upon his handsome and resolute face. Li Kaiying was taken aback, her expression a mix of alarm and concern. She opened her mouth to speak, but Gu Yunjin silenced her with a gesture. In a hushed, breathy voice, he implored, Mother, I can barely hold on. Please, listen to me. His body was indeed in the process of recovering, though he should not have awakened so soon. Yet, with Zhou Ye's entrance, his acute instincts compelled him to remain conscious. He was acutely aware of the immense toll his body had endured and knew that he would soon succumb to slumber once more. Thus, before that inevitable descent, he had to ensure Zhou Ye's situation was adequately addressed. Mother, send Zhou Yi to the police station and ensure he is closely monitored. No suspicious individuals are to approach him. I am merely holding on. I will soon fall asleep again. Upon hearing her son's declaration of needing to sleep, Li Kaiying's heart tightened. Do not worry, I will awaken shortly. Just take Zhou Yi to the station and declare him an important suspect in my attack. Although worry gnawed at her for Gu Yunjin, she recognized the gravity of the current circumstances. Moreover, having witnessed Gu Yunjin awaken once, she had faith he would do so again. She hastily summoned someone to escort Zhou Yi away. Returning to his room, Gu Yunjin concealed the password box within the hidden compartment beneath his bed. He had initially intended to stow away the iron box resting on the table, but his body, on the brink of collapse, rendered him incapable of doing so. He disregarded the box entirely and collapsed onto his bed. Almost instantaneously upon lying down, his eyes fluttered shut, enveloped in serenity and tranquility. Chapter 39. Disclosing the password to Gu Yunjin early the following morning. Song Yutong prepared a bowl of oatmeal and lotus seed porridge and delivered it to the courtyard. Upon entering the house, she discovered it was empty. Li Kaiying was nowhere to be found. However, she noticed a conspicuous note on the table, stating, Aunt Song, I have stepped out. If I am not here when you arrive, please assist in feeding my son. Thank you. Beneath the note lay 50 yuan. Without a second thought, Song Yutong took it in stride. This was not the first time she had engaged in such a gesture, and Li Kaiying's generosity was well recognized. She did not hesitate to deposit the money into the system marketplace, watching her points soar by 50. With the insulated container in hand, she ascended the stairs. Yet, as she climbed, she unexpectedly stumbled, nearly losing her footing. This lapse occurred as she opened the system marketplace to check on Gu Yunjin's progress. To her astonishment, she discovered that his healing progress had reached a staggering figure of 68 during the early hours of the morning. A mere half hour later, that number plummeted to 38. Such a situation was unprecedented for her. While she had encountered instances of rapid ascension, witnessing such a steep decline immediately thereafter was truly foreign. She mentally reached out to the system, inquiring, System, what is happening? The system responded, Detection indicates that Gu Yunjin has forcibly awakened. The energy consumption was excessive, resulting in his return to slumber. Song Yutong pressed further. Forcibly awakened? What does that mean? The system replied, he is currently conscious. He must have faced a circumstance yesterday that necessitated his awakening, prompting a forced reboot. Song Yutong was perplexed by the events that transpired with Gu Yunjin the previous day, wondering why he had to be forcibly awakened for a brief moment. Shaking her head, she decided to abandon the thought. After all, it was Gu Yunjin's matter and did not concern her. Her sole focus was to ensure his swift recovery. Upon ascending the stairs, she found Gu Yunjin's tall figure reclining on the bed, his face gaunt and resembling the first time she had seen him, with only bones visible. However, thanks to her nurturing, the flesh on his face had fully returned, showcasing his striking features and flawless bone structure. Even in a state of unconsciousness, one could perceive the sharpness and severity etched on his visage. He was a man who danced on the edge of a knife, standing at the pinnacle of power. He exuded an air of detachment, sternness, wisdom, and loyalty. His physique was tall and perfect, the contours of his muscles evident beneath his crisp white shirt. Seating herself beside him, Song Yutong fed him with attentiveness. Gu Yunjin was remarkably cooperative, consuming the food with remarkable speed. His thin lips parted gracefully as he swallowed, the movement of his throat captivatingly elegant, exuding an undeniable tension. After a bowl of congee was consumed, she set the bowl aside, gazing at his flawless face. Oh my heavens, this man is astonishingly handsome. I wish I could bring him home, she mused, though she lamented her current state of unworthiness. Just wait. Once I regain my youthful beauty, if I have the chance to see you again, I shall captivate you and make you my devoted servant. Unbeknownst to her, the unconscious Gu Yunjin was, in fact, aware of her inner thoughts. He distinctly heard her musings, his brow furrowing ever so slightly. Yet, still in a state of oblivion, he did not open his eyes, mistaking her thoughts for mere mutterings. This woman dares to tease me? What sort of person has my mother hired to cook for me? He thought, but out of appreciation for her culinary skills, he chose to endure it. After a moment of infatuation with Gu Yunjin's handsome face, Song Yutong began to gather her belongings to depart. Suddenly, her gaze caught sight of a box resting on the desk. Intrigued by its familiarity, she stepped closer for a better look. Upon recognizing the box in its entirety, she gasped in surprise. Isn't this the box that Zhou Yi used to store the spy list? Where has the password box gone? Meanwhile, Gu Yunjin, still in slumber, felt a tightening in his chest. This woman was aware of the box. She knew it contained the password box and that it held a list of spies. More alarmingly, she recognized it as belonging to Zhou Yi. This woman, who cooked for him, was not to be underestimated. Could she possibly be connected to espionage, infiltrating his life under the pretense of providing meals? Oblivious to Gu Yunjin's suspicions, Song Yutong speculated that the box indeed contained the spy list. Convinced she could not be mistaken, the sudden appearance of the box made her recall the system's mention of Gu Yunjin being forcibly awakened the previous day. Undoubtedly related to this matter, Zhou Yi had handed something over to Gu Yunjin. It is quite acceptable to entrust the matter to Gu Yunjin. However, there is a significant concern. The password box will detonate after 3 incorrect attempts. Gu Yunjin would likely refrain from tampering with it, prompting me to devise a method to convey the password to him discreetly. This exquisite password box, crafted with remarkable precision, poses a formidable challenge due to its explosive mechanism upon 3 incorrect entries. Yet, it harbors a critical flaw. All units are manufactured with identical passwords. The creators, wary of potential input errors, opted for an exceedingly simple password, 8888. Gu Yunjin was taken aback. The password that had confounded them for decades was so effortlessly unveiled. Remarkably, he harbored no skepticism towards the password uttered by Song Yutong. Even if he were to entertain doubts, making a single attempt would bear little consequence. What if, by chance, it were indeed correct? Gu Yunjin now questioned Song Yutong's identity profoundly. She possessed knowledge of the box's secret, was privy to its password, and sought to reveal it to him. Was she friend or foe? This seemingly unassuming cook wielded unexpected depth. Song Yutong pondered intensely. How could she discreetly relay the password to Gu Yunjin while he remained unconscious, unaware of when he might awaken? She resolved to inscribe a note and place it in his hand, testing his perceptiveness. Gu Yunjin heard hurried footsteps descending the stairs, and shortly thereafter, she returned upstairs, slipping a note into his large hand, urging him to grasp it tightly. Done. This problem is quite simple. Do not disappoint me. With satisfaction, she departed. Gu Yunjin was engulfed in confusion when, not long after, Li Kaiying returned. Observing Gu Yunjin peacefully resting, she had just settled Zhou Yi at the police station. If it were not for the veracity of Zhou Ye's predicament, she might have thought the events of yesterday were mere figments of her imagination. Approaching him, she grasped Gu Yunjin's hand. Suddenly, she felt something within his palm, a note. Unfolding it, she read aloud. 345,216 euro, 10,000. Li Kaiying continued to read the subsequent problems, each more challenging than the last. Though her intellect was formidable, she struggled with the complexity of the questions. Upon completing her reading, she wiped the cold sweat from her brow, nearly unable to articulate them. She was left in a state of bewilderment. Who could have devised such difficult problems? Gu Yunjin exhaled a sigh of relief internally. Fortunately, he was already aware that the answer was 8,888. Otherwise, he would have been utterly lost. Chapter 40. Shen Yuanzhou's pitfall song Yutong hummed a cheerful tune on her way home. As she approached her doorstep, Jiang Weiwei, who had been waiting at the entrance, rushed to greet her. Mom, you're finally back. Song Yutong furrowed her brow at her. Why aren't you at work? Jiang Weiwei surely cannot believe that by bestowing me a few hundred yuan, she can relinquish her responsibilities and expect me to support her for the rest of her life. Indeed, such a selfish and self-serving individual as Jiang Weiwei could not possibly display sudden generosity. When peculiar circumstances arise, there is invariably a hidden agenda. I would rather refund her money than sustain her. Jiang Weiwei was at a loss, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. It was evident that the impression of her selfishness lingered too deeply in Song Yutong's mind, a notion that could not be easily overturned. Hastily, she explained, Mother, Shen Yuanzhou has arrived, and he has summoned Song Xingxing's parents as well. He insists on discussing matters only upon your return, and the atmosphere at home is charged with tension. Song Yutong's brow furrowed. Shen Yuanzhou has dared to invite Song Xingxing's parents? Huh. I suspected he would not part with his money so easily. The avarice and shamelessness of Song Xingxing's parents were unmistakable. Shen Yuanzhou was evidently digging a pit for both me and Song Xingxing. If Shen Yuanzhou is so fond of entangling himself with filth, I shall allow him to experience the sensation of being ensnared by it. With a cold sneer, Song Yutong commanded, Let us return home. Upon entering the cramped quarters, they found a multitude of people seated. Shen Yuanzhou and Song Xingxing faced each other, while her parents occupied adjacent seats, perfectly filling the 4 available spots. Song Xingxing appeared uncomfortable, a sense of unease radiating from her. Having grown up under the oppressive influence of Fang Xiaomei and Song Changhe, even after aligning herself with Song Yutong, they had not ceased their torment. Their presence sent shivers down her spine, yet upon seeing Song Yutong, she felt as if she had discovered a lifeline. Mother, Song Yutong approached Song Xingxing from behind and instructed, Stand up and relinquish your seat. Her tone was imbued with an undeniable authority. Without hesitation, Song Xingxing sprang to her feet and vacated the seat for Song Yutong. Both Song Xingxing and Jiang Weiwei stood behind Song Yutong, resembling loyal guardians. Fang Xiaomei, with a sarcastic tone, remarked, Song Yutong, Xingxing is my daughter. Did you seek my consent when you encouraged her to divorce? You must be pleased now that she is free from her marriage, are you not? You have allowed such a fine son-in-law as Yuanzhou to slip away. Reflect upon your conscience. Do you even possess one? Song Yutong's uncle, Song Changhe, chimed in, Yutong, your actions are rather unscrupulous. My daughter's divorce is a significant matter, and you are not her biological parent. What gives you the right to make such decisions? Song Yutong rolled her eyes, nearly casting them skyward. Her gaze was drawn to Shen Yuanzhou's smug expression across the room. How shameless of Shen Yuanzhou! He knows all too well how troublesome Feng Xiaomei and Song Changhe can be, yet he has summoned them here. How dare they claim Song Shengsheng as their daughter? She is not theirs. They have stolen her. Their biological daughter is currently enjoying a life of luxury in the capital. These two individuals, driven by greed, had once taken in a prominent figure's daughter during a time of misfortune, and upon recognizing each other's esteemed status, they quietly exchanged their daughters. They left the other's precious child to endure hardship and instead sent their own to bask in comfort. Truly despicable. Standing behind Song Yutong, Jiang Weiwei and Song Shengsheng were both taken aback. Jiang Weiwei instinctively glanced at Song Shengsheng, who remained quietly poised, her beautiful face devoid of emotion. However, turmoil surged within her. To her astonishment, she was not the daughter of Feng Xiaomei and Song Changhe. No wonder she had felt no love from them over the years. Instead, she had been subjected to their exploitation and oppression. It dawned on her that she was not their child at all. In that moment, the immense weight that had burdened her heart for years crumbled instantaneously. She found solace within herself. It was not that she was unworthy of love. Rather, Feng Xiaomei and Song Changhe were not her true parents, and thus, they were incapable of loving her. Since they were not her parents, she no longer needed to bear any psychological burden regarding them. As for Xin Yuanzhou, Song Yutong's heartfelt words rang true. He was fully aware of the profound psychological scars she bore from her so-called parents, yet he had still brought them into the picture. The person she had loved for so many years was, in that moment, rendered unrecognizable. She achieved a state of tranquility within her heart. She truly no longer loved him. With a cheerful smile, Song Yutong addressed Feng Xiaomei. Auntie, Xin Yuanzhou and Shengsheng are already divorced. He has come today to return the money. Do you know how much Shengsheng has earned over the years? All that money is with Xin Yuanzhou. Now that they are divorced, it rightfully belongs to Shengsheng. Your family's funds for marrying off your son are secured. Feng Xiaomei and Song Changhe were taken aback. Money. Indeed, money was of utmost importance. They had heard rumors that Song Shengsheng had earned a considerable sum over the years, yet they had only received 50 yuan each month. The specifics of Song Shengsheng's earnings were unknown to them. They were both people who were easily swayed by the prospect of wealth, and they immediately turned their attention to Xin Yuanzhou. Yuanzhou, you and Shengsheng have already obtained the divorce certificate. You are no longer a couple. It is a done deal. Yutong is right. Since you are divorced, you should return all the money that Shengsheng entrusted to you. Xin Yuanzhou's handsome face shifted from pale to flushed. He had initially called Feng Xiaomei and Song Changhe with the intention of persuading Song Shengsheng to remarry him. However, a single statement from Song Yutong had altered their stance. He understood their avarice all too well. Now, persuading Song Shengsheng to reconcile was out of the question. He could not fathom how the situation had spiraled so drastically. He gazed at the calm and composed Song Yutong across from him, feeling a hatred he had never experienced before in his life. It all began when Song Yutong refused to help him care for their child. Everything had unraveled from that moment. It was Song Yutong who had urged him to divorce Song Shengsheng. Now, it was also her words that had turned Feng Xiaomei and Song Changhe against him. He clenched his teeth. Very well. He would spend money to make things difficult for Song Yutong. Xin Yuanzhou pulled out a thick wad of cash from his pocket. This was Shengsheng's money, 2,000 yuan, which he placed on the table. Song Yutong's hands moved with remarkable speed, swiftly snatching the money and presenting it to Jiang Weiwei. Weiwei, count it, she urged. Feng Xiaomei and Song Changhe attempted to seize it, yet their pace could not match that of Song Yutong. Moreover, had the money been given to Song Shengsheng, they might have had a chance to snatch it back, but alas, it was entrusted to Jiang Weiwei. To speak frankly, it was a risky endeavor. Jiang Weiwei was backed by Zhou Yi, a man who danced on the edge of danger. He regarded Jiang Weiwei as a treasure, and anyone daring to lay a finger on her would face his wrath and relentless retaliation. The adage that wicked individuals meet their match holds true in this case. Chapter 41. Xin Yuanzhou reaps what he sows. Song Yutong gazed at Xin Yuanzhou with a sly smile. Yuanzhou, this amount seems rather off, doesn't it? Shengsheng, why don't you enlighten him on how much you pay Xin Yuanzhou each month? With a cold smirk, Song Shengsheng replied, Shen Yuanzhou. I contribute no less than 500 to 800 each month. You only offer me 2,000? That hardly seems fair. Song Shengsheng was quite the earner. Her small stall netted over 1,000 in profit monthly. After being swindled out of 600 by Air Guzi, she still had a surplus of 500. Furthermore, she penned articles for the newspaper, earning an additional 200 to 300 each month. All of this money was entrusted to Shen Yuanzhou for safekeeping. Her business endeavors were recent, yet she had been writing for 3 to 4 years. The sum she had with Shen Yuanzhou amounted to no less than 15,000. And yet, he merely returned 2,000? A mere pittance. Shen Yuanzhou's expression shifted, his gaze evasive as he stammered, Sheng, that money has been spent on our living expenses. There is hardly anything left. This 2,000 is what I managed to save up for you. With her arms crossed, Song Yutong scoffed. Oh, really? Are living expenses truly that exorbitant? Yuanzhou, do you take us for fools? I suspect your funds are being funneled to your mistress outside. Jiang Weiwei interjected with a cold snort. Indeed, a child has even been brought into the world. Sheng, you truly are the biggest fool here. First, your father exploits you. And now Shen Yuanzhou is doing the same, expecting you to support his wife and mistress. Shen Yuanzhou's face flushed crimson, his fists clenched tightly. I have told you repeatedly, that child belongs to Tang Yuan. Why can't you believe me? Fang Xiaomei and Song Changhe were taken aback upon hearing that Song Shengsheng paid Shen Yuanzhou 500 to 800 monthly, only to have 600 pilfered by her father. Their eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Such a substantial sum. Song Shengsheng only provided them 50 each month. What justified this disparity? Song Changhe spoke up. Yuanzhou, if you have truly not touched Shengsheng's money, then present the accounts for us to scrutinize. If you cannot produce them, cease your evasions. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuanzhou's face drained of color, and he stuttered, rendered speechless. His guilt was palpable. Jiang Weiwei had already counted the money. Mother, this is indeed 2,000, neither more nor less. As she spoke, she prepared to hand the money back to Song Yutong. Fang Xiaomei instinctively reached out to take it, but Song Yutong shot her a glance. Weiwei, your mother loves you dearly. Take this money to buy some clothes. You tend to spend lavishly, and your meager salary surely cannot suffice. Use this for your expenses. Jiang Weiwei, I hope you possess enough wit to comprehend my subtle hint. You are renowned for your difficult and obstinate nature. Both Fang Xiaomei and Song Changhe are fully aware that they are utterly helpless when it comes to you. The saying goes that evil people will inevitably encounter their match, and you seem to specialize in dealing with the troublesome duo of Fang Xiaomei and Song Changhe. Jiang Weiwei, the villainess, yearns to play the role of the Good Samaritan. Taking a deep breath, she promptly tucked the money away and said, Thank you, Mom. I always knew you loved me the most. Fang Xiaomei's hand froze in midair, paralyzed by the unfolding situation. She glanced at Song Yutong, then turned her gaze toward the formidable Jiang Weiwei. Yutong, this money belongs to Shengsheng. How can you unilaterally decide to give it to Weiwei? Moreover, we are also Shengsheng's parents. Naturally, a portion of Shengsheng's money belongs to us. Song Shengsheng nodded with a smile. Aunt, you speak the truth. As Shengsheng's parents, the money indeed belongs to you. I am merely taking a small portion. There is still over 10,000 yuan of Shengsheng's with Shen Yuanzhou. Thus, I have the authority to declare that this money is yours. You may retrieve it from Shen Yuanzhou directly. Upon hearing this, Fang Xiaomei's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly nodded. Yes, the bulk should rightfully belong to us. Her gaze then turned dark, landing on Shen Yuanzhou. Yuanzhou, all this money was earned by Shengsheng. Now that you are divorced from Shengsheng, it is inappropriate for you to keep it. You must not misappropriate Shengsheng's funds. Song Changhe chimed in supportively. Yuanzhou, you are no longer married to Shengsheng. We need to settle the accounts clearly. Bring out the ledger for everyone to see how much you owe Shengsheng, and then return every last cent. Cold sweat broke out on Shen Yuanzhou's forehead, and panic flickered in his eyes. He had no ledger, nor did he possess any money left. The 2,000 yuan he clutched was all he had left. He had intended to use this sum to make things difficult for Song Yutong and Song Shengsheng. Would Song Yutong truly part with such a significant amount for Fang Xiaomei and Song Changhe? Given their greedy natures, Would they simply let it go once they laid eyes on it? If Song Yutong wanted this money, she would have to fight tooth and nail for it. He would not allow her to have an easy time. Yet, he never anticipated that Song Yutong would pass the proverbial ball to him, treating Fang Xiaomei and Song Changhe as mere pawns in this game. Faced with their avaricious gazes, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Shen Yuanzhou's heart raced, his complexion paling, his body swaying unsteadily. His demeanor clearly indicated his reluctance to relinquish the money. With her arms crossed, Song Yutong let out a cold laugh. Shen Yuanzhou, do not think you can brush this off so easily. The city of Qingjiang is not vast, and you work in a factory where your salary is quite decent. Your expenditures are limited. I do not believe you have spent all your money. I also do not believe your claims regarding the child not being yours. Then, addressing Fang Xiaomei and Song Changhe, she added, if he cannot produce the ledger, you may report him to the police or even expose him at his workplace for any illicit affairs and investigate his financial transactions to discover where the money has gone. You dare to dig a pit for me? Just watch how I bury you in it. Fang Xiaomei and Song Changhe, the troublesome duo you brought upon yourself, will be your own burden to bear. Jiang Weiwei and Song Shengsheng showed no sympathy for Shen Yuanzhou. He was suffering the consequences of his own actions. Upon hearing Song Yutong's words, Shen Yuanzhou felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Reporting to the police or exposing his company would mean his ruin. He would lose not only his job, but also his reputation. Both Song Changhe and Fang Xiaomei, astute individuals, discerned Shen Yuanzhou's demeanor and recognized how to manipulate him. Shen Yuanzhou, if you do not return the money, we will report you to the police. He hurriedly waved his hands. No, I will get it. Just give me some time to gather it. Song Changhe replied, Yuanzhou, since you and Shengsheng were once married, we won't make it difficult for you. How about this? I will lend you the amount, and you can write an IOU for 10,000. Shen Yuanzhou's eyes widened in disbelief. 10,000? He couldn't even muster 1,000 at this moment, and his monthly salary was merely 75. When he was with Song Shengsheng, he never perceived money as a challenge since she provided for him abundantly. However, now that he had to fend for himself, he realized the value of money. He instinctively looked toward Song Shengsheng. Shengsheng, please help me. Chapter 42. The heartache of a man's misfortune. Song Shengsheng regarded Shen Yuanzhou with a calm demeanor, her gaze as frigid as if she were observing a stranger. A jolt of panic and anguish surged through Shen Yuanzhou, rendering him breathless. The warmth that once radiated from Song Shengsheng's eyes was now devoid of emotion. Shen Yuanzhou, we are divorced. I cannot assist you. You must repay my parents promptly. Her words struck him like a fall into an abyss. Shengsheng. Shen Yuanzhou stared at her, despair etched across his face. Ultimately, under the pressure from Song Changhe and Fang Xiaomei, he penned an IOU for 10,000, acknowledging himself as the debtor and Fang Xiaomei and Song Changhe as the creditors. With the signing of this IOU, Shen Yuanzhou's life had irrevocably lost its vibrancy. Entangled with the two money-hungry vampires, Fang Xiaomei and Song Changhe, he was doomed to a life of misery, never to escape their grasp. This reality was understood by Jiang Weiwei and Song Shengsheng, who had heard Song Yutong's innermost thoughts. Jiang Weiwei remained remarkably composed, for she was inherently a refined egoist. Her only concern now was Song Yutong. She had never gotten along with Song Shengsheng, primarily due to her disdain for her. She always perceived Song Shengsheng as hypocritical, feigning generosity to gain favor. Since Song Shengsheng relished in her supposed magnanimity, Jiang Weiwei resolved to seize everything she had. To the outside world, they were sisters, yet she had never regarded Song Shengsheng as her elder sister. She cared nothing for Song Shengsheng's affairs. Once, Song Shengsheng had truly loved Shen Yuanzhou, viewing him as her salvation, her everything. He meant more to her than the world itself. However, recent events have profoundly transformed her life, particularly the revelation of Shen Yuanzhou's true nature. In the past, how could she have allowed her parents to pressure him? Even when Fang Xiaomei and Shen Changhe troubled her, she would never utter a word to Shen Yuanzhou for fear of casting a shadow upon him. Yet now, witnessing Shen Yuanzhou's plight, Her heart is as calm as still water. She has truly ceased to love him. After sending Fang Xiaomei, Song Changhe, and Shun Yuanzhou away, Song Yutong's gaze fell upon Jiang Weiwei. Confronted with her composed stare, Jiang Weiwei suddenly felt a prickling discomfort. It was only when Song Yutong's eyes landed on the money in her hand that she experienced a moment of clarity, as if struck by a jolt of electricity, and promptly handed the money to Song Yutong. "Here, Mom, this is your money." Without any psychological burden, Song Yutong accepted it, beaming at Jiang Weiwei and affectionately patting her shoulder. "Weiwei, you are still young and cannot manage money well. Let Mom keep it for you. It's yours, so rest assured." With satisfaction, Song Yutong tucked the money into her pocket before placing it into the system space. Points, 2,000. Had it been the old Jiang Weiwei, she would have never believed Song Yutong's words. Not only would she not trust her, but the money, once in her possession, would never see the light of day again. However, the current Song Yutong was a money enthusiast. Once money was in her hands, it might not easily be relinquished. Yet she was content, for she felt secure. After accepting the money, Song Yutong smiled at Jiang Weiwei. "Why didn't you go to work today?" Jiang Weiwei replied with a smile. "Mom, I have a day off." Instantly, Song Yutong pulled out 10 yuan and handed it to Jiang Weiwei, saying, "Since you have a day off, go buy some vegetables and meat. I'll prepare a delicious meal for you at noon. I'll distract you for a moment. I have some heartfelt words to share with Song Shangsheng." Jiang Weiwei awkwardly took the money, pouting slightly. What heartfelt words could she not hear? She understood well that Song Yutong's heart belonged solely to Song Shangsheng. She felt she could not even be angry, and instead expressed gratitude to Song Yutong, feigning delight as she left. However, internally, she pondered, why should she be lesser than Song Shangsheng? As she walked towards the door, she made a resolute decision. She would strive to perform well, ensuring that Song Yutong would change her perception of her. One day, her affection would surely surpass that of Song Shangsheng, she vowed. Yet, as she reached the doorway, she heard Song Yutong's disdainful voice behind her. "Why is that troublesome footstep so slow? Haven't you eaten?" Jiang Weiwei stumbled, nearly falling to the ground, and then blushed, quickening her pace. Oomph, oomph, oomph. She was indeed the troublesome one. Once Jiang Weiwei departed, Song Yutong immediately took Song Shengsheng's hand and sat down, speaking earnestly. "Shengsheng, your parents are not to be trifled with. Right now, Shun Yuanzhou owes them 10,000 yuan. I must remind you, do not show any mercy to either side. They will drag you into an abyss. Let us not even discuss the fact that you are not Fang Xiaomei's biological daughter. Even if you were in their eyes, you would still pale in comparison to their pride. In their traditional mindset, even if they sold you, it would be deemed you're just deserts. They are unworthy. Shun Yuanzhou is nothing short of scoundrel. His approach toward you is solely based on your academic prowess. Even the circumstances surrounding your initial decision to be with him, nearly falling victim to a rogue, were orchestrated by Shun Yuanzhou. The so-called hero saving the damsel merely served to enhance your perception of him, leading you to become utterly infatuated. Initially, it was simply for your acceptance letter, but later, he became enamored with your ability to generate income. Oh, Navi girl, despite your earnings, what kind of life have you endured in the Shun household? The Shuns exploit far worse than landlords. If you remain oblivious, then you truly deserve your fate. Tears cascaded down Song Shengsheng's cheeks, unguarded. Heartache and sorrow enveloped her. She was meant to be a pampered daughter of a wealthy family, growing up carefree, but it was Fang Xiaomei and Shun Changhe, two individuals of ambition, who had exchanged her destiny. Shen Yuanzhou's actions were nothing short of despicable. The heroic rescue she once believed in was merely a ruse. What then? Is genuine? Moreover, as Song Yutong remarked, despite her substantial earnings, her existence in the Shun household was still one of dependency. Shun Yuanzhou constantly reminded her of the family struggles, burdened by Shun-S debts that loomed like a mountain over her. Yet, upon reflection, the Shun family donned fresh garments, while she was left to wear the same outfit repeatedly. Even when she managed a small stall offering various foods, she refrained from indulging. Only when faced with perishables did she allow herself a modest treat. The Shuns often spoke of frugality, yet each member appeared well-fed and prosperous. Where was the evidence of their supposed austerity? Only she, the foolish one, engaged in self-sacrifice and self-deception, deceived and exploited. Witnessing her tears sent shivers down Song Yutong's spine. Could it be that you truly felt sympathy for Shen Yuanzhou? Song Yutong scolded in exasperation, feeling sorry for a man destined for misfortune. Do you even comprehend? Chapter 43. Jiang Weiwei has truly reformed. Song Yutong clutched her chest, her complexion wan. The saintly heroine remains a saintly heroine. If she pities Shen Yuanzhou, let her do so to her heart's content. Every hardship she endures is deserving of her plight. Forget it, I am furious. Song Shengsheng, being emotionally sensitive, found herself overwhelmed, tears flowing freely. However, upon hearing Song Yutong's inner rebuke, she hastily sought to regain her composure. Gradually, Song Shengsheng ceased her weeping, lifted her gaze, and explained, "Mom, you misunderstand. My tears are not for Shen Yuanzhou, but for myself." She embraced Song Yutong, sobbing uncontrollably. "Mom, I have been so foolish. They had so many flaws, yet I was lost in my affection for Shen Yuanzhou, pretending not to see. I truly am foolish." She sniffled. "Mom, rest assured, I no longer harbor any feelings for Shen Yuanzhou. I do not feel pity for him. Just as you said, my heart aches for him. But I am the unfortunate one, and I deserve it. In this present day, regardless of the outcome, Shen Yuanzhou deserves everything that befalls him." Song Yutong's sentiments are undeniably accurate. He has merely exchanged one person for another. Shen Yuanzhou's actions are deserving of his suffering. Henceforth, no matter how he becomes entangled with Fang Xiaomei and Shen Changhe, it is entirely his own doing. Song Yutong carefully scrutinized her, confirming that the resolve in her eyes was genuine. With a sense of relief, she nodded in agreement. "This is how it should be. The days ahead are long, and you must thoughtfully plan for your own future." Song Shengsheng nodded in affirmation. "Mom, I do not wish to think about anything else. I only want to focus on preparing for the college entrance examination. This time, no one can hinder me." The college entrance examination is Song Shengsheng's obsession, her dream. At this moment, her two greatest burdens, the Shen family and her maternal family, can no longer affect her. Moreover, Song Yutong, the person she cherishes, is wholeheartedly supportive of her. She is free from any concerns. All she needs to do is concentrate on her studies. Song Yutong smiled with satisfaction and patted Song Shengsheng's shoulder, saying, "You are absolutely right in thinking this way. Your foremost priority now is to prepare for the examination. Go back to your room and study. I will go buy a chicken to make soup for you, to nourish you." Song Shengsheng hastily replied, "Mom, there is no need." Over the years, she has grown accustomed to frugality. To be honest, being taken care of by Song Yutong these past few days has been the most relaxing time for her. Thus, upon hearing Song Yutong's offer to buy chicken and make soup, she instinctively wanted to refuse, wanting to save. However, Song Yutong gently patted her hand. "Shengsheng, never believe the saying that one must endure hardships to become a person of worth. Once you become accustomed to suffering, you will find an endless cycle of it. A life solely filled with hardship holds no significance. You are diligent, intelligent, and capable. You deserve all the good in life, not misery. To treat yourself well is to love yourself. Only those who can love themselves are worthy of their own lives." Song Yutong expressed her thoughts. Jiang Weiwei is exceedingly selfish and unreasonable. If her self-serving behavior were to ensure her own happiness without being built upon the suffering of others, I would admire her. She truly knows how to love herself. Just look at her, living so well, dressed so splendidly, and no one dares to provoke her. In my eyes, she is successful. In Song Yutong's perspective, a refined egoist is not a fault. She seizes every opportunity to ascend and improve her own life. This viewpoint is undoubtedly valid. However, the fact that her success is predicated on upheaving the lives of others and causing them pain is something she cannot condone. Egoism must be predicated on not harming others, at least not deliberately. However, Jiang Weiwei is purely intent on causing harm, filled with malice. This is where Song Yutong draws the line. Listening to Song Yutong, Song Shengxing's mind began to clear, her eyes sparkling as she looked at her mother. Mom, I understand now. One must first love oneself before loving others and ultimately the world. If one cannot even love oneself, how can one extend that love to others? Indeed, it is true. Just as in the past, she felt a profound empathy for Shun Yuan Zhou and his family, constantly considering their needs and toiling tirelessly for them. Yet, not a single member of the Shun family held her in their thoughts. Each of them plotted against her, subjecting her to mental torment. Had she chosen to disregard the Shun family from the beginning, or even to refrain from falling in love with Shun Yuan Zhou, she could have thrived independently through her own talents, whether by writing or running a small stall. Despite earning substantial wealth and providing well for the Shuns, her own life was far from satisfactory. Is such a life truly just? It is not. One should never lose oneself in the name of love. Self-redemption is the rightful path. Beat. Character Song Shengsheng awakens. Points. 50,000. Song Yutong. What a delightful surprise. Looking at Song Shengsheng now, her eyes are bright and wise. She smiled. Song Shengsheng has seen through it all. This is a good sign. Now, we await her completion of the college entrance examination, enabling her to leave this place smoothly. I too must depart. Song Shengsheng sensed the turmoil within Song Yutong, her heart tightening. Song Yutong was leaving? Where to? An unusual wave of anxiety washed over her. However, she quickly regained her composure. She should not dwell on such matters nor feel constrained. She must focus on her university entrance exams. She would also be parting ways with Song Yutong. She believed that both she and Song Yutong were enlightened enough to lead fulfilling lives. Leaving this place would be beneficial, after all. There are far too many unsavory characters in Xinjiang City. With a smile, Song Yutong prepared to step out and buy some chicken. Upon exiting the staff quarters and reaching the corner, she heard the voice of Shun Dashin. Wei Wei, have you received the money? Did Song Yutong give you the 5,000? Song Yutong's heart sank. As she moved deeper into the alley, she indeed spotted Shun Dashin and Yang Shufan dragging Jiang Weiwei into the alley, eagerly questioning her. Oh no, I forgot to tell Jiang Weiwei to acknowledge the 5,000. This is troubling. If Jiang Weiwei refuses to admit it, there will be endless complications. Jiang Weiwei instinctively looked around, surprisingly hearing Song Yutong's thoughts. Although she could not find Song Yutong, she sensed her presence nearby. With her chin held high, she replied, I did receive it. Hiding in the shadows, Song Yutong did not expect Jiang Weiwei to be so astute. Jiang Weiwei is quite clever. Today, her demeanor makes me feel as if she genuinely cares for me and this family. Has she truly changed? Jiang Weiwei was overwhelmed with joy, finally hearing a kind word about herself from Song Yutong's thoughts. It was indeed a rare occurrence. Shun Dashin and Yang Shufan felt a surge of relief and quickly said, Wei Wei, this money originally belongs to your uncle. Since you are returning it, we will give you 500 for your trouble, and I will return the remaining 4,500 to your uncle. Jiang Weiwei crossed her arms and scoffed. On what grounds? This money was willingly given to me by Song Yutong. If you want it, you shall not have it. Chapter 44. Shun Dashin demands money from Jiang Weiwei. Shun Dashin grew anxious, stepping forward to grasp Jiang Weiwei's arm. Weiwei, why don't you understand? The money belongs to our family. You cannot keep it all to yourself. Yang Shufan chimed in, Weiwei, do not be ungrateful. We are only looking out for you. It is not safe for you to hold onto this money. It is better entrusted to us for safekeeping. Jiang Weiwei forcefully shook off their grasp, exclaiming, Am I truly so foolish? This is not a new revelation. You think I will relinquish the money once it is in my possession? Dream on. At that moment, Jiang Weiwei's arrogance and domineering demeanor perfectly aligned with her public persona. Shun Dashin and Yang Shufan were visibly infuriated. The considerable sum of money had already caused them great distress when it was presented the previous day. They had initially hoped that Jiang Weiwei would return the funds, but to their dismay, once the money reached her hands, it was akin to a dog swallowing a meat bun. There was no chance of retrieval. This was 5,000 yuan, a significant amount. Just the thought of it resting in Jiang Weiwei's hands made Shun Dashin feel as though a heavy weight was pressing down on his chest. This sum was intended for purchasing a home. His resentment and fury surged within him. Nearby, a few iron rods lay stacked, and in a fit of rage, he seized one and struck Jiang Weiwei on the head. Accustomed to her brazen behavior since childhood, Jiang Weiwei had always regarded herself as invincible. Little did she expect to stumble in her encounter with Shun Dashin. She felt a heavy blow to her head, followed by the warm trickle of blood cascading down her face. Yang Shufan, witnessing this shocking scene, screamed in terror. Song Yutong was equally taken aback by Shun Dashin's brutality. It was too late to intervene. She could only watch helplessly as Jiang Weiwei was struck forcefully. In a fit of anger, she rushed forward, exclaiming, "How dare you! Shun Dashin, I will make you pay for this." Consumed by rage, Shun Dashin was not satisfied with one blow. He raised the iron rod again, aiming to strike Jiang Weiwei while she lay on the ground. Song Yutong moved swiftly, brandishing a fire poker that had appeared in her hand, and delivered a powerful blow to Shun Dashin's head. Shun Dashin cried out in pain, stumbling as he nearly fell. Clutching his head, he glared ferociously at Song Yutong. "You dare to strike me, you little wretch. Today, I will ensure your demise." His anger intensified upon seeing her. He lifted the iron rod once more and lunged at her. However, Song Yutong stood fearless, expertly evading his attack and seizing the moment. She struck his arm with the fire poker once again. With a sharp crack, the iron rod slipped from Shun Dashin's grasp as he cried out in agony. The fire poker, specially designed, inflicted not just pain, but also released tiny needles that pierced the skin, coated with an anesthetic. This time, she had replaced the anesthetic with chili pepper extract, ensuring that Shun Dashin would feel excruciating pain. Writhing on the ground, he howled in distress. Seeing this, Yang Shufan panicked and rushed to embrace Shun Dashin, crying out, "Stop it, please. If you continue, someone will die." Jiang Weiwei lay on the ground, her head severely injured and blood streaming down, yet her consciousness remained relatively clear. She gazed at Song Yutong, who was standing up for her, and felt an unexpected warmth in her heart. Could it be that Song Yutong was genuinely concerned for her this time? Indeed, she was beloved by all. How could Song Yutong possibly dislike her? Look, was this not a true display of affection? Alas, the cost was rather steep. The commotion attracted a significant crowd, and someone discreetly reported the incident to the police. Before long, the authorities arrived and swiftly transported Jiang Weiwei to the hospital. Song Yutong and Shun Dashin were then taken to the police station. At the police station, Shun Dashin continued to wail in pain, while Yang Shufan wept and lamented, accusing Song Yutong of intentional harm. However, upon examination, the police found no marks on Shun Dashin's body, clearly indicating he was feigning injury. The officers grew increasingly impatient. The young woman had been brutally assaulted, yet he was not nearly as grievously injured as he claimed. Enough of the theatrics. The officer responsible for handling this case was the same one who had previously dealt with the dispute between Shun Dashin and Song Shengsheng. He had already looked down upon Shun Dashin's behavior then. Now, in pursuit of money, he had resorted to assaulting another's daughter. He was clearly the villain, yet he still sought to play the victim. A truly despicable act. The police officer sternly declared, "You have harmed another. We are compelled to arrest you. Once the assessment of the young lady's injuries is complete, we will pursue the necessary legal actions, and you shall face imprisonment." Upon hearing the word prison, Shun Dashin instantly ceased his cries of pain, collapsing to the ground as he clutched the officer's leg, pleading desperately, "Comrade, I realize my mistake. I was momentarily blinded by folly. Please spare me this time." Yang Shufan joined in the lamentations. "Comrade, it was not intentional. Please show mercy and let him go." The officer remained unmoved, prying Shun Dashin's hands away as he firmly stated, "Now you wish to beg for mercy? Why did you not consider the consequences when you were striking others?" Seeing their pleas to the police were in vain, Shun Dashin and Yang Shufan turned to Song Yutong. Begging, "Yutong, I was wrong. I truly realize my mistakes. I only acted out of resentment. Please let me off this once. I will cover Weiwei's medical expenses." Song Yutong cast a cold glance at him. "Prepare for imprisonment." With that, she turned on her heel and walked away, leaving behind the anguished cries of Yang Shufan and Shun Dashin. Hastily, Song Yutong made her way to the hospital to visit Jiang Weiwei. The doctor was already tending to Weiwei's wounds, stating that while there appeared to be no grave issues at the moment, given that the injury was to her head, the situation could be serious or minor. She needed to be closely monitored upon returning home, and should any complications arise, immediate medical attention was essential. A sigh of relief escaped Song Yutong. Jiang Weiwei looked at her obediently, guilt-ridden, and murmured, "Mom, I'm sorry. I can't buy groceries anymore." In that fleeting moment, a myriad of emotions swirled within Song Yutong. Despite Jiang Weiwei's dire condition, she was still concerned about grocery shopping. It must be that Jiang Weiwei's beauty had softened her heart. Indeed, she could never resist the charm of a sweet and lovely girl. Song Yutong remarked, "Leave the grocery shopping to me. You've just been injured. I'll prepare a meal for you at home. Make sure to recuperate well." Jiang Weiwei immediately brightened and linked her arm with Song Yutong's. "Mom, you're truly wonderful." Song Yutong had forgiven her. Truly a cause for celebration. The blow she endured was indeed worth it. As for Shun Dashin, Jiang Weiwei had never been one to be trifled with. This was the first time she had suffered such a significant loss, and she would not allow Shun Dashin to escape unscathed. Provoking Jiang Weiwei meant he would learn what it truly meant to encounter a formidable opponent. Chapter 45. Shun Yuanzhou depletes the family's resources. Song Yutong returned home with Jiang Weiwei, just as Song Shangshang emerged to refill her glass. Upon seeing the bandage on Jiang Weiwei's head, stained with blood, she gasped in shock. "Weiwei, what happened to you?" Jiang Weiwei shot her a disdainful glance. "Isn't it obvious? You chose a worthless man, and your entire family is a disgrace. I'm the one suffering on your behalf." Song Shangshang was bewildered by the accusation. Why did she feel implicated in this matter? She looked to Song Yutong for help. "Mom." Song Yutong helped Jiang Weiwei sit down in a chair and explained to Song Shangshang it was Shun Dashin. He demanded money from her, and when she refused, he struck her on the head with an iron rod. Upon hearing Shun Dashin's name, Song Shangshang was consumed by rage. That scoundrel! How dare he harm Weiwei? For years, Song Shangshang had toiled tirelessly in the Shun household, feeling she had earned her place. Yet, these people had taken advantage of her kindness, and now they had begun to resort to violence. This was utterly intolerable. She turned to storm out, intent on confronting Shun Dashin. Swiftly, Song Yutong grasped her arm. "Don't go. You want to find him." He asked at the police station. A surge of uncontainable anger coursed through Song Shangshang. Even though Shun Dashin was in custody, she could not suppress her fury. Overcome with emotion, she disregarded everything and attempted to rush outside, ready to confront Shun Dashin with reckless abandon. Ultimately, it was Jiang Weiwei's exasperation with her frantic demeanor that prompted her to seize her arm. "Enough. Who do you think you are, resorting to violence? If you actually kill or injure him, will you be any better off? What about your university studies? Are you willing to sacrifice your future for this scoundrel? How foolish can you be?" Both Song Yutong and Song Shangshang regarded her with admiration. Song Yutong appreciated Jiang Weiwei's perspective. You see, one must prioritize oneself. Regardless of the circumstances, one should always think of their own well-being. A scoundrel is merely that. It's not worth sacrificing oneself for such a person. It was undeniable that in this regard, Song Shangshang did not measure up to Jiang Weiwei. In matters of social acumen, Song Shangshang was less astute than Jiang Weiwei. Song Shangshang suddenly felt as though she was no longer her mother's favorite child. Jiang Weiwei, on the other hand, sensed that Song Yutong finally regarded her as superior to Song Shangshang. With an air of pride, she lifted her chin like a regal peacock, her brows arched in confidence. "Silly sister, allow me to teach you how to deal with scoundrels. Just wait and see what unfolds." The so-called spectacle soon arrived, as Shen Yuanzhou and Yang Shufan made their entrance. Upon encountering Jiang Weiwei, Yang Shufan immediately knelt down. "Weiwei, I implore you, spare your uncle this time. He is elderly and cannot endure imprisonment." Jiang Weiwei, her head bandaged, supported herself with one hand, her delicate face contorted in pain. "Oh, my head aches terribly, and I feel so dizzy. Aunt, my uncle is intent on causing me harm. I am currently nauseous and unable to eat. The doctor has diagnosed me with a mild concussion, and there may be further complications. I might suffer from dizziness for the rest of my life. Yang Shufan, upon hearing this, was overwhelmed, tears streaming uncontrollably. Wei Wei, you are magnanimous. Please forgive him this once. He was simply misled. Jiang Weiwei lamented, Aunt, I too wish to forgive him, but what are my injuries? What about the cost for subsequent treatments? Yang Shufan hurriedly replied, We will compensate you. We will certainly compensate you. Jiang Weiwei straightened her posture. Very well, I shall not demand much. 3,000 yuan as compensation for my head. Yang Shufan nearly fainted at this figure. Having just paid 5,000 yuan, now she was expected to pay 3,000 more. Her heart bled at the thought. Weiwei, we do not possess such funds. Standing nearby, Shun Yuanzhou's expression darkened, his gaze complex as he regarded Jiang Weiwei. Ultimately, his attention shifted to Song Shengsheng. Shengsheng, my father is, after all, your father too. Could you not intercede on his behalf? The response to Shin Yuanzhou was a resounding slap from Song Shengsheng. Shin Yuanzhou, why do you have to plead for your father? Your father, in collusion with Heir Guzi, deceived me of my money. Do you dare claim ignorance? How much has he swindled over these 2 years? I have only sought 5,000 yuan from him, and I have already been exceedingly lenient. Yet, he has also harmed Weiwei. Your family, the Shun family, is utterly despicable. Shin Yuanzhou was momentarily stunned by the slap, holding his face in disbelief. In his eyes, Song Shengsheng had always embodied gentleness and obedience, understanding and considerate. Never had she spoken so vehemently. It seemed that ever since the child arrived, everything had spiraled out of control. Now, he truly regretted it. The child had numerous means of support. Why take the risk of handing it over to Song Shengsheng? This had escalated the situation to an irreparable state. In recent days, he had contributed 2,000 yuan, while Shun Dashan had given 5,000. Now, Jiang Weiwei's affair demanded an additional 3,000 yuan. Furthermore, he had also written a promissory note for 10,000 yuan to Feng Xiaomei and Song Changhe. Between these events, his family's resources were nearly depleted, despite the financial prowess of Song Shengsheng. Yet now, their household was on the verge of collapse, particularly with the 3,000 yuan and the 10,000 yuan note weighing heavily. Shin Yuanzhou felt a buzzing in his head, as if something were about to explode. Regret flooded him. He awkwardly began, Shengsheng. Jiang Weiwei's temper flared as she delivered a swift kick to his knee, causing him to fall to the ground. Shin Yuanzhou, are you out of your mind? Your father has struck me. What good is it to plead with Song Shengsheng? Have you forgotten that we have never gotten along since childhood? In the kitchen, Song Yutong, busy with her tasks, could not contain herself and let out a laugh. Shin Yuanzhou glared furiously at Song Yutong in the kitchen. What are you laughing at? Song Yutong poked her head out, beaming at him. I laugh because you've consumed too much soft food, always seeking a woman to resolve your issues. It seems you're still weaning. Perhaps you should return and quit the milk altogether. You. Shin Yuanzhou's face flushed a deep purple, trembling with rage. Yang Shufan interceded on behalf of Song Yutong, saying, Yutong, we are all family. Please show some mercy. Song Yutong turned to Jiang Weiwei and remarked, Weiwei, do you understand? Because we are family, we must tread lightly. If this matter is resolved easily this time, it signifies that next time, you shall endure punishment without any cost. You will simply take the blows. Yang Shufan and Shun Yuanzhou were momentarily stunned by Song Yutong's inflammatory words. Yang Shufan, incensed, retorted, Song Yutong, how can you be so malicious? With a cold smile, Song Yutong raised the spatula in her hand. If I were truly malicious, I would have long ago dealt with you and your son. Do you really think you have a right to speak here? Jiang Weiwei bluntly addressed Shun Yuanzhou. You either provide 3,000 or let Shun Dashan rot in prison. The choice is yours. Chapter 46. A legacy of father and son. Shun Yuanzhou and Yang Shufan were furious to the point of despair. This family, whether it be Song Yutong, Song Shengsheng, or Jiang Weiwei, was exceedingly difficult to contend with. Yet, given the current predicament, they felt utterly powerless. Shun Dashan remained in the police station. They could not truly allow him to languish in jail. Gritting her teeth, Yang Shufan rose from the ground and grasped Shun Yuanzhou's hand. Son, All the money at home is in your father's hands, and now he is at the police station. You must take out 3,000 to bail him out. Over the years, Shun Dashin had exploited Guzi and swindled a considerable amount from Song Shengsheng. All that money was in Shun Dashin's possession. Although Yang Shufan was unaware of the exact sum, she knew it certainly amounted to at least 10,000. Furthermore, she was aware that Shun Yuanzhou had received more from Song Shengsheng than Shun Dashin ever had. Besides, Shun Yuanzhou earned a substantial salary, and he had to maintain an appearance of modesty before Song Shengsheng, resulting in minimal expenditures. Conservatively estimating, he likely had about 15,000 saved. Thus, parting with 3,000 to secure his biological father's release seemed reasonable. However, upon hearing Yang Shufan's words, Shun Yuanzhou's expression shifted between shades of green and white. Song Yutong hummed a cheerful tune while simmering chicken soup in the kitchen. How could Shun Yuanzhou possibly have money? His child's mother is a bottomless pit. He is exceedingly generous to her, remitting 500 each month. The 2,000 he brought today is not just a fraction of his savings. It is at least 80% of it. Could he truly produce the funds to bail out his father? Yang Shufan observed the grim expression on Shun Yuanzhou's face, and a sudden dread gripped her heart. Son, you haven't run out of money, have you? In an instant, Yang Shufan realized where Shun Yuanzhou's money had been spent. She gasped incredulously. Are you insane? You actually sent her that much money each month? Didn't you say you only gave her 50? As the scathing words of Yang Shufan became increasingly harsh and agitated, Shun Yuanzhou hastily placed a hand over her mouth. A wave of guilt washed over him as he cast a furtive glance at Song Shengsheng, who, inwardly, was filled with bitter amusement. Over the years, Shun Yuanzhou had incessantly lamented his struggles to her, painting a picture of their financial woes while lavishly spending on his mistress outside. Truly, where man's wealth resides, there too lies his affection. Fortuitously, she had come to terms with her feelings and no longer harbored love for Shun Yuanzhou. In a hushed tone, he urged, Mother, what purpose do these words serve? We must focus on finding a way to get father out. Yang Shufan's heart swelled with both indignation and a fierce flame of anger. How could she remain unaware that the little harlot had squandered so much of Shun Yuanzhou's money? No, she would ensure that the mistress repaid every last cent. Taking a deep breath, she quickly regained her composure. You are right, my son. Let's first retrieve your father. He has the means. Gulme. We shall head to the police station to find him. The two hurriedly exited, intent on seeking funds from Shun Dashin. Observing their departing figures, Song Yutong couldn't help but scoff. Indeed, Shun Dashin and Shun Yuanzhou are cut from the same cloth, both eager to lavish money on women outside their marriage. Yesterday, Shun Dashin could produce 5,000. Today, he wishes to part with 3,000, unless he asks his mistress for it. She was curious to see Yang Shufan's reaction when she discovered that Shun Dashin's money was nestled in another woman's hands. Jiang Weiwei mused to herself. It appears the Shun family men are a lineage of scoundrels, all too fond of keeping mistresses and spending on them. Jiang Weiwei felt a surge of excitement. She had been pondering how to teach Shun Dashin a lesson, and now knowing he had a mistress added an intriguing twist. She found herself eager to discover the identity of Shun Dashin's lover. Jumping to her feet, she exclaimed, Mother, I left my clothes at the hospital. I will go retrieve them and return swiftly. Without giving Song Yutong a chance to respond, Jiang Weiwei darted out the door. As she hurried past, Song Yutong emerged with a spatula in hand, calling after her, Weiwei, the chicken soup is ready. Come back quickly for dinner. Of course, Mother. I shall be back shortly. Jiang Weiwei replied, exiting in tandem with the Shun mother and son, albeit in opposing directions. While they headed right towards the police station, she veered left into the depths of an alley. Bear. Inside, a large figure, Bear, squinted awake, clearly just roused from slumber. Sister Weiwei, he greeted her. Come out quickly, she beckoned. Bear promptly rubbed his face to shake off the drowsiness and emerged. Sister Weiwei, what do you need? With a smile, she nodded. I need you to do me a favor. She watched as Bear sprinted towards the police station, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Inside the police station, Yang Shufan and Shun Yuanzhou approached Shun Dashin, who, upon seeing them, immediately burst into tears. Son, Shufan, please get me out of here. This place is no fit for a human. When Shun Dashin spoke, his face was bruised and battered, and his body was hunched. He usually presented himself with great decorum, impeccably dressed, yet now he appeared utterly disheveled. Yang Shufan gazed at the injuries on his face, and with a cry, she burst into tears. What happened? He seemed perfectly fine when he entered. I want to file a complaint. I want to report this. How could he have been assaulted? It must be said that Yang Shufan was naive. The police station held many nefarious individuals, particularly in this era, and they were not to be trifled with. A newcomer was certain to be victimized. Some seasoned inmates would directly demand money. Failure to comply would lead to violence. It was evident that Shun Dashin had fallen victim to this scenario. Throughout his life, he had maintained a respectable image, yet this was his first encounter with the police, as well as his first experience being threatened and beaten by those malevolent figures. Overwhelmed by fear, he wept in front of his son and his elderly wife, desperately wishing to escape this place. Shun Yuanzhou restrained his sobbing mother and addressed Shun Dashin. Father, if you wish to leave quickly, you must reconcile with Jiang Weiwei. She said that if you provide her with 3,000 yuan, she will agree to the reconciliation. Shun Dashin was now gripped by fear. Even though parting with 3,000 yuan pained him deeply, it paled in comparison to facing those ruthless individuals in the station. Son, give it to her. Hurry. Get me out of here. Shin Yuanzhou's expression darkened. Father, I have no money left. How can you be out of money? Shun Dashin intended to question how it was possible for Shun Yuanzhou to lack funds, but he swiftly comprehended where Shun Yuanzhou's money had gone. He shot a fierce glare at his son. Shun Yuanzhou had truly lost his mind, giving that woman so much money. Shun Yuanzhou spoke, his voice strained. Father, give me the savings book. I will withdraw the money to get you out. Shun Dashin's face turned ashen. He could not withdraw such a sum from his savings book. His money, like Shun Yuanzhou's, had been squandered on another woman. Chapter 47. Shun Dashin's mistress. Su Jie Shun Yuanzhou and Shun Dashin exchanged glances, both aware of each other's circumstances and the whereabouts of their funds. Yang Shufan, observing the silence between the two, was on the verge of tearing her hair out. What is going on with both of you? You clearly have money. Why can't you access it now? Are you truly willing to allow the head of the family to languish in jail over finances? Shun Yuanzhou and Shun Dashin felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. Despite Yang Shufan's current subservience, her temperament was notoriously fiery. The situation demanded quick cash. Even if Shun Yuanzhou were to call for assistance, it would take a considerable amount of time for the money to arrive. They could only rely on him. However, if he confessed that the money was with another woman, given Yang Shufan's temperament, life would become unbearable. The thought of this left both Shun Dashin and Shun Yuanzhou feeling a prickling unease. They exchanged glances, and Shun Yuanzhou sighed. Father, have you lent your money to someone? Yang Shufan, overhearing, grew alarmed. Lent money? Who did you lend it to? Why didn't you tell me? Moreover, from the tone of Shun Yuanzhou, it appears that he has borrowed quite a sum. How could Shun Dashin not confide in her regarding such a significant matter as borrowing money? Shun Yuanzhou explained, Mother, please do not fret. The money has been lent to uncle, as his son is preparing to marry and purchase a home. As Shun Yuanzhou spoke, her voice gradually diminished. The topic of uncle was one that could not be broached. Shin Minglang, after all, was a deceased individual. It was certainly inappropriate to mention him. Yang Shufan instantly fell silent, her face etched with concern. But now that your father is in this state, we urgently need funds. Shun Dashin then nodded gravely. Son, you must retrieve the money. This was a clear hint for Shun Yuanzhou to seek funds from his little lover. Shun Yuanzhou promptly agreed. I will call uncle right away. Yang Shufan sensed something awry and insisted on accompanying him. However, Shun Dashin grasped her hand tightly. Shufan, I am afraid. Please stay with me. The people inside are all wicked. I do not wish to enter alone. The moment you leave, I must go back. On one hand, he wanted to shield Yang Shufan from the truth about the money, and on the other, he dreaded returning to that perilous place filled with unsavory characters. Shun Yuanzhou hurriedly returned home, but instead of entering her own door, she knocked on the adjacent one. Aunt Sue, I am here. A gentle voice emanated from within. The door swung open to reveal a graceful and soft-spoken woman, Su Jie. Though she was 3 years Shen Yuanzhou's senior, she appeared considerably younger than Shen Yuanzhou's mother. Dressed elegantly and wearing a warm smile, she embodied the essence of virtue. Shen Yuanzhou lowered her gaze, fidgeting with her hands, feeling uneasy and at a loss for words. Su Jie, perceptive as she was, immediately sensed Shen Yuanzhou's discomfort and gently inquired, "Yuanzhou, what troubles you? Please, share with Aunt Su." After a moment of internal struggle, Shen Yuanzhou mustered the courage to speak. "Aunt Su, my father is facing some difficulties inside and requires an urgent sum of money. Would it be possible for you to lend it to me?" "Yes, you. This amount will be repaid shortly. We are truly in a bind." Su Jie furrowed her brow slightly. She was aware of the circumstances surrounding Shen Yuanzhou and Shen Dashan. Both possessed wealth, so why would they need to borrow from her? The doubt in her eyes was well concealed as she quickly donned a gentle smile and asked, "Very well. How much do you need?" With urgency, Shen Yuanzhou replied, 3,000. Su Jie's heart sank. 3,000 was not an insignificant sum, although Shen Dashan had provided her with far more than that. Expecting her to part with such a sum was quite audacious. Su Jie gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. "What has prompted such a sudden need for so much money? Did your father send you? Has something happened?" Shen Yuanzhou, being astute, aimed to preserve her father's good standing in Su Jie's eyes. She knew she must not reveal that Shen Dashan had gotten Jiang Weiwei involved in a troublesome situation. Women, after all, harbor a deep-seated fear of men prone to violence. He explained, "Aunt Su, here's the situation. My mother had a conflict with someone, and my father, in his attempt to protect her, ended up getting into a serious altercation. The individual is currently hospitalized and is demanding 3,000 yuan for reconciliation. My mother believes the other party is at fault and, despite having the family savings, is unwilling to part with any money. I find myself in a difficult position and have come to seek your assistance. Rest assured, once my father is released, I will repay you immediately. Given your gentle and benevolent nature, I am confident you will lend me the money, won't you?" In his words, Shen Yuanzhou unconsciously tarnished Yang Shufan's reputation while elevating Shen Dashan's status, and by extension, also raised Su Jie's standing. After listening to the entire account, Su Jie weighed the gravity of the situation in her mind and found it rather trivial. Yang Shufan was merely a foolish woman. How could she ever truly understand men? Being obstinate at this juncture would only serve to push men further away. Shen Dashan, too, was one who enjoyed pretense. Su Jie decided to advance the money herself and later, with a few sweet words, could easily reclaim it from Shen Dashan's savings. Moreover, Shen Dashan received 600 yuan monthly from Song Shengsheng, a significant portion of which was spent on her. Thus, she nodded, "Yuanzhou, wait for me a moment while I retrieve my passbook to withdraw the money." Shen Yuanzhou's face brightened with joy. "Aunt Su, thank you." Su Jie smiled gently. "No need for thanks. When you face troubles, Aunt Su must certainly lend a helping hand. And do remind your father to temper his impulsiveness in the future." Shen Yuanzhou eagerly nodded, having learned his lesson, vowing never to repeat such folly. Su Jie took her passbook and accompanied Shen Yuanzhou to withdraw the money, which she then handed over to him. He expressed his gratitude profusely before departing to secure Shen Dashan's release. Meanwhile, the ever-watchful De Xiong observed Shen Yuanzhou return home from the police station, find Su Jie, and receive the money. With swift haste, De Xiong rushed back to inform Jiang Weiwei of everything he had witnessed. Upon hearing Su Jie's name, Jiang Weiwei's eyes widened in disbelief. "Su Jie, Shen Dashan's lover, is actually Su Jie? Huh, this just became quite intriguing." Su Jie, being a military spouse, had her husband stationed away for long periods due to his rank, with only sporadic opportunities for family visits. Benefiting from her status, she enjoyed numerous privileges, was well educated, and currently worked as a teacher at a primary school, leading a respectable life. The residents of the workers' compound treated her well, and she lived adjacent to Shen Yuanzhou's family, often receiving care from Yang Shufan. How amusing it would be if Yang Shufan knew that not only did she look after Su Jie, but her husband, Shen Dashan, was also particularly attentive. Such knowledge would surely drive Yang Shufan to madness. Chapter 48. Shun Minglang's wife. Wei Mingwei Jiang Weiwei had always possessed keen insight into people. She had long recognized that Su Jie, thriving as a single woman all these years, could not possibly owe her comfortable life solely to her husband in the military. Moreover, Su Jie perpetually donned a faade of delicate innocence, which belied the envy of many a man. Had she truly been as meek and harmless as she appeared, she would have long since been devoured by countless suitors. Yet, to her astonishment, she discovered that Su Jie had become entangled with Shun Dashan. In recent years, secrets have been well guarded, revealing a cunning seductress in the form of Jiang Weiwei. She possesses a knack for stirring trouble and instantly recognizes how to make this situation intriguing. First and foremost, it is imperative for Su Jie to learn that Shun Dashan lacks the means to repay his debts. Thus, she promptly ventures to the supply and marketing cooperative, where she fortuitously encounters Su Jie. Upon noticing the bandage adorning Jiang Weiwei's head, Su Jie expresses immediate concern. "Oh, Weiwei, what happened to your head?" Jiang Weiwei, clutching her head, lets out a haughty snort. "My uncle did this." Su Jie's delicate features momentarily stiffen. "Your uncle?" Jiang Weiwei's uncle is Shun Dashan? She observes Su Jie's lips quiver slightly. "What transpired? How could your uncle strike you? Is this a misunderstanding? A misunderstanding?" Jiang Weiwei scoffs. "In matters of finance, there is no room for misunderstanding. My uncle is notoriously miserly. He would never part with 5,000 yuan without cause. Can you imagine his urgency? 5,000? Wasn't it said to be 3,000? Su Jie feels a surge of panic, yet she strives to maintain her composure. "Weiwei, what exactly is going on?" Jiang Weiwei drops a bombshell. "Aunt Su, Shun Yuanzhou and Song Shengsheng are divorced, did you know? Suye et pressionshut dramatizali. Divorced. When did this happen?" It is critical to note that Song Shengsheng serves as the financial backbone of the Shun family. Her divorce from Shun Yuanzhou signifies a severance of their economic lifeline. This is dire news. Jiang Weiwei smirks. The reason for the divorce is that the Shun family has lost its moral compass. Shun Yuanzhou has taken a mistress and even fathered a child, secretly bringing the child back in hopes that Shengsheng would bear the burden of supporting it. Naturally, Shengsheng refused and promptly ended the marriage. Initially, that should have been the end of it. However, when Shengsheng was operating her stall, Guzi caused a ruckus, prompting her to call the police. Guzi confessed at the police station that he was acting on my uncle's orders. My uncle was originally facing imprisonment, but after paying 5,000 yuan, the matter was settled. He then came to me, demanding I retrieve the 5,000 yuan, which I obtained from my mother and Shengsheng. Yet, my uncle shamelessly approached me for the money. Is he jesting? That sum was compensation for Shengsheng, which I rightfully acquired from my mother. Why should I return it to him? In the end, unable to contain his anger, he struck me on the head. Huh, will I let him off? Easily? He must compensate me 3,000 yuan. If not, I shall not rest until this matter is resolved. I will ensure he faces imprisonment. As Su Jie absorbs Jiang Weiwei's words, she stumbles, nearly falling to the ground. So, it is true that Song Shengsheng has divorced Shun Yuanzhou? Before Shun Yuanzhou approached her today for the 3,000 yuan, Shun Dashan had already disbursed 5,000 yuan to Song Shengsheng. Su Jie feels a wave of dizziness wash over her. The financial pillar of the Shun family, Song Shengsheng, has left, and Shun Dashan possesses barely over 5,000 in savings. She is acutely aware of this. Therefore, the 3,000 yuan she produced today is irretrievable. Jiang Weiwei observed Su Jie's precarious state, secretly pleased while feigning concern, and extended her hand to support her. "Aunt Su, what seems to be the matter? Please don't frighten me." Su Jie steadied herself with great effort, managing to force a smile. "I'm fine, perhaps just a bit weary from recent events." Jiang Weiwei ensured she was steady before releasing her grasp. "Aunt Su, do take care to rest. I must be on my way. My uncle wishes to reconcile and is offering me 3,000 yuan. I shall go collect it now." With that, Jiang Weiwei departed like a gust of wind, leaving Su Jie in a state of confusion, frustration, and anger. Of course, Jiang Weiwei did not head to the police station, but returned home instead. Upon her arrival, She was greeted by a delightful aroma. Song Yutong, noticing her return, promptly invited her to sit down for dinner. Now that you're back, come quickly and have some food. I'll serve you a bowl of chicken soup. With so much blood lost, it's essential to replenish. Song Shengsheng immediately stood up, saying, Mom, you sit down. I'll serve. The three women gathered around the table for a meal. Song Yutong prepared a chicken soup, a steamed egg custard, stir-fried water spinach, and a sweet and sour fish. The fish was large and plump, perfectly glazed with sauce, making it immensely appetizing. Jiang Weiwei savored the food, her mouth watering, and raised her thumb in approval. Mom, your culinary skills are exceptional. It's so delicious. I feel utterly blissful. Song Yutong, rarely displaying such warmth towards Jiang Weiwei, encouraged her, if it's delicious, eat more. Be sure to drink plenty of soup. She then turned to Song Shengsheng, saying, Shengsheng, you should eat as well. Nourish your brain to face the upcoming college entrance examination in your best form. All right, thank you, Mom. Indeed, this scene of maternal kindness and filial piety feels quite pleasant. Both Jiang Weiwei and Song Shengsheng shared this sentiment, as it seemed rare for their household to experience such harmony. Once they finished dining, Song Shengsheng tidied up the remaining dishes while Song Yutong prepared a thermos with chicken soup and a porridge of vegetables and lean meat to deliver to Gu Yunjin. Upon arriving at the Gu residence, she found no sign of Li Kaiying but heard the excited voice of an unfamiliar woman coming from upstairs. Gu Yunjin, wake up, please. Li Kaiying gently interjected. Mingyue, please calm down. Her voice was laden with deep resignation. Another woman began to weep openly. Gu Yunjin, how could you leave me? If something happens to you, what will I do? I have loved you for so many years. Please wake up and look at me. The woman's voice was filled with genuine emotion, unmistakably expressing profound affection for Gu Yunjin. Song Yutong understood the sentiment. A person like Gu Yunjin was indeed worthy of such devotion from women. However, the next moment, Li Kaiying's voice cut through sharply with an admonition. Mingyue, be quiet. You are married with a husband and children. What place do your words leave for your family and for Yunjin? You are still a military spouse. Be mindful of your influence. Song Yutong's eyes widened in disbelief. What she had initially perceived as a poignant tale of love turned out to be a melodramatic affair, complete with familial entanglements. This woman, named Mingyue, was already married, with children, and yet still pined for Gu Yunjin. How utterly astonishing! Are not the people of this era all rather conservative? Yet, how can this individual named Mingyue be so audacious? Nevertheless, the name Mingyue sounds strikingly familiar. Perhaps it is because this Mingyue has been utterly reckless that Li Kaiying could no longer tolerate her antics and drag her out. It was then that she crossed paths with Song Yutong, who stood at the doorway. Upon seeing Mingyue's countenance, Song Yutong was struck with a revelation. She suddenly recalled who Mingyue was. Wang Mingyue, the wife of Shun Minglang. Chapter 49. Regaining youthful beauty, guaranteed to captivate Gu Yunjin. A tempest surged within Song Yutong. Shun Minglang had wed the daughter of his superior, Wei Mingyue, during his time in the military. Their union was harmonious, blessed with a son and a daughter, living a blissful life. This was the narrative from the original text. Had it not been for the earlier incident, Gu Yunjin's fate would have been uncertain, possibly lying in bed without the hope of awakening. Wei Mingyue had traveled a great distance, and it seemed she had come to express her affection. She silently lit a candle for Shun Minglang, simultaneously feeling a sense of exhilaration. Shun Minglang deserved it. Those who betray genuine affection should be pierced by 1,000 silver needles. Those who deceive the sincere should also face the consequences of their treachery. How could this not be a karmic retribution? When Wei Mingyue saw Song Yutong, she was momentarily taken aback, while Li Kaiying, noticing Song Yutong, greeted her with a smile. Aunt Song, have you come to bring food? Please help me feed Yunjin first. I have something to attend to. Li Kaiying's demeanor towards Song Yutong was exceedingly cordial. She then darkened her expression and pulled Wei Mingyue away. As they walked, she scolded, Mingyue, you must not act so recklessly. You are a married woman. If Yunjin truly desired to marry you, he would have done so long ago. You have a wonderful family, with children to care for. Do not dwell on frivolous thoughts. Do not come here again. Li Kaiying's words were indeed quite harsh. Wei Mingwei, choking back tears, replied, I genuinely love Yunjin. I am willing to care for him, to divorce, even if he never awakens in this lifetime. Silence. Li Kaiying interrupta. Shoving her out. Li Kaiying was genuinely exasperated with Wei Mingwei. In their youth, when Wei Mingwei was single and Gu Yunjin was also unattached, her pursuit was somewhat understandable, as they were both unmarried. Yet, Gu Yunjin, with a heart as unyielding as iron, had rejected Wei Mingwei from the outset, having no intention of starting a family. Subsequently, Wei Mingwei married Shen Minglang for various reasons. Now, after more than a decade, with children of her own alongside Shen Minglang, it seemed utterly absurd for her to profess her feelings for Gu Yunjin and claim she would sacrifice everything for him. Song Yutong watched the two figures recede into the distance, a soft smile gracing her lips. This Wei Mingwei was indeed quite eccentric. She turned and entered the room, finding Gu Yunjin lying in bed, his recovery progress now at 46. Once it reaches 60, he would awaken. At this rate, Gu Yunjin should fully regain consciousness within the next few days. Song Yutong settled beside him to feed him chicken soup, her movements gentle and tender. Thanks to her nurturing with the spiritual spring water over the past few days, Gu Yunjin's complexion had significantly improved, his face becoming fuller, and his once stern and resolute features now radiated a striking beauty. She possessed a visage characterized by integrity, composure, and an intense allure that simultaneously evoked a profound sense of security. In her heart, she mused, no wonder Wei Mingwei remains enamored with you. With such a face, how many hearts could you ensnare? For you, I would live. For you, I would die. I would even crash against the wall for you. Gu Yunjin, meanwhile, was sipping chicken soup. Aunt Song, could you perhaps temper your words? He might choke. After finishing a bowl of soup, she began leisurely feeding him porridge. The sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance. Li Kaiying had returned. Song Yutong instantly rose to her feet. However, Li Kaiying halted her, saying, Aunt Song, there is not much left. You carry on feeding him. Song Yutong nodded in agreement. Li Kaiying observed Song Yutong's earnest dedication in feeding Gu Yunjin, noting the visible improvement in his complexion and health over the past few days. She understood that it all began when Gu Yunjin partook of Song Yutong's steamed egg custard. Furthermore, each meal prepared by Song Yutong contained medicinal herbs to varying degrees. She could detect it. Gu Yunjin's swift recovery was undoubtedly attributed to Song Yutong's efforts. Unbeknownst to her, she felt particularly at ease around Song Yutong, even regarding her as a close confidant. She sat to the side, letting out a sigh. Aunt Song, I apologize for the earlier jest. Song Yutong recognized that Li Kaiying referred to Wei Mingwei. Were others to overhear this topic, it would surely evoke some awkwardness. Song Yutong smiled and nodded. I understand. With your son looking like that, he has quite the heartthrob. Few women could resist his charm. Li Kaiying paused, then burst into laughter. You speak the truth. Since childhood, my son has had countless girls trailing after him, many of whom boldly pursued him to our home. The fervor was simply unimaginable. As a mother, she naturally took pride in her son's allure. Gu Yunjin was her pride and joy, and she began to recount the illustrious tales of the girls who had pursued him with great enthusiasm. Meanwhile, the slumbering Gu Yunjin wished he could leap from his bed and cover his mother's mouth. Why dredge up such ancient history? Moreover, his heart was entirely indifferent to women. Why discuss a topic that embarrassed him, one he found unappealing? Please cease. Li Kaiying continued. The girls chasing Gu Yunjin are numerous, but the most audacious of them is the one you just saw. You noticed she is married, yet she still approaches him despite his unclear circumstances. Isn't that reckless? Song Yutong chuckled in response. Such overwhelming charm is simply irresistible. If I were decades younger and encountered your son, I would be unable to resist. Li Kaiying was once again amused. Indeed, Gu Yunjin's father was not half as handsome when young, yet I pursued him with fervor. As she reminisced, a sweet and nostalgic smile graced Li Kaiying's face. Song Yutong inquired, Your son is so exceptional. What type of girl does he fancy? At this, Li Kaiying's smile faded. He does not fancy women. Song Yutong gasped. He prefers men? Li Kaiying, Gu Yunjin. Pa, pa, pa. Li Kaiying hurriedly clarified. He does not fancy men. When I said he does not like women, I meant that his thoughts are entirely devoted to national affairs. And he has no intentions of starting a family. Alas, I have introduced him to many potential matches, yet he remains unwilling. As parents, we, Li Kaiying, had Gu Yunjin during a tumultuous time, and, naturally, she hopes he will settle down soon, wishing fervently for him to have several children. Unfortunately, Gu Yunjin's heart is solely focused on the military and the people, showing no desire to establish a family. This is a thorn in Li Kaiying's heart. However, after Gu Yunjin faced life and death, Li Kaiying has genuinely come to terms with it. As long as Gu Yunjin is well and live a long life, that is enough for her. The rest, he may do as he pleases. Song Yutong smiled and reassured her, do not worry. It is simply that fate has yet to arrive. When he encounters the right woman, he will naturally establish a family. Li Kaiying nodded. Let's hope for that. Song Yutong gazed upon Gu Yunjin's handsome face, which seemed to have taken residence in her heart. Once I regain my youthful beauty, should I have the chance to meet you again, I shall ensure you become my devoted subject. Ha ha ha. Gu Yunjin, the ant who cooks well, harbors a peculiar mind. Chapter 50. The overbearing Wei Mingwe. Song Yutong departed from the Gu residence. Just as she exited the courtyard, a figure blocked her path. Who are you? And why are you delivering food to Gu Yunjin? The person before her was Wei Mingwe. Wei Mingwe was strikingly beautiful, her bright, proud phoenix eyes revealing her pampered upbringing as a young lady. She belonged to the cultural troupe and had always been its brightest star, harboring a special affection for Gu Yunjin. Alas, Gu Yunjin was as unyielding as a block of wood, dismissing any of her advances. Even when pressured by her father, a mentor, Gu Yunjin remained steadfast. She had pursued him for many years. Eventually, in a fit of impulse, she flirted with Shun Minglang to provoke Gu Yunjin. Yet, instead of inciting Gu Yunjin's interest, she ended up becoming pregnant by Shun Minglang and married him. Over the years, although she lived a blissful life with Shun Minglang, Gu Yunjin remained an indelible memory in her heart. Wei Mingwe, born with a silver spoon, had always been the princess of her family, commanding both favor and fortune. Yet, the one thing she could not attain was Gu Yunjin. Her obsession with him was truly alarming. Even now, as Gu Yunjin lay in bed, teetering between life and death, she would willingly sacrifice everything for him. Her fixation had become an obsession. She received no warmth from Li Kaiying at Gu Yunjin's home, yet Li Kaiying treated Song Yutong, this aunt, with utmost courtesy, even allowing her to feed Gu Yunjin. Who exactly is this aunt? Song Yutong regarded Wei Mingwe with amusement, raising an eyebrow. I am Song Yutong, the cook for the Gu family. Song Yutong. Wei Mingwe murmured this name, finding it oddly familiar, yet unable to recall who she was. Unable to remember, she simply chose not to think about it. She lifted her chin, looking down at Song Yutong from her elevated position. Do you prepare meals for Gu Yunjin every day? Song Yutong scoffed inwardly. It was amusing to recall that it was Wei Mingwe who suggested that the Shun family entrust Jiang Weiwei and Shun Lin to her care. Wei Mingwe had her reasons. She wished to prevent any unnecessary trouble should Song Yutong seek out the military. Thus, she devised a plan to keep her occupied. What could be more consuming than raising children? Wei Mingwe had significantly impacted Song Yutong's life, yet she had no recollection of her. How laughable! Nevertheless, it mattered not. Whether it be Wei Mingwe or Shun Minglang, she would reclaim what was owed to her. One could only hope that by then, Wei Mingwe would remain blissfully unaware of her identity. Song Yutong smiled at her. Indeed, she had requested that I prepare a meal for Gu Yunjin. Wei Mingwe nodded in agreement. Very well. When you have cooked, simply bring the meal to me, and I shall deliver it to Gu Yunjin. I reside in room 106 of the guest house. Come find me there once the meal is ready. With that, Wei Mingwe left, exuding an air of superiority. Song Yutong pondered. Did she truly agree? Surely not. And to have her travel to the guest house? How brazen of her! It was a full hour's walk from her home to the guest house. Why should she, a lady of privilege, be expected to traverse it on foot? And after laboring to prepare the meal, Was she to present it to Gu Yunjin as a gesture of goodwill? What a farcical notion. Upon returning home, Song Yutong found Jiang Weiwei had placed fruits and snacks on the table, leisurely reclining in a rocking chair, exuding an air of affluence. Where did this rocking chair come from? Song Yutong inquired. Jiang Weiwei promptly sprang to her feet, beaming with delight. Mother, I purchased it. You should take the time to rest here. It is quite comfortable. After all these years of hardship, you deserve to enjoy life. She then produced a cloth pouch. This is the 3,000 yuan Shun Dashin owed me. I spent 200, and the remainder is for you. Song Yutong accepted the money. It is remarkable how swiftly she spent 200. Her spending ability is indeed extraordinary. Jiang Weiwei stiffened momentarily, feeling a pang of regret. She had always been lavish with her finances, forgetting that Song Yutong was notably frugal. It was clear she would disapprove of such extravagance. Embarrassed, she said, Mother, Song Yutong interjected, I shall keep this money for you. You have lost too much blood. Take care to rest. I will prepare some pig liver soup for your nourishment. Allow me to wash the fruits for you. Being able to spend is a virtue. It signifies an appreciation for life's pleasures. Life is fleeting, so why toil endlessly? It's not as if one lacks means. Unlike that foolish song, Sheng Sheng, who works tirelessly to support a household of ingrates, yet wears garments that are tattered beyond belief. I cannot condone that. Jiang Weiwei thought to herself, finally, Song Yutong had offered her a compliment. Meanwhile, Song Sheng Sheng, who had emerged at the sound of commotion, overheard Song Yutong's biting critique, leaving her feeling disheartened. Jiang Weiwei had purchased grapes and apples, and Song Yutong promptly took them to wash. Jiang Weiwei quickly stood up, volunteering, Mother, I will wash them for you. Song Yutong waved her hand dismissively. No need, I shall do it myself. These grapes are withered. How can one eat them? I shall replace them with something better. Jiang Weiwei. It feels as though Song Yutong has once again criticized me. She seems oblivious to the fact that the grapes she purchased are rather shriveled. One must understand that grapes are currently a coveted commodity, quite expensive. She had to expend considerable effort to procure them. She cast a glance at Song Shengsheng. Have you prepared for your college entrance exam? Shouldn't you be returning to your studies? Song Shengsheng. I can't shake the feeling that I'm merely a punching bag for Jiang Weiwei. She retorted, If you have a temper, don't direct it at me. Mother has made it clear that I mustn't be affected. Be careful, or I shall inform her. Jiang Weiwei. Jiang Weiwei clenched her fist tightly, her heart already on the verge of bursting with anger. When had she ever been rebuked by Song Shengsheng? And now she was being threatened by her. What a vexing situation. Until today, she had never contemplated the possibility that someone would tell her that she should fear being reported to her mother. But now, she truly felt that fear. She had discovered a weakness. Song Yutong had already washed the fruits and, upon entering, noticed the two sisters. She said, I'll prepare something delicious with these fruits. You both come over and enjoy. Just sit tight for a moment. Then she headed into the kitchen, taking up a knife to slice and dice. Song Shengsheng had already settled onto a stool, patiently awaiting the treat. Song Yutong worked swiftly, crafting a delightful fruit salad, fragrant and sweet, portioned into 3 bowls. The 3 of them, mother and daughters, each had a bowl. Jiang Weiwei and Song Shengsheng observed as the grapes were halved, and apples were diced into small pieces, all nestled in bowls with milk. The bowls felt refreshingly cool to the touch. At this moment, the weather had begun to warm, and the chilled delicacies provided a delightful respite. Song Shengsheng curiously inquired, Mother, where did you acquire the ice? Song Yutong replied, The milk was drawn from well water. There is no ice. It seems to have lagged. If this meal doesn't satisfy, I shan't make it again. Song Shengsheng promptly fell silent. Jiang Weiwei, lacking curiosity, was solely intrigued by the delectable offerings before her. Finding it delicious, she scooped a bit with her spoon and brought it to her mouth. Instantly, her eyes sparkled. Wow, Mother, this is exquisite. She had never tasted anything so delightful in her life. Such bliss. As she savored each bite, she shot fierce glares at Song Shengsheng. Should Song Shengsheng dare to ask even a single question, she would kick her under the table. If Song Yutong decided not to make this again in the future, she would not let Song Shengsheng off the hook. Chapter 51. Wei Mingwei. Stop. Song Shengsheng also took a bite. Immediately, her pretty face lit up with astonishment. Almost instinctively, she wanted to ask Song Yutong how she had prepared it. If she could uncover this secret recipe, she would certainly earn a fortune. However, under Jiang Weiwei's predatory gaze, she hesitated. Of course, the more significant reason was Song Yutong's silent urging not to inquire. Very well, she would refrain from asking. As for Jiang Weiwei's glaring eyes, she assumed it was merely because the dish was so delectable and Jiang Weiwei typically kept all the good things to herself. But today, she had received a portion. Thus, she was quite annoyed. Song Shengsheng didn't dwell on it too much. It was the first time both she and Jiang Weiwei had tasted fruit salad, and the flavors were so delightful they nearly made them forget their manners. Having devoured her meal with great enthusiasm, Jiang Weiwei gazed at Song Yutong with eyes aglow. Mom, it was so delicious. If I want to eat it again, could you please make it for me? Jiang Weiwei was remarkably beautiful, possessing an alluring charm. Song Yutong had a fondness for lovely and gentle girls. Had it been the old Jiang Weiwei, she surely would not have felt the same. The current Jiang Weiwei, however, evidently sought to please her. At that moment, in Song Yutong's eyes, Jiang Weiwei resembled an adorable little pet, to which she felt utterly defenseless. All right, I will make it for you whenever you desire, she replied, as long as you don't ask how to prepare it. Jiang Weiwei nodded happily. Thank you, Mom. Song Shengsheng, too, nodded in agreement. Song Yutong instructed Song Shengsheng, go to your room and read, and then turned to Jiang Weiwei, you wash the dishes. The two sisters complied and busied themselves. Song Yutong returned to her room, laid out a mat on the floor, and began practicing yoga. Before long, a knock echoed at the door. Mom, I brought you a glass of water. Please drink some, came Jiang Weiwei's voice. Song Yutong nodded. Come in. Jiang Weiwei entered just in time to see Song Yutong contorting her legs over her head. Jiang Weiwei was momentarily stunned, marveling at this extraordinary feat in her entire life. She had never witnessed anyone achieve such a position and exclaimed, Mom, you are amazing. What are you doing? Song Yutong focused on her breathing, maintaining her balance. I am exercising. This enhances my flexibility and cultivates my spirit. At that moment, Jiang Weiwei was Song Yutong's most ardent admirer. Song Yutong's words were her decree. Mom, I want to learn too. Song Yutong smiled at her. All right, if you wish to learn, follow my lead. But take care not to overexert yourself since you are still recovering. MHM, MHM, MHM. Thus, for the entire afternoon, Jiang Weiwei practiced yoga under Song Yutong's guidance. Given her recent head injury, she was cautious with her movements. Naturally, being a novice, she was not very skilled, but she thoroughly enjoyed it. She felt a sense of relief and rejuvenation after each session. Mom, this is so magical. It feels like practicing martial arts, as if my energy channels are unblocked. Song Yutong merely smiled in response. That is only natural. You have consumed food imbued with spiritual energy from my space shop, nourishing your body. Practicing my exclusive yoga movements aid your blood circulation. It's no wonder you feel unwell. Jiang Weiwei was profoundly astonished. Space shop? Spiritual energy? Blood circulation? These terms were foreign to her. They seemed quite impressive. Yet, she dared not inquire further, feeling certain that these were treasures she must take advantage of. As evening approached, Song Yutong busied herself in the kitchen once more, preparing fish soup, braised pork, and stir-fried vegetables for Jiang Weiwei and Song Shengsheng. She then set off to deliver a meal to Gu Yunjin. Both Song Shengsheng and Jiang Weiwei wished to assist her in this task. However, they dared not utter a word before Song Yutong, both being astute individuals. It seems that ever since they began to hear the innermost thoughts of Song Yutong, she has undergone a remarkable transformation. No longer the timid figure she once was, Song Yutong now exudes confidence and assertiveness. For instance, when she truly requires their assistance, she does not hesitate to voice her needs. Silence indicates a lack of necessity. Should they intrude upon her space uninvited, it only serves to irritate her. After all, the vitriol of Song Yutong's thoughts can be quite harsh, even for someone as audacious as Jiang Weiwei. Carrying a thermos, Song Yutong stepped out, dismissing Wei Mingyue's words as mere background noise. She had no intention of seeking her out at the guest house, nor would she attribute any credit to her. Instead, she made her way directly to the military compound to deliver a meal to Gu Yunjin. Previously, during Gu Yunjin's critical time, Li Kaiying had been inseparable from him. However, now, thanks to Song Yutong, she could attend to her own affairs, frequently leaving the task of feeding him to Song Yutong. Upon entering the room and calling out twice without receiving a response, Song Yutong naturally ascended the stairs and proceeded to feed Gu Yunjin. "Dear brother, I have come to feed you." In his unconscious state, Gu Yunjin, with his magnetic charm, had attracted a multitude of admirers. Young women flocked to him, and while he had encountered many passionate individuals, being playfully teased by a middle-aged woman was an entirely new experience. This sensation was exceptionally unique. Though the woman was eccentric, her culinary skills were undeniably superb, leaving a lasting impression on him. Each meal invigorated him, with a bowl of fish soup and a bowl of porridge rapidly nearing their end. Suddenly, a series of urgent thuds echoed from the staircase, as if someone were hastily ascending. Then, a startled voice rang out from the entrance. "What are you doing?" Song Yutong looked up to find Wei Mingyue glaring at her with fury. She rushed over, seizing Song Yutong's hand and pulling her away from Gu Yunjin. "You wretched woman! At your age, you should know better. Have you even glanced in the mirror at your aged and unattractive face? Why do you have to feed Gu Yunjin? You're not even worthy to hold his shoes." Taken aback by Wei Mingyue's crude behavior, Song Yutong stumbled slightly, but managed to regain her balance. She was not one to tolerate such scathing remarks. With a sharp slap, she struck Wei Mingyue across the face. "Your mouth is so foul. Let me cleanse it for you." Wei Mingyue's head snapped to the side from the impact, her face covered as she stared at Song Yutong with wide, incredulous eyes. "You hit me? You actually dared to hit me. I have never been struck in my life, having been cherished and pampered since childhood." She was as treasured as the moon in the sky. This was the first time she had ever faced such humiliation. Enraged, she charged at Song Yutong, intent on tearing her hair out in a fit of fury. Yet, Song Yutong was far from defenseless. To Wei Mingyue, she may have appeared as a frail elder, but under the nurturing of the system's marketplace and spiritual essence, her physique had long since regained its youthful vigor. Her face had not yet fully recovered as she had been adjusting, gradually healing. Otherwise, if she suddenly transformed into a youthful and stunning beauty, it would be difficult to explain. When Wei Mingyue rushed over, she seized Wei Mingyue's arm and with a gentle tug, sent her sprawling to the ground in a comical manner. Wei Mingyue was furious. "I will fight you." Suddenly, a deep voice resonated. "Wei Mingyue, stop." Chapter 52. Gu Yunjin awakened Song Yutong, and Wei Mingyue both froze at the sound from behind them. Wei Mingyue turned around in disbelief, while Song Yutong assessed the situation. Upon seeing that the progress had reached the value of 65, she instinctively knew that Gu Yunjin had awakened. The system truly delivers excellence. It was said that Gu Yunjin's healing would reach 60 for him to awaken, and he has indeed awakened. Hooray! Gu Yunjin had initially wished to sleep a little longer, believing that rest would accelerate his body's recovery. However, these two women had begun to clash before him. After all, he was in a state of being a vegetable. He recognized that the fault lay not with Song Yutong, but with Wei Mingyue. He was well aware of Wei Mingyue's capriciousness and arrogance. If she were to confront Song Yutong, it would not end well. Should Song Yutong refuse to cook for him due to Wei Mingyue's antics, it would be a loss. Thus, he chose to awaken. Yet, he heard Song Yutong's inner thoughts. Initially, he had assumed it was her murmuring by his bedside. Now, he realized it was her thoughts, for her lips remained still. His piercing gaze briefly swept over Song Yutong, whose hair was streaked with gray and whose complexion was dim, but her eyes sparkled with vitality, far beyond what one would expect from a middle-aged woman. What was this talk of system healing that she spoke of? Gu Yunjin's heart began to harbor suspicions. After all, the poison he had suffered from and the injuries he had sustained could not be cured merely by nourishment. His intuition suggested a connection to Song Yutong. He feigned indifference. Upon seeing Gu Yunjin awaken, Wei Mingyue immediately covered her mouth, overwhelmed with joy. Gu Yunjin, you're awake. This is wonderful. Look how lucky you are. I arrive. And you awaken. We are destined for each other. Gu Yunjin, please don't reject me this time. Let us be together. Wei Mingwei was genuinely elated and instinctively moved to embrace Gu Yunjin. However, the coldness of his sharp, handsome visage met her with a decisive slap to her outstretched hand. Comrade Wei Mingwei, please maintain your dignity. Always remember, you are a married woman. Should you continue to speak so irresponsibly, I will have to inform Master Wei of the situation. Gu Yunjin felt no romantic inclination toward Wei Mingwei. Never had he. Even after she had pursued him for over a decade, indifference remained his only sentiment. Upon hearing Gu Yunjin's words, Wei Mingwei trembled, her complexion paling, and tears began to flow unbidden. Gu Yunjin, you bastard! For these years, I have tirelessly pursued you, my heart and eyes solely fixed on you. Can you truly not perceive this? Even if I know that your death is imminent, even if I am aware that you may never awaken, I would willingly forsake my family and children to accompany you on your final journey. Do you not comprehend my genuine feelings? Gu Yunjin remained unmoved, his tone icy as he replied, Wei Mingwei, this is not sincerity, it is but your obsession. You have your own family, and you ought to nurture it, rather than entangle yourself with me here. Wei Mingwei's face flushed with embarrassment, her body trembling, as tears cascaded down her cheeks. At that moment, Li Kaiying rushed in. Having heard Gu Yunjin's voice from downstairs, her heart swelling with excitement. Eagerly, she ascended the stairs and, to her delight, discovered that Gu Yunjin had awakened. The sight of him revived stirred uncontrollable joy within her. Yet upon observing the atmosphere in the room, she felt a sense of tension, particularly upon spotting Wei Mingwei. She immediately grasped Wei Mingwei's arm, exclaiming, Wei Mingwei, why are you here again? Can you not cease this disturbance? Li Kaiying forcefully dragged Wei Mingwei out. Despite Wei Mingwei's protests, do not pull me away. I shall remain by Gu Yunjin's side. It is because of my presence that he has awakened. We are destined to be together. A resounding slap struck her face as Li Kaiying, unable to endure any longer, retorted, Wei Mingwei, do you still possess any shame? Gu Yunjin has never harbored affection for you. What is the point of your incessant pursuit? I'll warn you, he needs to recuperate. Do not disturb him, or I shall report you to the authorities. Even though Li Kaiying was of a gentle disposition, she found herself infuriated by Wei Mingwei's shamelessness. The latter declared that she and Gu Yunjin were meant to be, that he had awakened for her. She even spoke of abandoning her husband and children for him. How outrageous! While Li Kaiying hoped for Gu Yunjin to marry and have children, if the bride were to be Wei Mingwei, she would prefer him to remain single for life rather than marry a deranged woman. With firm resolve, Li Kaiying expelled Wei Mingwei, showing no sympathy even as the latter fell to the ground in a disheveled heap. Wei Mingwei, do not return here. I shall inform your father of the situation and have him take you home. Go unleash your madness in your own house, and do not hinder my son's recovery. In the room upstairs, the commotion between Li Kaiying and Wei Mingwei was quite pronounced. Song Yutong felt a pang of awkwardness, pretending to tidy up the thermos. This Wei Mingwei is truly a lunatic. Poor Shen Minglang. Even if she marries him and bears his children, her heart is clearly not with him. Shen Minglang, do you consider this karma? Gu Yunjin furrowed his brow, remaining composed. Did Song Yutong know that Wei Mingwei was Shen Minglang's wife? How could she possibly be aware? She appeared to be just a typical housewife. Gu Yunjin slowly spoke. Song Yutong smiled faintly. My name is Song Yutong. You may call me Aunt Song. I've picked the wrong script. I should have chosen the one featuring a beautiful and charming young wife, not this current demeanor. If I flirt with him, he will surely think I am insane. Gu Yunjin had indeed regarded Song Yutong as somewhat mad prior to this moment. However, after spending some time in her presence, his perception began to shift. He sensed that she harbored significant secrets, and he harbored reasonable suspicions that his life was saved by her. As for her motives, he remained in the dark. Gu Yunjin pretended to speak gently. Ahem, Aunt Song, thank you. Your cooking is delightful. Song Yutong chuckled softly. I am merely an ordinary woman. Cooking is an innate talent for me, and I'm delighted to know you enjoy it. Could it not be delicious? I add a drop of spring water to every meal. Each drop costs 500 yuan. Do you realize how precious you are? My funds are nearly depleted. Huh? This man is too costly. Initially, I thought I could support him due to his handsome appearance, but now that I have regained my clarity, it seems unwise. There are countless handsome men. Why must I choose one so expensive? In the future, I shall seek a pretty boy. That would be 100 times more advantageous. Gu Yunjin is not worth it. Gu Yunjin, Chapter 53, The Ungrateful Wolf, Shunlin. Gu Yunjin's mind was somewhat disordered, not merely from her internal monologue, but also from the mention of key phrases. Spring water, 500 yuan a drop. What sort of water could be so exorbitant? It couldn't be just spring water. Perhaps it was some celestial nectar. Furthermore, it seemed that Song Yutong had spent quite a bit for his sake. Gu Yunjin immediately fell into contemplation. Did she still possess any funds? Well, she ran out of money. He needed to recover his health quickly. He could not allow Song Yutong to lack for resources, nor could he let her run low on the precious spring water. He had to devise a way to provide her with money. Seeing that he remained silent, and the hour was not late, Song Yutong hastily said, "There is nothing more for me to do here. I shall take my leave. Please take care of your injuries." Gu Yunjin had no reason to detain her. "Very well. Aunt Song, please take care." As Song Yutong took a step, she stumbled slightly, nearly falling to the ground, while she felt indifferent when others called her Aunt Song. Hearing Gu Yunjin address her as such, accompanied by the formal you, truly unsettled her. "Aunt Song indeed. You are 33. I am merely 31. Oof. Gu Yunjin, is Song Yutong truly 31? I have adjusted her age based on my earlier observations." Gu Yunjin succumbed to self-doubt. If Song Yutong were to claim she was 50 or 60, he would believe it. How could she possibly be only 31? Aside from her bright and clear eyes, nothing about her appearance suggested that age. In that moment, Gu Yunjin found himself deeply suspicious of Song Yutong. What spring water? What system? Could she be a madwoman, spiraling into insanity within her mind? He was perplexed. Song Yutong had already exited, coincidentally colliding with Li Kaiying downstairs. Li Kaiying, with a hint of remorse, addressed Song Yutong. "Aunt Song, I apologize for the trouble I have caused you. She is nothing short of a lunatic. Pay no heed to her words. Should she trouble you, remember to inform me without delay." Song Yutong chuckled softly. "Understood," she replied. With Li Kaiying's intervention, Song Yutong felt liberated from any reservations regarding Wei Mingwei. Wei Mingwei had a father who held a position of authority, and according to the narrative's trajectory, the original protagonist eventually uncovered Shun Minglang's feigned death, realizing that the tragedies she had endured over the years were orchestrated by him. Consumed by indignation, she sought out Shun Minglang's military unit to expose him. However, Shun Minglang's father-in-law, Commander Wei, discreetly dealt with her. He was a man of formidable power. Song Yutong was determined to seek justice for the original protagonist, but resolved not to embark on such perilous ventures alone as depicted in the original text. She was merely an ordinary woman. Shun Minglang was a regiment leader, and her father-in-law was a commander. Her cries for help would find no avenue. She needed to grow sufficiently powerful enough to instill fear in both Shun Minglang and Commander Wei. She would bring Shun Minglang down, making him pay for the suffering she had endured for so long. After bidding farewell to Li Kaiying, Song Yutong exited the courtyard. Yet, as soon as she stepped out, Wei Mingwei charged towards her, raising her hand to strike. Song Yutong, refusing to indulge her, nimbly evaded, swiftly delivering a resounding slap to Wei Mingwei's face. Wei Mingwei clutched her cheek, staring at her in disbelief. "You dare to strike me?" With arms crossed, Song Yutong regarded her with derision. "Do you truly need to ask? Hasn't my hand already met your cheek? Are you truly so dim-witted as not to perceive it?" Wei Mingyue's chest heaved with fury throughout her life. She had never endured such humiliation. Moreover, Song Yutong was merely a village woman. How dared she? "I shall fight you." Wei Mingwei, incensed, immediately lunged at Song Yutong. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, hair being yanked and blows exchanged. While it appeared to be a mutual altercation, It was, in fact, Song Yutong dominating the encounter, targeting Wei Mingwe's sensitive areas with precision, eliciting cries of pain from her. As for the hair that Wei Mingwe grasped, it was of little consequence. She was too preoccupied with her own discomfort to notice. The scuffle raged on until suddenly a voice of justice rang out. "Stop!" In the next moment, a powerful force intervened, separating the two. The strength of the assailant caught Song Yutong off guard, causing her to tumble to the ground, while Wei Mingwe was respectfully assisted to her feet. "Sister-in-law, are you all right?" Wei Mingwe recognized the individual before her and immediately seized his hand, her face contorting into a malicious expression. "Shenlin, she struck me. You must make her pay." Wei Mingwe, with disheveled hair and a disheveled appearance, bore no semblance of the refined demeanor expected of a commander's daughter. Shenlin, handsome with sharp features, exuded the authoritative presence of a soldier forged by years of service. He cast a cold glance at Song Yutong, who had fallen to the ground, her hair in disarray. Given that he had been away in the military for 6 years without a single visit, it was only natural that he would not recognize her. His icy gaze swept over Song Yutong. "Who are you? Do you realize that assaulting a soldier's family member can land you in jail?" Upon hearing Shenlin call Wei Mingwe's sister-in-law, Song Yutong immediately recognized him as Shenlin, the ingrate. Shortly after joining the army, he had encountered the supposedly deceased Shen Minglang, who had confided in him and promised certain benefits, leading Shenlin to keep this matter to himself without a word to Song Yutong. Over the years, he had severed all ties. Such a treacherous ingrate. With determination, Song Yutong rose from the ground and leisurely brushed off the dust from her clothes. She pushed aside the hair that obscured her face and smiled at Shenlin. Assaulting a soldier's family member can lead to imprisonment. After all, who isn't a soldier's family member? Shenlin, isn't it? Shenlin was taken aback upon seeing Song Yutong's face. He anticipated that the person clashing with Wei Mingwe would be Song Yutong. As she remarked that everyone had a connection to the military, Wei Mingwe turned to Shenlin. "Do you know her?" Wei Mingwe recalled that Shenlin had grown up in Qingyuan City, and given the town's size, it was not surprising that he might know her. "Shenlin, handle this." Wei Mingwe began to say something inappropriate when Shenlin suddenly called out to Song Yutong, "Mom." Wei Mingwe's eyes widened in disbelief. "She's your mother? Shenlin's mother?" Connecting this with Song Yutong's earlier remark about everyone being related to the military, Wei Mingwe instinctively linked Song Yutong with Shen Minglang's so-called blood relative. However, upon examining Song Yutong again, she realized that if she truly was the carefully chosen blood relative, she should be around 30. But the woman before her appeared to be at least in her 50s. The pin-up anger within Wei Mingwe dissipated significantly. One glance at Song Yutong's face revealed the hardships and sufferings she had endured over the years. How satisfying! How delightful! Chapter 54. Severing ties with Shenlin looked at Song Yutong with displeasure. "Mom, look at yourself. You look like a mess, lacking any dignity. Apologize to your sister-in-law." Song Yutong stepped forward, leading both Wei Mingwe and Shenlin to believe she was about to apologize. However, she delivered a resounding slap to Shenlin's face. Caught off guard by this sudden blow, Shenlin stared at Song Yutong in disbelief. You hit me?" He covered his face, his voice trembling. When Song Yutong had raised him, he was already a teenager, and in his memory, she had always been gentle, quietly devoted. Even when a rift had grown between them, she had never raised her hand against him during their childhood. Yet now she had struck him. Song Yutong's eyes widened in fury, filled with a mocking coldness. "Shenlin, I raised you, provided for your needs, and even sent you into the army, ensuring a bright future for you. My intentions were never to seek your gratitude. Yet today, without understanding the circumstances, you demand that I apologize to her. Have you lost your senses during your service? Is this the kind of education the military imparts? Had I known you would turn out this way, I would have never felt pity for you when your parents abandoned you. The opportunity to enlist should have been given to Song Jing, not to you, an ungrateful wretch." Shenlin, if Jiang Weiwei is selfish and Song Jing foolish, then you are the epitome of a thankless wolf. After all these years of nurturing you and leveraging connections to secure your place in the military, you are fully aware that Shun Minglang is alive and cognizant of how severely I was wronged by him. You have spent 6 years in the army, yet you have kept this information hidden from me. Indeed, men of the Shin family are notoriously cold-hearted. Do you believe that by aligning yourself with Shun Minglang, you will ascend within the ranks? How naive! You know his greatest secret. Do you truly think he would retain you? Perhaps once he could have, but now, absolutely not. You are currently vying for the position of battalion commander against Wei Mingyue's nephew. Shun Minglang has entrusted you with a task, and upon its completion, the position shall be yours. Little do you know, he is leading you to your doom. The documents he provided, which you presume to be confidential, actually incriminate you as a spy. You will meet a ghastly end. You will become the most significant pawn in Wei Mingyue's nephew's game. Shun Lin, you deserve this fate. I await the moment you are left with nothing, meeting a tragic end. Shun Lin's complexion turned ashen, his lips trembled, and his tall figure swayed unsteadily. Throughout this harangue, Song Yutong remained silent, yet each word struck like a hammer upon his heart. How could Song Yutong know that Shun Minglang was alive? How could she be aware of his mission upon returning? Did she know he was competing for the position of battalion commander against Wei Mingyue's nephew? Indeed, he had followed Shun Minglang's orders and brought back a document. Was it truly the one that labeled him a spy? That is classified information. If not, how could Song Yutong possess such detailed knowledge? She ought not to know these things. Yet her words resonated like a heavy bell in his mind, connecting the dots of what he had previously overlooked. Shun Minglang's sudden assignment of such a critical task, shrouded in secrecy, coupled with Wei Mingyue's nephew's determined gaze, caused Shun Lin's heart to plummet. Was Shun Minglang truly out to harm him? If the documents he carried indeed identified him as a traitor, that would be fatal. Shun Lin's face drained of color. Wei Mingyue was oblivious to the complexities between Shun Lin and Song Yutong. She only saw Song Yutong striking Shun Lin. She immediately stepped forward and pushed Song Yutong. You, unreasonable person, believe that because you raised him, you can treat him with violence and disdain? You are not his biological mother. What right do you have to be so domineering? Song Yutong sneered. As the saying goes, nurturing gratitude surpasses the debt of birth. Had I not raised him, his survival would have been uncertain. Now, if he perceives me as overbearing, so be it. We shall sever our ties. Song Yutong gazed at Shun Lin and declared, Your household registration has already been transferred to the military. I have come to understand your character, and our bond as mother and child ends here. From this moment forth, it is a complete break. It is imperative that I cut ties with you. Should your identity as a spy be confirmed, it will only bring me trouble. If you choose to meet your demise, so be it, but do not let your misfortunes stain me. Song Yutong glared fiercely at Shun Lin. Our maternal bond has concluded, Shun Lin. Whether you rise to greatness or fall into despair, we are no longer connected. With that, she turned on her heel and departed. Hurry. Do not associate with this traitor, or you will be embroiled in chaos. Shun Lin instinctively moved to pursue Song Yutong, only to be seized by Wei Mingyue's grip on his wrist. Shun Lin, she has stated that she no longer has any ties with you. Why do you still wish to chase her? As Song Yutong walked away, she glanced back and caught sight of Wei Mingyue restraining Shun Lin, eliciting a cold smile within her. Shun Lin, do you truly believe that Wei Mingyue, your sister-in-law, harbors nothing but goodwill for you? Have you ever considered why she has appeared in Qingyuan City at this critical juncture? Your identity as a spy is at stake, and she is here to provide testimony against you. You think she is acting in your best interest, but in truth, she seeks to ensnare you. As for her infatuation with Gu Yunjin, it is merely an obsession. If she genuinely cared for him, she would not have married Shun Minglang and born children. With Gu Yunjin still unconscious, he would not want her. Now that he has awakened, he is even less likely to desire her. You are privy to Shun Minglang's secret. He will not retain you. Competing for the position of captain against Wei Mingyue's own nephew, she will not keep you either. You are indeed exceptional, but what does that matter? You are merely a stepping stone for them. Your brilliance only serves to overshadow Wei Mingyue's nephew, and they will never allow you to thrive. This mission in Qingyuan City is merely a path to your doom. Shen Lin staggered, resolutely shaking off Wei Mingyue's grasp and sprinting after Song Yutong. Mother! Mother! Wei Mingyue watched in disbelief as Shen Lin abandoned her to pursue Song Yutong, her anger boiling over in a sharp cry. Shen Lin, you truly are an ingrate. After all these years, I have treated you well in the military. Shen Lin, do not act recklessly. You possess crucial documents that cannot be delayed. Though Shen Lin heard her, he paid her no heed. He could sense Song Yutong's fervent thoughts, which were filled with madness, yet instinctively, he chose to trust her. He believed that Shen Minglang and Wei Mingyue conspired against him. The most pressing concern was the confidential document in his possession. According to Song Yutong's inner voice, handing over that document would equate to signing his own death warrant. Shen Lin halted in his pursuit of Song Yutong. This document was of utmost importance and could not be delayed, but it was also a threat to his life. What should he do? Suddenly, he recalled Song Yutong's inner voice mentioning that Gu Yunjin had awakened. Chapter 55, delivering the document to Gu Yunjin. Once Gu Yunjin confirmed that Song Yutong had departed, he promptly rose from a bed and retrieved a password box from a concealed compartment beneath. Gazing at the box, imbued with countless secrets, he inhaled deeply and entered the password that Song Yutong had provided. 4 8s. At that moment, Li Kaiying entered and immediately witnessed Gu Yunjin inputting the password. Her expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the password box. Yunjin, stop, she exclaimed. That box is akin to a devil's trap. Inputting the password 3 times will trigger a self-detonation. Even experts in this field hesitate to engage with it, let alone someone like you. Gu Yunjin had only just regained consciousness, his condition slightly improving. Yet he was now tampering with a potentially lethal password lock. This was a perilous endeavor. She rushed forward to intervene, but at that moment, the password lock emitted a sharp click. Her face paled in horror, and instinctively, she moved to embrace Gu Yunjin, willing to sacrifice herself to shield him from the impending explosion. However, instead of a detonation, the lock clicked open. Has it truly opened? Li Kaiying gasped in disbelief, her eyes wide. This box was known to be one of the military's most formidable puzzles, a challenge that had gone unapproached for years. After all, even the most skilled cryptographers dared not attempt to unlock a box that permitted only 3 entries. Yet now, Gu Yunjin had succeeded. Li Kaiying regarded him with a complex mix of emotions. Yunjin, although Gu Yunjin felt a sense of assurance within, he was still taken aback by the box's opening. Who was Song Yutong? How did she possess knowledge of this password? Moreover, she had mentioned that this password box had a flaw, that all boxes shared the same code. This implied that the other password boxes held by the military also contained the same 4 8s. Gu Yunjin's expression turned grave as he examined the contents of the box, which revealed a sheepskin scroll. He unfolded it to discover several names listed. Upon recognizing some of the individuals, he gasped sharply and swiftly closed the password box. Li Kaiying, too, sensed the gravity of the situation and remained silent. Regaining his composure, Gu Yunjin turned to Li Kaiying and instructed, "Mother, you have seen nothing today." Li Kaiying understood his intent and nodded in agreement. Gu Yunjin carefully stored the password box away and resumed his position on the bed, continuing to play the role of the injured. He rubbed his forehead and inquired, "Mother, what do we know about that Song aunt?" Li Kaiying replied, "I have investigated her. She is a woman of unfortunate fate. Her background was less than desirable, and she married a soldier who later sacrificed his life. For years, she has single-handedly raised 4 children, which has not been an easy endeavor." Gu Yunjin expressed his astonishment. She bore 4? Quite remarkable. At that moment, a voice called from the doorway. "May I ask if Commander Gu is present?" Li Kaiying and Gu Yunjin exchanged glances, falling silent. She refrained from explaining that the 4 children were actually Song Yutong's adopted ones. Li Kaiying stepped outside, encountering the individual standing at the foot of the stairs. Shen Lin spotted Li Kaiying and immediately rendered a standard military salute. "I, Shen Lin, commanding officer of the 13th Company, 72nd Division, seek an audience with Commander Gu." Li Kaiying cast a glance at Gu Yunjing, who lay on the bed. Gu Yunjing nodded. "Let him in." Li Kaiying addressed Shenlin. You may come forward. Yes. Shenlin approached, stepping through the door, and was astonished to see Gu Yunjing awake, appearing quite normal. The news of Gu Yunjing's injury was known to all. He was a legendary soldier, a paragon of military aspiration, a figure almost divine in stature, and the one whom Shenlin admired most. The mission he undertook was perilous, resulting in severe injuries and poisoning. Although he returned without losing any limbs, he was in a state akin to a living corpse, almost sentenced to death. Yet here he was, miraculously alive, looking no different from an ordinary person. Truly a miracle. Gu Yunjing regarded Shenlin with recognition. He remembered him as a daring and resourceful young man, a spirited soldier. From the 13th Company, your direct superior is Shun Minglang. What brings you to me? Shenlin quickly stepped forward to salute again, producing a crucial document from his possession and placing it before Gu Yunjing. Commander Gu, this contains my classified mission details. Gu Yunjing furrowed his brow, a flicker of ire crossing his handsome features. His eyes narrowed dangerously as he fixed his gaze upon Shenlin, his voice imbued with an unyielding authority. Shenlin, is this your mission or a classified one? What do you mean by presenting it to me? Are you aware that such actions could lead you before a military tribunal? This document is classified, bearing a confidential seal. This mission is not meant to be coordinated with me. You must not hand this over. Shenlin stood rigidly. Commander, please allow me to explain. Gu Yunjing regarded him coldly. I hope you can provide me with a reasonable explanation. Shenlin took a deep breath. Commander Gu, my mother is Shun Minglang's wife. Gu Yunjing's brow twitched in surprise. So Shenlin is the illegitimate child of Wei Mingyue? No wonder he bears the surname Shun. But wait, Shenlin is 22 this year, and Wei Mingyue is barely 30. How could she have given birth to such an older child? Realizing Gu Yunjing's thoughts, Shenlin hastily clarified, no, it is not Wei Mingyue, nor is she my biological mother. She's my adoptive mother. Years ago, he and my mother held a wedding ceremony, but that very night, he was called back to duty, and not long after, news of his death reached us. My mother remained a widow for many years. It was only 6 years ago when I joined the military that I discovered he was alive all along, having lived well and even remarried and had children within the army. Listening to Shenlin's explanation, Gu Yunjing's expression softened slightly. Yet the convolutions of this narrative were many, and he found himself bewildered. So the current situation is that Shun Minglang abandoned his lawful wife to marry Wei Mingyue and have children with her? This is their private affair, and it is not within my jurisdiction to intervene. I must focus on the matters concerning the cipher box, the espionage, and Zhou Yi. At this moment, there was also the confidential document from Shenlin. He could not afford to dwell on Shun Minglang's moral depravity. Furrowing his brows, he inquired, what relevance does this matter bear to the confidential document? Shenlin took a deep breath. Commander Gu, I am currently contesting for the position of battalion commander against Wei Xian. Shun Minglang informed me that upon the successful completion of this mission, I would be promoted. Shenlin refrained from disclosing to Gu Yunjing that she could hear Song Yutong's thoughts. Thus, she opted for a different approach. I overheard Shun Minglang mention that if I submit this document, it could cost me my life. I am a soldier and resolutely committed to executing my military duties. Yet, I am also a mere mortal. I wish to live. Chapter 56. Granting the wolf a chance. Gu Yunjing believed in the veracity of Shenlin's words. Shenlin's capabilities were remarkably prominent within the military, rendering Wei Xian inadequate in comparison. The position of battalion commander rightfully belonged to Shenlin. However, Wei Xian was the favored grandson of Commander Wei. Gu Yunjing handed the document to Shenlin. Shenlin, you must understand that this is a confidential document. Neither you nor I possess the authority to open it. How can I trust your claims? This document was classified, and only those designated to liaise with Shenlin had the privilege to access it. Anyone else who dared to open it would face dire consequences. Even if Shenlin spoke with conviction, Gu Yunjing would not breach the document seal. Shenlin was acutely aware of this. He was also gambling. Between Song Yutong and Shun Minglang, he could currently choose only one to believe. To be candid, he placed his trust in Song Yutong. After all, A man capable of orchestrating deceit to make a woman suffer for his adoptive parents possessed little credibility. Conversely, Song Yutong had tirelessly raised their 4 adopted children, never once complaining or abandoning any of them. The disparity in credibility was glaringly evident. Therefore, without hesitation, Shenlin tore open the confidential document before Gu Yunjin. Gu Yunjin's brow furrowed. He fully understood the gravity of Shenlin's actions and recognized the audacity of his desperate gamble. Shenlin ripped open the document pouch, but refrained from inspecting its contents, instead handing the document to Gu Yunjin. "Commander Gu, I have opened the document, and I will accept full responsibility for it. I have not reviewed its contents. Please examine it first. If it indeed seeks to frame me, I implore you to save my life. If I am merely alarmist, I am willing to die as penance." Gu Yunjin gazed at the resolute Shenlin, inhaling deeply as he slowly accepted the document pouch. Extracting the document, he scanned its contents, and with each passing moment, his furrowed brow deepened, his eyes flickering with shock and fury. His penetrating gaze fell upon Shenlin. "Who is your liaison?" Shenlin sensed the overwhelming aura of menace emanating from Gu Yunjin as he read the document's contents. It was daunting. A tremor of fear coursed through him. "Commander Gu, what does the document contain?" Gu Yunjin coldly shot him a piercing glare. "Do not inquire if you wish to live." Shenlin's heart raced. Hastily responding to Gu Yunjin's question, "It is Commander Chun of the 64th Division." Gu Yunjin's heart tightened. Chun Ming. Unfortunately, the spy list that he had just opened contained Chun Ming's name. Coupled with the contents of this document, he was nearly certain that Chun Ming was indeed a spy. In truth, this document had little to do with Shenlin. However, given the extreme confidentiality of the document, if Chun Ming were a spy, Shenlin's life would undoubtedly be in jeopardy. Gu Yunjung inquired of Shenlin, "When will you deliver this document to Colonel Chun?" Shenlin replied, "At 10 o'clock tonight." Gu Yunjung took a deep breath. "You stay here. I will return shortly. By 10 o'clock tonight, matters must accelerate, at the very least. A confidential document must be procured for bait." Shenlin respectfully saluted. Yes, his life and well-being were now in Gu Yunjing's hands, so he would certainly heed his command. Gu Yunjung wasted no time and departed immediately. Li Kaiying, seeing him about to leave, anxiously attempted to stop him, saying, "Yunjung, your health is still not fully restored. Where are you going?" Gu Yunjung waved his hand dismissively. "Mother, I am fine. I have important matters to attend to." He exited like a gust of wind. Li Kaiying felt a mix of anger and helplessness. His health had just begun to improve, yet he was in such a hurry. However, she understood that Gu Yunjung was resolute. Once he made a decision, nothing could deter him. Moreover, his urgency surely indicated a pressing issue. By the time Song Yutong returned home, darkness had descended. She hummed a little tune on her way back. Song Sheng was still in her room, diligently writing, while Jiang Weiwei sat in a chair waiting for her. Upon her return, Jiang Weiwei eagerly poured her a glass of water. "Mother, you're back. You must be tired. Have some water to quench your thirst." Song Yutong smiled at Jiang Weiwei, accepting the water and taking a small sip. "Why are you still awake?" Jiang Weiwei scratched her head. "It's still early. I can't sleep. Besides, I wanted to wait for you to return." Indeed, Jiang Weiwei now exuded the essence of a caring daughter. Jiang Weiwei nodded internally, feeling like a thoughtful little cotton-padded jacket. With a smile, Jiang Weiwei said, "Mother, you returned humming a tune. Does that mean you have good news? Share it with me, so that I may share in your joy." Song Yutong nodded. "There is good news. The patient at my employer's house, Su, has awakened, which means I will no longer have to feed him, lightening my workload." Indeed, Gu Yunjung awakening was a piece of good news. I can save some of my spiritual water. However, the greater piece of news is that Shenlin, that ingrate, is about to face his reckoning tonight. He will be branded a spy and executed on the spot. Ingrate, he deserves it. Knowing full well that Shun Minglang was alive and thriving in the military, he chose to conceal the truth. Now, I can watch him descend into hell. Indifferent to his plight, I might even deliver the final blow. Those who betray me shall all face their retribution. Jiang Weiwei's expression stiffened. However, the room was relatively dim, and Song Yutong did not notice. Shenlin has returned. He has been framed as a spy. He will die tonight. Although Jiang Weiwei grew up under the same roof as several others, there was truly little emotional connection among them. It could be said that, apart from Song Shengsheng, the others were entirely self-serving. They were merely vying for resources from Song Yutong, treating her as a stepping stone and a source of sustenance, without any genuine affection for her. Thus, the fate of Shenlin did not evoke much feeling in her. However, deep within, Song Yutong believed that all those who had wronged her would ultimately face retribution. She too had betrayed Song Yutong. Oh, how she cried. But now she had changed. She genuinely had. Jiang Weiwei, filled with excitement, rushed forward to embrace Song Yutong, weeping profusely. Mom. Song Yutong was taken aback by her sudden display of emotion. Weiwei, what is wrong? Through her tears, Jiang Weiwei confessed, Mom, I realize now that I was such a jerk in the past. You worked so hard, yet I never showed you any understanding. Mom, I acknowledge my mistakes, and I promise to amend my ways. I will take care of you in your old age, truly. Please grant me a chance to start anew. Song Yutong was genuinely bewildered. Why the sudden revelation of heartfelt emotions? She gently patted Jiang Weiwei's back to comfort her, saying, All right, Mom will give you a chance. Just be yourself. You are doing well as you are now. Weiwei, you are an exceptional girl, and you will have a wonderful life, provided you maintain a proper attitude towards life. Given Song Yutong's nature of detesting wrongdoing, she would not typically grant a second chance to an ungrateful child. However, the original owner had a plea for her to give each child an opportunity. Thus, she decided to extend a chance to Jiang Weiwei. It seemed that Jiang Weiwei had seized it. Chapter 57. Only food prepared by Song Yutong. Song Yutong smiled as she caressed Jiang Weiwei's hair. Yes, redemption signifies a good child, and of course, a mother would forgive. Song Yutong exhibited great tolerance towards women, never believing that selfishness was inherently wrong. Only harming others was unacceptable. Now that Jiang Weiwei had turned over a new leaf, and considering the unfriendly nature of the world towards women, she, as a fellow woman, chose to embrace forgiveness. Jiang Weiwei's character is quite endearing. Yes, I forgive her. Jiang Weiwei felt a warm glow within her heart. In that moment, she experienced a profound sense of happiness, something she had never felt in her life before. She hugged Song Yutong and nuzzled against her chest, saying, Mom, you are truly wonderful. I love you. Beep. Jiang Weiwei has genuinely reformed, gaining 50,000 points. Beep. Earned Jiang Weiwei's sincere affection, gaining 50,000 points. Song Yutong was instantly thrilled. Had she truly acquired these 100,000 points so effortlessly? She hurried back to her room, excitedly accessing the spirit fountain space in the system shop. Spending the 100,000 points, she poured herself a cup of spirit water and consumed it entirely. Once the spirit fountain space was opened, using the spirit water on herself was in essence free. As soon as she drank the spirit water, Song Yutong felt a warm current surging within her, as if every cell in her body had been awakened, brimming with vitality. She sensed an unprecedented clarity in her mind, and all her fatigue vanished in an instant. The burdens of this body weigh heavily, with years of depression festering within, leading to numerous ailments. Even though she has recently consumed ethereal foods from the system's marketplace, her condition has only marginally improved, rendering her less robust than those of average health. Yet, after consuming a sip of the spiritual spring water, she truly felt invigorated. Gazing into the mirror, she gently tapped her face, noticing the dullness had faded significantly, her skin becoming firmer and fairer. This transformation occurred despite her deliberately slowing the pace of her recovery. After all, for a woman in her 50s to suddenly blossom into a youthful beauty in her 20s would undoubtedly raise eyebrows. She required an entirely new identity, as well as a fresh environment. She would wait until Song Shengsheng finished her college entrance examinations. Song Shengsheng was the daughter whom the original owner cherished most dearly. It was imperative that she made adequate arrangements for her. Jiang Weiwei returned to her room, her face adorned with a radiant smile. Song Shengsheng had studied sufficiently for the day and intended to rest. Upon seeing Jiang Weiwei smile, She raised an eyebrow, asking, "What brings you such joy?" Jiang Weiwei had always harbored disdain for Song Shengsheng, viewing her as self-righteous, pretentious, and hypocritical. However, in her elevated mood, she found Song Shengsheng considerably more agreeable. Jiang Weiwei patted the empty space on her bed beside her. "Sister, come sit down, let us converse." Song Shengsheng found Jiang Weiwei's demeanor peculiar, akin to a peacock displaying its feathers. She settled beside Jiang Weiwei and inquired once more, "What has you so cheerful today?" Jiang Weiwei beamed at her, declaring, "I believe mother loves me most." Song Shengsheng felt a twinge of being flaunted by Jiang Weiwei. She forced a smile, expressionless as she stood and returned to her own bed. Jiang Weiwei, with a hint of arrogance, lifted her chin, asserting, "Do not deny it. This is the truth." Song Shengsheng scoffed. "It's clear to anyone with eyes that Song Yutong favors me more." If Jiang Weiwei wished to indulge in self-deception, let her continue. Song Shengsheng lay back on her bed to rest. Yet the more she pondered, the more stifled she felt. Turning off the light, enveloped in darkness, she declared, "Mother said I must not let anything affect me as my exams approach. Next time, refrain from discussing topics that distract me." Jiang Weiwei grumbled in response, fearing that Song Shengsheng might report her to Song Yutong. Turning her back to the wall, she muttered, "If such trivial matters affect you, it will be a miracle if you got into university." Song Shengsheng raised her voice, "Do not let it affect me. Do you hear?" Jiang Weiwei retorted angrily, I know. How melodramatic." Song Shengsheng huffed, thinking about how Jiang Weiwei would dare to boast again when it was evident that Song Yutong's affections lay with her. Jiang Weiwei had always reveled in her own delusions. The following morning, Song Yutong awoke early. She prepared a meal, simmered porridge, and made large buns. As Jiang Weiwei and Song Shengsheng rose, she poured each of them a cup of oatmeal. "Hurry and eat. Shengsheng, you must study afterward, and Weiwei, off to work you go." Today's meal has been infused with the essence of spiritual spring water, rendering it exceptionally sweet and fragrant. With each bite, a sense of invigorating clarity washes over me. Jiang Weiwei, with her cheeks puffed full from a large bun, gazes sparklingly at Song Yutong and exclaims, "Mom, I'll be back for lunch. Please prepare a portion for me." Song Yutong nods in agreement. "All right." Jiang Weiwei's South workplace is conveniently close to home, and her 1.5-hour lunch break is ample for her to travel back and enjoy a meal. Having tasted Song Yutong's cooking, she has little desire to eat in the cafeteria. Song Yutong gently ruffles Jiang Weiwei's hair, reminding her, "Remember to check your wound at the hospital after work." Jiang Weiwei obediently nods, hum. A smile of contentment graces Song Yutong's face. "Take your time eating. I will go deliver lunch." She proceeds to bring a meal to Gu Yunjin, noticing that Li Kaiying is absent and thus ascends the stairs with ease. Gu Yunjin, already awake, sits on his bed engrossed in a book. The morning light bathes him in a dreamlike glow, adorning him with a radiant aura. Gu Yunjin possesses an extraordinary handsomeness and an unmatched demeanor. Being a soldier, few women can resist such allure. No wonder Wei Mingwei is so infatuated with him. He has the charm to captivate. Gu Yunjin, however, does not seek such capital. He sets aside his book, his deep-set eyes resting on Song Yutong. "Aunt Song, you've arrived." Song Yutong smiles and hands him the thermos. "You're awake. I didn't prepare porridge this morning. Instead, I made you some soup dumplings, along with corn and an egg for balanced nutrition." She then retrieved a cup of hot milk from her bag. "All of this is for you." Gu Yunjin, taken aback by the array of appetizing and nutritious food, finds himself momentarily speechless. As a rugged man, he typically has little regard for food as long as it fills his stomach. After all, he has survived a year in the rainforest on tree bark, wild fruits, and even raw meat. Yet this time, the circumstances are unique. After enduring a harrowing night, he returns home feeling both exhausted and famished. While he can manage to drink some water, he finds himself unable to swallow any food, despite the fact that plain steamed buns are generally acceptable sustenance. He cannot force a single bite down. His body resists. However, now, upon seeing the meal prepared by Song Yutong, he discovers a surprising appetite. Grabbing a soup dumpling, he pops it into his mouth, Swallowing poses no issue. In fact, it is so delicious that he feels as though he might swallow his tongue in delight. In that moment, he realizes he can eat. Yet, only Song Yutong's cooking will suffice. Chapter 58. Gu Yunjin presents his dowry to her. Gu Yunjin takes another sip of milk, its rich, creamy flavor refreshing his senses. He gazes deeply at Song Yutong, saying, "Aunt Song, your cooking is exceptional. Now, when I consider eating anything else, my appetite fails me. It seems you've spoiled my palate." Song Yutong humbly waves her hand. "You flatter me. You are, of course, unable to consume anything else at this moment. You must understand that you are on the brink of death. Were it not for the sustenance from the system's marketplace that aided in restoring your body and the nourishing essence of the spiritual spring water, you would have already met your demise. Until your body has fully recuperated, you are permitted no sustenance other than what I provide." Gu Yunjin listened to her heartfelt words, and he comprehended the gravity of his situation. His suspicions were indeed correct. He could only consume the provisions of Song Yutong, which possessed miraculous effects. Song Yutong had saved his life. Gu Yunjin spoke softly, "Aunt Song, I appreciate your efforts in preparing my meals. Without your dedication, my recovery would not have progressed so swiftly. Please accept this token of my gratitude." He produced a slender envelope and handed it to Song Yutong. The envelope was light and contained only a modest sum, perhaps 200 or 300 at most. "Oh, how could I possibly accept this?" Song Yutong protested. Yet her hands were already accepting the money. Why is there no sound? Why is there no accumulation of points? Could it be that this envelope does not contain money? Song Yutong's curiosity about its contents piqued, yet she felt too shy to open it in front of Gu Yunjin. He sensed her inquisitiveness, but could not provide an explanation. Each drop of spiritual spring water cost 500. He yearned for a swift recovery. This envelope contained his allowances from the past years, as well as savings from Li Kaiying, representing his life savings. However, he would never have a wife, as he was a staunch advocate of remaining unmarried. Money held little significance for him, especially the notion of a dowry. What mattered most was his health. He needed to regain his strength quickly. As Gu Yunjin ate, he remarked, "I am uncertain how long my body will take to heal. During this period, I will continue to rely on your kindness." Song Yutong nodded with a smile, peeling an egg for him. "It is no trouble at all. It is my duty. Your recovery value stands at 67. At this pace, with each meal and a drop of spiritual spring water, you should fully recuperate within 3 to 5 days. She reassured him. Upon hearing that his recovery was progressing so swiftly, Gu Yunjin felt a sense of relief. However, the next moment, Song Yutong's thoughts erupted in alarm, startling him. How has Gu Yunjin's recovery value plummeted again? It has dropped to 62. Just yesterday, it was 67. Surely, he must have engaged in some reckless activity last night, overexerting himself and causing this decline. Indeed, no man is to be trusted as long as they breathe. They offer no peace of mind. Gu Yunjin, feeling guilty as he ate his soup dumplings, stole a furtive glance at Song Yutong. Instinctively, he felt a shiver run through him, as if he were a miscreant caught in the act. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and insecurity, especially as he noted the palpable resentment in Song Yutong's eyes, which seemed ready to consume him whole. Never had Gu Yunjin felt so unsteady. He kept his head down, silent, and focused solely on his meal. Indeed, he had ventured out the previous night for significant matters, collaborating with Shun Lin to apprehend Chen Ming. Now, both Chun Ming and Shen Lin were undergoing secret investigations. He had initially intended to follow through, but his body could no longer withstand the strain, prompting his return. He recognized his need for Song Yutong. His physical being craved her presence. The commotion from the previous night had indeed been considerable, leading to significant exhaustion. Song Yutong was infuriated, yet there was little she could do. After all, she could not berate Gu Yunjin directly. Ultimately, she resigned herself to the situation. "What can I do? I can only strive to heal you swiftly and then part ways," she thought. "Perhaps I could add a touch of spirit spring water to your milk to expedite your recovery." Gu Yunjin's body tensed at the mention of the spirit spring water, curious about how it would be incorporated. Thus, he obediently placed the milk on the cabinet near Song Yutong. She informed him, The eggs are peeled and ready for you." As she handed him the eggs, her hand inadvertently brushed past the milk cup, causing Gu Yunjin's gaze to nearly veer off course. Mission accomplished, he thought. Fortunately, his eyes were restored to normalcy, confirming that indeed he had seen nothing amiss. He accepted the eggs and lifted the milk before indulging in the eggs. He took a gentle sip of the milk. Instantly, he sensed a remarkable difference. It was unlike the milk he had previously tasted. This new elixir was refreshingly delightful, rendering him light and buoyant, akin to having consumed a miraculous potion. What was the true nature of Song Yutong? How could she have pulled him back from the brink of death in merely a few days? Gu Yunjin compelled himself to refrain from overthinking. The systems, the spirit spring, the points, none of it concerned him. Song Yutong had saved his life. She possessed her own secrets, which he should not delve into. What mattered was that she was not a threat to society, and that was sufficient. Once Gu Yunjin had finished his meal, Song Yutong began to clear the dishes, earnestly advising, "You have just awakened. Cherish your body and nurture it well. Do not run around or exert yourself. Do you have any idea how precious Spirit Spring water is? Do you understand the lengths I've gone to for your recovery? Can't you show a little consideration? Indeed, it seems that as long as a man can breathe, he is invariably troublesome." Gu Yunjin replied, "I have learned my lesson." Yet, regardless of the cost of the Spirit Spring water, he believed his contribution was ample. He softly mused that Song Yutong had a remarkable talent for scolding without resorting to vulgarity. "I understand, Aunt Song. I will take good care of myself," Gu Yunjin vowed, swearing that he had never been so obedient in front of his parents or superiors. Only to Song Yutong did he yield. Upon hearing his assurance, coupled with his handsome visage, Song Yutong's irritation dissipated in an instant. She nodded, "That's good. I shall take my leave now. I will return at noon to bring you lunch." Gu Yunjin inclined his head. "Safe travels, Aunt Song." After tidying her belongings, she departed. As she descended the stairs, she opened the envelope Gu Yunjin had given her. Not finding money inside, she felt the paper within and was eager to discover its contents. Inside, she found a savings book, causing her to come to an abrupt halt. Why did Gu Yunjin give her the bank book? Was it to allow her to withdraw money herself? That must be the implication. Upon opening it, she discovered the large password written on the first page, the bold and vigorous font revealing the owner to be a person of considerable knowledge and refinement. Her gaze fell upon the balance, and in an instant, her pupils widened in shock. "How much?" 80,000. Song Yutong let out a scream and dashed back upstairs. "Gu Yunjin, why did you give me the bank book?" Chapter 59. Zhang Zuiping causes a commotion. Has Gu Yunjin lost his mind? Giving me such a large sum? What is his intention? Could it be that he has feelings for me? But I currently present myself as an elderly woman. Does he have such peculiar tastes? Gu Yunjin coughed, nearly choking on his own saliva. Once he managed to recover, he found a situation both amusing and perplexing. How could he possibly harbor feelings for Song Yutong? Not only did he have no interest in her, but he was also indifferent to all women. It was not as if he were offering a drop of spirit water at 500 yuan each, far too extravagant. Moreover, Song Yutong did not appear wealthy. He worried that she might lack the funds to exchange for spirit water, which would delay his recovery. His intentions were solely for his own health. He was not infatuated with her. He was not attracted to her or any other woman. He was an advocate of remaining single. Gu Yunjin composed his expression and said, "Aunt Song, please don't overthink this. I understand your difficulties. The money is of little use to me, and I hope it can assist you." Song Yutong narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Gu Yunjin closely. "Help me? Huh? Do you truly believe that giving me 80,000 is a form of assistance? Are you the one who has lost your mind, or am I? I certainly do not believe that you have no ulterior motives. However, it seems unlikely that you are interested in me. There must be another reason." Gu Yunjin sighed in relief internally. Indeed, offering such a substantial sum indicated ulterior motives. He was unconcerned with how Song Yutong perceived him, as long as she did not think he had romantic intentions. He genuinely did not like women. Suddenly, Song Yutong smacked her forehead. "I understand now. He certainly cannot be interested in me. Could it be that he has taken a liking to my daughter? After all, throughout history, heroes have struggled with beautiful women. It is reasonable that Gu Yunjin having investigated my family, might be drawn to my two lovely daughters. But which one has he set his sights on? Song Shengsheng or Jiang Weiwei? Song Shengsheng is gentle and delicate, while Jiang Weiwei is willful and enchanting. I feel that Gu Yunjin would likely prefer Jiang Weiwei. Gu Yunjin was truly at a loss for words. He did not fancy Jiang Weiwei, nor did he have an inclination towards Song Shengsheng. He was not attracted to women. He attempted to clarify, Aunt Song, I gave you the bankbook. Song Yutong immediately tossed the bankbook back to him, declaring, this is far too valuable. I cannot accept it, regardless of the reason. I cannot accept such a large sum from you. Why do these men have to be so tedious? If you like someone, pursue them yourself. Why stuff money into my hands? In this modern age, advocating for the freedom to love, I am not one to sell my daughter for monetary gain. Gu Yunjin suddenly felt bereft of all strength and means. Silently, he tucked away his bankbook and retrieved a thick envelope from beneath the blanket by the bedside. Aunt Song, I apologize, I've taken the wrong envelope. I truly appreciate your care during this time. Please accept this small token of my gratitude. The envelope was handed to Song Yutong, and immediately, a notification appeared in the system store. Points, 672. 672? Why is it such an odd number? Gu Yunjin found himself at a loss. This was all the liquid funds available at home, yet a single drop from the spiritual fountain cost 500. He had already used 2 drops earlier. This meager amount truly felt insignificant. He had no choice but to resort to his savings. Though the thought of them was somewhat daunting, he could not help but entertain fanciful notions. She even perceived it as a bride price for her daughter. He had never even met her daughter. He would rather Song Yutong believe it was a bride price for her than for a child. This time, Song Yutong did not hesitate and accepted the money. Thank you. I shall take my leave now. Gu Yunjin watched her depart, bidding her to take care. Song Yutong hummed a little tune as she walked away, and his gaze deepened as he observed her silhouette fade. Just as she stepped out, the sound of a car engine echoed at the door, and Lin Yu hurriedly entered. With his long legs, Lin Yu swiftly ascended the stairs. Upon entering the room and seeing Gu Yunjin awake and sitting up with a healthy complexion, he was momentarily taken aback. He rushed forward, embracing Gu Yunjin with excitement. Gu Yunjin returned the embrace with a smile. They had grown up together, with him serving in the military while Lin Yu studied medicine abroad. Years had passed since their last meeting. Had he not awakened this time, it would have meant a final farewell. Lin Yu's voice was low. It's good that you are awake. Gu Yunjin's features relaxed, his laughter bright. He had miraculously reclaimed his life. Lin Yu nodded. Indeed, it is a miracle. When you were in distress, your mother wept and implored me to return and assess your condition. Yunjin, your awakening is nothing short of miraculous. Lin Yu was one of the foremost doctors in the country. Upon seeing Gu Yunjin, he had frankly deemed his chances of survival negligible. Yet, he had persevered against the odds. Was it not a miracle? Gu Yunjin was acutely aware of this miracle. Song Yutong was that miracle. Lin Yu harbored a subtle suspicion that her cooking played a role, yet he dismissed the notion. After all, how could mere food pull someone back from the brink of death? He himself had tasted Song Yutong's cooking, and it was undeniably delicious. Reflecting on that meal now, his taste buds still tingled. Could truly delectable food possess the power to save lives? Upon leaving the compound, Song Yutong returned home directly. However, as soon as she opened her front door, a furious shout rang out from behind. Song Yutong. As Song Yutong turned around, she encountered Shun Minglang's mother, her nominal mother-in-law, Zhang Suaping, who approached her with a furious demeanor. Following her were Shun Dashan, Yang Shufan, Shun Yuanzhou, and Shun Jinhua, Jiang Weiwei's mother. Zhang Suaping rushed to stand before Song Yutong, abruptly sitting down on the ground and bursting into tears. Everyone, come and see. This is outrageous. Song Yutong has cursed one of my sons to death and is now ruining the life of my other son and grandson, making their existence unbearable. She is draining our family's finances. This is simply unjust. Song Yutong regarded Zhang Suaping's commotion with a cold gaze. Over the years, Zhang Suaping had resorted to such unreasonable outbursts whenever she felt slighted. It was she who had insisted on pairing Shenlin with Jiang Weiwei. In truth, Jiang Weiwei's previous shameless actions were learned from Zhang Suaping. Jiang Weiwei, being astute, recognized that such tantrums could yield desired outcomes, thus mimicking her behavior. This self-serving conduct often proved effective, while those with morals and ethics felt a deep sense of discomfort. The family members present in the courtyard all leaned out to observe. In these times, who wouldn't want to witness a grand spectacle? Song Yutong surveyed the entire family, a cold smile gracing her lips as she crossed her arms. Her voice resonating loudly. Continue your ruckus. You claim I caused your son's demise? Let's escalate this. We shall take this to Shun Minglang's military unit. I will publish a newspaper article and file a report. If I truly cursed Shun Minglang to death, how is it that he has since remarried and fathered children in the army? Chapter 60. Shun Lin's betrayal. Song Yutong's words sent tremors of disbelief through Zhang Cuiping and her entourage. They stared at her in utter astonishment, and even the onlookers were taken aback by her declarations. Wang Dongmei hurried over to Song Yutong's side, astonished as she asked, Sister Song, do you realize what you are saying? Song Yutong, still with her arms crossed, coldly scrutinized the entire Shun family. Of course I do. Shun Minglang did not perish when he left for the army. He became involved with someone of higher status, and, fearing I would disrupt his good fortune, colluded with his family to deceive me into believing he had met his end. In reality, he married the daughter of a high-ranking official and has been thriving these years. Upon hearing Song Yutong's words, Wang Dongmei's blood boiled as she imagined the revelations. She pointed an accusatory finger at Zhang Cuiping, vehemently berating her. Your Shin family has no regard for humanity. For years, you have exploited Yutong, accusing her of having cursed Shun Minglang. Yet, he is alive and has ascended to greater heights, while you continue to use this pretext to torment Yutong. You are nothing short of beasts. Wang Dongmei genuinely felt compassion for Song Yutong. Though she was older than Song Yutong, the latter appeared far older, having to care for 4 children as a young woman. In that era, such a burden was incredibly challenging. Moreover, the children's parents were indifferent, and the elders frequently instigated trouble. As the children grew a little older and became capable of work, the elders would whisper insidiously in their ears. Song Yutong toiled tirelessly, unwilling to indulge in food or clothing, burdened not only with the care of 4 children, but also subjected to the relentless drain of her own family and in-laws. Over the years, Wang Dongmei had never witnessed a genuine smile grace Song Yutong's face. Her life had been overwhelmingly arduous. Observing her struggles, the neighbors wished to introduce her to a man for remarriage. However, each time, Zhang Cuiping would create a scene, thwarting their efforts. Anyone daring to cast a glance in Song Yutong's direction would find themselves on the receiving end of Zhang Cuiping's wrath, resulting in a cacophony of chaos at their homes. After multiple occurrences, the community ceased to approach Song Yutong altogether. Zhang Cuiping, having lost her son, was exceedingly bitter, laying the blame squarely on Song Yutong. And though others felt sympathy, they remained silent, for her son had tragically passed away, despite having no connection to Song Yutong. Yet, the situation had dramatically transformed. Shun Minglang was alive. The relentless torment and cruelty inflicted upon Song Yutong could now be deemed nothing less than pure malevolence. The neighbors were incensed. For years, they had witnessed the abuse directed at Yutong, which was utterly intolerable. They resolved to report this injustice to Shun Minglang's military unit, demanding accountability and even imprisonment for him. How could he ever repay the years of youth stolen from Yutong? Zhang Cuiping's face turned ashen as the scorn and actions of those around her caused her legs to weaken, leading her to collapse onto the ground. She struggled to assert, "You speak nonsense. How could Minglang possibly still be alive?" The other members of the Shun family were left in shock, unable to react upon hearing Song Yutong proclaim Shun Minglang's survival. How could she know? For over a decade, she had been kept in the dark, and Shun Minglang had not returned during that time to conceal the truth from her. Yang Shufan suddenly cried out, "This is sheer madness. Minglang has been dead for so many years. How could he still be alive? The notion of him remarrying and having children is utterly preposterous. Song Yutong, have you lost your mind?" The onlookers fell silent, as the matter was indeed complicated. It was common knowledge that Shun Minglang had not returned for years. and everyone had accepted his death. Now, Song Yutong claimed he was alive. Meanwhile, Zhang Cuiping and Yang Shufan insisted he was deceased. What was the truth? Wang Dongmei felt a twinge of uncertainty. Yutong, could you be imagining things? Song Yutong responded with a cold smile, surveying each member of the Shun family. Do you believe that as long as Shun Minglang remains absent, I lack evidence? Zhang Cuiping soon realized that the crowd would not dare to escalate matters to Shun Minglang's military unit, for they had no knowledge of his whereabouts. If they maintained that Shun Minglang was dead, Song Yutong would be rendered powerless. Song Yutong, you are truly a venomous woman. My son has suffered for years because of you, and now you dare to tarnish his memory. To claim he is alive is nothing but absurdity. Do you possess any evidence? Produce it if you do. Song Yutong smiled. I certainly have evidence. The proof lies with Shun Lin. He returned yesterday after serving 6 years in the military, within Shun Minglang's unit. It was he who informed me that Shun Minglang is alive and has married and fathered children. The question of whether Shun Minglang is alive or dead will be resolved with a single report sent to Shun Lin's unit. Upon hearing Shun Lin's name, the members of the Shun family fell silent, their faces drained of color, and a surge of anger welled within them. That scoundrel Shun Lin. How dare he stab us in the back at this moment? All these years, Shun Minglang has been unjustly praised in the military. According to fate's design, Shun Lin should have perished last night. It is most fitting to pin the blame on him now. The commotion outside distracted Song Shengsheng from her studies. Rushing out, she was met by a throng gathered at her doorstep, instantly causing her heart to race. How could Song Yutong confront so many members of the Shun family alone? As she emerged, she overheard Song Yutong's words and Shun Lin's inner thoughts. Quickly, she positioned herself behind Song Yutong, offering her support and proclaiming loudly, "Yes. What my mother said is true. My elder brother, Shun Lin, returned yesterday and personally informed us that Shun Minglang is alive, having married and started a family in the military. For years, he has been threatened by Shun Minglang, unable to reveal the truth to my mother. This return for a temporary mission is the first time he has shared the truth with us. Shun Minglang is not dead." With determination, Song Shengsheng grasped Song Yutong's hand tightly, asserting, "Mother, let us stand against them. We will report them. They have deceived you for so many years and must face the consequences." The resolute words of Song Yutong and Song Shengsheng struck like hammers upon the Shun family, rendering them pale and speechless, their guilty expressions leaving no room for doubt among the onlookers. Shun Minglang is indeed alive. How shameless! How utterly disgraceful! Someone hurled a handful of leaves at the Shun family, shouting, "Beasts, you are unworthy of being called human. Shun Minglang is clearly alive. Yet you have mistreated Yutong for all these years, proving to be lower than animals." In an instant, the crowd erupted in fury, launching rotten eggs, spoiled vegetables, and even filthy water at the Shun family. The very thought that Shun Minglang is alive ignited a fierce determination in their fists. The Shun family, in a state of panic, attempted to evade the onslaught, but having incited the wrath of the masses, they found no sympathy. Suddenly, a powerful voice rang out from the entrance. "What are you doing? Stop this at once." The commanding shout was deafening, causing everyone to turn and discover Shun Lin had truly returned. Chapter 61. She and Shun Minglang do not have a marriage certificate. Upon seeing Shun Lin, the Shun family's eyes blazed with fury, particularly Zhang Cuiping, who lunged at him with a furious cry. Her hand struck relentlessly against Shun Lin's head and face. Again and again. "I should have killed you, ungrateful wretch. I went to great lengths to secure your enlistment, and this is how you repay me. After years of absence, you return only to expose that Minglang is alive. You did this on purpose. You intended to harm Minglang. Had I known you were such a traitor, I should never have taken you in when your parents died. You should have starved." The entire Shun family seethed with indignation, except for the peer, Shin Yuanzhou. All others rained their furious blows upon Shun Lin. Caught off guard and surrounded by kin, he refrained from retaliating, instead shielding his head and passively enduring the assault. Song Shengsheng stepped forward, seemingly intent on intervening. However, Song Yutong restrained her, preventing her advance. Huh, serves him right. Let the Shun family tear each other apart. But how could Shin Lin still be alive? What transpired yesterday? According to the original course of events, he should have perished yesterday. This burden he must bear, regardless. He is nothing but a thankless wretch, deserving of this fate. When his parents met with tragedy, the Shun family received substantial compensation but refused to care for him. Shoving him onto me, I toiled to raise him. Yet how has this ungrateful creature repaid my efforts? He believes whatever the Shun family tells him. He even assisted that ungrateful Shun Minglang in concealing the news of my survival. He deserves the predicament he finds himself in, even if he narrowly escaped yesterday. Can he evade the next calamity? He is a rival to Wei Xian. Both Shun Minglang and the Wei family will not spare him. His demise is inevitable. The Shun family converged on Shun Lin, launching into a brutal assault. From their words and the silent thoughts of Song Yutong, he gleaned the unfolding events. The Shun family sought to provoke Song Yutong, yet she could no longer endure their cruelty. Uncertain of how she learned that Shun Minglang was alive, she directly informed the Shun family that it was Shun Lin who spoke of it. They believed her, for only the Shun family and he were privy to this information. The Shun family had long exploited Song Yutong, striving to drain every ounce of her vitality, and naturally, they would not disclose this truth. When Song Yutong claimed it was Shun Lin who revealed it, no one in the Shun family would doubt her. Besides, Shun Lin had indeed resurfaced. Who else could it be? Shun Lin realized that only those who wronged you truly comprehend the depth of your injustice. No longer willing to passively absorb their blows, he nimbly evaded the encirclement of the Shun family. He regarded them coldly. If you dare act, then you must also face the consequences. You are all aware that Shun Minglang is alive. Throughout these years, have you ever shown any compassion towards my mother? The Shun family, one more shameless than the last. A collective gasp resonated from the surrounding neighbors. Shun Lin had now confirmed it with his own words. Shun Minglang was indeed alive. The Shun family, faces flushed and nostrils flaring with rage, appeared ready to escalate the situation. Song Shengsheng stepped forward. What face do you have to create scene? Do you believe we want to report you to the authorities? I would like to see how Shun Minglang will fare in the military now. Shen Yuanzhou looked at Song Shengsheng in disbelief. Sheng Shengyu. He had never witnessed her so fiercely resolute, showing no mercy to the Shun family. If this matter truly escalated and was reported to the military, neither the Shun family nor Shun Minglang would enjoy a peaceful existence. Shun Minglang's career would face turmoil, and the Shun family would be subjected to scorn and ridicule. Song Shengsheng cast a cold glance at Shen Yuanzhou, sneering. Members of the Shun family are inherently despicable and shameless. No wonder you indulge in extramarital affairs and father illegitimate children. Shen Yuanzhou, I have yet to inquire about your mistress. Shen Yuanzhou's complexion instantly paled, his gaze evasive as he could not meet Song Shengsheng's eyes. Meanwhile, Zhang Cuiping burst into raucous laughter, her mirth unrestrained. Ha ha ha! Zhang Cuiping guffawed, her eyes filled with malice and mockery as they landed on Song Yutong. Song Yutong, you claim you will report this. What do you possess to substantiate your claims? What authority do you have to lodge a complaint? My son marrying and having children with another woman is perfectly normal. You assert you are married to my son? Do you have a marriage certificate? Can you prove it? Zhang Cuiping remained unfazed, for Song Yutong and Shun Minglang had never acquired a marriage certificate. This indicated that their relationship was not that of a legal union. What could Song Yutong possibly report? Others stood agape, with Wang Dongmei incredulously staring at Song Yutong. You and Minglang have not obtained a marriage certificate. If they had not secured a certificate, how could she clarify her relationship with Shun Minglang? Song Yutong fell silent, merely gazing vacantly at Zhang Cuiping and the Shun family, her expression serene. Suddenly, Shen Lin positioned himself protectively behind Song Yutong, his tall frame acting as a shield. Shen Lin spoke, I possess a means to prove this. All eyes turned toward him. Shen Lin retrieved a crumpled envelope from his pocket and extracted a sheet of paper. This is the agreement your family signed with the compensation party years ago, crafted to ensure that my parents' compensation found its way into your pockets. It bears your handprints and signatures and mentions my mother and Minglang's marriage, thereby confirming their status as a legitimate couple. Zhang Suiping's expression shifted dramatically, while Zhang Shufan reacted swiftly, snatching the proof from Shun Lin's hands with lightning speed. She tore it into shreds, fearing the fragments would serve as evidence, and swallow them whole. No evidence, no witnesses. Shun Lin, taken aback by the Shun family's shamelessness, became incensed, his face turning ashen. You! Zhang Suiping laughed. Haha, well done. Now what do you have to prove anything? Suddenly, Song Yutong smiled, her countenance tranquil and composed. Indeed, you are correct. Shen Minglang and I have not obtained a certificate. However, we held a legitimate wedding ceremony, a fact well known throughout Qingyuan City. You claim there is no evidence. Aside from that piece of paper, there is ample proof. The most compelling evidence lies in the actions of your family. Over the years, you have incessantly accused me of causing Shun Minglang's demise, relentlessly humiliating and oppressing me. Neighbors and villagers can attest to this. You cannot deny it. While it is true that Shun Minglang and I lack a marriage certificate, you have acknowledged me as your daughter-in-law while subjecting me to oppression. In my interactions with you, I have borne the responsibilities and humiliations of a daughter-in-law. All of this stands as irrefutable evidence. The eyes of the public are discerning. My sacrifices over the years, coupled with the suffering you have inflicted upon me, and your constant accusations that I extorted money from you under the pretense of having caused Shun Minglang's death, are all part of this narrative. I can sue Shun Minglang for marriage fraud. I can also sue your Shun family for deceit. Each and every one of you shall pay for the tribulations I have endured. Chapter 62. Zhang Suiping takes the blame alone. The others merely observe how Song Yutong has been humiliated and tormented by the Shun family over the years. Yet, Song Yutong remains a kind-hearted individual. Whenever a neighbor faces difficulties, she selflessly lends a helping hand, never counting the cost. Indeed, there are still many good-hearted people in this world. Everyone empathizes with Song Yutong. Otherwise, they wouldn't have tried to introduce her to potential suitors. Alas, the Shen family proves to be exceedingly troublesome, and with Shun Minglang's life at stake, Zhang Suiping incessantly claims that Song Yutong has caused Shen Minglang's demise, refusing to relent. Even if others sympathize with her, they feel powerless. However, now that Shun Minglang is in fact alive, and the Shun family is well aware of this, what does that imply? It signifies a deliberate persecution of Song Yutong. The Shun family has incited public outrage. Wang Dongmei, filled with righteous indignation, stepped forward. Yutong, go ahead and sue Shun Minglang. Take it to the newspapers, and we shall sign in support of you. Shun Minglang has ruined your life. Why should he be allowed to prosper and live in harmony? Let us bring him down. The other neighbors echoed her sentiments. Yes, we will sign for you. Strength in numbers. I refuse to believe that the Shun family can wield absolute power in this world. Even if Shun Minglang has attained a prominent position, with so many standing behind Song Yutong, this matter must be escalated. Let us see how Shun Minglang can remain unscathed. The Shun family, witnessing the overwhelming support for Song Yutong, began to fear as they heard calls for reporting and signing petitions. If this issue were to escalate, it would not bode well for Shun Minglang. Fortunately, Shun Yuanzhou's quick wit prevailed as he promptly stated, this matter has nothing to do with Minglang. He is completely unaware of his mother's actions. Zhang Suiping, too, displayed her swift thinking. With a fierce glare at Song Yutong, she declared, yes, it was I who did it. I have always found you displeasing. Your background was unsatisfactory, and my son is a soldier. Had it not been for your seduction, how could my son have married you? I sought to degrade you, to ensure your suffering. Clearly, Zhang Suiping was attempting to shoulder all the blame to protect Shun Minglang. Bah! Song Shengsheng spat contemptuously. Do you think mere words suffice? You claim it is solely your fault? If Shun Minglang were not complicit, how could a soldier remain absent from home for over a decade? When he married my mother, did he really have no news for all these years? Your Shun family has colluded to bully my mother. Now, no one shall escape unscathed. Not a single one of you from the Shun family can evade responsibility. If Shun Minglang is indeed alive, His prolonged absence is inherently suspicious. Even without a marriage certificate between Shun Minglang and Song Yutong, could he truly be unaware of his own marriage at home? Why would he remarry and have children while still serving in the military? Zhang Suiping, in a fit of desperation, retorted, Minglang has not returned because I forbade him to. Moreover, I have long told Minglang that Song Yutong ran off with a wild man. He has been too hurt to come back. I have deceived both sides, manipulating them. Shen Minglang's supposed death was also a ruse I orchestrated to mislead Song Yutong. You are unworthy of my son. I am determined to ruin you. The onlookers could scarcely believe their ears. Zhang Suiping had truly lost her mind. Shen Lin, listening nearby, felt his forehead pulse with tension. His fists clenched tightly as he roared enough. He was a soldier, and a formidable one at that. His voice resonated with authority, drawing the attention of everyone present. Coldly, Shen Lin gazed at the Shun family, declaring, I can testify that Shun Minglang acted with intent. Shortly after I joined the army, I encountered Shun Minglang, and I was taken aback. He pulled me aside, threatening and coercing me to keep silent about his survival. He insisted that I conceal the truth from my mother. I can affirm that Shun Minglang was aware and actively involved. The Shun family stared at Shun Lin in disbelief. At such a critical moment, he had dealt them a devastating blow. Their faces turned pale, and Zhang Suiping, enraged, pointed accusingly at Shun Lin, exclaiming, You traitor! Turning against your own. Shun Lin merely responded coldly. Justice will reveal itself in the hearts of the people. Zhang Suiping, trembling with rage, pointed a finger at him, her face drained of color, stammering, You, before rolling her eyes and fainting. The Shun family rushed to support her, recognizing the dire situation, and hastily retreated, carrying the unconscious Zhang Suiping away. Song Yutong coldly addressed their retreating figures. You have one day to contemplate how to silence me, or I will expose everything in the newspapers. The Shun family staggered, then fled in disarray. Once they were gone, others began to comfort Song Yutong. Today had unveiled the true nature of the Shun family. For over a decade, Shun Minglang had feigned his death, while the Shun family had exploited Song Yutong mercilessly. It had all been a ruse. The Shun family had shown a complete disregard for humanity. Song Yutong expressed her gratitude to the neighbors and bid them farewell, causing the crowd to disperse. In the end, only Song Yutong, Song Shengsheng, and Shun Lin remained. Song Yutong glanced at Shun Lin, pursed her lips, and headed into the house. Something is amiss. Shun Lin is not what he seems. He should have been dead. He ought to be aligned with the Shun family. Yet his demeanor suggests he stands with me. Shun Lin carries the inherent selfishness of the Shun family. Could there be something I possess that he covets? This is troubling. I must remain vigilant. I cannot allow this ungrateful wolf to deceive me. Shun Lin followed Song Yutong into the house, where he overheard her internal musings about him. He let out a bitter smile, acknowledging the selfishness that coursed through his veins. When he discovered Shun Minglang was alive, he had concealed the truth from Song Yutong for two reasons. 1. To leverage Shun Minglang for personal advancement, and 2. Because the forces backing Shun Minglang were formidable. What could Song Yutong possibly do? It would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. Moreover, after being deceived for so many years, how would she cope with the sudden revelation of the truth? His decision to withhold the truth from Song Yutong stemmed from a multitude of factors. Once inside, Shun Lin spoke hoarsely, Mother. Song Yutong turned, her expression calm. Why have you returned? Shun Lin gazed into Song Yutong's calm and radiant eyes. In his memories, Song Yutong had always been meek and submissive. However, the woman before him now exuded sharpness, confidence, and brilliance. He sensed that she had transformed. Furthermore, today Song Yutong claimed that he was the one who informed her of Shun Minglang's survival, a truth he had never revealed. How'd she come to know? I am merely executing a mission and happened to pass through Qingyuan City to see you. There is no need, Song Yutong retorted with a cold smile. You have been in the army for 6 years without a single letter or phone call. I thought our relationship had long since ended. Shun Lin, you have your own path to follow, and I have mine. From now on, let bridges be bridges and roads be roads. I cannot show him any mercy. He holds a secret that Shun Minglang desires. Shun Minglang will undoubtedly seek his demise. I shall not pity Shun Lin. All roads he has traversed were of his own choosing, and even if he meets a grave fate, it is the path he was meant to take. Song Shengsheng may be a tad too compassionate, Song Jing a bit foolish, and Jiang Weiwei somewhat selfish. All of this can be forgiven. Yet Shenlin, who has concealed the truth for so long, not even sending a word in 6 years, he deserves to perish. Chapter 63. Financial incentives to trigger the forgiveness mechanism. With a dull thud, Shenlin suddenly knelt before them, startling both Song Yutong and Song Shengsheng. His posture was erect, his features stern, radiating an air of righteousness. As the eldest brother of the family, he always carried an aura of maturity and superiority, often silent but resolute in his decisions at home. The most vivid example of his determination was when he chose to enlist in the military, unwavering and obstinate. To witness such a man kneeling was a shocking sight. Song Yutong and Song Shengsheng instinctively embraced one another, particularly Song Shengsheng, who had never witnessed such a humbling act from Shenlin before. Truth be told, Song Yutong was equally taken aback. What madness is this? Why is Shenlin kneeling? Has he lost his mind? Shenlin chuckled bitterly within. Was it not madness? How else could he hear Song Yutong's innermost thoughts? Moreover, had he not heard her voice, he would have perished the night before. Song Yutong's thoughts conveyed that Shun Minglang and Wei Mingwei would not spare him. When it comes to life and death, even a man's knees, regarded as precious, hold little value. Life is of utmost importance. With remorse, Shenlin spoke. Mother, I am sorry. I know Shun Minglang is alive, and I have concealed this from you for years. This is entirely my fault. You may scold or strike me, for I deserve it. But please believe that I do not stand with Shun Minglang. His father-in-law holds a high position in the military, and even if I had told you, it would have been of no use and only brought you harm. I have returned with a mission, and if successful, I will be promoted, enabling me to protect you. As Song Yutong and Song Shengsheng listened to Shenlin's words, their eyes were filled with shock and complexity. Song Shengsheng, being more emotional, found Shenlin's explanation compelling. Shun Minglang's father-in-law is a commanding officer, while Song Yutong is merely an ordinary citizen. If she truly makes a scene, what outcome could possibly arise? Shenlin's words were devoid of any flaws. Mother, Song Yutong gently patted Song Shengsheng's hand, then cast a deep glance at Shenlin. Slowly speaking, Shenlin, please stand up. I believe you have your reasons. Huh, even if you do have your reasons, they are not for my sake, but rather for your own future and prospects. Let me deduce, you were meant to perish yesterday. Perhaps you cleverly uncovered Shun Minglang's scheme and narrowly escaped death. Now, aware that Shun Minglang seeks your total annihilation, you come to manipulate me into aligning with you. After all, Shun Minglang is a grave threat in my eyes, and you wish for my assistance in toppling him to eliminate this menace. Your selfishness is astounding, claiming it's for my benefit. Only the fool Song Shengsheng would believe such a ruse. Song Shengsheng interjected, Wait, why is she being scolded by Song Yutong for no reason? She is not foolish, all right. Shenlin was taken aback. His inner thoughts were almost entirely discerned by Song Yutong. However, he maintained a composed exterior, gradually rising to his feet. He gazed at Song Yutong with profound intensity. Mother, I genuinely wish to protect this family. Please forgive me this once, if you would. Song Yutong scoffed inwardly. Your words are sweet, but who can discern the truth within them? Rest assured, I do not believe a word you say. Yet, if you enjoy this charade, I shall indulge you. Acting is an art that anyone can master. With fervor, Song Yutong assisted Shenlin to his feet, her face adorned with feigned emotion. Mother knows you have always been a good child. Moreover, I saw your unwavering support for me just now. Human hearts are tender. I can perceive your sincerity. Such nonsense. Your insincerity towards me only warrants my own duplicity in return. I shall patiently await your inevitable downfall. Shenlin realized that upon his return, Song Yutong had transformed. Previously, she had devoted herself entirely to her children, knowing that Song Yutong loved him and her children. They had recklessly squandered her affection. Even before encountering Song Yutong yesterday, Shenlin had dismissed Shun Minglang's survival as inconsequential. He had even contemplated persuading Song Yutong to abandon the matter if she intended to expose it. In his memory, he was certain that with enough coercion, she would acquiesce, as she had always compromised over the years. However, upon his return, Song Yutong was nothing like he remembered. She had become sharp and even harbored thoughts of his demise. How ruthless! At that moment, although her face wore a semblance of the gentle smile from the past, her heart harbored desires for his death. Shun Lin perceived the malice emanating from Shun Minglang's side and sensed his own peril. His instincts urged him that to survive, he must cling tightly to Song Yutong. With a smile, Shun Lin said, "Mother, it is truly wonderful that you can forgive me." Shun Lin felt an urgent need to alter Song Yutong's perception of him. At the very least, he could not bear to witness his own demise. Thus, he produced a savings book from his possession. "Mother, this represents my entire allowance from these past years. I have not returned before, nor had the opportunity to present it to you, but now I offer it all." Shun Lin eagerly extended the money towards her. Song Yutong instinctively took a step back, hastily waving her hands. "No, no, you must keep this money for your future wife. Mother is financially secure. I do not require your funds." What on earth is Shun Lin doing offering me money? So, the mechanism for forgiveness is merely financial. If these children give me money, I am obliged to grant them another chance. I can consider giving others an opportunity for redemption. But Shun Lin shall not receive such a chance from me. I refuse to accept his money. I wouldn't take it even at the cost of my life. Both Song Shengsheng and Shun Lin were momentarily taken aback. What mechanism? Money equals a second chance? Song Shengsheng immediately understood why Song Yutong's attitude had shifted towards her, Jiang Weiwei. It was because they had both received money. Shun Lin quickly grasped that if Song Yutong accepted his money, she would be compelled to forgive him and grant him an opportunity for redemption. He had to give it. He would forcefully place the money in Song Yutong's hands. "Mother, you have raised me through difficult times. As a soldier, opportunities to remain by your side will be scarce in the future. You must accept this money. It is my filial piety. Please do not refuse me." Song Yutong's eyes widened as she could only gaze at the savings book in her hands, feeling a profound sorrow. What a tragedy. He has placed it in my hands, leaving me no choice. What shall I do? I do not want this money. I do not wish to give Shun Lin a chance. The Shun family is inherently cold and selfish. What sort of opportunity is this? I only wish to see him perish. I am infuriated. Chapter 64. Shun Minglang is actually Song Yutong's husband? Song Yutong accepted Shun Lin's money. However, she could not summon any thoughts of salvation for him. She resolved to let fate take its course. Opportunities could be granted, but she would not be as candid with him as she had been with Song Shengsheng and Jiang Weiwei. During lunch preparation, when Shun Lin insisted on staying home for the meal, Song Yutong was disinclined to cook for him. Instead, she enlisted Song Shengsheng to do so, as her own cooking was imbued with spiritual essence, which Shun Lin did not deserve. She directly took the ingredients to the Gu family's residence. Upon her arrival at the Gu home, Li Kaiying had already returned. Seeing Song Yutong arrive with groceries, her eyes sparkled with delight. Song Yutong explained, "There's an issue with my stove, so we shall prepare lunch at your home today." Li Kaiying's eyes gleamed even brighter. "All right, Aunt Song. Feel free to use my kitchen." Nodding, Song Yutong entered the kitchen. Li Kaiying stood at the doorway, inquiring, "Aunt Song, what will you be making today?" With a gentle smile, Song Yutong replied, "Your son has awakened. Today we can prepare a proper meal, no longer requiring liquid food." "Oh," Li Kaiying nodded. Lingering at the door, her eyes fixed longingly on her. Song Yutong smiled. "I will cook more today. I intend to stay and eat as well. Is that acceptable?" A wave of joy surged within Li Kaiying. "Of course, Aunt Song. You saved my son. You can do whatever you wish. Even if you come here daily to cook and dine, I would welcome it. Oh, and by the way, I will cover the cost of the groceries." Li Kaiying's enthusiasm was palpable, perhaps overly so. She did not wish to appear overly obsequious, yet there was no alternative. The meals prepared by Song Yutong were simply divine. Truly, after savoring her cooking once, it lingered in her thoughts incessantly. She had tasted many delectable dishes, but none compared to the soul-stirring deliciousness of Song Yutong's cuisine. Li Kaiying considered herself not particularly picky about food, yet she found herself utterly craving it. Indeed, those who have tasted Song Yutong's cooking know its worth. Meanwhile, Song Yutong busied herself in the kitchen, and the enticing aroma quickly wafted through the courtyard. Gu Yunjin and Lin Yu, upstairs, soon caught wind of it. Lin Yu practically leapt to his feet, his typically expressionless face suddenly alight with excitement. It must be Aunt Song cooking. Without a second thought, he dashed downstairs, disregarding Gu Yunjin. Gu Yunjin frowned. His health had significantly improved, allowing him to lead a normal life, and he had no trouble rising. He followed suit, descending the stairs. Upon exiting his room, he spotted Lin Yu's tall silhouette by the kitchen door, his voice brimming with joy. Aunt Song, are you cooking? Treating Yunjin. So I want to be back for lunch. Please make an extra portion for me. In Gu Yunjin's mind, Lin Yu had always been aloof and indifferent. It was peculiar to see him so eager. Song Yutong smiled slightly. All right, if it weren't for Shin Lin's return, I would rather not encounter that ingrate. Nor would I wish to cook for him. What a hassle to be here. Lin Yu's enthusiasm is hardly distinguishable from that of a sycophant. However, it is understandable. My cooking is unforgettable once tasted. How could he not fawn over it? He gets to benefit from it. Gu Yunjin was taken aback. Shin Lin? Was there a connection between Song Yutong and Shin Lin? Was Song Yutong internally disparaging Lin Yu as a sycophant? Was a sycophant, anyway? Naturally, Gu Yunjin did not reveal his thoughts, but rather descended the stairs leisurely, taking a seat at the dining table, awaiting Song Yutong's culinary offering. Li Kaiying and Lin Yu sat obediently, eagerly anticipating the meal. The aroma enveloped them. In stark contrast to Gu Yunjin's calm demeanor, Li Kaiying and Lin Yu were nearly bursting with anticipation. Gu Yunjin chuckled softly and remarked to Lin Yu, "Is it really necessary to be so dramatic? Even if Aunt Song's cooking is exceptional, must you react so exaggeratedly?" Lin Yu shot Gu Yunjin a resentful glance, his unexpressed frustrations weighing heavily on him. Gu Yunjin enjoyed 3 hearty meals a day, pampered and catered to by Song Yutong, while he, having savored her cooking only once, was left yearning for more. The sensation of longing was something Gu Yunjin, with his 3 daily meals, could hardly comprehend. Soon, Song Yutong had prepared the meal, a dish of sweet and sour fish, a serving of stir-fried eggplant, a portion of braised pork, a bowl of tomato meat soup, and a plate of sautéed greens graced the table. Their colors tantalizing and aromas delightful. Li Kaiying and Lin Yu's eyes widened in awe, and Gu Yunjin could not help but swallow hard. Song Yutong beckoned everyone, inviting them to indulge. They eagerly picked up their chopsticks. Lin Yu took a bite of the sweet and sour fish, his eyes sparkling like stars. "Aunt Song, your culinary skills are extraordinary. I feel I could devour 3 bowls of rice." Li Kaiying chimed in with her praises, exclaiming how delicious it was. "Aunt Song, I am at a loss for words to describe this exquisite taste." Gu Yunjin savored a piece of braised pork. The tender meat melted in his mouth, truly delectable. He nodded in agreement, adding, "Delicious." Song Yutong smiled and joined them at the table. Li Kaiying and Lin Yu consumed their meals with remarkable speed, as if in a race. Fortunately, the portions prepared by Song Yutong were ample, ensuring they were well fed. Gu Yunjin, however, took his time, engaging in conversation with Song Yutong. "Aunt Song, I heard you usually bring your own meals. Why did you come to my house to cook today?" While eating, Song Yutong replied, "The stove at home is broken, and I couldn't let you go without a meal, so I came here." Lin Yu eagerly interjected, "When will your stove be fixed?" His eager gaze and tone made his intentions clear. As long as Song Yutong's stove remained out of commission, he would continue to mooch off her generosity. With a smile, Song Yutong replied, "I don't know. It depends on when my son can fix it. Primarily, it hinges on when Shin Lin leaves. As long as that ungrateful wretch is around, I certainly won't be cooking at home. He is unworthy of a meal prepared with the essence of Lingquan water." Gu Yunjin immediately grasped the situation. Shin Lin was indeed Song Yutong's son. What a small world it was. Gu Yunjin inquired, "Do you need assistance? I could find someone to help you repair the stove." "No, that's unnecessary," Lin Yu interjected. "Exactly," added Li Kaiying. Song Yutong's stove being repaired would not hinder Gu Yunjin, the ailing one, from enjoying his meals. However, it would certainly disrupt the two of them from continuing to benefit from her hospitality. Gu Yunjin was utterly self-absorbed, indifferent to the needs of others. Song Yutong quickly waved her hands dismissively. No, it's a trivial matter. My son is in the military. If he can't manage this small task, he might as well not be a soldier. The stove at home, isn't truly broken. So there's no way I'll let Gu Yunjin find someone to fix it. After Shen Lin went to the army, he learned that Shun Minglang was alive. Watching as Shun Minglang prospered in the military, living a fulfilling life, yet he remained silent. That heartless Shun Minglang, who married me and then faked his death, leaving me to live like a widow while supporting his parents and relatives. He had it all planned out. Just wait. One day, I shall settle the score with you. With a clatter, Gu Yunjin's chopsticks fell onto the table, his expression grave. Song Yutong married Shun Minglang? Shun Minglang deceived her with his fake death? Shun Minglang. Chapter 65. She deserves a compensation of 100,000. Gu Yunjin was utterly astonished. Judging by Song Yutong's age, she was at least over 50. He often interacted with Shun Minglang in the military. Shun Minglang was an exceptional soldier, never missing a day of training, and held himself to strict standards. Years of rigorous exercise had endowed him with a formidable presence, youthful and vigorous, which seemed incongruous with Song Yutong, a woman in her 50s. Given Song Yutong's frequent musings about regaining the beauty of her 18-year-old self, he was compelled to acknowledge her seemingly supernatural ability. Nonetheless, one could not disregard the fact that she exhibited signs of mental instability. While eating, Gu Yunjin casually inquired, "And Song, how old are you this year?" Song Yutong's hand froze momentarily before she waved it dismissively. "I'm older now, I don't really remember." "Ah, why suddenly ask me about my age? I'm 31. Can I even admit that?" Gu Yunjin's hand trembled. 31? She certainly did not appear so. She looked as though she were well past 50. Was she truly 31? Perhaps it was Gu Yunjin's gaze that was too audacious. Song Yutong felt a surge of indignation. "What are you staring at? Can you discern my age from my face? I look so old, not least due to that scoundrel Shun Minglang. He married me and then abandoned me. Over the years, his mother has insisted that I brought about her son's demise, placing the blame squarely on me. Year after year, she has extorted money from me while I labored tirelessly on the farm, all the while caring for the burdensome baggage he left behind. My body and spirit have endured immense torment. For over a decade, I rise earlier than a rooster and retire later than a dog, working harder than an ox, yet eating worse than a pig. All of this is due to Shun Minglang's scheming. He seeks to build a career in the army while seeking a free caretaker for his parents. After all, someone of Wei Mingyue's status would never take on such a role." Gu Yunjin's expression darkened. If Song Yutong's inner thoughts were to be believed, then Shun Minglang was indeed despicable and shameless. Such conduct was unworthy of a competent soldier. Li Kaiying nudged Gu Yunjin, reminding him that inquiring about a woman's age is impolite. To her, Song Yutong's age was evident, written plainly on her face. What was the need for such a question? Being a woman herself, she understood the aversion to inquiries about age. She mused internally. No wonder Gu Yunjin was reluctant to marry with such emotional intelligence. How could he possibly maintain a harmonious relationship with a wife? A born bachelor indeed. With the conversation reaching this point, Gu Yunjin felt it inappropriate to pursue the topic further. However, he was determined to investigate the matter between Song Yutong and Shun Minglang. Setting aside moral considerations regarding Shun Minglang, it was evident that Song Yutong had genuinely saved his life, and he would seek justice for her if necessary. After the meal, Song Yutong tidied up and prepared to leave. Yet, just as she stepped out of the courtyard, a figure blocked her path. It was Shun Lin. Song Yutong rolled her eyes. "What brings you here?" Shun Lin sighed. "Mom, Wei Mingyue wants to meet with you to discuss Shun Minglang." Song Yutong raised an eyebrow. "All right." Thus, she followed Shun Lin to the guest house where Wei Mingyue resided. Shun Lin escorted her to the entrance. In the room, Wei Mingyue sat arrogantly on a stool, and upon catching sight of Song Yutong, a flicker of anger ignited in her eyes, though her demeanor exuded superiority. As Song Yutong was about to enter, Shun Lin remarked, "Mom, I'll be right outside. If you need anything, just call for me." Song Yutong nodded in acknowledgement. "Oh, what'd I call you for? To have you come in and gang up against Wei Mingwe?" Shun Lin realized that his image in Song Yutong's mind had indeed soured considerably. Once inside, Song Yutong closed the door behind her, leaving Shun Lin outside. Inside, the two women faced each other in silence. Wei Mingwe, beautiful and proud, contrasted with Song Yutong, who remained calm and composed. Neither spoke first. After a few tense minutes, Wei Mingwe could no longer contain herself and broke the silence. "I never expected you and Shun Minglang had such a history." Song Yutong smiled. "What kind of history? Do enlighten me." Wei Mingwe scoffed. "Don't play dumb. Don't think that just because you had a wedding with him, it means anything. He loves me." With her arms crossed, Song Yutong replied, "Oh, he loves you? He told me the same when we married. Over the years, I've come to understand that a man's words are not to be trusted." Wei Mingwe's expression shifted. Facing a rural woman like Song Yutong, she found herself at a disadvantage. How could someone so astute have been deceived by Shun Minglang? Why did Shun Minglang deem her foolish? Yet, in her dealings with Song Yutong, she found no evidence of foolishness. Taking a deep breath, Wei Mingwe decided to get to the crux of the matter, abandoning any pretense. "This matter must remain between us." Wei Mingwe was also suppressing her own frustrations. Her return was meant to check on Gu Yunjin and to send Shun Lin to his doom. Yet, neither situation had unfolded favorably, and now she was entangled with Song Yutong. In truth, they were not afraid if Song Yutong were to report them to the military. However, the circumstances had changed. The problematic document related to Shun Lin had been provided by Shun Minglang, a spy document. Shun Ming had already been apprehended for accountability. All individuals associated with the document were subject to investigation. Fortunately, Shun Lin had no issues, but it was discovered that a subordinate of Shun Minglang was at fault, having swapped the document. Although Shun Minglang had evaded responsibility, the repercussions lingered. Under normal circumstances, Song Yutong's actions would not have had significant consequences. But the current situation was exceptional. Shun Minglang already had a record due to Shun Lin's incident. If Song Yutong were to report him now, it would spell disaster for him. As husband and wife, their fates were intertwined, and it could even affect her father. She could not stand idly by. Seeing that Wei Mingwe had finally addressed the main issue, Song Yutong gazed at her with candor. "Shun Minglang and I only had a wedding. Nothing else transpired. He deceived me, despicably and shamelessly. I hold him in contempt. However, the suffering and humiliation I have endured over the years, including the disdain, stem from him. I demand compensation." Wei Mingwe took a deep breath, simultaneously feeling a sense of relief. She understood that Song Yutong was after money. Money is indeed the best solution. Her demeanor softened slightly as she inquired, "How much do you want?" 100,000. "What? Have you lost your mind?" 100,000. Even if you were to sell your life, you wouldn't be worth that much. How could Song Yutong dare to make such a demand in an age where even the so-called affluent are scarce? In the face of Wei Mingwe's agitation and despair, Song Yutong remained remarkably composed. She cast a sidelong glance at Wei Mingwe and spoke leisurely. "You are correct. I am not worth 100,000. However, with Shun Minglang's current position as a captain, alongside your father's rank, you are indeed worth that amount. Understand this. You are paying to silence me, not considering my worth, but rather your own. It is unfortunate that your positions are so elevated. I am merely a commoner, willing to take risks that you cannot afford." To put it plainly, Song Yutong currently possessed nothing. She could afford to take chances, but Wei Mingwe, Shun Minglang, and that Colonel Wei could not. Wei Mingwe's face turned ashen as she abruptly rose from her chair. "Song Yutong, do you overestimate yourself? You cannot possibly believe you have the opportunity to report this to the military district, can you? If she were to obstruct and prepare now, Song Yutong would have no chance whatsoever." Song Yutong regarded her as one would a fool. "Of course I can. You are delusional." Song Yutong replied softly. "Wei Mingwe, how do you think a woman with no connections managed to send Shun Lin into the army?" Song Yutong's mother was the daughter of a capitalist. Yet years ago, before her name was cleared, that very status was a mark of original sin. For years, she had been a target for bullying with no escape in sight. Yet, this very individual managed to secure Shun Lin's enlistment. Why? Because there resided a significant figure in her family's cattle shed. Someone who had also faced neglect and bullying during his time there. On multiple occasions, when he fell ill and was on the brink of death, it was Song Yutong who intervened, delivering medicine and secretly providing food, ensuring his survival for many years. Eventually, he was vindicated, returned to the capital, and ascended to become a top scientist. In gratitude for her life-saving assistance, he granted her both a worker's quota and a military enlistment. Over the years, he continued to look after her, just as she had cared for him. Wei Mingyue clearly recognized whom Song Yutong was referring to, her expression darkening in an instant, her heart seething with anger. She was well aware of the significance of that individual. Even her father had to show him respect. He was a national treasure. If Song Yutong were to report Shen Minglang to him, Song Yutong chuckled softly, even without him. Have you forgotten that I am currently cooking at Gu Yunjin's residence? Do you think it would be futile if I sought Gu Yunjin's help in reporting? Wei Mingyue's complexion shifted from green to white, her lips trembling slightly. Gu Yunjin was a formidable figure within the military district, known for his fierce opposition to wrongdoing. If Song Yutong were indeed to report Shen Minglang to him, the situation would undoubtedly spiral out of control. Do not presume that this will intimidate me. Wei Mingyue feigned composure, though a trace of anxiety crept into her voice. Song Yutong crossed her arms and let out a cold laugh. Whether I threaten you or not, you may find out for yourself. Wei Mingyue clenched her teeth, her eyes brimming with resentment and fury, yet she dared not unleash her wrath. In the end, she relented. I can offer you money, but 100,000 is excessive. Song Yutong scoffed derisively. Excessive? I find it quite reasonable. The past decade of my life has been wrought with hardship, all due to Shen Minglang. This is what he owes me. You may choose not to pay, but be assured, I will ensure you bear the consequences. Wei Mingyue felt an overwhelming urge to slap Song Yutong across the face. The once glamorous Wei Mingyue now found herself threatened by a village girl she had always looked down upon. Song Yutong coolly stated, 100,000 or Shen Minglang's future. Choose wisely. I grant you a day to ponder this. Wei Mingyue panicked. A day? That is not sufficient. 100,000 is not a trivial sum. I need time to gather it. That is your concern, Song Yutong replied resolutely. I will only wait one day. If the money is not delivered by tomorrow evening before I prepare dinner for Gu Yunjin, you shall face the consequences. With that, she stood to leave. Wei Mingyue hurriedly blocked her path. Wait. After much internal conflict, she finally said, I will return Shen Minglang to you. I will divorce him. You may have him. Let us not escalate this situation. You have what you want. Surely that is enough. Song Yutong gazed at Wei Mingyue in disbelief, momentarily suspecting her ears had deceived her. Ha ha ha. Wei Mingyue, are you jesting? Return Shen Minglang to me? An aging scoundrel, a man with no future. Do you truly believe I would desire him? Surely, you do not think that knowing the truth would make me covet Shen Minglang? What I seek now is merely money. You may keep that wretched man. Wei Mingyue was taken aback. You no longer have feelings for Shen Minglang? To Wei Mingyue, the fact that Song Yutong remained unmarried and had raised 4 children over the years indicated a steadfast love for Shen Minglang. After all, Shen Minglang possessed undeniable appeal. It was this allure that had initially drawn Wei Mingyue to him, as he was second only to Gu Yunjin in the military. Song Yutong cast a frosty glance at her. Of course, I no longer harbor any affection for him. After all these years, I have endured enough. Now that I see his true colors, what need have I for love? Yet, I can see how easily you are willing to part with him. Your feelings for him are evidently tepid. You may sever ties with him. My intentions are solely against him, not you. Wei Mingyue found herself at a loss for words. The bond she shared with Shen Minglang was not something that could simply be severed. She had hoped Shen Minglang's charm would keep Song Yutong at bay. Yet she was astonished to discover that Song Yutong had awakened to the truth and no longer desired him. With the situation reaching this critical point, the only way to mitigate the fallout was to yield. Gritting her teeth, she declared, I agree to give you the money. Wei Mingyue stood before Song Yutong, stating, We are willing to pay but it is imperative that you uphold your end of the bargain and avoid escalating the situation. Song Yutong's lips curled into a faint, victorious smile as she reassured, "Rest assured, as long as the payment is delivered, I shall not instigate further trouble." She then turned and left, striding out like a peacock that had just claimed victory. As she opened the door and exited, Shun Lin, who stood at the threshold, prepared to follow her. "Shun Lin," called Wei Mingyue from within the room. He halted, casting a glance at Song Yutong's retreating figure. "Mom, wait for me," he called out. But Song Yutong merely waved her hand without pausing. "What joke?" he thought to himself. Reluctantly, he stepped back into the room at Wei Mingyue's summons. With a resounding clap, Wei Mingyue's hand struck down upon him. Her gaze bore into Shun Lin with fury as she exclaimed, "Shun Lin, over the years in the military, how have I and Shun Minglang cared for you? You treacherous ingrate, turning your back and betraying Shun Minglang. Do you have no conscience?" A stinging pain flared across his face. Yet Shun Lin's mind remained clear. He met Wei Mingyue's eyes directly, declaring, "I hold my conscience clear. You claim to have cared for me for 6 years. But if it were not for my mother, I would have perished long ago. She is the one who truly nurtured me." Shun Minglang's vile actions, thinking he could redeem himself by pretending to care for me, are nothing but a facade. He owes my mother a debt he can never repay. Whenever she needs me, I shall stand as her witness. I will resolutely speak these words in court about how Shun Minglang conspired against my mother. Chapter 67. Song Yutong has thorns. Splendidly so, shortly after Song Yutong departed from the guest house, Shun Lin hurried after her. "Mom, slow down, wait for me," he called, but she continued on her path. "Slow down? I fear you'll catch up to me. You know well how unlikable you are." Shun Lin sighed inwardly, yet stubbornly pursued her, walking alongside her. Tentatively, he ventured, "Mom, are you angry about Shun Minglang?" "Not all," she replied curtly. "Anger is not what I feel. After you chose to betray me with Shun Minglang, my expectations of you dissipated entirely. From now on, we shall part ways. You have become a thorn in Shun Minglang's side, and what awaits you is but a dead end. Why should I concern myself with a corpse?" A dull ache gripped Shun Lin's heart as he sensed that Song Yutong had entirely relinquished her hopes for him. The one person in this world who had ever opened her heart to him was now forsaking him. A bittersweet smile lingered on his lips. Among the 4 children adopted by Song Yutong, he was the eldest, having been taken in after surpassing the age of 10. In this era, children matured swiftly, and those raised in impoverished families possessed an innate sense of their worth. He understood all too well that he had been entrusted to Song Yutong not due to an abundance of children, but rather because he had been cast aside. Thus, he relied entirely on her. In the beginning, he had been attentive, eager to assist her with chores and cooking, fearful she might disdain him and abandon him. He was just a child, unable to survive on his own. Song Yutong was gentler than the relatives at his home, kind and friendly. She would give him freshly steamed buns and advise him against working, stating that those tasks were meant for adults and that he should focus on growing. Her demeanor was both tender and strong, delicate yet compassionate. In her presence, he felt an unprecedented sense of relief. He even deemed it quite agreeable to live alongside Song Yutong. However, later on, the Song family regarded him as a burden to be managed by Song Yutong, who took care of him well. Why should her family be any different? Thus, Song Jing was sent over. The rations that were initially meant for just him and Song Yutong now had to be shared among 3. Then, Jiang Weiwei arrived, followed by Song Shangsheng. Raising children in this era was already a formidable challenge, and given that they were not of the same household, everyone harbored ulterior motives. Song Yutong was their resource, but such resources were limited. If he received less, others would benefit more. What right did they have to claim what was rightfully his? Song Jing, Jiang Weiwei, and even Song Shangsheng were all his competitors. In a family where fairness could not even be maintained, especially in this haphazardly assembled household, the 3 were fiercely competitive, each vying for more. If one did not strive, they would be overlooked. Consequently, what he possessed was coveted by Song Jing and Jiang Weiwei, and even Song Shangsheng would receive an equal share from Song Yutong. This resulted in an increased burden on Song Yutong. Could they not perceive her hardships and suffering? But what could be done? With the Song family and the Shun family present, regardless of their understanding, the family's resources would inevitably be exploited. If they sided with Song Yutong, they too would become mere pawns. He felt indebted to her, yet also frustrated by her lack of resistance. If only she had rebelled sooner, would things be different now? It was futile to dwell on this now. He understood that he had lost any standing in Song Yutong's heart, and he accepted this outcome with a sense of resignation. After all, he was truly selfish. Once he came to terms with this, Shun Lin felt considerably lighter. He said, "Mother, your current demeanor, with its sharp edges, is commendable. Please take good care of yourself. My chances of returning from the army will be infrequent, but I will send money to you every month. This is my way of atoning for my years of neglect, and I hope you will not refuse." Now, Song Yutong had begun to resist the Shun family, who were in disarray due to her actions. This was a positive development. As long as Song Yutong could withstand the Shun family's bullying, he would feel much more at ease. Regarding her assertion that Shun Minglang would not let him off easily, he believed she would find a way out. Song Yutong did not say much more, but returned home directly, with Shun Lin following her. However, upon opening the door, the scene inside caused Song Yutong to widen her eyes in astonishment. Shun Yuanzhou was kneeling on the ground, clutching Song Shengsheng's leg, while Song Shengsheng looked at him with evident annoyance, repeatedly attempting to shake him off. Alas, Shun Yuanzhou clung to her like an unyielding plaster. With a voice choked with emotion, he implored, "Shengsheng, I truly love you. Let us remarry. You are the only one I will ever love." Song Yutong felt a surge of blood rush to her head. In an instant, she charged forward and kicked Shun Yuanzhou away. "You wretched creature, keep your distance from my daughter. Seeking reconciliation? Regret? Huh. It is only because you are now financially destitute and entangled with Song Changhe and Fang Xiaomei that you wish for Shengsheng to fill your void." She turned to Song Shengsheng and admonished, "Foolish girl, open your eyes and use your brain. This scoundrel is unforgivable, and you must never reconcile. Oh, Shun Yuanzhou, this scoundrel, incites my ire. If Song Shengsheng were to forgive him, I would cast her out of our home." Song Shengsheng hastily shook her head and waved her hands. "Mother, I will not remarry him, rest assured." To affirm her resolve, she addressed Shun Yuanzhou. "Shun Yuanzhou, we are already divorced. I have seen through your hypocritical facade and your family shamelessness. I shall have no further ties to you. Please do not harass me. Otherwise, do not blame me for exposing your disgraceful deeds at your workplace." Shun Yuanzhou gazed at Song Shengsheng in disbelief. His towering figure swayed. In his recollection, she was gentle and considerate, never raising her voice. Yet now, her gaze was cold and resolute, devoid of any trace of affection. His eyes shifted to Song Yutong, filled with sudden fury. It was all because of her. She had whispered poison into Song Shengsheng's ear. Otherwise, such a docile girl would not be so unyielding. "Song Yutong, you venomous woman, you would dismantle a temple rather than allow a marriage to stand. And yet, you insisted on separating Shengsheng from me. My life is now a torment, and I shall ensure yours is no different. I will fight you." Shun Yuanzhou lunged at Song Yutong like a madman, but before she could react, Shun Lin, who had been trailing behind, swiftly intervened. He seized Shun Yuanzhou's arm and delivered a kick to his waist. Shun Yuanzhou was sent sprawling, rolling several times on the ground. His face contorted in pain. He glared at Shun Lin, his teeth clenched in fury. "Shun Lin, do not forget, your surname is Shun, not Song." Chapter 68. Shun Yuanzhou's mistress, Su Yao Shun Lin, had served as a soldier for 6 years, displaying unparalleled dedication within the ranks. He was among the most distinguished of his cohort, the very best of the elite. He had matured significantly, radiating an imposing presence as he towered over Shun Yuanzhou, his dark eyes glinting with icy disdain. "So, those of the Shun surname believe they can bully the Songs? You may not have learned much, but the Shun family's despicable and shameless ways you have certainly mastered. Did you think my mother raised Shun Yuanzhou's offspring so that Song Shengsheng could do the same for you? If the Shuns are all so shameless, I would rather not bear that name at all. One cannot help but acknowledge that the Shun family's conduct is a legacy unbroken." Shun Yuanzhou gazed upon Song Yutong. Reflecting on the years she had devoted herself to the Shun family, enduring their exploitation, financially supporting them, and caring for their unwanted child. In a bid to emulate her, he sought out Song Sheng, demanding that she serve as his blood donor, support his entire family, and nurture their offspring. While Shun Minglang seemed to be thriving, why was it that disaster struck him instead? Yet, it was evident that Shun Minglang was also facing turmoil. However, his connections afforded him a safety net, courtesy of his esteemed father-in-law who would undoubtedly shield him. In stark contrast, Shen Yuanzhou found himself bereft of Song Shengsheng, and his life had devolved into chaos. In desperation, he rolled on the ground before kneeling at Song Shengsheng's feet. Shengsheng, you misunderstand. The child is truly not mine. It belongs to Tang Yuan. If you doubt me, I can have Tang Yuan confirm it personally. Our discord arises from this child, and if you truly refuse to care for him, I shall return the child to Tang Yuan, and we can resume our lives together. Let us remarry, shall we? Song Yutong's expression darkened. This shameless scoundrel, even now, resorts to deceitful words. Just wait until I kick him to the ground. However, before she could act, Song Shengsheng had already delivered a swift kick, striking Shun Yuanzhou squarely on the forehead, sending him tumbling. Not satisfied, she charged forward, forcefully stamping on his chest twice, her strength unrestrained. Shen Yuanzhou groaned in agony. Song Shengsheng unleashed a torrent of invective. Shen Yuanzhou, have I not shown you enough respect? Do you truly believe I am a fool? Someone you can deceive and manipulate at will? You claim the child belongs to Tang Yuan. Let her come and apologize to me. Dare you accompany me to confront her at her workplace, to demand the truth about the child? Initially writhing in pain, Shun Yuanzhou's countenance turned pale at her words, his body trembling. He stammered, and no, that won't do. No one knows about Tang Yuan's childbirth. It would tarnish her reputation. If you cause a scene at her workplace, it could jeopardize her job, impact her reputation. Song Shengsheng scoffed. Tang Yuan is pregnant, not merely resting on a pillow. I can inquire at her workplace to ascertain whether she has been attending. Is it truly a secret? Shen Yuanzhou, your web of lies is as fragile as your father's gambling debts, as hollow as your purported frugality. I was deceived because I trusted you, because I loved you. Yet, my affection has waned, and in reflecting upon your past words, I now see how despicable and vile you truly are. Allow me to speculate on the origins of this child. You frequently traveled for business every 2 to 3 months for 10 to 15 days, with your destinations invariably in the capital. Thus, the timing of your return with this child coincides perfectly with one of your business trips to the capital. Therefore, your lover resides in the capital. Furthermore, your business trips commenced over 2 years ago, a time when the college entrance examination had just been reinstated. So, which year did your lover partake in the examination? In a particular year, the number of individuals who succeeded in the college entrance examination was substantial, yet only a handful were of similar age. The unwavering commitment to remittances and the repeated searches for someone often hinged on their beauty or the strength of the relationship. Remarkably, there was one person who embodied both attributes, Su Yao, the daughter of Su Jia. Su Jia had a complicated relationship with Shun Dashan. This mother-daughter duo skillfully manipulated Shun Dashan and his son, Shen Yuanzhou. Shen Yuanzhou's complexion suddenly drained of color, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he averted his gaze from Song Shengsheng. With a sardonic laugh, Song Yutong remarked, "Ah, so you've been exposed, Haven to you? Shen Yuanzhou, you truly are a scoundrel." The resolute determination in Song Shengsheng's eyes was unmistakable as she declared, "Shen Yuanzhou, I must have been blind to have endured you for so long. From this day forth, I shall have no further ties with you." Shen Yuanzhou attempted to defend himself, pleading, "Shengsheng, please let me explain. It's not as you think." "Explain?" She interrupted. "What more is there to elucidate? Do you truly believe I would trust you again? If you didn't wish for your affair with Su Yao to become common knowledge, you would be wise to avoid my presence. Otherwise, I shall ensure your disgrace." The pallor of Shen Yuanzhou's face deepened. The coldness and resolve radiating from Song Shengsheng inflicted a profound hurt upon him. Shen Lin, who had been observing, could no longer contain his impatience and seized Shen Yuanzhou by the collar, lifting him forcefully. Shen Yuan Zhou, this matter ends here. Further entanglement serves no purpose. Begone. He expelled Shen Yuan Zhou from the room, slamming the door shut behind him. As he cast a final glance, Shen Lin noted Shen Yuan Zhou's despondent demeanor, riddled with regret. But it was too late. He pondered whether Shen Minglang was experiencing a similar turmoil. Shen Minglang, Song Yutong stated, requires 100,000 yuan, not a penny less. Otherwise, I shall reveal your misdeeds. Silence ensued on the other end of the line for an extended period. Shen Minglang clenched the telephone, his eyes darkening with malice. 100,000? That is exorbitant. Wei Mingyue's derisive laughter punctuated the air. I am well aware it is excessive. This is a consequence of your initial mismanagement. You claimed that Song Yutong was easily deceived and assured me that you could handle Shen Lin, keeping his secret safe. Yet now, Song Yutong is no fool. And Shen Lin has turned against you. Shen Minglang, you are utterly inept. How was I ever so blind to choose you? You must rectify this situation. If you fail to do so, I will seek a divorce. Minghua. Panic gripped Shen Minglang at the mention of divorce. I will manage this matter. Rest assured. Do not speak of divorce recklessly. We have children to consider. What will become of them? As for Song Yutong, there is no need for excessive concern. She cannot stir up trouble. Cannot stir up trouble? Wei Mingyue retorted with a cold laugh. Have you forgotten about Professor Shi? Furthermore, Song Yutong is currently employed as a caretaker for Gu Yunjin. She has stated that if the funds are not forthcoming, she will disclose everything to Professor Shi and Gu Yunjin. Think carefully about whether you can withstand the consequences. Chapter 69. A conversation with Shen Minglang. Did she say that herself? Shen Minglang's voice on the other end of the phone dripped with disbelief. Wei Mingyue was acutely aware of Shen Minglang's thoughts. With a cold snort, she remarked, Shen Minglang, after more than a decade, you do not truly believe that Song Yutong remains the naive and easily deceived heiress she once was? The woman now is ruthless. You are presented with two choices. Either part with 100,000 yuan or face utter disgrace. Shen Minglang tightened his grip on the phone, his voice laced with indignation. How dare she? Does she think she can intimidate me this way? 100,000 yuan? How audacious! Wei Mingyue let out a derisive laugh. Do you truly believe she lacks the courage? After all these years, she is no fool. Should you refuse her, she is more than capable of exposing your past misdeeds. My father may protect you, but you can forget about any prospects for advancement in your career. Shen Minglang's countenance darkened, revealing his distress. He was troubled by the persistent shadow of Shen Lin's survival. He was certain he could outshine Wei Xian, yet he faced difficulties on both familial and spousal fronts. Now, the long-dormant Song Yutong had re-emerged to complicate matters. This was a critical moment. Shen Lin's affairs had already cast a pall over his reputation. Fortunately, he had managed to navigate that situation with caution. However, if Song Yutong were to escalate matters now, he understood that while his father-in-law would likely shield him, his path to promotion would be irrevocably blocked. He could not allow Song Yutong to cause turmoil. Yet 100,000 yuan was no trifling sum. Shen Minglang spoke heavily. You must allow me to speak with Song Yutong. Wei Mingyue scoffed. You are truly relentless. Upon returning home, Song Yutong addressed Shen Lin. Shen Lin, Sheng must prepare for her college entrance examination, and your room is already occupied by the sisters. The house cannot accommodate everyone. You should stay at the guest house. I find your presence unbearable. Leave at once. Shen Lin had no intention of staying at home. After so many years away, he had not anticipated there would still be a place for him. The house was inherently small. It was only fitting for him to reside at the guest house. He had come to terms with this. As long as Song Yutong could safeguard herself, he was indifferent to the rest, whether they held grievances against him or ignored him. As long as Song Yutong was well, that sufficed. Mother, I understand. I will keep you company for now, but I shall retreat to the guest house tonight. Song Yutong nodded calmly. Bah, who desires your company? Seeing you stirs my anger. If you wish for me to endure longer, do not obstruct me. Shen Lin sighed deeply within. Once he departed, the chances of returning were slim, if not impossible. He would cling desperately to the time he had left with Song Yutong, indulging his own selfishness. Thus, regardless of how much disdain Song Yutong harbored for him, he would remain in the house for the days to come. At dinner time, due to Shun Lin's presence, Song Yutong did not prepare a meal at home. Instead, she headed straight to the Gu family. Lin Yu had not yet left. Following Song Yutong's announcement that the stove was broken, she would cook at the Gu residence. As long as she was there, he could partake in the meals. Therefore, he left work early and arrived at the Gu household promptly. Upon entering, he caught sight of Song Yutong busily working in the kitchen, the aroma of her cooking wafting throughout the house. A radiant smile graced Lin Yu's face. Gu Yunjin, now in a remarkably good state of health, sat in a chair downstairs, catching sight of Lin Yu's seemingly trivial smile. He curled his lip. Is it really that significant? Lin Yu cast a casual glance in his direction and replied, "What do you think?" Her gaze then fell upon Li Kaiying, who was eagerly standing at the kitchen doorway, ready to assist. Li Kaiying, too, seemed rather inconsequential. Gu Yunjin rubbed his forehead in exasperation. He acknowledged that Song Yutong's cooking was exceptionally delicious. But surely it wasn't that exaggerated. It was as if everyone had become addicted, as if they had consumed opium. Lin Yu settled beside him, teasing, "If you find it unpalatable, you needn't eat it. You could always ask your mother to hire a different chef." Gu Yunjin had no retort, for his current condition necessitated consuming Song Yutong's food. His silence, in Lin Yu's eyes, signified the best form of compromise. "Look, you can't bear to part with it. Don't stand there spouting off without experiencing the discomfort yourself. However, I truly believe your recovery is entirely due to Aunt Song's contributions. Your body was severely damaged, and the symptoms of poisoning were so acute that you could hardly eat anything. Yet, after consuming Aunt Song's meals, you miraculously began to recuperate. This poison is unfamiliar to me. All I know is that it is highly toxic. Now, I surmise that this toxin disrupts the equilibrium of your body, rendering you unable to ingest food, causing a rapid loss of vitality, ultimately leading to death. However, if you can eat, your body will swiftly regain its strength." No one understood Gu Yunjin's condition better than Lin Yu, the doctor. His body was deteriorating rapidly, akin to a candle burning at both ends. Coupled with his inability to eat, his decline was hastened. "I must report this," Lin Yu stated decisively. Gu Yunjin nodded, his gaze deeply fixated on the busy figure of Song Yutong in the kitchen. Indeed, it was her food that facilitated his swift recovery. Nonetheless, it was also contingent upon what he consumed. Surely, the provisions from Song Yutong could not be ordinary fare. His body was recovering at lightning speed. Gu Yunjin resolved to feign ignorance regarding the secrets surrounding Song Yutong. Though her abilities could be beneficial to the nation, he respected her choice to remain discreet. After preparing dinner at the Gu household and enjoying the meal, the sky had begun to darken by the time he was ready to leave. Just as he stepped out of the Gu residence, he encountered Wei Mingwei. Song Yutong raised an eyebrow. "Is the money ready?" Wei Mingwei rolled her eyes. "Shun Minglang wishes to speak with you." Song Yutong pondered for a moment before nodding. Ultimately, she had to settle accounts with Shun Minglang. She was curious to see what his current standing was. Following Wei Mingwei, they arrived at a phone booth, where Wei Mingwei dialed the number and handed the phone to Song Yutong. As she placed the receiver to her ear, a steady voice resonated from the other end. "Is this Yutong?" Song Yutong tightened her grip on the phone line. The tragic life of the original owner was instigated by this very man on the line. With a cold chuckle, she replied, "It is I." Shun Minglang's voice trembled with emotion. "Yutong, I am so sorry for what I did to you. Years ago, I returned to the military to carry out a mission, facing life-threatening danger. Everyone presumed I had perished, and that news swiftly spread. Eventually, I survived, but I lost my memories, forgetting you and my family. It was not until 7 years later that my memories returned. By that time, I had already married and had children. I am acutely aware of the pain I have caused you, yet I lack the courage to confront you. I feel deep remorse, and I cannot bear to face you." Song Yutong rolled her eyes in disbelief. Could he possibly be more absurd? If so, he should just pay up. I am not interested in his empty words. Chapter 70. Shun Minglang intends to kill her. Shun Minglang's voice, filled with incredulity, echoed from across the room. "Yutong, do you not trust me?" Song Yutong scoffed, her eyes brimming with disdain. "Shun Minglang, do you truly believe I am still that naive girl from over a decade ago? Easily deceived? The excuse of amnesia is so implausible that I can hardly bear to listen. Surely, Wei Mingwei has informed you of my current circumstances. You and Gu Yunjin serve in the same military unit. I can inquire about you and have him investigate whether you truly participated in a life-threatening mission over a decade ago and suffered memory loss for 7 years. It should be a straightforward investigation, don't you think? Are you prepared to endure such scrutiny? Shen Minglang fell silent. The very fact he could utter such a ludicrous excuse stemmed from how easily the past Song Yutong had been deceived. She had been foolish for over a decade. His lies and actions were utterly indefensible. After a long pause, Shen Minglang spoke with a bitter tone. Yutong, must it come to this? Song Yutong replied coldly. Shen Minglang, do not attempt to use such tactics with me. I will not fall for it. I expect to see the money by tomorrow. Otherwise, I shall report you to Professor Shi and Gu Yunjin, and you may await the destruction of your future. Shen Minglang gritted his teeth, a flicker of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes, but he quickly adopted a pleading tone. Yutong, I know I have hurt you, but cannot you find it in your heart to understand my plight? Do you realize how difficult it is for me in the military? The daughter of the commander has taken an interest in me. What can I do? If I refuse to marry her, I will face repercussions. I am merely a person who has clawed my way up from the countryside. I have no choice but to compromise. Song Yutong glanced at Wei Mingwei, standing nearby, and began to berate her. Wei Mingwei, are you truly that desperate? Just days ago, you were entangled with Gu Yunjin, and now Shen Minglang claims it was you and your father who coerced him into marrying you. How pathetic you are. You fancy Gu Yunjin, yet he does not return your affections. You have set your sights on Shen Minglang, but he merely submits to your intimidation. You are living a truly dismal life. Wei Mingwei, Shen Minglang. This statement left both spouses in stunned silence, each caught in a web of frustration. Shen Minglang had not anticipated that Song Yutong would confront and insult Wei Mingwei so boldly. After all, she was the daughter of the commander. Even he had to tread carefully around her. How dared Song Yutong act so audaciously? Wei Mingwei was equally enraged. How could Song Yutong accuse her of pursuing Gu Yunjin right in front of Shen Minglang? That was simply outrageous. Gu Yunjin was her first choice, while Shen Minglang was merely a backup. She did not wish to lose either of them. Song Yutong's public dismantling of her Fade infuriated her. Shen Minglang, of course, also heard this, his heart filled with suppressed anger. Yet he is incapable of action. Wei Mingwei, Gu Yunjin is on the brink of death, and she still pursues him. Gu Yunjin has never regarded her with any esteem. I truly fail to comprehend what she has been holding onto for all these years. Moreover, what aspect of himself is inferior to Gu Yunjin? Perhaps only his family background pales in comparison. In every other regard, he does not consider himself weaker than Gu Yunjin. Unfortunately, he is about to be promoted to brigade commander and requires the support of Commander Wei, leaving him without the courage to confront Wei Mingwei. The most pressing concern is the unpredictable nature of Song Yutong. She is no longer the kind and patient woman he once remembered. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Yutong, 100,000 is excessive. Is there any possibility of... Song Yutong remained unmoved, directly interrupting him. Shen Minglang, do not play the emotional card. My patience is limited. By this time tomorrow, I expect to see the money, or you shall bear the brunt of my wrath. With that, she cast the phone aside and departed without a backward glance. Shen Minglang, on the other end, hastily explained, Yutong, do not act this way. After all, we once loved each other. Allow me a moment to... Allow you a moment? Nonsense. Wei Mingwei answered the call. I told you, Song Yutong is impervious to reason. 100,000 is no trivial sum. Consider how you will procure it by tomorrow. Shun Mingyuan had initially intended to employ soft persuasion, but upon hearing Wei Mingwei's voice, he was rendered speechless. In its place emerged a cold, menacing tone. Rest assured, I have made preparations. If Song Yutong wishes to take my money, she must first ascertain whether she possesses the fortune to do so. Wei Mingwei raised an eyebrow. Are you truly willing? Shen Minglang's voice turned dark. She is merely a tool to me. What is there to lament? Perhaps in his youth, Shen Minglang had harbored feelings for Song Yutong, for she was indeed a great beauty in her younger days. However, Shun Minglang is an ambitious man. He seeks to ascend without concern for his back. Song Yutong can only serve as his instrument. It is only a lady of Wei Mingyue's stature who can be his partner and aid in his ascent. Now, with Song Yutong, this mere tool, attempting to bite the hand that feeds her, she must not blame him for his ruthlessness. Song Yutong returned home directly. The sky had darkened completely. As she walked through a narrow alley, she heard heavy, following footsteps behind her. Glancing back, she saw two tall shadows leisurely trailing her. Their steps were steady, their postures commanding. They were clearly not ordinary individuals, but rather skilled fighters. She quickly deduced that they were sent by Shun Minglang. He had indeed prepared for both eventualities. She held no hope in Shun Minglang, a man capable of orchestrating the ruin of an innocent girl's life, inherently vile and shameless. Furrowing her brow, she quickened her pace, having already exchanged for the items she needed from the system. Just as she was about to exit the alley, another shadow suddenly appeared ahead, blocking her path. A chill ran through her, yet she remained calm. She tightened her grip on the self-defense baton she had just acquired and scanned the surrounding shadows with a composed gaze. As the dark figure drew closer, illuminated by the faint moonlight, Song Yutong discerned a stern-faced, middle-aged man, a scar etched across his visage. His eyes glinted with malice, a hint of a bloodthirsty grin curling at the corners of his mouth. Flanking him were two accomplices, hastening towards her to form a menacing encirclement. A flash of cold steel revealed that the scarred man had unsheathed a sharp dagger, its chilling gleam reflecting the moonlight. "Old woman, do not blame me. Blame your lack of insight. Fear not. I shall be gentle. You will not feel the pain. You will slip away into the abyss without realizing it." With her back pressed firmly against the wall, Song Yutong's expression remained hidden in the shadows, betraying no fear. The scarred man lunged forward, dagger aimed at her throat. Just as she prepared to evade, a figure descended from above, swiftly pulling her aside, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike. The newcomer delivered a precise, punishing kick to the scarred man's arm, deftly positioning himself to shield Song Yutong. "Do not fear, I am here." Shun Lin, what is he doing here? Chapter 71. Shun Lin's genuine remorse. The three assailants, taken aback by Shun Lin's sudden appearance and his evident martial prowess, ceased their hesitance and charged at him with renewed vigor. Shun Lin, agile and nimble, evaded their attacks while seizing the opportunity to counterattack. He dispatched one with a powerful kick, then swiftly turned to deflect the dagger aimed at him by the scarred man, countering with an elbow strike to the man's chest, causing him to stagger back. The two remaining attackers flanked him, one on the left and one on the right. Shun Lin sidestepped the left-hand assailant's punch, simultaneously driving his knee into the abdomen of the right-hand attacker, who doubled over in pain. At that moment, the scar man lunged forward once more, dagger in hand. With remarkable speed, Shun Lin wrested the weapon from the man's grasp, subduing him and pressing the blade against his throat. With a fierce glare, Shun Lin demanded, "Speak. Who sent you?" The scarred man, undeterred by the blade at his throat, flickered his gaze and smirked malevolently. "Who sent me is irrelevant. What matters is, she will perish here." A wave of alarm surged through Shun Lin. Having incapacitated the three men, he was unprepared for another assailant who suddenly leaped from the wall, brandishing a gleaming dagger aimed directly at Song Yutong's chest. Shun Lin's expression shifted dramatically. A rural woman like Song Yutong stood no chance against such a trained fighter. In a swift motion, he slashed at the scarred man's neck, sending him to meet his demise. Without pausing, he discarded the lifeless body. Song Yutong sensed the impending danger descending upon her, her system's tools primed for action. However, before she could deploy them, she was confronted by a wall of flesh. The sound of a dagger piercing flesh echoed ominously. She heard Shun Lin's heavy grunt of pain as a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. With a fierce intensity in his eyes, Shun Lin summoned the last of his strength, delivering a final strike that severed the assailant's throat. The other two individuals, grievously injured by Shun Lin, were so terrified by his reckless disregard for his own life that they fled in a panic, leaving behind two lifeless bodies and the severely wounded Shun Lin. Once he confirmed that the remaining two had escaped, the strength in Shun Lin's body dissipated, causing his legs to buckle and him to collapse onto the ground. When Shun Lin shielded Song Yutong from the fatal blow, she was left in a state of shock. Has Shun Lin gone mad? A selfish, self-serving ingrate. Why would he save me? Why would he risk his life for mine? As Shun Lin fell, she approached him, her brow furrowed in confusion as she gazed down at the man whose life was ebbing away. Why would you shield me? Do you truly believe my life is worth more than yours? Shun Lin, with a bitter smile in his heart, opened his mouth and coughed up a significant amount of blood. He struggled to speak. Mom, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. An uncomfortable thrum of sorrow surged within Song Yutong's chest, not her own, but that of the original owner of this body. She pouted slightly. Shun Lin, do you realize that this wound could cost you your life? And yet you still chose to protect me? A sense of relief washed over Shun Lin as he smiled. He was a soldier, having undertaken numerous missions over the years. He was acutely aware that the knife plunged into his chest was lethal, and he recognized that his time was short. Indeed, he had been selfish, but in that final moment of his life, exchanging his own for Song Yutong's. He felt no regret. If it weren't for you, I would have died long ago. I owe you this, and now I repay you with my life. Please forgive me. This is my final wish before I depart. Mom, forgive me, will you? Song Yutong found herself utterly perplexed by Shun Lin's actions. To sacrifice his own life just to earn my forgiveness? Shun Lin, what were you thinking back then? The harm has already been done. Regretting it now. There is no such thing as a perfect resolution in this world. A bitter smile lingered at the corners of Shun Lin's mouth. From the depths of Song Yutong's heart, he grasped that she would never forgive him, even if he died for her. He closed his eyes, gazing at the pure white moon in the sky. It was not the thought of his impending death that saddened him, but rather the despair of not having received Song Yutong's forgiveness before his end. Mom, I was wrong. I'm sorry. If there is a next life. Shun Lin slowly closed his eyes. In the next life, he would strive to be the son that Song Yutong deserved, ensuring she would never feel sorrow or pain again, standing resolutely by her side to protect her and keep her safe. Ding! Shun Lin's remorse value reaches 100%. Sincerity 99, earning 80,000 points. Upon hearing the system notification, Song Yutong realized that Shun Lin was sincerely remorseful and had met the original owner's request. With the addition of the 80,000 points, she could no longer bear to witness Shun Lin's demise. Looking at the man lying on the ground, teetering on the brink of death, she resigned herself to fate. Shun Lin understood that his death was inevitable. Thus, when he reopened his eyes to behold a white ceiling, he presumed he had ascended to heaven. Is this paradise? It seems rather noisy. It was a hospital, and he could hear the voice of Song Shengsheng nearby. He turned his head and saw Song Shengsheng sitting by his hospital bed. Upon noticing that he had awakened, she poured him a glass of water. Drink some water first. Now that you're awake, Mom will go find the doctor. Shun Lin was taken aback. He had already observed the bustling figures at the door and heard the clamor, confirming that he was indeed in a hospital. In disbelief, he asked, "Am I not dead?" Song Shengsheng looked at him quizzically. "Do you wish for death?" "No." Shun Lin's tone was fervent. His excitement inadvertently aggravated the wound on his chest, causing him to grimace. How could he possibly wish for death when he was alive? Yet, he shouldn't be alive. How could this be? Song Shengsheng handed him the water, urging, "Calm down. The doctor said you must take good care of your injuries. Drink some water first." Footsteps echoed from the corridor. Song Yutong appeared at the door with Lin Yu. Lin Yu approached Shun Lin and said, "Lie down. I need to examine you." Shun Lin obediently reclined, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. This shouldn't be. His injuries should have precluded survival. Lin Yu inspected his wound and remarked, "You are quite fortunate. Had that knife penetrated your body even a centimeter further, piercing your heart, not even a celestial being could have saved you. Now, you are remarkably lucky to have been spared. As long as you take care of yourself, you will be fine." Shun Lin thought. Yet that knife had indeed pierced his heart. How could it be that he was saved by a mere fraction? Song Yutong stood nearby, releasing a heavy sigh of relief. Although I received 80,000 points and exchanged one life-prolonging pill to save him, using 10 drops of spiritual spring water, I must continue to cook for him. This person has been saved, yet my feelings are rather unsettled, more stifling than consuming something vile. Shunlin, Song Shengsheng. Chapter 72. Gu Yunjin calls Shun Minglang. Lin Yu confirmed that Shun Lin would recover with proper rest. He asked Song Yutong, Aunt Song, will you be cooking at Gu Yunjin's house today? Song Yutong's eyes flickered as she thought of something and nodded. Yes, I need to cook. My stove is still not repaired. However, I plan to prepare meals for both Shun Lin and Sheng Sheng, as the quantity will be substantial. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. More people means more dishes. Your daughter can accompany you, and we can all eat together. Additionally, I can bring him food, just like you did for Gu Yunjin before. To Lin Yu, more people meant that Song Yutong would prepare a greater variety of dishes, and he would have more to enjoy. It was a splendid prospect. Song Yutong instantly discerned Lin Yu's ulterior motives. He seemed entirely oblivious to the impropriety of making arrangements for the Gu family. Gluttons always lack boundaries. Lin Yu confirmed that Song Yutong would indeed be cooking for the Gu family and left in high spirits. Shun Lin turned to Song Shengsheng, saying, Shengsheng, could you go outside and fetch me some water? I need to wash my hands. Song Shengsheng, perceptive as she was, realized that Shun Lin intended to dismiss her. She glanced at Song Yutong, then stood up and left the room. Once only the two of them remained, Shun Lin said to Song Yutong, Mom, those people from yesterday were not ordinary. Someone wanted your life. Aren't you currently preparing a meal for Captain Gu? You reside in his household, and he will ensure your safety. Song Yutong pursed her lips in silence. Shun Lin, feeling a sense of urgency, implored, Mother, you must trust me. I genuinely wish for your well-being. If I hadn't arrived just in time yesterday, regardless, you must heed my words and take care of yourself. Song Yutong nodded. All right, Mother understands. How dare you mention last night? Had you not suddenly appeared, I would have dealt with those individuals myself. Do you think you were so impressive? Do you believe you saved my life? In reality, if I hadn't rescued you, you would have perished last night. Without the necessary skills, one should refrain from undertaking such perilous tasks. Not only did you embarrass yourself, but you nearly lost your own life. Most importantly, you have hindered my actions. You are truly bothersome. Shun Lin felt a sense of disarray. On one hand, he was flustered by Song Yutong's scathing remarks. Her inner thoughts were indeed sharp. He was, however, grateful that she had refrained from openly berating him and confined her criticisms to her mind. On the other hand, he was perplexed by the fact that Song Yutong seemed to resent his interference. He had risked his own life to save her. Did she genuinely believe she could handle those four men? He himself had struggled to confront them. How could a woman from a rural background, seemingly defenseless, possibly contend with four skilled fighters? It was utterly absurd, yet he found himself believing it, because Song Yutong had declared in her thoughts that she had saved him. This assertion compelled his belief. Given his injuries, survival was improbable, and he would not have awaited a rescuer's arrival. Yet, here he was today alive and well. Only Song Yutong had been present yesterday. Additionally, the fact that he could hear her thoughts was beyond comprehension. She had even anticipated Shun Minglang's intentions to harm him, and her foresight proved accurate. There seemed to be a mysterious energy surrounding Song Yutong, unfathomable and indescribable. Shun Lin was reluctant to speculate further. The mere fact that she had pulled him back from the brink of death was truly formidable. If such a talent were to be discovered by malignant forces, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for her. Shun Lin asked Song Yutong, Mother, have you offended someone? In truth, he already had an inkling of the answer. Song Yutong responded calmly. Those individuals appeared to be desperate criminals, likely involved in robbery. Yesterday was merely an unfortunate incident. There is no cause for concern. So do not overthink it. That incident was certainly no coincidence. It is evident that Shun Minglang orchestrated this. Shun Minglang, you wretched scoundrel, just wait. I shall ensure you pay dearly. Once I have gained sufficient strength, I will undoubtedly strip you of your skin and extract your tendons, sending you to your demise. Shun Lin inexplicably shuddered. He silently lit a candle for Shun Minglang in his thoughts. He sensed that Shun Minglang had crossed Song Yutong, and it seemed his fate was destined to be bleak. Following the departure of the two men last night, Shun Minglang received a call. Learning that 4 professional assassins had failed to eliminate the seemingly defenseless Song Yutong. In a fit of rage, he hurled the phone to the ground. Useless, useless, useless. His anger compelled him to kick the table violently, the fury overshadowing any pain he felt. Shun Minglang stormed about the room, utterly confounded as to how 4 professional assassins could fail to deal with a mere rural woman. Gasping for breath, his eyes glinted with malice. He knew he must seek out someone more formidable to eliminate Song Yutong. She could never be allowed to become a stumbling block in his ascent. Shun Minglang, over a decade ago, would never have imagined that the woman he had once schemed against would one day bite back. Suddenly, the phone rang. Shun Minglang took a deep breath and answered. "Hello, who is this?" "It is I, Gu Yunjia," came the low voice from the other end. Shun Minglang's body tensed. He had witnessed firsthand the extent of Gu Yunjia's injuries and the severity of his poisoning. At that moment, it seemed as though Gu Yunjia was already half in the grave. Observing Gu Yunjia's condition, it appeared to be merely a matter of time. When Wei Mingwei informed him of Gu Yunjia's awakening, he had been skeptical. After all, Wei Mingwei held a bias towards Gu Yunjia, her genuine affection for him coloring her perceptions. As long as Gu Yunjia breathed, Wei Mingwei would not speak of his dire injuries. Thus, he had dismissed the notion of Gu Yunjia regaining consciousness. Yet now, he was hearing Gu Yunjia's voice. This voice was unmistakably his, without a hint of deception. His gaze deepened, and after a long pause, he managed to utter 2 words from the depths of his throat. "Congratulations." Shun Minglang's heart had long since twisted into something dark and sinister. With Gu Yunjia still alive, the competition for the coveted position was far from guaranteed to fall in his favor. Wei Mingwei, that fool, could also become an unpredictable variable. Gu Yunjia spoke softly. "I encountered a benefactor who pulled me back from the brink of death. Her name is Song Yutong. She saved my life. I understand she is from Qingyuan City. And I heard you were also from there. Do you know Song Yutong?" Shun Minglang's heart suddenly seized. Gu Yunjia would not mention such an inconsequential person without reason. He was signaling Shun Minglang. Perhaps he was aware of Song Yutong's peril the previous night. Shun Minglang's mind was in turmoil. If Gu Yunjia became involved, it would complicate matters significantly and bring him unwelcome trouble. Reluctantly, he decided to set aside the issue of Song Yutong for the time being, as his current situation was precarious. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "Qingyuan City is vast. I do not know everyone." Gu Yunjia replied lazily. "I heard she is currently seeking compensation from her ex-husband, which seems quite challenging. I will assist her." Chapter 73. Connecting Song Shengsheng and Gu Yunjia, Shun Minglang's expression turned grave as a surge of resentment welled within him. Song Yutong had evidently established a connection with Gu Yunjia. Moreover, he could not trust that someone like Gu Yunjia would mention Song Yutong without cause. It was an ominous sign, a harbinger of danger. He could not act against Song Yutong at this moment. Thus, he said to Gu Yunjia, "With your assistance, she will achieve what she desires." "Let us hope so," Gu Yunjia replied before ending the call, his eyes narrowing dangerously. He was informed about Song Yutong's situation by Lin Yu. Last night, she was attacked, and it was Shun Lin who valiantly protected her. Gu Yunjin is quite concerned about Song Yutong. After all, he currently enjoys the meals she prepares. His life is, in a sense, in her hands. Therefore, he visited the hospital to inquire about Shun Lin's condition. At the doorway of the ward, he overheard a conversation between Shun Lin and Song Yutong, including her innermost thoughts. It turned out that the peril they faced last night stemmed from the lethal intentions of Shun Minglang. Gu Yunjin's expression instantly turned frigid. As a soldier, Shun Minglang's shameless manipulation of a woman, coupled with his desire to silence her once discovered, renders him unworthy of his title. Gu Yunjin would not allow Shun Minglang the opportunity to silence Song Yutong. Thus, the phone call ensued, a reprimand directed at Shun Minglang, as well as a stern warning. Undoubtedly, Gu Yunjin would not let Shun Minglang evade consequences. A morally corrupt and treacherous man poses a threat within military. However, with Commander Wei stationed at the base, any report he made could easily be suppressed, given Wei's notorious reputation for shielding those close to him, especially since Shun Minglang is his son-in-law. To bring Shun Minglang to justice, Gu Yunjin must ensure there are no avenues for him to escape. For now, he needs to recuperate and gather evidence, aiming to dismantle Shun Minglang as defenses decisively when the time is right. Due to Shun Lin's injury, Song Yutong did not prepare breakfast. At noon, she took Song Shangshang to the Gu residence. Upon seeing her, Li Kaiying immediately approached. "Aunt Song, I heard from Lin Yu that your son was injured and you are at the hospital caring for him. During this special time, you needn't come to my house to cook." Song Yutong shook her head. "It's no trouble. I still want to prepare a meal for my son. Cooking is merely a matter of allocation, and I find myself a bit overwhelmed, so I brought my daughter to assist. I hope you don't mind." Li Kaiying promptly shook her head. "Not at all. It's perfectly fine. I can help too." Thus, the group busied themselves in the kitchen. Song Yutong simmered chicken soup and prepared 6 dishes, setting aside a portion for Shun Lin before serving the rest on the table. Lin Yu arrived just as they were about to eat, while Song Yutong and Li Kaiying were serving the dishes. Song Yutong instructed Song Shangshang to call someone down from the upstairs room for dinner. All right. Without a second thought, Song Shangshang turned and ascended the stairs to summon the person. Song Yutong watched a retreating figure with warmth in her gaze. I wonder if Gu Yunjin prefers Song Shangshang or Jiang Weiwei. Perhaps it's best to let Song Shangshang test the waters first. Gu Yunjin certainly seems dependable. 100 times better than Shun Yuanzhou. If Song Shangshang marries him, she will undoubtedly find happiness. As Song Shangshang climbed the stairs, her foot slipped, and she nearly tumbled down. Her eyes widened in surprise. Had she not been facing away from Song Yutong, her expression would have betrayed her thoughts. What did Song Yutong mean? Was she implying that Gu Yunjin liked her, or Jiang Weiwei? It seemed that Song Yutong, who usually didn't allow her to come here, had suddenly called her over to help. Was it truly a setup for matchmaking? How unnecessary. Her mind is solely occupied with the college entrance examination and Song Yutong. Everyone else is of no consequence, especially men. After suffering such a significant setback with Shen Yuanzhou, coupled with the revelation that Song Yutong had been deceived and exploited by Shan Minglang for so many years, she has lost all interest in men. Not a single one is trustworthy. Even though Song Yutong claims that Gu Yunjin is a reliable man, she remains unmoved. Reliable men are as rare as pigs climbing trees. Song Shangshang ascended the stairs with haste, knocking briskly on the door. "Dinner is ready." Her voice was sufficiently loud to ensure that the occupants inside heard her. After confirming this, she turned and descended the stairs, indifferent to any response from those within the room. As she reached the midpoint of the staircase, the creaking sound of the door opening echoed behind her, followed by the resounding footsteps of Song Yutong and Li Kaiying, who had brought the dishes upstairs. Lin Yu sat at the table with an upright posture, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the spread before him. Upon lifting her gaze, Song Yutong caught sight of Gu Yunjin's striking figure and smiled. "Come down for dinner." She pointed to Song Shangsheng, who had already descended. "This is my daughter, Song Shangsheng. I called her to help out today, since things were rather busy." Gu Yunjin nodded slightly, his stern expression revealing no emotion. Song Yutong furrowed her brow. Is Gu Yunjin's lack of response due to his exceptional ability to conceal his feelings, or does he favor Jiang Weiwei rather than Song Shangsheng? I must observe closely. If there is even a hint of interest, I shall endeavor to match Song Shangsheng with Gu Yunjin. As Gu Yunjin descended the stairs, he stumbled, nearly tumbling down. He was utterly a loss for words. Well, had he ever expressed affection for either Song Shangsheng or Jiang Weiwei? He hardly knew either of them. Admittedly, his earlier gesture of gifting a savings book to Song Yutong had been rather reckless. That was indeed on him. Upon witnessing Gu Yunjin stumble, Song Yutong's eyes sparkled. The truth is revealed. His unsteady footsteps must be a result of seeing his beloved, causing his heart to be in disarray. He must like Song Shangsheng. This is indisputable. Song Shangsheng felt her heart race. At the dining table, she fidgeted nervously with her chopsticks, her complexion slightly pale. Gu Yunjin harbors feelings for her. What should she do? Upon entering this grand estate, she was acutely aware that its inhabitants were either affluent or of noble standing, possessing backgrounds and capabilities far beyond her humble means. If Gu Yunjin truly developed feelings for her, how could she refuse should he seek her hand in marriage? She had no desire to step into the grave of matrimony. Her only aspiration was to study diligently and serve her country in Song Yutong. Men were the last thing on her mind. Gu Yunjin's thoughts were even more chaotic than Song Xingxing's. Why had he stumbled? It was undoubtedly due to overhearing Song Yutong's incredulous musings. It had nothing to do with any affection for Song Shengsheng. How absurd that she could connect the dots like this truly impressed him. As Gu Yunjin approached the dining table, 5 places were set. Lin Yu casually occupied one, while Song Shengsheng sat beside him, and Li Kaiying took the central position. 2 seats remained, one of which was between Li Kaiying and Lin Yu. Li Kaiying and Song Shengsheng were separated by a single empty space. Only he and Song Yutong had yet to take their seats. With quick reflexes, Song Yutong darted into the gap between Li Kaiying and Lin Yu. The only seat left for him was the one between Song Shengsheng and Li Kaiying. Song Yutong's voice rang out triumphantly. See, I'm so perceptive, letting you two sit together. Hee hee. Chapter 74. The true and false heiress of Song Shengsheng in that instant. Song Shengsheng felt as if she had been pricked by 1,000 needles. She vowed that she would never again accompany Song Yutong to this grand residence. Absolutely not. Gu Yunjing's expression darkened. If it weren't for the astonishing fact that he had heard Song Yutong's inner thoughts, he would have had a serious discussion with her. What exactly indicated that he favored Song Shengsheng? He did not harbor any affection for her, nor did he have any interest in women. He was firmly against marriage. Gu Yunjing took a deep breath inwardly and said to Li Kai, Mom, I have something to discuss with Aunt Song. I would like to sit with her. All right. Li Kaiying, unsuspecting of his intentions, stood up and relinquished her seat to Gu Yunjing. She then sat next to Song Shengsheng. As she settled down, she heard the long sigh of relief from Song Shengsheng beside her. Gu Yunjing plopped himself down next to Song Yutong and casually remarked, I heard that Aunt Song's son encountered some trouble. If you need any assistance, feel free to reach out to me. Song Yutong forced a smile and nodded. No need. No need. He is fine now. He just needs to recuperate, and I'll take care of him. Isn't it peculiar? Gu Yunjing seems to have a problem. Even now, he remains aloof. I was merely trying to give you a nudge. If you don't sit with Song Shengsheng, you're wasting my heartfelt intentions. Gu Yunjing internally chuckled wryly. Thank you, but he did not require it. The dining atmosphere was quiet, albeit somewhat strange. However, the food-loving Li Kaiying and Lin Yu were blissfully unaware. Song Shengsheng hastily consumed her meal, fearing that Song Yutong would continue to meddle in her affairs. Mom, Shun Lin is still in the hospital. I'm going to bring him some food. With that, she grabbed the thermos from the table and dashed away faster than a rabbit. Song Yutong was left dumbfounded. What with this foolish girl running so fast? A golden opportunity for romance is right in front of you, and you fail to recognize it? This is infuriating. Gu Yunjing felt a sense of heaviness in his chest. He thought Song Yutong had an overactive imagination. He believed it necessary to make it clear to Song Yutong that he genuinely had no romantic intentions towards Song Shengsheng. Therefore, he asked her, Aunt Song, was that just now your daughter? You two look nothing alike. Song Yutong nodded. Yes, she's my daughter. However, she is not my biological child. She is my adopted daughter. Haha, look at you. You still have feelings for Song Shengsheng. Just now, you were acting all aloof, refusing to sit with her. Now that she is gone, you're inquiring about her. Men are truly full of contradictions. Gu Yunjing felt helpless in Song Yutong's mind. He was already interested in Song Shengsheng, and there was no way to clear his name. An adopted daughter, indeed. Gu Yunjin pondered thoughtfully, expressing that he felt a certain resemblance between her and someone he could not quite recall at the moment. How typical it is for a man to meander through trivialities when he is intrigued by a woman, finding excuses like her resemblance to another. Gu Yunjin resolved to be more forthright. However, Song Yutong's inner voice suddenly surged with panic. No, it cannot be. Gu Yunjin's comment about Song Xingxing's resemblance might not be insincere, but rather genuine. Gu Yunjin agreed internally. Indeed, he truly believed Song Shengsheng resembled someone. He had intended to delve into the topic, but was interrupted by Song Xingxing's thoughts. His family resided in the capital, having long-standing ties with the Yuan family, and was close friends with Yuan Jia. How could he fail to recognize that Song Shengsheng bore a likeness to Yuan Jie? After all, Song Shengsheng and Yuan Jie were siblings, both resembling their mother with many shared features. Gu Yunjin was taken aback. Song Shengsheng was Yuan Jie's biological sister? Yet, Yuan Jie had only one sister, who was currently studying in the capital. Since Gu Yunjin had broached the subject, Song Yutong thought she must find a way to reveal the truth to him and bring Song Shengsheng back, ensuring that the usurper, Su Yao, would face consequences. But before Song Yutong could probe further, Gu Yunjin turned his serious gaze toward Li Kaiying. Do you not think Song Shengsheng bears a striking resemblance to someone you know? Moreover, does the name Song Shengsheng not ring a bell? Li Jiaying furuit herberoth. The name indeed sounded familiar, yet she could not place it at that moment. As for the resemblance, it seemed there was some outline that matched. While dining, Lin Yu overheard Gu Yunjin's inquiry and responded. Is it that the name of the Yuan family's reclaimed daughter, Song Shengsheng? Upon mentioning the Yuan family, Li Kaiying's memory suddenly crystallized. Her expression shifted dramatically, and her chopsticks clattered to the floor. She recalled whom Song Shengsheng resembled, Xiao Yunyun, her former close friend, who had passed away many years ago due to health issues. Over the years, she had nearly forgotten Xiao Yunyun's true appearance. Yet now, it all came rushing back. Song Shengsheng bore at least a 7/10 resemblance to Xiao Yunyun. The departed friend stood before her in spirit. Furthermore, they both shared the name Song Shengsheng. What a coincidence. Li Kaiying exchanged a glance with Gu Yunjin, her lips trembling as she said, the true daughter reclaimed by the Yuan family was reportedly found in Qingyuan City. Coincidentally, both were retrieved from Qingyuan City and shared the same name, Song Shengsheng. The striking resemblance between Song Shengsheng and Xiao Yunyun suggests that there is certainly something amiss. Years ago, Xiao Yunyun had given birth while in hiding from pursuers. Though she survived, her health was severely compromised, leading to her untimely demise within a few years. Over a decade later, it was suddenly revealed that the daughter she had raised for so long was not her biological child. Old Yuan immediately realized that his wife had given birth at a farmer's home years ago, and that farmer also had a daughter, which raised the possibility of mix-up. It turned out that indeed, a mistake had occurred. Yet now, as he gazed upon Song Shengsheng, who bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Yunyun, and learned that when they found their biological daughter, she too was named Song Shengsheng, all these coincidences occurring in Qingyuan City could hardly be deemed mere happenstance. However, concerning matters of the Yuan family, discussing it was deemed inappropriate, especially with Song Yutong present. This situation was delicate, and it was unsuitable to broach such topics in front of her. Understanding this, Song Yutong promptly stood up, declaring, I shall go to the hospital to see my son. You all carry on. With that, she exited. What had originally been intended as an arrangement to send Song Shengsheng to the Yuan family now appeared to be progressing more smoothly. The three individuals present clearly harbored suspicions, particularly Lin Yu and Gu Yunjin, who shared a close bond with Yuan Jie, a person of integrity. Retrieving Song Shengsheng could shield her from the harmful influences of the Shun and Song families. Moreover, with Su Yao residing in the Yuan household, she could not wield power indiscriminately, nor could she exploit her borrowed identity as the Yuan family's daughter to bring ruin upon them. Gu Yunjin, be astute, quickly grasped the crux of the matter. It could save the Yuan family. Chapter 75. The calculating Yuan. Yao. Gu Yunjin watched as Song Yutong departed, feeling a sense of helplessness. How much more clever could he be? Song Yutong had already provided him with the correct answer. Once she left, the atmosphere in the room grew palpably tense. Gu Yunjin turned to Li Kaiying and inquired, Mother, what do you think? Ever since realizing the uncanny resemblance between Song Shengsheng and Xiao Yunyun, Li Kaiying's mind had come to a standstill. Her body trembled slightly, a whirlwind of excitement, fear, and anger coursing through her. She and Xiao Yunyun had served together in their youth, supporting one another through the trials of a harsh era, enduring hardship side by side. Once, Xiao Yunyun had sacrificed her last morsel of food for her, enduring 3 days of starvation herself. The bond they shared was one of true sisterhood, forged in the fires of adversity. When Xiao Yunyun passed away, Li Kaiying had wept to the point of fainting, lingering in a fog of grief for an extended period. It was only due to the gravity of her work that she had forced herself to gradually emerge from the shadows. Now, long years had passed since Xiao Yunyin's departure, yet thoughts of her still evoked a dull ache in Li Kaiying's heart. They had once been kindred spirits, striving together for a shared ideal. The time since Xiao Yunyin's passing was so extensive that her image had become blurred in Li Kaiying's memory. Recently, consumed with worry for Gu Yunjin, she had failed to immediately recognize how closely Song Shengsheng resembled Xiao Yunyin. She recalled her distress and guilt upon discovering that the daughter raised in the Yuan household for so many years was not Xiao Yunyin's biological child. The anxiety she felt was palpable, compounded by the knowledge that Xiao Yunyin had sacrificed her own safety to protect her and her husband, effectively taking her place. If a child had indeed been switched, she would never forgive herself. She had resolutely decided to find the biological daughter of Xiao Yunyin. However, the Yuan family discovered that the girl was not truly their own. Coincidentally, a young girl appeared at their door, claiming to be a child of the Xiao family and bearing a long-lost token. Linyu was aware of this matter from years past. The girl who presented the token was named Song Shengsheng, and she brought along her documentation, including proof of her university admission. The so-called token was a small rabbit pendant, which had been lost after Xiao Yunyun gave birth. At the time, it seemed trivial. After all, the circumstances were dire, and merely surviving was a stroke of fortune. The loss of the pendant felt insignificant. Yet, years later, Song Shengsheng returned, tearfully presenting the pendant. She recounted that, after Xiao Yunyun had departed, her adoptive parents realized the child had been switched, but the situation was complicated, and Xiao Yunyun had been living under an assumed name, only known to be from the imperial capital, with no further information available. Over the years, the Song family had treated her as their own. She worked diligently and gained admission to university. Upon learning that she had been accepted in the imperial capital, her parents revealed her true lineage, encouraging her to seek out her biological parents and the small rabbit pendant. The identification presented by her, along with her identification documentation, were the names Fang Xiaomei and Song Chang'e. Song Shengsheng was their only daughter, and all clues aligned perfectly. As for how Song Shengsheng was able to locate the Yuan family with such precision, it was due to the considerable commotion caused by the Yuan family's miss. Many had heard the tale. Initially, Song Shengsheng approached with a sense of uncertainty, only to discover the truth. Gu Yunjin was already aware of the correct answer, but needed to lay it before Li Kaiying and Lin Yu. He summoned his bodyguard to investigate Song Shengsheng's origins. Given the modest size of Qingyuan City, a few inquiries and a glance at the household registration information would unveil everything about her. Soon, detailed information about Song Shengsheng appeared before several individuals. It revealed that her parents were Fang Xiaomei and Song Chang'e, who had abandoned her to be raised by Song Yutong, neglecting her and even exploiting her. A few years ago, she had married Shun Yuanzhou, only to be further utilized and exploited by the Shen family. The records indicated she had lived under dire circumstances. Gu Yunjin quickly concluded that this Song Shengsheng was indeed the genuine daughter of Aunt Xiao, while the one who had appeared in the imperial capital was certainly an impostor. This was evidently the truth. However, beneath this layer of reality lurked a horrifying revelation. Lin Yu remarked that the Song Shengsheng who had gone to the imperial capital to seek her family had done so with an admission notice in hand. If she was not the true Song Shengsheng, then what had happened to her admission notice? Li Kaiying's complexion turned pale, and she staggered. Song Shengsheng's admission notice had been stolen. Along with her identity, Lin Yu wore a look of dawning realization. No wonder she chose to change her name to Yuan Yao and sought to register a new identity. After the false Song Shengsheng was recognized by the Yuan family, she requested to revert to her original surname, and the Yuan family, of course, consented with delight. She promptly adopted the name Yuan Yao. Subsequently, concerning her original household registration and the admission notice, the Yuan family provided evidence to the university to replace it with a new identity of Yuan Yao. Thus, seamlessly, she transformed from the counterfeit Song Shengsheng into a genuine and entirely new Yuan Yao. Li Kaiying clenched her fists, her eyes brimming with indignation. Yuan Yao must pay a price for usurping another's identity and admission notice, thereby destroying Shengxing's former life. Taking a deep breath, Li Kaiying stifled her anger and declared, "Back then, we failed to recognize her, allowing her to exploit the situation. Now, we must ensure justice for Shengxing." Lin Yu nodded in agreement. This Yuan Yao is cunning and manipulative. Such a person remaining in the Yuan family poses a threat. Coincidentally, this aligns with Gu Yunjin's thoughts. We should inform Yuan Jie about this matter first, and see his response. Yuan Jie is quite fond of the current Yuan Yao. After years of losing his sister, he truly holds Yuan Yao dear to his heart. Of course, this is contingent upon Yuan Yao being the sister he lost. What if she is not his sister, but rather a scheming woman who harmed his sibling? Gu Yunjin trusts that Yuan Jie can discern the truth. Gu Yunjin stood up. "I will call Yuan Jie." Li Kaiying and Lin Yu nodded in agreement. "You make the call. We await your news." Gu Yunjin ascended the stairs and dialed the Yuan family's number in the capital. After a few beeps, the call was answered. "Hello, who is this?" A sweet and playful female voice responded. Gu Yunjin furrowed his brow. "I am Gu Yunjin, seeking Yuan Jie." "Ah, Brother Gu, you're awake. Congratulations. I am Yuan Yao. Do you still remember me? My brother mentioned you were injured. Now that you are calling, does that mean you are recovering?" Chapter 76. The reunion is a grand deception in truth. Upon hearing the voice on the other end, Gu Yunjin had his suspicions. She was one of Yuan Jie's sisters. One was the returned Yuan Yao, and the other had been raised within the Yuan family. Gu Yunjin had spent most of his time in the military, and he had only seen this Yuan Yao once, from a distance, leaving no impression. He had never paid much attention to women, with the notable exception of Song Yutong. Gu Yunjin coldly addressed the cheerful Yuan Yao on the line. "Thank you for your concern. My health is now stable. I need to speak with Yuan Jie about something important. Could you please summon him?" The voice on the other end remained sweet and buoyant. "Of course, Brother Gu. My brother is downstairs. I will call him for you." Then, one could hear Yuan Yao calling out, Brother, come quickly. It's Brother Gu on the line. He needs to talk to you." In the next moment, a steady male voice came through. "Which Brother Gu?" "Gu Yunjin, Brother Gu." "What?" There was a flurry of urgent footsteps, and the phone was swiftly passed to Yuan Jie, whose excited and trembling voice came through the receiver. "Gu Yunjin?" Gu Yunjin smiled gently. "It's me." Then Gu Yunjin heard a sigh of relief. "You are truly fortunate," he remarked, directly addressing the matter at hand. "I have something serious to discuss with you, but it can only be shared with you alone." Yuan Jie, a longtime friend of Gu Yunjin, sensed the gravity in his tone. He turned to Yuan Yao and said, Yao, you should step outside." "No, I want to stay," she protested. Yao. Yuan Jie's voice carried a note of warning. Yuan Yao pouted, "Fine, I'll go." "Oomph." She then dashed out, slamming the door behind her. Yuan Jie felt helpless regarding his sister's temper. "I'll smooth things over later," he thought. However, he understood that in serious matters, he could not indulge her whims. Gu Yunjin recognized Yuan Jie's resolve. He did not coddle Yuan Yao. Yuan Jie was still the person he remembered. "Yunzheng, you may proceed," he encouraged. Gu Yunjin began slowly. "Yuan Jie, pay close attention to what I am about to say." He succinctly conveyed the situation concerning Qingyuan City and another individual named Song Shengsheng, who shared the same name as Yuan Yao's parents. Furthermore, this Song Shengsheng bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Yunyun, a fact validated by Li Kaiying, their mutual acquaintance. As Gu Yunjin spoke, Yuan Jie listened intently in silence. Upon hearing about Song Shengsheng's involvement in an incident, an unsettling realization dawned on him. The situation was dire. The coincidences Gu Yunjin mentioned were extraordinary. Two people sharing names and parents, compounded by the uncanny resemblance to Xiao Yunyun. Yuan Jie comprehended the implication. The Yuan Yao at home was an impostor. Without hesitation, Yuan Jie declared, "Yunzheng, please take care of her. I will come immediately." Gu Yunjin recognized that from that point forward, the matter was in Yuan Jie's capable hands. Given Yuan Jie's abilities, he would handle it adeptly. Moreover, there were numerous complexities that only Yuan Jie could address, particularly concerning the past incident of Yuan Yao's familial recognition, which had no discernible flaws. Yuan Yao's parents, Fang Xiaomei and Shun Changhe, had even traveled to the capital. Who could have anticipated that this recognition would be a grand deception? There was certainly more to this than mere familial acknowledgement. Gu Yunjin believed that Yuan Jie would also discern the underlying intricacies. Song Yutong reflected bitterly that Yuan Yao had caused the Yuan family to fracture. It was crucial to recognize the magnitude of the Yuan family status. For a single woman, no matter how talented, to bring about such devastation was inconceivable. The deceit behind this recognition was undoubtedly profound. Gu Yunjin, from upstairs, made a phone call, and Li Kaiying urgently inquired, "What's the situation? What did Yuan Jie say?" Gu Yunjin replied, "Yuan Jie asked me to take care of Song Shengsheng here. He'll be here shortly." He must have sensed the complexity of the situation. Both Li Kaiying and Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. With Yuan Jie's decision to come, the matter would be entrusted to him. It was imperative to ensure the safety of Song Shengsheng. Having left the Gu residence, Song Yutong felt that Gu Yunjin's intellect, combined with the earlier tense atmosphere, indicated that the three individuals in the room had indeed uncovered something significant. She hoped fervently that she would not be disappointed. Song Yutong stepped out of the courtyard. "Mom." The sudden voice startled her. Upon turning, she saw it was Song Shengsheng. She exhaled in relief and asked in confusion, "What are you doing here? Didn't you say you were delivering food to Shenlin?" Song Shengsheng explained, "I was on my way to the street when I encountered Song Jing. He offered to deliver the food to Shenlin for me." The truth was, upon hearing that Shenlin had been injured and hospitalized, Song Jing insisted on checking the situation himself. After all, Song Yutong had voiced her concern that Shenlin might be dying. Song Jing and Shenlin had never gotten along. Shenlin had once taken the opportunity for military service that belonged to him, although he had long since let go of that grievance. He felt compelled to witness Shenlin's misfortune, not wanting to miss the spectacle. Having listened to her explanation, Song Yutong nodded, "All right, I understand. Let us go back." Song Shengsheng followed in her footsteps, biting her lip, and ultimately decided to be candid. "Mom, were you trying to matchmake me with Gu Yunjin during dinner at the Gu family?" Song Yutong paused, neither confirming nor denying. Song Shengsheng quickly stated, "Mom, I only want to focus on my college entrance examination right now, not on romance. Please, I don't want to date or get married. Can you not introduce anyone to me? I beg you." Her tone was pitiful, pleading with Song Yutong. Song Yutong awkwardly tugged at the corners of her mouth. "I'm not one to meddle in matchmaking. The last thing I want is to play matchmaker. What was I to think when Gu Yunjin suddenly gave me 80,000? Isn't that an investment? Surely he can't be interested in me, right? Clearly, it's either you or Jiang Weiwei. From the looks of it, even if it is you, you have no mind for such things. Perhaps I should consider Jiang Weiwei instead." Song Yutong nodded. "All right, if you don't want it, then you don't want it. I won't do this again." Song Shengsheng felt a wave of relief wash over her. At the same time, she couldn't help but feel anxious for Jiang Weiwei. However, upon further reflection, perhaps it was for the best. After all, Jiang Weiwei had always aspired to marry into a prestigious family. The threshold of the Gu family was evidently high. Coupled with Gu Yunjin's good looks, exceptional abilities, and remarkable lineage, he perfectly matched all of Jiang Weiwei's criteria. She hoped that Gu Yunjin and Jiang Weiwei would indeed come together. With a smile, Song Shengsheng said, "Mom, thank you. I will strive to achieve excellent results." Song Yutong replied dismissively, "Oh, how naive you are, my dear girl. You must realize that your opportunity was taken by Su Yao years ago. Moreover, she took your token to the Yuan family to secure a match. For all these years, she has kept you bound to Shun Yuanzhou, preventing you from leaving Qingyuan City. If you wish to take the college entrance examination, she will undoubtedly resort to underhanded tactics." Chapter 77. Song Jing's Redemption. Song Shengsheng obediently followed behind Song Yutong, behaving like a dutiful daughter. Yet, her heart was tumultuous. During this time, she had spent much of her solitude in contemplation and reflection. Su Yao was her close friend, and their relationship had always been strong. Su Yao was understanding and gentle. When she first learned that Shun Yuanzhou had a child with another woman, her immediate thoughts did not include Su Yao. In fact, she had excluded Su Yao from her considerations entirely. It was only later that she began to suspect Su Yao, spurred by Song Yutong's inner musings, which revealed that Su Jie was Shun Dashan's mistress, entangled in an illicit relationship for many years. In her eyes, Su Jie was akin to Su Yao, gentle and kind, treating Shun Yuanzhou as if he were her own child, showering him with affection. The realization that such a person could secretly engage with Shun Dashan for so long, without anyone noticing, sent a chill down her spine. As she pondered over who Shun Yuanzhou could have fathered a child with, she considered everyone she knew. In truth, Shun Yuanzhou's life was rather simple, with few women closely involved in his daily affairs. However, if that woman were to be Su Yao, then everything would indeed fall into place. If Su Jie could maintain her facade for so many years, how could Su Yao be any different? The last time she deceived Shun Yuanzhou, his reaction had already confirmed her suspicions. Indeed, it was Su Yao. She was just as foolish as Shun Yuanzhou's mother, oblivious to the betrayal happening right before their eyes, even greeting the mistress with smiles. How utterly ridiculous. As for Song Yutong's thoughts that Su Jie had taken her admission notice, Su Yao had indeed been accepted as well. Song Shengsheng clasped Song Yutong's hand and playfully declared, "Mom, I will study diligently and gain admission to the capital to find my dear friend Su Yao. She was also accepted to the capital's normal university, and I want to accompany her." Song Yutong gazed at her with a sympathetic eye, her voice gentle. "Mom believes in you. Should you seek her now? She is no longer Su Yao. She is Yuan Yao, the eldest daughter of the Yuan family. Even if you go to the normal university, you will not find her. She did gain admission, but her spot was sold to another. She took your place to attend university in the capital." Shun Yuanzhou and Su Yao had anticipated everything. When Su Yao first received her admission notice, she showed it to you. Coupled with Su Yao's commendable grades, you naturally never doubted her. Little did you know, she was accepted but chose not to attend. She seized your opportunity. Do you understand why she sought a new identity from the Yuan family? Of course, it was to seamlessly adopt an entirely new persona. Your identity, however, must remain in the shadows. In your previous examinations, the Shun family prevented you from going to the capital and from taking the college entrance examination, all to safeguard Su Yao's identity. If you had gone, wouldn't he have exposed everything? Shun Yuanzhou has wronged you, yet he has been wholly devoted to Su Yao. Song Shengsheng received the answer she sought, feeling both astonished and composed. She was astonished by the revelation of such truth, yet composed, for she had already heard many incredible things from Song Yutong's thoughts. Thus, hearing such an absurdity no longer surprised her. As for Shun Yuanzhou, she once believed him to be the warmest, most responsible, and gentlest person in this world. However, she has now come to the realization that he is fundamentally corrupted. Shun Yuanzhou no longer merits even the slightest bit of her concern regarding her biological parents. She is determined to find them and to expose Su Yao's deceit. Upon returning home with Song Shengsheng, they had scarcely opened the door when a resonant voice rang out. "Mom, you're back." It was Song Jing. He had been working in a way for several days, but today, having received his salary, he returned home in high spirits. Seeing Song Yutong, he approached her like an exuberant child and pressed a stack of money into her hands. "Mom, this is my salary, including my bonus. It totals 50 yuan. It's not much, but please accept it. I'll give you 50 every month from now on." Beep. Detected Song Jing's sincerity. Points awarded. 50,000. Song Yutong replied, "All right, I shall keep this money for you. When you get married in the future, I will hand it back. This money feels too hot to hold. Knowing your parents, if you don't give them this month's earnings, they'll come to cause a scene tomorrow. Do you believe it? If I take your money, I must also resolve your parents' issues. Oh, I am indeed a burdened soul, always fretting." Song Yutong now truly felt overwhelmed. In the original narrative, apart from Song Shengsheng, who was somewhat innocent, none of the others, Jiang Weiwei, Song Jing, or Shun Lin, were particularly virtuous. Yet now, each one seems to have turned over a new leaf. To be candid, Song Yutong is averse to complications. She would prefer if they were all ungrateful wretches, allowing her to disregard them entirely, to respect their fates without interference. However, having promised the original author to give each of them a chance, she has been subtly denying them those opportunities. Yet, inexplicably, after just one encounter with her, they have all started to reform, leaving her with no choice but to accept their transformations and participate in their destinies. She had initially envisioned a scenario where they would walk their separate paths, while she would flourish in a bustling city, rejuvenating her beauty and savoring life earnestly. Yet, she now finds herself unable to escape, ensnared in this predicament. With a heavy sigh, Song Yutong asked Song Jing, "Have you visited Shenlin? How is he? Has the food arrived?" Song Jing felt a surge of delight, akin to a loyal adhesive clinging to its master. His master resigned but unable to shake him off. His demands were modest. As long as he could remain close to Song Yutong, he felt certain that his fate would ascend. "Mom, I have seen him. The doctor said he just needs to rest well, and he'll be fine." Song Yutong nodded in acknowledgement. "All right, I understand." Song Jing volunteered, "Mom. Given that Shen Lin is injured and requires care, and considering that you, Wei Wei, and Sheng Sheng are all girls and may find it inconvenient, I could take care of him in the next few days, as I have some free time at the factory." The decision to actively offer care for Shen Lin stemmed from two motives. On one hand, it was an attempt to curry favor with Song Yutong, while on the other, it was an opportunity to witness Shen Lin's misfortune. How grand and spirited he was when he left for the army. Yet now, he lay bedridden, stripped of his once commanding presence, resembling nothing more than a forsaken dog. It was utterly satisfying, so satisfying that he could not let such an opportunity slip by. Ideally, he wished to see Shen Lin in this state 8 times a day. Chapter 78. Setting a trap for Song Jing without hesitation. Song Yutong nodded. "All right, Shen Lin is in your hands. Just as well, I have no desire to care for Shen Lin, nor do I wish for Sheng Sheng and Wei Wei to tend to him. Since you are so eager, go ahead. Let a filthy man care for another filthy man. Perfectly fitting." Song Jing could not muster a smile, nor could he feel any joy. Song Yutong's internal monologue was harsh, too harsh indeed. He felt as though his heart had suffered a grievous blow. Meanwhile, Song Shengsheng stifled her laughter. She had experienced the severity of Song Yutong's internal criticisms firsthand. As long as she was not the target, she could respond calmly. Indeed, she could even revel in the misfortune. "Mom," Song Jing lamented, "since I have to take care of Shen Lin, I will return to sleep. Rest assured, I know my place is no longer here. I can sleep on the floor in the living room. I'll tidy up before you wake in the morning. I promise not to disturb you." A look of concern crossed Song Yutong's face. "Wouldn't that be too much of a compromise for you?" "Compromise my foot. I am the one who feels wronged. Just seeing you irritates me. Yet I have no choice but to keep you around. You better be considerate and mention sleeping on the floor. If you even suggest squeezing in with Jiang Weiwei and Song Shengsheng, I will kick you out." Song Jing quickly waved his hands. "Not at all. It's perfectly fine. Shengsheng has exams and needs quiet. Mom, you should rest more and focus on recuperating. I, a rough man, can manage sleeping on the floor." In truth, Song Jing did not feel wronged by the prospect of sleeping on the floor. After all, he had contributed significantly to his original family, and every time he returned, he ended up sleeping on the floor, often without even being allowed to stay overnight. What truly troubled him was that it seemed Song Yutong had superficially forgiven him, yet still harbored disdain. Clearly, the path to winning Song Yutong's affection would be long and arduous. Observing Song Jing's pitiful demeanor, Song Yutong sighed. "I will go buy groceries. You can accompany me. I shall also purchase a blanket for you. If you fall ill from poor rest, who will care for Shen Lin?" Song Jing's eyes brightened. "All right, Mom." The gesture of buying him a blanket felt like a thawing of tensions. Turning to Song Shengsheng, Song Yutong instructed, "You go study. Good luck with your college entrance exams." "Understood, Mom." Song Shengsheng replied obediently. With that, Song Yutong and Song Jing set out. As they left the courtyard and approached the supply and marketing cooperative, a piercing scream suddenly erupted from the roadside. The shriek was so harrowing that it drew the attention of nearly every passerby. Ahead, at the foot of an empty staircase, a girl had fallen, evidently in considerable pain as she lay on the ground, groaning in distress. Although Song Jing is somewhat ungrateful, his heart is not entirely malevolent, and he immediately intends to assist. However, just as he takes a step forward, Song Yutong seizes the corner of his garment. With a furrowed brow, she urges him, the supply and marketing cooperative is about to close. We must hurry. What are you staring at? You snake. If you don't help. It's fine, but if you do, she'll cling to you. This woman is your third brother's girlfriend. Your family has long conspired to drain you of your vitality. The moment you go to help her, she will grasp your arm, accusing you of impropriety. In that moment, you'll find yourself at a loss for words. She will insist on filing a charge of indecency against you. Will you yield or resist? The outcome will be either imprisonment or marriage. Marry her, and you will fall into your family's trap, becoming nothing more than a beast of burden, supporting them all. She will carry on with your brother right under your nose, wearing the green hat of betrayal, and the children born will not be yours. Eventually, when you can no longer toil, they will discard you to perish alone on a precipice. A chill of dread coursed through Song Jing's heart. How could he have foreseen such convoluted entanglements? He merely intended to assist a fallen girl, believing her injuries to be grave, driven purely by goodwill. Yet how had this woman schemed against him? Realizing the precariousness of his situation, he decided it best to refrain from meddling in affairs that could jeopardize his life. He hastily turned to Song Yutong and said, "All right, mother, let us leave quickly. The cooperative will close, and we shall be unable to procure anything." With that, he took hold of Song Yutong and dashed away. Not far off, Lu Meng, who had tumbled down the stairs, kept her eyes fixed on Song Jing. Upon noticing him approaching, she lowered her head with delight, concealing the triumphant expression on her face. She resolved to proceed according to plan. Soon, footsteps approached, and in the next moment, a man enveloped her in his arms. Lu Meng felt a surge of joy and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, her delicate form pressing against his chest. Gathering her strength, she screamed, "Ah! What are you doing? Why are you touching me? What do you want? Woe is me! My purity is shattered. You force me toward death. I cannot live any longer. Unless you marry me, I shall report you to the authorities." As Lu Meng leaned closer to her captor, she intentionally tore a piece of clothing from her shoulder, allowing her hair to fall into disarray as she cried out. Her appearance, combined with her accusations, painted her as a victim of grievous injustice. In broad daylight, under the vast sky, Song Jing could not deny the scene. Such fortune! Very well, I shall marry you. Let all bear witness. I saw her fall and helped her up. She insists I take responsibility and marry her. I am a reasonable man, one who honors his commitments. I will marry her. Lu Meng froze. She had anticipated resistance or rebuttal from Song Jing, but his agreement was remarkably straightforward. As she was lifted into his arms and fell into his embrace, she had not once looked up to meet his gaze. At that moment, she was so taken aback that she ceased to act and lifted her head in astonishment when she beheld the lewd grin of Guzi, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth. Her complexion turned ashen in an instant. Lu Meng, filled with trepidation, stammered, "Who are you? You are not Song Jing." Lu Meng was on the verge of madness. She had clearly seen Song Jing rushing toward her. How could he not be Song Jing? How could it be that rogue? Guzi? With a smirk, Guzi said, "My dear, I merely offer to help you up after your unfortunate fall. You claimed I should take responsibility and marry you. Thus, I shall indeed marry you." Lu Meng had not anticipated that events would unfold in this manner. Guzi stepped forward to embrace her. "Wife, you are injured. Let me take you to the hospital." Lu Meng struggled desperately, exclaiming, "I do not want you to marry me. Let go of me." Yet, Guzi refused to release her, holding her tightly. With no one to oversee him at home and being scorned by the villagers, he had no hope of marrying. Upon witnessing Lu Meng's fall, he felt a surge of desire and seized the opportunity. To his astonishment, he had inadvertently gained a wife, and it was Lu Meng herself who had demanded it. He felt as though his ancestors had smiled upon him, as if a daughter-in-law had fallen from the heavens. Meanwhile, Song Yutong and Song Jing, who had distanced themselves, also observed the entanglement of the two. A wave of dread washed over Song Jing. He had heard Lu Meng declare, "You are not Song Jing." This was indeed a trap set for him. Song Yutong scoffed, Guzi will not easily let Lu Meng go. This is all of your own making. You deserve it." Chapter 79. Lu Meng reaps what she sows. Lu Meng was swept off her feet by Guzi, who, in his unrestrained manner, began to grope her. Held in his embrace, she was acutely aware of his foul odor. Panic-stricken, she could only shout towards the distant figure of Song Jing. Song Jing, save me. Hurry. In the distance, Song Jing momentarily halted, but in the next instant, he sprinted even faster, as if his very life depended on it. Lu Meng's heart plummeted. She realized that Song Jing had undoubtedly heard her cry for help. Yet, he did not come to her aid. No, this was not in line with what Song Lei had said. Was she not supposed to ensnare Song Jing? Why was it this scoundrel, Guzi? Guzi's lewd hands roamed freely over her, his expression dripping with salacious intent. Wife, I shall take you home and ensure a thorough examination of your condition. Lu Meng shuddered, beginning to thrash violently and weep. Let go of me, you scoundrel. Who is your wife? Release me. In her frantic struggle, she managed to break free from Guzi's grasp, scratching his face and leaving a long mark. Instinctively, she sought to escape. However, Guzi was not one to let her slip away easily. After all, she had vehemently insisted that he take responsibility and marry her. To Guzi, Lu Meng was already his. Seeing her attempt to flee, he would not allow it. He pursued her, grasped her hair, and yanked her back. Lu Meng let out a piercing scream, shouting help. There's a murderer. Please save me. He is a killer. A crowd began to gather, seemingly intent on intervening on her behalf. Guzi, filled with rage, was already known for his impatience. Lu Meng was to be his bride. She was his, and how could she dare to defy him? Before others, he appeared cowardly, yet he harbored the inherent vice of many men, exerting his dominance over women, particularly those he considered his possessions. To him, disobedience warranted subjugation. With ferocity, Guzi struck Lu Meng multiple times across the face. Instantly, her cheeks swelled, and she collapsed to the ground, her head spinning as she lost the ability to resist. He hurled insults at her. You wretched woman, since you are to marry me, you will obey. Turning to the onlookers, he barked, What are you staring at? I'm disciplining my wife. It's none of your business. Blood trickled from the corner of Lu Meng's mouth, and with her limited consciousness, she could only shake her head in denial. No, she was not Guzi's wife. She was not connected to him in any way. Someone, please rescue her. Fear and regret consumed her. She dreaded the thought of being ensnared by Guzi like a sticky plaster, leading to the ruin of her life. She regretted listening to Song Lei. Finding herself in this dire predicament, Song Lei should have been by her side, not allowing her to be isolated. Some in the crowd witnessed her shaking her head and questioned Guzi. Is she truly your wife? She doesn't seem like it. She keeps denying it. You're not a human trafficker, are you? Guzi, intimidated by the imposing figure who spoke, could only respond, She is indeed my wife. She just claimed she wanted to marry me. Others who had witnessed the commotion corroborated his account. Yes. The girl fell earlier, and he helped her up. She clung to him, saying she wanted to marry him. I heard it with my own ears. Yes, I heard it too. She insisted on marrying him. The crowd echoed these sentiments, and naturally, they concluded that Lu Meng was Guzi's wife. After all, what concern was it of theirs if a couple was quarreling? Eventually, the crowd dispersed. In her daze, Lu Meng felt the weight of despair settle in her heart. She regretted her choices. This was her own doing. She had hastily claimed she would marry him without truly knowing him, giving Guzi the upper hand. Now, no one sympathized with her plight. Guzi approached, hoisting her up effortlessly, cheerfully declaring, Wife, let's go home. With a sense of delight, he led his new bride away. Enveloped in a haze, Lu Meng, devoid of any will to resist, felt as though her heart had turned to ash. If only she could turn back time. Meanwhile, Song Jing, turning back, happened to witness Guzi mercilessly slapping Lu Meng. Truth be told, her situation was quite tragic. However, Song Jing found himself incapable of feeling sympathy for her. For if he did, he feared she would drag him down into her abyss. The venomous snake does not express gratitude to the farmer. Thus, he watched helplessly as Lu Meng was taken away by Guzi. He nonchalantly followed Song Yutong into the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase a quilt. Song Yutong and Song Jing had come seeking Jiang Weiwei, who was employed at the cooperative. Upon seeing Song Yutong, Jiang Weiwei beamed with joy. Mom, what brings you here? Just tell me what you need. and I'll bring it home for you. Song Yutong smiled gently. Shunlin has been injured and is hospitalized, needing someone to care for him. Song Jing, having no work these days, is responsible for looking after Shunlin. There is no space at home for him to stay, so we're getting him a quilt to sleep on the floor. Jiang Weiwei pouted, thinking it wasteful for a grown man to need a quilt. Despite her murmurs, she still sought out an affordable quilt for Song Yutong. Mom, this quilt is nice, Song Yutong remarked, smiling at the one Jiang Weiwei had retrieved, which was indeed the least expensive in the cooperative. Surely, my daughter is considerate, capturing my heart. Song Jing, the ingrate, deserves nothing but the cheapest. Song Jing, Jiang Weiwei. Song Yutong handed the quilt to Song Jing. What do you think of this quilt? If it's not suitable, we can exchange it. If you dare to suggest an exchange, you'll be thrown out tonight. Song Jing quickly shook his head. Mom, no need to exchange. This one is just fine. Did he have the audacity to request a change? Truth be told, he was already grateful that Song Yutong was willing to buy him a quilt. Whether it was expensive or cheap truly did not matter to him. He was a rough man, and he wouldn't complain about not having something to cover himself with. After all, the weather was warming up, and it was quite acceptable to forego a quilt. A coat would suffice. Song Yutong paid with satisfaction. Jiang Weiwei said, Mom, I'm off work too. Wait for me. I'll change my clothes and come back with you. Song Yutong nodded. All right, I'll wait for you. Jiang Weiwei hurried to change her clothes before clocking out. She waited at the entrance with Song Jing. Suddenly, an astonishing voice rang out. Song Jing, what are you doing here? Both Song Yutong and Song Jing looked up to see Song Lei, pale-faced, standing before them. In her heart, Song Yutong sneered. Surprised, are we? Did you expect Song Jing to be entangled with your girlfriend, Lu Meng, right now? Little did you know, it was Guzi who was entangled with Lu Meng. If you go looking for Lu Meng now, she has already brought this upon herself. Chapter 80. 100,000 yuan in hand. Song Jing feigned ignorance as he looked at Song Lei. I'm here accompanying my mom to shop. If I'm not here, where else would I be? Song Lei's face turned ashen. According to the original plan, Lu Meng would be entangled with Song Jing until they reached the police station. He would pose as Song Jing's relative to secure his release and reach an agreement with the other party, compelling Song Jing to marry her. Then, Song Jing would become their family's servant, forever unable to escape. But now, why was Song Jing appearing at the supply and marketing cooperative? Just moments before, when Lu Meng fell, he distinctly saw Song Jing moving toward her to assist. Seeing that events were unfolding as he had anticipated, he had quietly slipped away to avoid raising Song Jing's suspicions. According to the plan, Song Jing was certainly destined to marry Lu Meng soon. Thus, he eagerly arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative, where he reserved a bicycle and 3 rings in one turn, simply waiting for Song Jing, the unsuspecting fool, to pay the bill. The items he ordered were of the highest quality. Over the years, all of Song Jing's money had gone to the Song family, leaving him surely unable to afford such a considerable sum. No matter. If Song Jing lacked the funds, Song Yutong had them. Recently, Song Yutong received a substantial amount from the Shun family. As her son, marrying soon, how could Song Yutong not contribute? Reluctant to pay? Very well. Lu Meng could accuse Song Jing of being a rogue, leading him to imprisonment. Let us see if Song Yutong would part with her money. The funds she had obtained from the Shun family were meant for their expenditure. Just moments ago, he had observed the bicycles and the 3 rings in one turn, all chosen meticulously, waiting for Song Yutong, the gullible benefactor, to settle the payment. However, as he exited with a sense of satisfaction, he unexpectedly encountered Song Yutong and Song Jing standing at the entrance. How could they be here? It was inconceivable. You just returned so quickly after helping that girl who fell outside? Song Lei asked, his curiosity piqued. Song Jing smirked inwardly, yet feigned innocence on his face. Huh? Are you referring to the girl who stumbled at the staircase? Song Lei nodded eagerly, yes. I saw her fall quite hard. Why didn't you assist her? I did. Song Jing replied matter-of-factly, but before I could reach her, someone else was quicker and helped her. It was rather peculiar indeed. A kind-hearted individual had aided her, and she immediately embraced him, accusing him of being a rogue, demanding that he marry her. Eventually, the man acquiesced and took her home. Song Lei's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? His entire plan had been derailed, and Lu Meng had been taken away by another man. The once assured situation had collapsed in an instant. Observing his expression, Song Jing felt a secret delight while maintaining his innocent faade. I, too, find it quite surprising. Perhaps that girl simply took a liking to him. Song Lei's complexion shifted from pale to flushed. His high-end bicycles and 3 rings and 1 turn were still reserved. And he had initially depended on Song Jing and Song Yutong to settle the payment, but now all was in vain. However, the most pressing matter was to ascertain who had taken Lu Meng. There was no recourse but to see who was to blame. As for Song Jing, no witties. His older brother had another partner, and he could use that to ensnare Song Jing further. He quickly inquired, who took her away? Song Jing replied. It appeared to be Guzi. Song Lei's pupils dilated in shock. Who did you say? Guzi, the one from Shun family village? He is nothing but a worthless ruffian. Lu Meng had been taken away by Guzi. Song Lei's face fluctuated between shades of green and white, his body swaying as he grappled with the devastating blow. His eyes reddened with fury, fists clenched, he glared at Song Jing. How could you simply stand by and watch as a scoundrel like him took away an innocent girl? Do you realize that you have ruined her life? Song Jing's expression instantly hardened. Song Lei, mind your words. What do you mean by saying I have ruined her life? She clung to Guzi, pressing herself against him, declaring her desire to marry him. If Guzi is willing to marry her, and she is willing to wed him, it is clearly mutual affection. How can I intervene? You. Song Lei was incensed. He quickly regained his composure, understanding that the priority was to locate Lu Meng as swiftly as possible. He could not allow her to fall prey to Guzi's toxic influence. With fierce determination, Song Lei declared, if anything happens to Lu Meng, I will not let you off the hook. Having said that, he hurriedly departed, leaving Song Jing standing in place, his face devoid of expression. He had come to fully believe that his family members were akin to vampires, intent on harming him. In the past, he had been foolish, yearning for love and familial bonds. Some things cannot be begged for. Has this foolish Song Jing stumbled upon some truth? Just then, Jiang Weiwei, now dressed, approached and naturally intertwined her arm with Song Yutong's, presenting her with a packet of peach crisps. With a saccharine tone, Jiang Weiwei said, Mom, let us head home. Song Yutong smiled, acknowledging that they indeed needed to return home, but before that, she had some accounts to settle. I will accompany you, Jiang Weiwei offered. I will go too, Song Jing added. Song Yutong handed them the items, asserting, no need, I shall go alone. I'm going to demand money from Wei Mingyue. 100,000. How could I let you two know about my 100,000? 100,000. Both Song Jing and Jiang Weiwei were internally shocked. What an astonishing sum. They could scarcely fathom the magnitude of such wealth. In the past, upon hearing of 100,000, they would have eagerly rushed to claim it, desperate to possess that fortune, fearful of letting it slip away to Song Yutong's other children. However, now they harbored no thoughts of that money, even wishing to keep their distance from it. They chose to act as if they were oblivious. Not only did they not desire Song Yutong's money, but they would also offer her money instead. Jiang Weiwei sweetly suggested, Mom, you go ahead with your business. I will wait for you at home. Song Jing chimed in. I will visit Shun Lin. Since I have decided to care for him, I must do so properly. Song Yutong nodded in appreciation. Good. Phew. What a relief. I must ensure they remain unaware of my wealth. I intend to keep this money as my retirement fund. With determination, Song Jing and Jiang Weiwei departed. Song Yutong then made her way to the guest house, where Wei Mingyue awaited her at the entrance, seemingly aware of her arrival. Upon seeing her, Wei Mingyue wore a displeased expression, promptly handing her a bankbook. The password is 123456. Song Yutong, take the money and remain silent. Song Yutong opened the bankbook, confirming the presence of 100,000. She bestowed a radiant smile upon Wei Mingyue, waving enthusiastically as she exited. Rest assured, I only want the money. That worthless Shun Minglang is all yours. No need for thanks. Wei Mingyue gazed at her victorious demeanor, and her heart brimmed with resentment and fury. However, it was not long before a sinister smile crept across her face. Song Yutong, I shall not allow you to acquire this fortune so effortlessly. Chapter 81. Song Yutong's resignation upon returning home. Song Yutong retrieved some vegetables from her space and carried them back. She also brought a cup of juice for both Song Shengsheng and Jiang Weiwei. As she opened the door, she found everyone in the house. Song Yutong handed them the juice and then addressed Song Jing, saying, "This is for girls. It would not suit you, hence I did not purchase any for you. Of course, it was because you are unworthy." Song Jing, that stings. Song Shengsheng and Jiang Weiwei happily enjoyed their drinks, their faces radiating joy. Song Yutong informed Song Shengsheng, "You will be responsible for dinner tonight, as I have already procured the ingredients. Song Jing will eat at home, and please have Shenlin bring some for Song Jing on his end." Then she turned her attention to Jiang Weiwei. "Weiwei, come with me today to assist at the employer's house. It seems Song Shengsheng is not particularly interested in Gu Yunjin today, and Gu Yunjin appears to have no affection for Song Shengsheng either. Could he possibly favor Jiang Weiwei? Let us take her along and see." Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Weiwei, who had been drinking her juice, suddenly erupted into a fit of violent coughing, her face turning crimson. She stared in disbelief with wide eyes. Had she misheard? Was Song Yutong truly suggesting a match for her? She immediately waved her hands vigorously like a rattling drum. "Mom, I have plans with friends tonight. It's already arranged, and I cannot break my promise. I want to be going. You'll have to manage on your own." If it were merely to assist Song Yutong, she would certainly oblige. But blind date? No way. She was no longer as vain as before. She had become pragmatic, determined to lead a good life. She adored Zhou Yi and was resolute in being with him. Although she was uncertain about Zhou Yi's current situation, she would wait for him. Other men, no matter how exceptional, could not compare to Zhou Yi. Song Yutong pursed her lips, attempting to persuade her. "Weiwei, the family I am visiting today resides in a military district. The man I am looking after is quite handsome and accomplished. Given Gu Yunjin's appearance, how could he not appeal to your aesthetic? He is a young commander with boundless prospects, just the kind you admire. Miss this opportunity, and it may never come again." Jiang Weiwei felt a surge of panic, but decided to be forthright. "Mom, are you suggesting a blind date for me?" "No, thank you. I like Zhou Yi. I used to aim too high, but I no longer do. I simply want to live well with Zhou Yi, no matter how splendid others may be. I cannot regard them. Mom, please spare me." Song Yutong. Jiang Weiwei immediately pointed at Song Shengsheng. "Mom, you should introduce someone to Shengsheng. She is just divorced." Song Shengsheng, who had initially been enjoying the spectacle, found herself unexpectedly caught in the crossfire. She quickly waved her hands. "Mom, no need. I am focused solely on my college entrance exams and have no interest in men right now." Song Yutong observed her two daughters, each resisting with fervor, particularly Jiang Weiwei, who seemed engulfed in self-doubt. Song Shengsheng expressed her disdain for men, having been deeply wounded by Shen Yuanzhou. Yet, Jiang Weiwei harbored a dream of becoming a wealthy matron, and with an opportunity to engage with someone like Gu Yunxing, she inexplicably refused. Was she out of her mind? As for her claim that it was for Zhou Yi, that I do not believe. If she truly loved, she would have acted upon it long ago. Why wait until now? Jiang Weiwei sighed, feeling a bitter amusement within. In truth, she had long been enamored with Zhou Yi, yet in her previous state of greed, she believed love and material gain could be separate. What good was love? Living with Zhou Yi was fraught with anxiety. Such a life was not what she desired. She yearned for a life of extravagance, akin to that of a luxurious matron. However, after hearing Song Yutong's heartfelt reflections, she suddenly understood the importance of recognizing one's own limitations. She must strive to lead a life commensurate with her means, rather than chasing unattainable fantasies. With nothing to her name, how could she expect the wealthy and powerful to be drawn to her? Even if they were, their intentions would surely be ulterior, potentially leading to her own downfall. Through this experience, she gained clarity. By diligently working on herself, she could lead a fulfilling life. There was no need to gamble on love. Transforming her own destiny was of paramount importance. Ultimately, when no one wished to accompany her, she resolved to go alone, leaving matters at home in the capable hands of Song Shengsheng, who was an excellent cook. Jiang Weiwei and Song Jing were hardly adept in that regard. The ingredients were sourced from the system's marketplace, ensuring that Shun Lin could recover swiftly. Since neither Song Sheng Sheng nor Jiang Weiwei were inclined to accompany her, nor to engage in matchmaking with Gu Yunqing, she refrained from pressuring them. After all, matters of the heart cannot be forced. These two were simply not fortunate enough. Song Yutong waved her hand, directly taking the ingredients to the Gu household. Upon her arrival, Li Kaiying greeted her with a warm smile, glancing behind her. "Aunt Song, is your daughter not coming?" Song Yutong chuckled. "The stove at home has been repaired. They are cooking there." As she spoke, she cast a glance at Gu Yunqing, who was seated in the living room. "Ah, Gu Yunqing, though you reside within my heart, my daughter does not find you appealing. How pitiable you are." Gu Yunqing was rendered speechless. How could he be pitiable? He had no interest in women at all. He had no intention of marrying or having children in this lifetime. In fact, he would prefer that Song Yutong's daughter found him undesirable. If she did, that would save him from the hassle. After all, his fate was currently in Song Yutong's hands, and he could not afford to be bluntly dismissive. The fact that her daughter looked down upon him was a relief for all parties involved. Song Yutong proceeded to the kitchen with the ingredients, checking on Gu Yunqing's recovery progress. Gu Yunqing's recovery has reached 95. After this meal, he should fully recuperate. It will be time for me to withdraw from this role. As Gu Yunqing heard her intent to resign, he felt an immediate pang of reluctance, a sense of emptiness, particularly concerning the food. After all, Song Yutong's culinary skills are truly exceptional. However, upon reflection, it is indeed time to bring this to a close. Her dishes possess remarkable healing properties, and his body has fully recovered. It would be unwise to squander such talent on him. It is better reserved for those who are in greater need. In this moment, Gu Yunjin envisions Song Yutong as someone who goes wherever there is a need, entirely oblivious to the fact that her cooking is merely a means to satisfy her own desires and earn a living. He holds an elevated perception of her. That evening, Song Yutong prepared a feast of 4 dishes and a soup, just as Lin Yu arrived at dinner time. As she served the meal, she did not sit down as she usually would. Li Kaiying urged her, "Aunt Song, please join us for dinner." With a gentle smile, Song Yutong replied, "I shall refrain from sitting. The children are at home." Taking a deep breath, she added, "Furthermore, my son has sustained serious injuries, and I must devote myself to his care. Therefore, I must resign." Chapter 82. Song Lei visits with Lu Meng. Lin Yu began to eat with great satisfaction. Upon hearing that Song Yutong intended to resign, his chopsticks immediately fell to the floor. His eyes widened in disbelief. "Aunt Song, you want to resign?" The weight of the world seemed to collapse upon him. Over the past few days, he had relished the meals prepared by Song Yutong. Typically, he worked overtime, but now, while he could continue to do so, mealtimes were sacred. He must eat before returning to work. Why? Simply because Song Yutong's cooking was too delectable to miss. Yet, after just 2 days, she was announcing her resignation. What would become of his meals? He quickly interjected, "Aunt Song, your son's condition isn't critical. He merely needs rest. This shouldn't hinder your ability to cook. I will keep an eye on him while he is in the hospital." Gu Yunjin interrupted, "That is Aunt Song's child. She is right to prioritize him. Moreover, my condition has improved, and I will be returning to the army soon. My mother will also be returning to work. So even if Aunt Song did not resign, she would be unable to continue." Lin Yu reflected on Gu Yunjin's words. They were both objective and heartfelt. Unlike Lin Yu, Gu Yunjin was not someone who could be swayed merely by the allure of good food. His heart belonged to the military and his country, and once he regained his health, he would undoubtedly return to duty without delay. No amount of culinary delight could keep him. Lin Yu's shoulders sagged. With Gu Yunjin's departure, he too would need to follow suit. He worked as a doctor at the hospital in the capital, and he had only come to Qingyuan City due to Gu Yunjin's unique circumstances. Given that the hospital had requested his services, he had chosen to stay. However, once Gu Yunjin left, he would have to leave as well. Li Kaiying stood up, hurried back into the house, and emerged with a cloth bag, which she pressed into Song Yutong's hands. "Aunt Song, thank you for your care during this time. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please do not refuse it." Inside the bag were 600 yuan. The moment Song Yutong touched it, she understood. She quickly attempted to return it, saying, "No, I cannot accept this. You have already given me a month's salary, and I still have this month to complete. I should return the remaining amount to you." Yet, Li Kaiying insisted, Aunt Song, please accept it. No, no, I cannot accept it. You must take it, insisted Li Kaiying and Song Yutong as they pushed each other. Ultimately, Gu Yunjin, feeling helpless, turned to Song Yutong and said, Aunt Song, please accept this. I have indeed been quite picky lately, and I owe you a great deal. It is you who saved my life. If you refuse this token of gratitude, I would feel remiss upon leaving. Reluctantly, Song Yutong accepted it. Afterward, Gu Yunjin rose and stepped into another room. A moment later, he emerged with a piece of paper. Aunt Song, this contains my contact information. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to call me. There is no need to stand on ceremony. Without hesitation, Song Yutong swiftly took it. All right, thank you. Having a phone is splendid. Once I regain my youthful beauty, I shall surely win you over. Ha ha ha. Gu Yunjin could only facepalm at her exuberant thoughts. Her sentiments were indeed quite audacious. He provided her with his contact details because he anticipated that Shun Minglang would not easily relent and might trouble Song Yutong. Given that she saved his life, he would be there at the first sign of trouble for her, to shield her from any adversity, not to invite her to disrupt his life. Song Yutong tucked the note into her fabric pouch, her face alight with joy. Then I shall take my leave now. Enjoy your meal. The group rose together, watching her depart. Aunt Song, take care. No need to see me off. With a carefree stride, Song Yutong left, leaving the three in the room. Li Kaiying sat down, reflecting, Aunt Song is truly a good person. It is a pity her fate is not favorable. Gu Yunjin scoffed slightly, thinking that it was not that Song Yutong had bad luck, but rather that she had encountered the scoundrel Shun Minglang. She was destined for a brilliant future. Lin Yu was busy devouring his meal. This is the last feast. I must eat, and eat to my heart's content. Li Kaiying joined in, savoring her meal. Aunt Song's cooking is genuinely delightful. It will be such a shame not to taste it again. She then inquired, when do you plan to return to the army? Gu Yunjin replied, in a few days. I have some matters to attend to first. Once I finish, I will report back to the unit. All right. Then let me know the time, and I will return with you. On her way home, Song Yutong felt a surge of happiness. She had acquired the money and successfully resigned from her position. With only a few tasks remaining, she could soon depart from this place, reclaiming her beautiful visage and figure to embark on a new chapter in her life. Sighing, she lamented her current haggard appearance, feeling a pang of sorrow. Women cherish beauty, and she was no exception. However, with her present countenance, she found little interest in fashion or adornment. It was high time to conclude her affairs here and return to her own life. Humming a cheerful tune, she approached her home. Just as she reached the doorway, she overheard a heated argument inside. Song Lei, are you out of your mind? What connection do I have with Lu Meng? Why should I be responsible for her? Whoever wronged her should take responsibility. What do you want from me? Song Lei's voice thundered. It's all because of you. If you hadn't stood idly by, how could she have faced such a fate? Now she can no longer endure. If you do not marry her, it is akin to murder. I shall report you to the authorities for homicide. Song Yutong had a vague understanding of the situation. Song Lei hurriedly made his way to Heir Guzi's home, only to discover that Heir Guzi had already completed his deed. For years, Heir Guzi had remained single, unable to find a wife, and upon finally encountering one, his primal instincts took over. After bringing Lu Meng back, he paid no heed to whether she was unconscious, proceeding with his intentions regardless. When Song Lei arrived, Heir Guzi was still atop Lu Meng, lost in his debauchery. In that moment, Song Lei's vision turned crimson. He rushed forward and pummeled Heir Guzi, leaving him battered and begging for mercy. Yet what use was mercy? Lu Meng had already been violated. Song Lei's love for Lu Meng was genuine. Their scheme to ensnare the malicious Song Jing was solely to access his wealth. They had no intention of allowing Lu Meng to share a bed with Song Jing. During their dinners together, they planned to drug Song Jing nightly, rendering him unconscious, only to inform him the next day that he had been unfaithful. Lu Meng would have no choice but to remain loyal to Song Lei. However, now, Lu Meng had not been with Song Jing, but had instead fallen victim to the likes of Heir Guzi, a man of no standing. Heir Guzi was nothing but a rogue, a scoundrel, filthy and disheveled, akin to a vagabond. The trauma of being defiled by him left Lu Meng deeply scarred. Upon awakening, she found herself wishing for an end to her suffering. The die was cast, and while there was no way to alter the past, she vowed that Song Jing would not escape unscathed. He must take responsibility for Lu Meng. Song Yutong forcefully kicked open the door, a cold smile gracing her lips. So you intend to report this to the authorities? Very well, let us proceed with that. Whoever does not report is a coward. Chapter 83. Song Jing's awakening and defining boundaries. Song Yutong stood protectively before Song Jing, her gaze icy as she regarded Song Lei. Her eyes filled with disdain and mockery. Song Lei felt a sudden constriction in his chest. Unfathomably, he sensed an intimidating pressure emanating from Song Yutong. He took a deep breath, reassuring himself that it was impossible. This must be an illusion. How could Song Yutong possibly intimidate him? She was merely a fool caught in the machinations of their families, a soft and pliable being. He glared at her with ferocity. Song Yutong, this is a private matter between my brother and me. What concern is it of yours? I advise you to mind your own business, lest you find yourself in peril. Song Yutong smirked coldly. A private matter between brothers? What sort of private matter is this? You are the one meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Lu Meng has been wronged by Heir Guzi. Rather than seeking accountability from him, you come to demand that Song Jing take her in. How noble of you. It brings me to tears. Song Lei faltered, but then an idea struck him, and he asserted with conviction, Heir Guzi is a rogue. What woman could have a life with him? But Song Jing is different. He has a job and is a decent man who can provide Lu Meng with a good life. Moreover, after such a grievous ordeal, Lu Meng needs the comfort that Song Jing and our family can offer her. He looked at Song Jing with an expression of righteous indignation. She no longer wishes to live. If you marry her, you will be saving her. A noble act indeed. It is a good deed that you must fulfill. Slap. Song Yutong delivered a resounding slap to Song Lei. Do you even hear yourself? Since you boasted your great virtues, why do you not marry? I see how much you care for Lu Meng. If she were to wed you, you would surely look after her well. Song Lei, clutching his face, stared in disbelief with wide eyes. How could I possibly marry her? She has lost her purity. Marrying her would only invite ridicule. Even Song Yutong, well-versed in the ways of the world, was taken aback by Song Lei's shamelessness. So, does Song Lei disdain Lu Meng? But he thinks of her merely as a pawn to manipulate Song Jing, thus putting on a fade. After Lu Meng was defiled by Heir Guzi, he had no intentions towards her, intending to marry her off to Song Jing to control him, and to discard Lu Meng. How ruthless! Song Jing overheard Song Lei's thoughts, and was astonished by his utter lack of shame. He had believed that Song Lei harbored feelings for Lu Meng. Meanwhile, Lu Meng, sitting to the side in a daze, was suffering a tremendous blow to her spirit. Suddenly, she caught wind of Song Lei's words. The spark of hatred ignited in her once dull eyes. With a swift motion, she leaped onto Song Lei's back and sank her teeth into his ear. Ah! Song Lei cried out in pain, desperately trying to pry Lu Meng's mouth away. Yet, she clung on like a leech, her gaze filled with madness and loathing. Both Song Yutong and Song Jing were momentarily stunned by this unexpected turn of events. Song Lei, tears streaming down his face from the pain, flailed his legs in a futile attempt to shake Lu Meng off, but she clung to him like an octopus. Realizing what was happening, Song Jing sprang into action, rushing forward to separate them. Song Yutong lent her assistance, and after a great struggle, they finally managed to pull Lu Meng from Song Lei's back. Blood streamed from Song Lei's ear as he covered it and glared fiercely at Lu Meng. Lu Meng, you have lost your mind. With disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes, Lu Meng let out a chilling laugh. I am mad, driven to madness by you. You led me to entrap Song Jing, and then reap benefits from him. It is because I listened to you that I faced today as calamity and fell victim to Heir Guzi. You were so eloquent when you coaxed me into setting a trap for Song Jing. Yet now that I've been wronged, you disdain me. Song Lei, you are inhuman. Song Lei's face turned pale as he met Song Jing's dark gaze, and he began to dodge. You mustn't speak such nonsense. When did I ever ask you to entrap Song Jing? Lu Meng, do not speak recklessly. I am helping you. Helping me? Lu Meng was deranged. It was my folly that led to my current plight. But Song Lei, I shall not rest until you pay. Lu Meng fixed her bloodshot eyes on Song Jing. Let me be frank with you. No one in your family wishes you well. Today you did not come to my aid. Had you done so, I would have clung to you henceforth, and you would have become a servant to the Song family. This is all orchestrated by the Song family to ensnare you. Do not be hasty. Today's turmoil is but a prelude to tomorrow's schemes. Their aim is to strip you of everything. Panic washed over Song Lei. The family's livelihood depended on Song Jing's salary, and he could not afford to lose such a valuable asset. Brother, do not heed her nonsensical claims. She has lost her mind. I am not insane. Lu Ming cried out in desperation. You can inquire at Lu Family Village. Everyone knows that Song Lei is courting me, and he has even visited my home. In an instant, Song Lei's complexion turned ashen. Song Yutong sneered. Song Lei, what do you have to say now? You will stop at nothing for your own gain, even scheming against your own brother and his wife. You are truly devoid of humanity. Song Jing looked at Song Lei with disappointment etched on his face. Song Lei, I am profoundly disheartened by you and by our parents. Panic washed over Song Lei. He had not anticipated the situation escalating to this extent. He hurriedly grasped Song Jing's arm. Brother, do not act impulsively. We are kin. We cannot sever our bond over such trivial matters. Song Jing shook off his hand, his gaze resolute. Leave. The others in the room regarded Song Lei as if he were refused. Embarrassment surged through him, and in a fit of rage, he retorted, very well, Song Jing. If you wish to sever ties with the Song family today, do not expect any assistance from us in the future. Do not think you can return home. This struck at the very core of Song Jing. Deep down, he had always yearned for the love and warmth of his family of origin. Could he truly sever all ties and relinquish his connection to them? Was he capable of such a feat? Taking a deep breath, he reflected on his past self, who had so desperately sought the affection of his family. Initially, he had pondered why he was the one to be sent away when there were 3 children in the household. Particularly after he secured employment while his elder brother toiled in the fields and his younger brother squandered his time, his sense of superiority ballooned. He wanted his parents to recognize that he was the best, the most accomplished, the most valuable among them. Thus, he devoted all his earnings to his family, returning home laden with gifts purchased from Song Yutong to create an impressive facade. In truth, he was naive. Love cannot be demanded, nor can respect. The moment he was sent away confirmed his lack of love. He had been expelled from that family. Everything that followed was merely a psychological bomb he applied to himself. Now, it was time for severance. Very well, from this day forth, I shall have no further associations with you. Henceforth, I shall bear the surname Song, but will be the Song of Song Yutong, not the Song family. Chapter 84. Those who are willing to endure will never run out of suffering. Upon hearing Song Jing's resolute declaration, Song Lei was rendered speechless. He could hardly believe that Song Jing, who had always placed parental love above all else and had been subservient to the point of humility, would declare his desire to forsake his parents. This revelation truly unsettled him. Just then, the door swung open, revealing 2 police officers, accompanied by Guzi. Guzi, clutching his face, pointed an accusing finger at Song Lei, exclaiming, "Officers, it was him. He stormed into my home and assaulted me, stealing my wife." The sight of Guzi ignited a seething rage within Song Lei. All that had transpired today, which had been so meticulously orchestrated, had spiraled into chaos because of Guzi's sudden appearance. And now, Lu Meng had been wronged. He called Guzi a worthless scoundrel, filled with indignation. Clenching his fists, he vehemently berated Guzi, exclaiming, "Who is your wife?" "That is my wife. You have defiled my wife, and I have not sought retribution. Yet you dare to accuse me." The gaze of the police officer lingered on Guzi, then shifted to Song Lei. "You both claim the other has sullied your spouse. Whose wife is it, then?" Lu Meng rose, declaring, "Officer, I am the wife in question." As Lu Meng stood, Song Yutong detected a glimmer of cunning in her expression, directed at Song Lei. Oh, was Lu Meng scheming? I sensed that misfortune looms for Song Lei. The officer's attention turned to Lu Meng. "What is the situation?" Lu Meng forced a sorrowful smile. She gestured toward Guzi, asserting, "I am his wife. We share a loving bond at home." Yet Song Lei barged in, assaulted Guzi, and abducted me. "Officer, please arrest him and bring him to justice." In the room, save for Song Lei, the others were taken aback. "See, I told you. Lu Meng has turned dark. She has lost her mind. Yet, whether it is she, Guzi, or Song Lei, they all deserve their fates. Unworthy of sympathy. Now Song Lei is experiencing the repercussions of his actions. Otherwise, this would have all befallen Song Jing. With Lu Meng's accusation, there is no escape for Song Lei. Song Jing is somewhat fortunate. Otherwise, not a bone would remain." A shiver ran through Song Jing. In a fleeting moment, he felt a twinge of sympathy for Lu Meng. However, Song Yutong's inner voice struck him like a revelation. He pitied her, yet she was poised to harm him. Considering the situation from Song Lei's perspective, how desolate must he feel? Villains deserve no sympathy. They have brought this upon themselves. Song Lei's complexion turned ashen, his legs weakened, nearly collapsing. If Lu Meng's accusations held weight, he could indeed face dire consequences. In terror, he turned to the officer, stammering, "Comrade, she is lying. She is truly my wife. I am innocent. Please do not arrest me." The officer furrowed his brow, stating sternly, "Enough of this commotion. You three will accompany us to the police station to clarify the events." As a report was made by Guzi, with Lu Meng implicating Song Lei, it appeared the only culprit was Song Lei. Once everyone departed, silence enveloped the room. Jiang Weiwei approached, grasping Song Yutong's arm, cautiously inquiring, "Mother, what did Lu Meng mean earlier? Does she truly intend to testify against Song Lei?" Song Yutong scoffed, "You do not comprehend how ruthless a woman can be. Regardless, it does not concern us. Let us remain oblivious and enjoy our lives. Do not let this affect your mood. Let us eat." Song Shengsheng had been in the kitchen cooking since the ruckus began, observing the unfolding drama from afar. Upon hearing Song Yutong mention dinner, she promptly brought out the dishes. "Mother, the meal is ready. Let's eat." The family of four settled at the table, with only Song Jing wearing a somber expression. Song Shengsheng and Jiang Weiwei appeared quite relaxed. Song Shengsheng served a piece of chicken to Song Yutong, saying, "Mother, please try it. Tell me if it is delicious." Song Yutong took a bite and praised her, saying, "Well done. The meat is exquisite, tender, and delicious." Song Shengsheng smiled happily. "Mom, I plan to attend university and study while working part-time to earn my tuition. My skills are learned from you, and I am confident I can support myself." Jiang Weiwei pouted, feeling that Song Shengsheng was overly eager for attention. She couldn't afford to remain idle, so she immediately chimed in, "Mom, I also want to cook with you. I can endure hardships." Song Yutong tapped her forehead with chopsticks. "Are you both out of your minds? Who asked you to endure hardships? Do you think suffering is honorable? Nonsense. If you can endure hardships, you'll only find endless suffering. Why choose a life of hardship when you can live comfortably?" Song Yutong looked at Song Shengsheng. "Why did you work so hard to get into university? Isn't it to study diligently, benefit the nation, and realize your self-worth? All your time and energy should be devoted to your studies, not wasted on part-time jobs. Rest assured, when you attend university, I will provide you with ample funds. You don't need to sell goods at a stall. If I find out you are scrimping and saving, I will be furious." Her gaze shifted to Jiang Weiwei. "And you, although I previously looked down on you, you are the one in this family who seems to be living the best life without a care. You have the ability to live well, and I support that. However, your happiness cannot come at the expense of others' suffering. You are beautiful and charming, and you can thrive in many aspects. As long as you use your intellect and live earnestly, you will not falter. Remember, it is inherently challenging for us women to survive in this world. If no one loves you, you must love yourself. Take good care of yourself. Love yourself genuinely. Realize your value, and ensure your own happiness." Song Shengsheng and Jiang Weiwei widened their eyes, sparkling and moist, gazing at Song Yutong. They had never anticipated that someone would express such views. The notion that suffering leads to unending hardship was contrary to the prevalent belief around them, where everyone insisted that women should be virtuous, submissive to men, and care for their husbands, children, and in-laws as if they were slaves. The family's wishes were treated as decrees. Yet now, Song Yutong urged them to live authentically, to avoid suffering, and to enjoy a fulfilling life. This was a concept they had never encountered before, truly refreshing and heartwarming. It felt as if they were no longer merely individuals, but rather real, fleshy, independent beings. Song Jing, listening nearby, was equally astonished, envious of Song Shengsheng and Jiang Weiwei for having such understanding from Song Yutong. He felt the weight of bitterness as he buried his head in his food, realizing that he was the only one truly enduring hardship in his family. Chapter 85. Biological father Song Wenxiang and stepmother Zhao Hongmei early the next morning. The door of Song Yutong's house was knocked upon vigorously. Song Yutong, open the door. As Song Yutong opened the door, Song Jing, Song Shengsheng, and Jiang Weiwei rushed to her threshold. Jiang Weiwei spoke up. Mom, you should stay inside and pretend you're not here. Song Jing agreed. Yes, Mom. Avoid any confrontation. We want to mention that you're at home. Just hide for a while. It will all pass. Song Shengsheng nodded in concurrence, urging, Don't come out, Mom. The faces of the three were marked with tension and dread. While it was understandable for Song Jing and Song Shengsheng to be anxious, even the usually unyielding Jiang Weiwei displayed a look of terror. This clearly illustrated the significant psychological impact those outside had on them. Song Yutong observed the trio, protecting her, their expressions sincere and heartfelt, and she offered a faint smile. She gently patted Song Shengsheng's shoulder, reassuring her, Don't worry, Mother can handle this. Then she turned to Jiang Weiwei, saying, This matter concerns the Song family. It has nothing to do with the Jiang surname. Shortly, you should go out and call the police. With that, Song Yutong confidently strode towards the door. From her tone, Song Jing, Song Shengsheng, and Jiang Weiwei sensed the determination to fight back. Was Song Yutong truly prepared for bloodshed? Panic set in among the three. Yet, Song Yutong moved with poise and righteous resolve. Finally, she arrived at the door, where a man with graying hair and a refined appearance awaited. Song Yutong's father, Song Wenxiang. Beside him stood a woman with a sharp countenance, his wife, Zhao Hongmei. Upon seeing Song Yutong open the door, Zhao Hongmei pushed past her and entered, plopping down in a chair. She glared at Song Yutong, remarking, Why did it take you so long to open the door? Still sleeping in, I suppose? Truly, a capitalist's daughter, inherently lazy. Song Yutong exchanged a glance with Jiang Weiwei, who immediately understood and stepped outside. Zhao Hongmei and Song Wenxiang noticed but offered no objections. As Song Yutong had stated, today's affairs were solely the concern of the Song family, irrelevant to the Jiangs. After her derisive comment, Zhao Hongmei glanced at Song Jing and Song Shengsheng, who stood awkwardly aside, and snapped, When an elder visits, can't you even offer a glass of water? Such lack of awareness. Instinctively, Song Shengsheng moved towards the kitchen to fetch water, but Song Yutong called out, No need. She then looked at Zhao Hongmei and Song Wenxiang, stating, If you have something to discuss, please speak plainly, without any circumlocution. Song Wenxiang cleared his throat, adopting a stance befitting an elder. Yutong, you are aware of our family's current situation. Your sister, Song Yakin, is getting married, yet her dowry is still lacking considerably. As her elder sister, it would be fitting for you to contribute some funds to assist her. Song Yakin was the youngest daughter of Song Wenxiang and Zhao Hongmei, raised in utmost pampering. Recently, it was rumored that she was courting the son of the director of the Grain Bureau, and discussions of marriage were underway. Marrying well would be a source of pride for the family. Song Yutong scoffed. Why should I provide a dowry? She is your daughter, not mine. The dowry is your responsibility as parents, not mine as a sister. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hongmei immediately sprang to her feet, exclaiming, What kind of attitude is this? How dare you speak to your father in such a manner? You must provide it regardless. Song Wenxiang chimed in, Yutong, we are all family. If you are unable to contribute, I shall not press you. However, did you not just receive 100,000? In that case, I ask for no more than 80,000 as a dowry for Yakin. After all, she is marrying well, and the dowry cannot be too meager. A favorable union will benefit you in the long run. We are relatives. There is no need for contention. Song Yutong scoffed inwardly. So soon they learned of my 100,000. They must have been informed by Wei Mingwei. It has long been apparent that Shen Lin and Wei Mingyue were reluctant to part with this sum, yet their shameless maneuvers continuously astonish me. Shameless individuals seek out shameless company. Gazing at Song Wenxiang and Zhao Hongmei, Song Yutong retorted coldly, "You presume to demand 80,000 as if money falls from the sky? Even if I possessed it, I would never part with such a sum." Zhao Hongmei immediately slammed her hand down, glaring furiously. "Song Yutong, do not mistake courtesy for weakness. You will contribute whether you wish to or not. Otherwise, do not blame me for resorting to family discipline. You, a capitalistic young lady, I raise you not to defy me or provoke my ire." Unfazed, Song Yutong met Zhao Hongmei's fierce gaze. "Family discipline? What kind of discipline? The kind that involves beating and scolding? Have you mistaken who I am? I am no longer the little girl of yesteryear. I shall see how you intend to confront me if I refuse to yield this money." Years ago, when Song Wenxiang brought her home, she bore the stigma of being a capitalist's daughter, and at a tender age, she encountered considerable malice, particularly from Zhao Hongmei. Day in and day out, Zhao Hongmei berated her for her bourgeois demeanor, striking her at the slightest provocation and allowing her to go hungry. The original owner's timidity and fear were born from Zhao Hongmei's relentless abuse. As for Song Wenxiang, he was a true hypocrite. After Zhao Hongmei had finished her tirade, he would feign kindness, offering her small tokens of affection to placate her. The two of them played their roles perfectly, with one as the villain and the other as the benevolent figure, manipulating the original owner with ease. All the meager funds left to the original owner by her family were entirely surrendered to Song Wenxiang. For years, they had maintained this control over her. Yet now, Song Yutong is not the original owner. She not only refuses to be governed by them, but also seeks to strip away their fade of virtue. What is owed to the original owner must be returned in full. Zhao Hongmei glared fiercely, the audacity. "Today, I shall teach you a lesson." Upon concluding her words, she drew a whip from her person and swung it towards Song Yutong. At the moment the whip was unleashed, a tremor coursed through Song Yutong's body, a reflex born not of her will, but of the original owner's instinctual response. After the original owner had moved to the countryside, the whip became a frequent instrument of torment, inducing fear at its mere sight. For years, Zhao Hongmei had maintained control over the original owner through the use of a whip. Song Shengsheng and Song Jing trembled in fear, having also endured the torment of that very whip. However, instinctively, they moved to shield Song Yutong. Yet, contrary to their expectations, the whip did not strike Song Yutong. Instead, she deftly seized it in her grasp. Simultaneously, with her other hand, Song Yutong brandished a rolling pin and unleashed a barrage of blows upon Zhao Hongmei's person. Zhao Hongmei was utterly unprepared for such a turn of events. The rolling pin, seemingly innocuous, was embedded with numerous needles, which could only reveal their true nature upon contact with skin. As the needles pierced her flesh, Song Yutong had also exchanged for the hottest chili oil in the system, applying it to the needles. The combination of the punctures and the fiery oil elicited an unimaginable agony within Zhao Hongmei. Her face contorted in a grotesque display of rage and despair. The room resonated with her anguished screams, as Song Yutong struck her with the rolling pin no less than several dozen times. Initially, Song Wenxiang was taken aback by the sudden shift in his eyes. Song Yutong had long been subdued by Zhao Hongmei and would never dare to retaliate. By the time he regained his composure and rushed to separate them, he was met with a forceful kick from Song Yutong that sent him sprawling. "Do not presume I will continue to be your puppet." Song Yutong's gaze was icy as she relentlessly assaulted Zhao Hongmei, who writhed on the ground, her cries piercing the air and causing physical pain to those who heard them. Song Wenxiang, both astonished and furious, pointed at Song Yutong and berated, "You unfilial daughter! How dare you treat your elder in such a manner?" With a disdainful sneer, Song Yutong retorted, "Elder? Do you even deserve that title? After all these years of torment, today I shall settle the score." Song Wenxiang believed that Song Yutong had lost her sanity, truly lost it. He shouted desperately, "Someone, quickly come! Help! She's going to kill me! Save me!" The door burst open, revealing Gu Yunzheng and Zhou Yi, accompanied by Jiang Weiwei, along with 2 police officers stationed at the entrance. Upon seeing the officers, Song Wenxiang rushed toward them, clutching their uniforms. "Help! Officer, look! She's about to kill my wife. Do something!" Gu Yunzheng furrowed his brow. Zhao Hongmei lay defeated on the ground, barely clinging to life. He commanded, "Song Yutong, cease this at once." Hearing Gu Yunzheng's voice and feeling the fatigue from her exertions, Song Yutong finally halted. Gu Yunzheng exuded an air of cold finality. He intended to leave with Zhou Yi, who had requested to meet Jiang Weiwei. Given Zhou Ye's unique status, Gu Yunzheng would not permit him to roam freely and insisted on keeping him under close watch. Thus, he accompanied Zhou Yi in search of Jiang Weiwei, only to encounter her arriving with the 2 police officers. Zhou Yi called out to her. She witnessed Zhou Yi in a state of agitation and grasped his hand, urging him to swiftly rescue Song Yutong. Upon hearing her name, Gu Yunzhen wasted no time and followed the police. However, what he envisioned was a scene of Song Yutong being assaulted. Yet upon opening the door, he was met with a startling reality. Song Yutong was fiercely attacking Zhao Hongmei. The blows were anything but gentle. Zhao Hongmei, trembling, crawled up from the ground, her eyes wide with fear as she pointed at Song Yutong, exclaiming, "Comrade police, hurry and arrest her. She is going to kill me. Execute her." Gu Yunzhen furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze on Song Yutong as he inquired, "What is happening?" Without hesitation, Song Yutong tossed aside the rolling pin. "Comrade police, your timing is impeccable. I wish to report Song Wenxiang and Zhao Hongmei for human trafficking." Upon hearing her accusation, both Song Wenxiang and Zhao Hongmei turned pale, their bodies stiffening. "You're talking nonsense," Zhao Hongmei protested vehemently. "Comrade police, do not believe her. She is insane." Gu Yunzhen glared coldly at them. "Let her speak." You both remained silent. He then turned to Song Yutong, asking, "Do you have evidence? Do you know whom they trafficked? Where is that person?" Song Yutong nodded. "Of course I know, because I am the person they trafficked." Song Shengsheng, Jiang Weiwei, and Song Jing all widened their eyes in disbelief, struggling to comprehend her words. What did she mean by being the victim of Song Wenxiang and Zhao Hongmei's trafficking? Song Wenxiang, agitated, retorted, "You are spouting nonsense. What have I trafficked you for? You are my daughter. What madness is this?" He then addressed Gu Yunzhen and the others, insisting, "Comrade police, do not listen to her ravings. She is my daughter. How could I possibly traffic her? I am your daughter?" Song Yutong shot him a cold glance, raising an eyebrow. "Are you certain?" Song Wenxiang's heart raced, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He adamantly declared, "Of course. Who doesn't he know you are my daughter?" Song Yutong retrieved a newspaper from her belongings and handed it to Gu Yunzhen. "I am not his daughter. The information at the bottom of this newspaper is a missing person notice seeking me." Gu Yunzhen examined the registration details at the bottom of the newspaper, which was published in the capital city. While similar notices existed in other regions, Qingyuan City was merely a small county and unlikely to disseminate such publications. Upon seeing the information of the person who placed the notice, Gu Yunzhen was taken aback. "You are the granddaughter of Song Lao?" Song Yutong nodded. "Over a decade ago, during a tumultuous period, my family, being capitalists, relocated overseas due to certain circumstances. At that time, I was suffering from a fever and could not withstand the harsh conditions. Hence, I was left in the care of a steward who was none other than Song Wenxiang. After being abandoned, I recovered from my fever only to suddenly lose my memory, forgetting everything, including my family. Song Wenxiang harbored malicious intentions, for my mother had died in childbirth, and my family had doted on me. By controlling me, the Song family would have a continuous flow of wealth. Thus, Song Wenxiang brought me home. It is said that the child he has with the capitalist daughter is indeed his daughter. Everyone is aware of his substantial earnings over the years, and no one questions his claims. He supports Song Yutong solely for monetary reasons, lacking any genuine affection for her. Throughout these years, Old Song has consistently sent him money without any means of contact, fearing he might mistreat Song Yutong. Of course, during these years, Song Wenxiang has only accepted the funds without providing any information in return, leaving them completely unaware of Song Yutong's well-being. Regardless of her fate, payments are to be made, just in case. Until last year, when Old Song returned to the country and directly published a missing person notice. However, given the distance and lack of awareness, no one here knows of the notice, nor would anyone connect Song Yutong with Song Wenxiang. Upon Old Song's return, he did so as a patriotic businessman, bringing back numerous national treasures to return to the state, garnering him respect from the nation. If Song Yutong is indeed the granddaughter abducted from Old Song, and Song Wenxiang and Zhao Hongmei have mistreated her all these years, then they're doomed to face severe consequences. Song Wenxiang, terrified, shook his head repeatedly, insisting no. She is lying. Gu Yunjin observed the pale faces and trembling bodies of Song Wenxiang and Zhao Hongmei, realizing there was nothing left to misunderstand. Whether she is lying or not is not for you to decide. Come with us to the police station. We will uncover the truth. Chapter 87. Contacting grandfather, the group proceeded to the police station. Song Wenxiang's face was ashen, and Zhao Hongmei also looked grim, her body still trembling. Song Wenxiang grasped her hand and whispered, "Don't be afraid. They cannot prove anything. That news report is merely a report. There are no photographs of him, nor are there any of Song Yutong. How will they find her? How will they confirm it? Moreover, when he worked as a steward in the Song household, he was not called Song Wenxiang. It is nearly impossible to trace him." Song Wenxiang's dark gaze fell upon Song Yutong. It appeared she had regained her memory, recalling events from 20 years prior, before her fever. Otherwise, how could she know she had been abducted? Back then, when Old Song relocated his family, due to Song Yutong's severe fever, which made her incapable of enduring a long journey, he left her with money and instructed Song Wenxiang to care for her. Once she recovered, Song Wenxiang was to take her abroad, and they would express their gratitude to him. From a young age, Song Wenxiang had been bought by his parents to work for the Song family, and Old Song had never mistreated him. Upon reaching adulthood, he was appointed as the steward, holding a position of high status and earning a considerable income. Old Song's trust in him was precisely why he had entrusted Song Yutong's care to him. Little did anyone anticipate that Song Wenxiang would betray the Song family, abducting Song Yutong and wielding power as if he were a king. For the past 20 years, the Song family has endured immense suffering. He took Song Yutong's money, yet failed to provide her with a decent life. It is utterly shameless. Within the police station, law enforcement questioned Song Wenxiang, who adamantly insisted that Song Yutong was his daughter, resolutely denying any allegations of abducting the young girl. Gu Yunjin frowned as she looked at Song Yutong, asking, "Do you have any means of proving this?" Now, Song Wenxiang firmly asserts that Song Yutong is his daughter, and those around them are aware of this claim as well. However, Song Yutong's words lack legal validity. Evidence is required. With a glimmer in her eyes, Song Yutong smiled and suggested that obtaining Song Lao's contact information should be a simple task. A mere phone call to verify the details would suffice. She pointed to the prominent black mole on Song Wenxiang's forehead, remarking that such a visible mark would surely not escape Song Lao's memory. Upon hearing her words, Song Wenxiang's complexion paled and his body weakened, almost collapsing to the ground. He stared at Song Yutong in disbelief, stammering "YYU." Meanwhile, Gu Yunjin's eyes sparkled with realization as he cheerfully remarked, "Excellent. I can reach Song Lao. I will call him right away." The police station had a phone, and while Gu Yunjin did not possess Song Lao's number, he could certainly inquire about it. Given Song Lao's notoriety, acquiring his contact would be straightforward. Before long, he successfully obtained the number and explained the situation to Song Lao's side. When he eventually dialed, Song Wenxiang, Zhao Hongmei, and Song Yutong were all present. The phone set to speaker mode. Gu Yunjin's call was promptly answered by an elderly voice. "Hello. Hello, Song Lao. This is Gu Yunjin," he replied, with excitement. "Song Lao Zetpunde. Hello. I have heard that you found my granddaughter. Is that true?" Gu Yunjin nodded. "Indeed. There is a woman claiming to be your granddaughter, but her father denies it. His name is Song Wenxiang. Do you know him?" "Song Wenxiang? I do not know him. Many years ago, I entrusted my granddaughter to the butler, whose name is Song Chong. Can you recall what this Song Chong looks like?" Gu Yunjin inquired. "Of course. Song Chong has been with my family since he was very young. He has a square face, thick eyebrows, and a slight scar on his lip from a childhood mishap. Oh, and he has a large black mole on the left side of his forehead. That is entirely accurate. At that moment, Song Wenxiang's legs buckled, and he sank to the ground, utterly defeated. It was over. Everything was lost. Helplessly sprawled on the floor, he murmured to himself, "How could this happen? How could I be discovered?" Zhao Hongmei, equally terrified, sat beside him, her face ashen. The evidence was now nearly irrefutable. Both Song Wenxiang and Zhao Hongmei were apprehended, facing the impending consequences of the law. The call had not yet ended when Song Lao's trembling voice came through. "Is my granddaughter there? May I speak with her?" Gu Yunjin turned to Song Yutong. "Do you wish to speak with him?" With a sigh, Song Yutong realized that at this juncture, refusal was not an option. She took the phone and, with a dry throat, spoke, "Grandfather." On the other end, Song Lao was momentarily choked with emotion. "My dear granddaughter, I'm so sorry for the suffering you have endured all these years." Given that Song Wenxiang had taken Song Yutong away, it was evident that his intentions were nefarious. Could one expect him to treat her well? Clearing her throat, Song Yutong reassured him, "Grandfather, it is all in the past." Song Lao spoke. "Are you willing to return?" Song Yutong neither affirmed nor denied. "I have matters to attend to. My daughter is preparing for the college entrance examination, and I shall wait for her to finish." "Your daughter is taking the college entrance exam?" By all accounts, Song Yutong is merely 31 this year. If her child is of age to take the exam, that would imply she became a mother at merely 14 or 15. Song Lao felt a suffocating heaviness in his chest. Song Yutong's father, his youngest son, had perished on the battlefield, and her mother had also died in service, leaving behind this sole descendant who should have been cherished and pampered. Yet, she had become a mother far too early. This was all the fault of that scoundrel, Song Wenxiang. He must have coerced her. Realizing Song Lao's errant thoughts, Song Yutong quickly clarified, "I have not borne a child. She is my adopted daughter." "Ah, an adopted daughter? That is indeed a relief." Although it was peculiar for someone of Song Yutong's age to have an adopted daughter preparing for the college entrance exam, it was certainly preferable to the alternative of her being a biological child. "So you will return once she completes her exams?" "I shall arrange for someone to fetch you. Provide me with an account, and I will transfer you a substantial sum." Aside from his initial inquiry, every word from Song Lao was resolute, his tone revealing the depth of his regard for Song Yutong. Song Yutong sighed inwardly. "I shall return once I have concluded my affairs. As for the money, it is unnecessary. I possess ample funds. In my current state, you will be pained to see me upon my return. At merely 31, I have been worn down to the appearance of an elderly woman. Perhaps I shall wait a while longer. Once I have resolved these matters and regained my youthful beauty, I will return." Gu Yunzheng observed her, a flicker of heartache coursing through him. To be candid, had she not confided that she was only 31, he would have found it hard to believe his eyes. Song Yutong appeared far older, the toll of hardship evident upon her visage. Chapter 88. Sisterly Bon Song Wenxiang and Zhao Hongmei were detained at the police station, awaiting the confirmation of their charges. Once confirmed, they faced the prospect of lengthy imprisonment or, at worst, the death penalty, with no chance for redemption. After all, Song Lao was a patriotic businessman. His return had not only brought significant overseas business to the nation, but also recovered many national treasures lost abroad. The country recognized his contributions. In stark contrast, Song Wenxiang and Zhao Hongmei were deemed heinous criminals, their fates all but sealed. Gu Yunzheng escorted Song Yutong to the entrance, where she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for today." Gu Yunzheng gazed at her, filled with genuine sympathy and concern. She was born into a respectable lineage, destined to be an elegant and cultured lady. Yet her life had been marred by the treachery of that wretched Song Wenxiang. And then there was that scoundrel, Shun Minglang. Gu Yunzheng silently vowed that upon his return to the army, he would report Shun Minglang, ensuring that Song Yutong received the justice she deserved for all the grievances she had endured over the years. Gu Yunjin inquired, "After your daughter completes her college entrance examination, will you return to the capital?" Song Yutong nodded affirmatively, "Indeed. However," she mused, "Song Shengxing's journey to the exam will not be so straightforward. Su Yao will undoubtedly devise every possible means to prevent her from taking the exam. Tomorrow is the registration day, and chaos will ensue from that moment onward. Oh, it gives me a headache." Gu Yunjin felt a tightening in his chest. He was uncertain whether Song Yutong's anxieties were warranted. Yet, he knew that Yuan Jie would arrive in Qingyuan City tonight. For now, he could not divulge this information to Song Yutong. He resolved to wait until Yuan Jie made his appearance tomorrow. Both Song Shengsheng and Song Jing shared a similar sense of urgency, especially Song Shengsheng. Previously, when she had not heard Song Yutong's innermost thoughts, she did not perceive the previous failures in the exams as orchestrated. However, upon reflection, it seemed far too coincidental. She would remain vigilant as the registration commenced tomorrow. This time, no one would deter her from taking the exam. She was determined to reclaim her life. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi and Jiang Weiwei stood conspicuously outside the police station. Zhou Yi turned to Jiang Weiwei and said, "Weiwei, Brother Gu has offered to take me for military training. I have decided to accept. I won't be able to protect you anymore, so please take good care of yourself." Jiang Weiwei's eyes glistened with unshed tears as her voice trembled. "Zhou Yi, go ahead. I will wait for your return." Zhou Yi's expression stiffened. This time, he was not departing with a favorable reputation alongside Gu Yunjin. Gu had promised him an opportunity fraught with greater challenges and dangers. In the military, life and death hung in the balance. He had been given a choice. Zhou Yi's lifelong dream was to serve as a soldier, to become a military man and a source of pride for his brother. This opportunity had presented itself once before, but he had let it slip away. Now that it had returned, he was resolute in seizing it. To be honest, he did not anticipate returning alive. Zhou Yi harbored genuine feelings for Jiang Weiwei, a love that ran deep. His affection solely aimed to ensure her happiness. He understood that someone of his ilk had no future. Yet, Jiang Weiwei was different. She was beautiful and destined for a radiant life. His love was sincere. As long as she found happiness, even if it was not with him, he would accept it. His voice tinged with sorrow. He said, "Weiwei, you deserve nothing but the best. You know I have always regarded you as a sister. I hope for your well-being, that you marry someone you love, who possesses good fortune, and live a stable life." In the next moment, Jiang Weiwei embraced him tightly. "Zhou Yi, I will wait for you. I will wait for you no matter how long it takes. Whenever you return, I will be here. If you do not come back, then I shall never marry." Zhou Yi, taken aback, heard her heartfelt confession. He had not anticipated such a declaration from Jiang Weiwei. Yet how could he allow her youth to be spent waiting for someone whose fate was uncertain? Zhou Yi slowly pushed Jiang Weiwei away, suppressing the pangs of reluctance within him, and said, "Weiwei, do not wait for me any longer. You deserve better. I am heading to the military, where danger lurks at every turn, and I cannot afford to delay you." Tears streamed from Jiang Weiwei's eyes as she clutched the hem of Zhou Yi's clothing, crying out, "I do not care. I will wait for you. If you dare to perish out there, I shall not live on alone." Zhou Yi gazed at her resolute expression, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. At that moment, a vehicle approached slowly, coming to a stop beside him. Gu Yunjin stepped out from the police station and approached Zhou Yi. "Zhou Yi, the car sent to fetch you has arrived. You should get in." Zhou Yi gritted his teeth, taking one last, lingering look at Jiang Weiwei before steeling himself to turn towards the car. "Zhou Yi! Zhou Yi!" Jiang Weiwei ran after him, chasing him down. Tears streamed down Zhou Yi's face inside the car, a grown man weeping like a child. It was not until the car disappeared from view that Jiang Weiwei finally collapsed onto the ground, her tears soaking her clothing. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi sat in the car, staring out the window, silently vowing that, come what may, he would return alive to give Jiang Weiwei a future, if he could come back. Song Shengsheng rushed to catch up and helped Jiang Weiwei to her feet, comforting her. "Weiwei, Zhou Yi has already left. You must live well so that you can wait for his return." Jiang Weiwei suddenly threw herself into Song Shengsheng's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. This embrace marked the first genuine connection between two women who had been mere nominal sisters for years. From this moment on, the two sisters truly reconciled. After her tears subsided, Jiang Weiwei turned to Song Shengsheng and said, "Sister Shengsheng, you must register for the college entrance examination tomorrow. Let us return early so as not to delay important matters." Song Shengsheng nodded in agreement. "All right." Jiang Weiwei followed Song Shengsheng back. Despite her farewell to Zhou Yi, She had also heard the unspoken thoughts of Song Yutong, realizing that starting tomorrow, Song Shengxing's path to the examination would be fraught with challenges. In this moment, she felt a profound kinship with Song Shengxing. In previous years, Song Shengxing's journey had been thwarted by the Shun family. This time, the Shun family would undoubtedly intervene again. Coincidentally, Jiang Weiwei had plans to deliver a significant gift to the Shun family. For the past few days, she had been keeping tabs on Shun Dashan and Su Jia, discovering that every other night at midnight, Shun Dashan would leave his home and sneak into Su Jia's residence, staying for half an hour to 40 minutes. Her informants had quietly approached, able to hear the muffled sounds of intimate entanglements from within. She would prepare a grand surprise for Shun Dashan and Su Jia. Before they could inflict harm upon Song Shengxing, let them first face their own reckoning. And tonight was the night Shun Dashan would clandestinely enter Su Jia's dwelling. She eagerly anticipated it. Chapter 89. Setting a trap at 9 o'clock that evening, Yuan Jia arrived in Qingyuan City, heading directly to Gu Yunjin's residence. Yuan Jia, possessing a cool and resolute demeanor, bore a striking resemblance to Song Shengxing. He and Gu Yunjin retreated to the study. Over the past few days, Gu Yunjin had thoroughly investigated all matters concerning Song Shengxing. Yuan Jia approached, directly presenting the findings he had uncovered. The more Yuan Jia examined the details, the graver his expression became, particularly upon discovering that Song Shengxing's former husband was Shun Yuanzhou. His brow furrowed tightly. This man was familiar to him. He had encountered him more than once through his sister, Yuan Yao. Over the years, she had confided in him about her hardships in the countryside, which had deeply concerned both Yuan Jia and his family. Whenever his schedule permitted, he would pick Yuan Yao up from school, and on several occasions, he had chanced upon Shun Yuanzhou. Yuan Yao explained that he was merely a classmate. Shun Yuanzhou's demeanor was refined, exuding a scholarly aura, which had led Yuan Jia to harbor no suspicions. After all, he would not impede his sister's right to cultivate friendships. However, the shocking revelation that Shun Yuanzhou was indeed Song Shengxing's ex-husband rattled him. Moreover, it appeared that Shun Yuanzhou had never attended university but had been employed in a factory, specifically in Qingyuan City. What then could have been his motivations for visiting the capital on multiple occasions to see Yuan Yao? When Yuan Yao had sought out his family, it was under the name of Song Shengxing. The most crucial element was that Song Shengxing's parents had traveled a considerable distance to the capital. When the two families met, Song Shengxing's parents expressed profound remorse, weeping earnestly and articulating their regret over the accidental exchange of children years prior, lamenting their inability to locate their biological child. As Song Shengxing matured, her parents did not conceal the truth from her. They disclosed her true identity, revealing that she was not their biological daughter, but rather a child mistakenly taken home, urging her to seek out her true parents. Yuan Jia's mother had once found herself alone in the world, possessing only a vague recollection of the peasant couple she had met. However, she had mentioned that their child was named Song Shengxing. Given that this family was of humble means and had not named their child, they had entrusted the naming to her. The name Song Shengxing could not possibly be erroneous. Coupled with Yuan Yao's possession of Song Shengxing's identification, all details, including time, location, and family members, aligned perfectly, including the jade pendant. Thus, the Yuan family accepted her without suspicion, convinced that all the details corroborated one another. Little did they know, this had been a meticulously orchestrated scheme. Furthermore, there was Shun Yuanzhou, who had indeed married Song Shengxing. He had visited the capital multiple times to see Yuan Yao, even audaciously addressing her as Shengxing in Yuan Jia's presence. Upon reflection, it became evident that Shun Yuanzhou was well aware of his role in this intricate web. Despicable. Infuriating. Additionally, the documents provided by Gu Yunjin revealed that Shun Yuanzhou had brought home an illegitimate child for Song Shengxing to raise, despite having divorced her. He had maintained a clandestine affair, fathering a child, while deceitfully claiming it was his cousin's offspring, effectively manipulating Song Shengxing into bearing the brunt of his unscrupulousness. His true intent was to use this child as a means to ensnare Song Shengxing, diverting her focus from preparing for her college entrance examinations, ensuring she devoted her life to the Shun family and their offspring. Yuan Jie struck the wall with his fist, his once handsome face now shadowed by fury. The revelations from the investigation ignited a tempest within his chest. He could scarcely fathom that his sister was surrounded by such predatory wolves. Everyone was conspiring against her. Trapped within a web, she found herself unable to escape. Most crucially, his thoughts immediately turned to the child, the offspring of Yuan Yao. Why, one might wonder. Approximately 7 months prior, Yuan Yao had suddenly expressed her desire to venture southward to pursue entrepreneurship. While her aspirations were commendable, her family, unable to resist her charming pleas, provided her with the necessary funds for her endeavor. She proclaimed her intention to try for a year, asserting that if her efforts proved futile, she would return. The Yuan family, not overly concerned about the passage of a year, acquiesced to her wishes. However, in hindsight, many previously overlooked details now surfaced. Before embarking on her entrepreneurial journey, she had exhibited signs of malaise, frequently suffering from nausea. He had been aware of her poor state and encouraged her to seek medical attention. Yet, she feigned her ailments as mere stress from her entrepreneurial ambitions, expressing fears of failure. As a man, Yuan Jie had not contemplated the deeper implications. Observing her deteriorating condition, he reluctantly permitted her to pursue her dreams, reassured by the belief that he would be there to support his sister. Yet, reflecting on her symptoms now, it was evident they were unmistakable signs of pregnancy. Her aspirations of entrepreneurship were merely a guise for her desire to secretly bear a child. A tremor of rage coursed through Yuan Jie as he contemplated how she had usurped his sister's place, garnered the affection of their entire family, and conspired against her. How dare Yuan Yao? Both she and Shun Yuan Zhou, along with the Song family, would pay dearly for the suffering endured by his sister over the years. He suddenly rose to his feet, declaring, "I must see my sister at once." Gu Yunjin placed a firm hand on his shoulder, urging him to remain calm. "Patience. Tomorrow, you may witness a grand spectacle." According to Song Yutong's sentiments, the following day marked Song Shengxing's registration day, and it promised to be anything but tranquil. It would be far better for Yuan Jie to witness some matters firsthand and address them personally. Yuan Jie pressed his lips together, understanding that Gu Yunjin's plan was grounded in reason. After a prolonged silence, he finally nodded, though the fury in his eyes remained undiminished. Gu Yunjin poured him a cup of hot water and inquired, "How have you been handling the situation with Yuan Yao?" A chill enveloped Yuan Jie's gaze. "Rest assured, before my departure, I arranged for her to be ensnared in a trap, ensuring she would be detained for several days. The gravity of this situation cannot be overstated. Until the truth is revealed, Yuan Yao's motives remain highly suspect. For what she intends to accomplish cannot be achieved solely by her, a mere fragile woman, and Shun Yuan Zhou. My father is in agreement as well. Therefore, Yuan Yao will stir no trouble and remain confined." That very night, an incident transpired in Shenjiakan. In the dead of night, a fire suddenly erupted at Su Jie's residence. Almost immediately, the sound of drums and gongs echoed. Disaster. A fire has broken out at Su Jie's home. Come quickly to extinguish the flames and rescue her. As Su Jie was a military spouse and held in high regard within the village, everyone was eager to assist her. Her husband returned only once every several years, yet he had skillfully maintained harmonious relations with their neighbors. Consequently, upon hearing of the blaze, the neighboring villagers swiftly donned their clothes and rushed out to aid in the firefighting efforts. The village chief shouted, "Quickly, rush inside and save Su Jie." The flames were not substantial, merely a wisp of smoke, and entering to rescue her posed little danger at that moment. A group of robust men burst into the house, soon emerging with a woman in their arms. It was Su Jie, clad only in a bellyband. Yang Shufin uriedli rept Su Jie in a blanket, understanding that the warm weather allowed for a more comfortable attire for sleeping at home. With the door closed, it was her prerogative to dress as she wished. Who could have foreseen such a catastrophic fire? She gently reassured, "It's all right, no one saw." She empathized with Su Jie, but her understanding quickly dissipated when Shun Dashin was also carried out, completely unclothed. Chapter 90. The unraveling. The onlookers were taken aback upon witnessing Shun Dashin emerge from the house in his entirety, and upon seeing Su Jie, also in a belly band. The implications became painfully clear. The two households were adjacent, leading to a collective gasp. Such audacity! Su Jie, overwhelmed with shame, buried her face in the blanket, trembling uncontrollably. Shen Dashin, equally pallid, avoided eye contact, his gaze cast downward. For a fleeting moment, Yang Shufan was rendered speechless, her mind a blank canvas, struggling to comprehend the chaos around her. When clarity returned, it felt as if the sky had collapsed upon her. In a fit of rage, she yanked the blanket from Su Jie, delivering a series of resounding slaps to her face. She concluded with a vicious kick. "You wretched woman! I showed you kindness while your man was away. And this is how you repay me? How dare you seduce my husband? I could kill you. I wondered how you could have borrowed so much money from Shen Dashin. It seems you sold yourself to obtain it. You shameless couple, dishonoring my presence. I'll make you pay." Su Jie cried out in agony, desperately pleading, "Annie, please stop. I was wrong." Shen Dashin, regaining his senses, rushed to embrace Yang Shufan, exclaiming, "Shufan, please don't strike her. It was my fault. If you must punish someone, let it be me." Yang Shufan, filled with indignation, turned and slapped Shen Dashin sharply, crying, "You heartless man! After all my efforts to maintain this household, you engage in such disgraceful behavior. And you defend her? After years of marriage, birthing your children, managing our home, and this is how you treat me. Shen Dashin, may you meet a terrible fate." Yang Shufan had succumbed to madness. After assaulting Su Jie, she turned her wrath upon Shen Dashin. He remained silent, shielding Su Jie, which only fueled Yang Shufan's fury. Biting her lip, she forcefully shoved Shen Dashin aside, who, taken by surprise, fell to the ground. Seizing this opportunity, Yang Shufan grasped Su Jie by her hair and unleashed another torrent of blows upon her face. Accustomed to a life of decorum, Su Jie, fragile and delicate, was rendered defenseless by Yang Shufan's ferocity. Yet, Yang Shufan was not satisfied. She advanced and tore away Su Jie's belly band, exposing her fully to the onlookers. "You relish seducing men, do you? Let us see how well you can entice now. You wretched creature, if you thrive on exposure, then let all bear witness to your true self." Ah, Su Jie screamed in a frenzy. In the dead of night, the gathering comprised mostly men, with a handful of women. The men of the village gazed at her with unblinking eyes. Su Jie was strikingly beautiful, dignified, cultured, a veritable moonlight for many men in the village. Yet, she was married, her husband serving in the military. In these times, there exists a natural reverence for those in service. People dared not act recklessly, only indulging in fleeting thoughts. However, the circumstances had drastically shifted. Su Jie had become entangled with Shen Dashin. Once perceived as an unattainable cloud in the sky, she was now revealed to be susceptible to temptation within reach. If Shen Dashin could, why could they not? At the very least, they could satiate their eyes. Shen Dashin, witnessing his beloved exposed and laid bare, felt his gaze ignite with fury. He charged forward, seizing Yang Shufan by the hair, and unleashed a devastating blow upon her face. Ah! Yang Shufan's piercing scream echoed through the night. The spectators shuddered, for they heard the sickening sound of bones fracturing. Yang Shufan fell to the ground, unconscious, blood streaming from her nose, mouth, and even her eyes. Her nose was crooked. Ah! Was Yang Shufan dead? This scene horrified the onlookers. Shen Dashin, have you killed your wife? His aggression had been excessive. In his moment of rage, he had not tempered his strength. He possessed remarkable stamina and strength, enabling him to linger in Su Jie's abode for extended periods. That punch had been delivered with utmost force. The gasps of the crowd erupted in his ears, and he finally noticed the bleeding Yang Shufan at his feet, his face paling in an instant. His legs buckled, and he fell to his knees. "Shufan, do not frighten me." It was no wonder Shen Dashin was terrified. Yang Shufan's condition was anything but normal. What is happening? Why is everyone gathered at my doorstep? Shen Yuanzhou's anxious voice cut through the air. He had urgent matters to address that night, necessitating his late departure. Upon sneaking back, he was met with a crowd surrounding his home. Instinctively, he sensed something was amiss. The villagers, upon seeing him, hastened to inform him. Yuanzhou, come quickly. Your father has killed your mother. What? Shen Yuanzhou's heart tightened as he approached, trembling at the sight of Yang Shufan sprawled on the ground, her face a mask of despair. His mind went blank as he turned to Shen Dashan. Father, you struck my mother? Shen Dashan, too, was in a state of panic, shaking his head repeatedly, his face ashen. I did not mean to. A nearby aunt noticed that Yang Shufan was still breathing and shouted, Yang Shufan is not dead. She still breathes. Hurry, take her to the hospital. Suddenly, Shen Yuanzhou regained his senses and lifted Yang Shufan, rushing her toward the hospital. Someone kicked Shen Dashan, exclaiming, You aren't coming to the hospital? What are you dawdling for? Oh. Shen Dashan scrambled to his feet, stumbling as he hurried towards the hospital. At that moment, a baby's cries suddenly echoed from the Shen household. Onlookers exchanged glances, unsure of how to react. Finally, a compassionate aunt could no longer bear the scene. She entered the house, cradling the child and soothing it while muttering curses about the calamity that had befallen them. The Shen family was utterly ruined. Yuanzhou observed how reliable Shen Yuanzhou had seemed, only to discover he had been maintaining a mistress and had brought an illegitimate child back for Sheng Sheng to take responsibility for. Fortunately, Sheng Sheng remained clear-headed. Otherwise, she would have been doomed to a lifetime of misfortune due to Yuanzhou's actions. I had always believed Yuanzhou, who had grown up before my eyes, was a decent child. How could he have turned out like this? It seemed the rot had begun at the very root. Shen Dashan appeared respectable, while Su Jie maintained her facade, yet it was shocking to see their utter shamelessness. Now, with Yang Shufan's fate uncertain, the Shen family was on the brink of collapse. Everyone was aware of Shen Yuanzhou's illegitimate child, yet he refused to acknowledge it. Furthermore, the collusion to deceive Song Shengsheng was also common knowledge, and it was deemed disgraceful. Witnessing Shen Dashan and Su Jie together for so many years, the crowd began to realize that the Shen family had been rotten to the core long ago. Chapter 91. Yuan Yao's rebirth. Early the next morning, Song Yutong rose to prepare porridge. Song Jing, Jiang Weiwei, and Song Shengsheng also awoke early, though Jiang Weiwei dashed out shortly after. She returned about half an hour later, bursting with excitement as she ran into the kitchen. Mom, big news. Good news. Do you want to hear? Song Yutong raised an eyebrow, intrigued. She had assumed Jiang Weiwei had gone to work, but it seemed too early for that. Jiang Weiwei mischievously winked at her mother. Last night, Su Jie's house caught fire. The villagers rushed to help, and they rescued a disheveled Su Jie, along with an unclothed Shen Dashan. Then, Yang Shufan went mad and tore Su Jie's clothes off, provoking Shen Dashan to punch her in the face, knocking her unconscious. Shen Yuanzhou took her to the hospital. She survived, but her nose was broken and will forever be crooked. Su Jie's hypocritical facade has been shattered, and the whole family is in chaos. Song Shengsheng and Song Jing listened intently, amazed by the events of the previous night. So much had transpired. While Song Shengsheng was already aware of Shen Dashan and Su Jie's affair, Song Jing was oblivious. His jaw dropped in disbelief. Shen Dashan, who usually appeared so respectable, had engaged in such reckless behavior right under Yang Shufan's nose. If memory served, Shen Dashan and Su Jie's homes were right next to each other. Wasn't that brazen? Song Yutong exchanged a meaningful glance with Jiang Weiwei. Evil begets evil. Those who commit wrongdoings will ultimately meet their demise. We need only to watch their downfall unfold. Jiang Weiwei was indeed a troublemaker. She had set her sights clearly on her target from the very start of the day. The affairs concerning Shen Dashan and Su Jie undoubtedly bear her influence. I must say, they resonate deeply with me. When Jiang Weiwei takes action, one can discern the outcome. She is truly formidable. How splendid. It alleviates my burden. A reward of an egg is a must. Song Yutong smiled cheerfully, urging, Quickly take your seat. It's time for dinner. Jiang Weiwei, with a bright smile, obediently settled down, eagerly awaiting her meal. An egg, in truth, was not a luxury for her. These past years, she had been well cared for by Zhou Yi, who provided her with meat buns, soybean milk, and eggs every morning. However, what Song Yutong offered was different. It was a reward, a joyous gift from her mother. Song Yutong brought out the porridge, having prepared fried eggs, boiled eggs, and milk. along with fried dumplings, creating a sumptuous breakfast. She presented Jiang Weiwei with a double yolk egg. This is for you, today. You're the only one at home who needs to go to work, so you must replenish your energy. All right, thank you, Mom, she replied with a hint of pride, casting a triumphant glance at Song Jing and Song Shengsheng, as if to proclaim, "See, Mom favors me the most, granting me the double yolk egg." Song Yutong then served Song Jing, saying, "Song Jing, you should eat too. I have already prepared Shenlin's portion. After you finish, please take it to him. He will need your support these days. I appreciate your efforts." Song Jing felt a wave of pleasant surprise. There were 3 fried eggs, one being a double yolk. Initially, he presumed they would be divided individually, with the double yolk egg split between them. However, when Song Yutong handed the double yolk egg directly to Jiang Weiwei, only 2 single yolk eggs remained. He thought he had been overlooked, but now that Song Yutong offered him one, his spirits soared, akin to a roller coaster ride of happiness. "Thank you, Mom. Rest assured, I will take care of Shenlin. You need not worry at all." Song Yutong smiled, and then handed the remaining egg to Song Shengsheng. "Shengsheng, you eat too. After you finish, I'll accompany you to register." While Jiang Weiwei went to work and Song Jing attended to Shenlin, these were mere trifles. The real battle lay ahead for Song Shengsheng. On the other hand, Yuan Yao would not allow her to take the exam smoothly, nor would she grant her the chance to venture to the capital. Moreover, now that she had divorced Shen Yuanzhou and escaped his grasp, Yuan Yao would be even less inclined to permit her freedom. One could only speculate what vile schemes those unscrupulous individuals might devise against Song Shengsheng. It was imperative to ensure her safety. As they held their chopsticks, a sense of vigilance enveloped them. Jiang Weiwei quietly began her meal, eating swiftly as she aimed to finish quickly and seek out Xiong. She was determined to have him arrange protection for Song Shengsheng during this crucial time. They must not allow such shameless scoundrels as Yuan Yao and Shun Yuanzhou to succeed. The utmost priority was to ensure that Song Shengsheng secured admission to university, thus leaving Qingyuan City. Once that occurred, Song Yutong would have only her as a daughter, leading to her being exceptionally well treated. Competing for maternal affection against Song Shengsheng was not a contest she felt confident in. However, vying for favor against Song Jing and Shenlin was a far simpler endeavor.